Pacific, 12 o'clock Eastern, and I am joined by my co-host, as always, Fed Zeppelin, my good friend SC, and our guest for the night, Kazeeas. Kazeeas, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Yeah, just relaxing in the morning. Morning here, 5 a.m. So it's a bit early for me, but I'm
All
up,
right.
so it's good.
All
Good
right,
stuff.
Heat Blaze, good to see you here. Coom Hauer, thank you for the follow, as well as Sour D. Thank you for the new follows. So, Kaz, you are the host of the Chill Stream Uncut show, which I haven't seen very much lately, and I believe you officially re-stream the Kill Stream back to YouTube. Is that true?
That is exactly true. Yeah, official restream channel. There may be others, which
There may be others that are not
some know
sanctioned
about,
by Ralph,
but
but
yes, not sanctioned by Ralph. Ralph doesn't chat in those chats as much as people like to
and
pretend to
you
be
can
Ralph.
confirm you are
But yeah,
not
no, he
Ralph,
chats
right?
in
You
mine.
can.
I am not Ralph. Yes,
Rabbi
the
Shekels
Chill
with the
Stream
host
Uncut
with one
channel is
viewer.
not
Thank you,
Ralph.
Rabbi Shekels. Gramatu, I don't know what that word means, but hola back to you as well. All right.
I don't
Yeah.
understand.
So you're the official restreamer. You run a. When do you run your shows? What is your schedule?
say.
Because like I haven't seen.
Well, we tried to do. I tried to do it. I was trying to do it every Friday. Basically this time, I think, or but for a while because I've been doing a lot of stuff in real life. I haven't been able to do it after the kill stream. So I'm probably going to pick back up after my real life shit ends, which should be late September. So hopefully go back to normal after that.
It
But
will
we'll
be a
see.
shame
I
to
don't
be
know.
competing with you after that, but.
It will be a shame. We'll have to be rivals, so we will be
Okay,
feuding.
John
after
22.
that,
Thank you for
so
the follow.
officially.
All right. So yeah, okay. So tell me about the Chill Stream Uncut. What is that show? I mean, because I've been on it and we talked about finance stuff and stocks and crypto a little. But what would you say is like the main thrust of that show?
Well, I'd just say it's essentially a copy of what I do on Bibble Show, which is Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern
So you
on
do the
Bibble's channel,
LGBTQ
dlive.tv/Bibble.
stream with Bibble.
Yeah.
LGBTQIAARP,
Yeah. That's it.
I
I
think,
see.
is what he calls it. I
So,
really
so
can't
what you're
remember
saying
the exact
is
algorithm.
what
No,
you're
it's a
saying
word
is we
salad,
can catch
or letter salad.
Kazeeas over on dlive.tv/bibble as well as on dlive.tv/chillstreamuncut. Well, you
That's
heard it
exactly
here.
correct.
You can
Yeah.
drop your links in the chat as well. All right. So
Yeah, I'll drop them
Kaz,
in. Yeah.
if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit about yourself. Obviously, don't dox yourself. Don't say I live at Yorkshire, whatever. None of that. I mean, just like what's your background? Like, what did you go? Did you go to school? What did you do for school? What can you share about yourself?
Okay, yeah, I'll share what I've basically said in Discord already. Which is I am in England, around the middle-ish in England, and background-wise, I went to school, college, university, and then after that, I did pass university with honors. So
Well,
top
I
shit.
graduated my university
Uh,
summa cum laude with top GPA in my school, and a lot of good that's done me. So,
yeah, I was just gonna go into
it was
that.
a
Yeah,
lot of wasn't a lot of help. Go to
I
a bunch of banks. Spencer 394. I'm doing great. How are you, sir? Yeah, it wasn't a lot of help. I'll say that.
Yeah, my university didn't really exactly help me because when I finished university, about a week after, I was chatting with a guy who I'd known for a while, and he basically said, "Yeah, do you want to come down to London and work?" And I was like, I was a bit initially against it because I couldn't be bothered to go to London
I mean,
because I hate
yeah, I can
London.
imagine
It's an absolute
London's kind of
shithole.
this.
Yeah, it's an absolute shithole. So I didn't want to, but then he was like, "Well, you can work from home." And I was
That
like,
would have
"Okay,
sold
then
me on
I'll
any
do
job.
that."
If someone told me, yeah, you are,
Yeah,
this whole pandemic that's going on, I'm just like, I wake up, I go to my laptop, I do my work. It's the best thing ever.
it is good. Yeah, it is really good. I ain't gonna lie. But so for the first like I don't know, I think it must have been about 5 6 years in that job. I did kind of go to the office quite a lot and went to customers quite a lot. But after that, I thought, fuck this, and then I just stayed at home for about I guess 5 years now. Work from home. So, but I essentially retired in February, so I don't bother doing
Well,
official work
congratulations,
anymore.
sir,
I
on
just do
retiring.
trading
That
now.
sounds awesome to be retired that young.
It is pretty good, yeah. Yeah, it is pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. I don't like to. I kind of think bragging is a bit weird. So I don't really like talking about it. But I'll talk about it now. So basically, I do trading now. I'm not going to say I'm very good at it because I think that would
I
be
mean-
a brag. But I have done pretty good lately. I did a really good trade the other day. I was learning a new
Well,
strategy,
you want to elaborate on
which
this
I just found on
strategy?
YouTube. The strategy was like the simple thing was if it goes lower and then higher, but the high part is the same part as what it previously
go
went
down.
high to, then
Right, because
then it's going to go down.
resistant.
Yeah, essentially
you're
something
learning
like
about
that.
resistances, right? It hits that resistance again, and it's never a good thing to hit like a double top on the same resistance because it means there's no faith it's going to go. Like the market doesn't believe it's going to keep going unless it can break that resistance. That's
that seems
technicals
to be
and
what I was reading.
technicals.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
they're Subway's black magic.
Yeah, so you place like a limiting factor.
Well, no,
on
it's
it,
just kind of an
essentially.
understanding of how
Yeah,
like,
and then-
investors view the markets. That like, yeah, though, resistances, there's supports. Like if it doesn't break through a low, I mean, if it doesn't make a new low after going back up, then it's usually a good sign. But if it breaks through it,
Yeah, so that was what I was would have been. So I did that the other day. So I was really proud of this one. I said to my wife, this is a really good one, and she was like, "Yeah, well done."
What percentage did you make? You
yes,
don't
I
have to
was
say,
learning
like, the
that,
dollar amount,
and
but what was
managed
your
to make quite a
percentage
lot. On
gain
that, so that's
using this, or what losses did you avoid?
good. Percentage gain. I'll tell you exactly what the percentage gain was. Closed positions. It was okay. Well, okay. So it doesn't really sound that impressive
It was
now
like
saying
10%.
it, but it was 25% above what I put. It was a good
that's not
good
nothing,
amount
I
of
mean.
what I earned essentially because I know it's
Oh,
not a good
says
one, but it was
you,
good for
like,
me.
well, I mean,
I know it's not amazing. but it was
25%.
I mean, I put
like,
I've put
if you use those
$0
numbers
into
in
D
the right
Live, and I'm up
spot.
like what $2 grand or something. But
It's a completely different way to invest. But before we go too far with interviewing Kaz,
I think you've
this
got
is
a
all
point,
about.
though.
Can we introduce SC as
I
well?
want, really quickly, Kaz, I just want to segue. We have a new, I guess, co-host of sorts, or a temporary co-host. SC, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, and I just want to first say that your name of your show is genius. Coast to Ghost is hilarious. I would have been on a lot sooner
I
if you
know.
told me that was the name. So yes, my name is SC. Ghost and I are longtime friends, and I live in the NorCal area. And I'm a private investigator as my job. But I'm also a big Eagles fan, if you can't tell from my little logo picture. And big fan of video games, punk rock music, all that fun stuff. Mainly interested in coming on here today to talk, air my grievances over The Last of Us 2.
We will get
but
to The Last of Us 2.
Very much looking forward to talking to a bunch of stuff. But yeah, no, I have a lot of interesting. I do online research related to like insurance claims. So if someone breaks their foot and claims they got hurt at work, I look into all their social media and all that fun stuff to see if they're full of it or not. So yeah, it's a really interesting job. I get a lot of different perspectives on people and on social media. Yeah, that's pretty much it for me. I'm sitting here
That's
in
a
my.
fucking interesting
Can you
job.
check if
Yeah,
you check if
cool.
we're
Yeah, it's
echoing at all?
interesting, yeah.
Because Rabbi says we're echoing, and I don't know if he's being facetious.
I can check. Yeah, sure.
I don't know. If he was
AJ2,
doing
this is
echoes
my
as in
Friday night talk show, Coast to Ghost. That's what's going on right now. The other 6 days of the week, I play video games and board games, but today is my talk show. If you don't want to hear about politics, please leave right now and come back tomorrow. I'll be back on in about 12 hours or so playing
No
Stellaris
echoes.
with a bunch of buddies. Should be a lot of fun.
There you go. Rabbi, were we actually echoing, or were you
No, the
just
sound is
mimicking?
Okay,
sound is good. I just
okay.
checked.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
I probably should have just to add to what I was to background. I guess I probably should have said actually what I did as a job. So for the first,
Never mind.
first few
AJ2 will be
years,
just fine.
I
here.
was doing
Sorry.
I was doing basic. I suppose you could say basic IT as like level 3.
That's level 3. What does level 3 mean?
So sysadmin, yeah, because I'd been doing IT all my life anyway, in my own own stuff. So when I went in just straight to level 3, and doing all server side stuff, and then over time eventually worked the way up to the top of the company. So it
Wow,
didn't take long,
shit,
but yeah,
that's quick. That's a quick path to the top from IT.
yeah,
I'm always screaming at IT.
yeah. So I was doing.
So there's an echo right now.
I
Fed,
suppose
are you
server
echoing?
side stuff is.
Is there?
There is no echo.
Oh, it's faint, but you can hear it.
I'm pretty
Because
sure
when I
I
watch
just
my
checked
audio,
it.
I see Feds light up.
Yeah, I light up because I have the mic so close to my face, but every other time you can't
I
hear
see.
me apparently. But like when I actually was looking at the stream earlier and I like let it out, like I'll talk right now for another couple seconds and then Ghost start talking in just a second, and I will check the stream.
Okay,
So I'll be right back.
all right. So
Please
then
start
I'm talking
right now,
we're
Ghost.
fixing audio issues, as professionally done, as always, on Coast to Ghost. You know, the most professional audio engineering in the industry. Hamburger Helper, what's up, man? Good to see you. The Alpha Lurker himself, Hamburger Helper, is here. And AJ2 with the follow, what's up? It's not that bad, though. Okay, Rabbi, and we will get you back on with all the audio fixed, I promise, Rabbi. Thank you so much for coming on the show last week. DLive.tv/Rabbi Shekels if you want to watch a fun, spicy show.
Oh
yeah, Rabbi was a great
seen
guest.
Around. Haven't seen him around
well.
lately. Yeah. He was pretty good. Yeah. I haven't seen him
Also,
around
I
lately.
guess a little background. SC and me, back in the day, you can probably find this somewhere on YouTube. We did 3 episodes of an ill-fated podcast. Oh, of course. Right.
We did 22 episodes.
We didn't do 22 episodes of
Let's
it,
not
did we?
undersell it. We did. Well, I
Holy
think it's
crap.
22. It might be 21.
I
It's over
remember,
20.
okay, so we did a small...
Now, 3 of them were probably
Right.
good.
Rabbi
but
Shekels, thank you for the ice cream. Yeah, we did. Yes, we did do 22 episodes. And I went by Ghost Politics, not knowing of the famed boomer Ghost Politics and his cans as well back in the day. But we talked about.
Cans
Yeah,
away.
exactly. Let me go get a can.
Yeah.
That's it.
man.
That's it. Yeah.
We
Oh,
actually need to
AJ2 with
get
the
that,
diamond
like,
says
at
Black
some point,
Panther
I'll
died. Did you?
look
I
at it
did
some
hear
point.
about his death, and that is, you know, like, you know, I thought he was good in the role. I thought he did a good Black Panther. He felt like really foreign. You know, he felt like he really was from Africa in the role. And I thought he was good in the role. But yeah, I heard he was terrible in the 42 movie. Speaking of which. Just gonna have a little segue to sports. Today is Jackie Robinson Day. I believe it's the. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, SC, but it's the anniversary of Jackie Robinson breaking the color barrier in baseball.
I believe so, I believe so, and I want to just push back a little bit. I would say that he was good in 42. I would just say that 42 in general.
Well, I
was,
never
like,
saw it. That's
subpar.
why I have no point of reference.
Yeah. So I mean, but yes. So it is Jackie. If you've watched any baseball today, most of the numbers are 42 on the backs of
if
players.
you don't know, 42 is a
so-
number that is retired by every single team in the league because they
Yes,
pay a lot of credence. And honestly, whether you're right wing or left wing, Jackie Robinson is like just a model human being. Like he was very quiet. He kept to himself, but he just went out there. He competed like fucking hell, and he just said, "Fuck you! I'm gonna win every game. I'm gonna go out there, play my heart out." You know, he was just an amazing player, an amazing talent. And
I think, to be fair, I think Chadwick Boseman was as well, which makes this, you know, it's just it's one of those things where I remember when I first saw it, I was just like, okay, Twitter's probably lying to me, but then you just kind of see, I feel the same way like as when Kobe died. It was just one of those things where all of a sudden now the whole Twitter feed, it's just, I find myself getting mad at people talking about things that aren't that, because it's just like, this is what's
Rabbi
going
Shekels
on
with a diamond says, what do you think about the basketball boycotts, Ghost? I think that the character that they're, you know, boycotting over, I think whatever his name was, Jacob Blake, I don't find him as sympathetic as a lot of the other characters. Like, I understand the impetus for it. I understand the impetus for using this for protests. I understand that, like, the left in general wants there to be riots now because what I'm saying is you tased a guy twice and he's a large dude going back to his car, not responding to orders.
So
I'm not saying we should execute him. I'm just saying that, like, you know how quick someone can pull a gun on you and shoot you, right? And most cops aren't willing to.
How many cops have been killed in the last?
Okay,
How many cops were killed in
hold
the
up.
year?
Before I go too hard into this, can we also so Kazeeas, you primarily do the restream and you also do Bibble stream?
Yes, and
like,
Kazeeas has
uh,
just posted his links in the
Bibble
chat.
stream.
Please follow him on Twitter and on YouTube as well. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah. And can you if you have the ability, can you link those as well? Because like
Yeah, I'm
it's
in the
where you're
middle
primarily
linking
featured.
that. Yeah, because yeah, we do that on Sunday. I believe again 3 p.m. Eastern, because I think about it in the UK time, right? So I think, oh, 8 o'clock UK, but I'm pretty sure it's 3 p.m. Eastern for the normal like chat stream, and then after that we do D&D with
You got
everyone
Flamenco, you
who
get Facts and
you would
Which
Logic,
is
you
imagine.
get
amazing.
Ralph on that.
We had Tony Castle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ralph.
Tony Castle. We've
You'll
had
probably
on here.
get
We've had
me
Facts and
someday
Logic
whenever
on here.
Bibble lets me
Both
play my
fucking amazing.
self-insert character.
There you go.
I can pass that along, yeah,
Okay.
if you want to join. But yeah, we do D&D. We got Ralph, Flamenco. You know, I think did Dick come on one
I
time?
believe
don't know.
Dick
but
did come on one
Diorio
time.
came on once.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my
Ricada's
God,
on there.
Ricada's
That
the
guy's
best.
fucking
Yeah,
hilarious.
Yeah,
He's
his
fucking
character's
magical.
really good. Yeah, yeah. So we do that after. I think that's 5 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah,
which is
I believe
10
that's
o'clock
correct.
to me. Yeah.
AJ2,
yeah,
thank
it's
you for the
pretty
lemon.
fun.
And be careful,
Also,
AJ2. Be optical, my friend. Make sure that's an H, okay?
Both right. Both Ghost and I were on Flamenco's stream the other day, who also does it, and
we were playing
board
Secret
games and
Hitler,
whatnot.
and I got shot for being
Real
a
good
filthy
guy.
liberal,
Yeah.
and then they elected Flamenco as Hitler into power. It's actually not as
I
unoptical
shot
of a
ya.
game as you
I
think.
didn't
It's a very
trust you.
popular board game.
It's pretty fun. I just wanted to make sure we got that like out of the way. Also, as far as introductions go, I know I don't necessarily know SC or Kazeeas, so I'm literally only Ghost co-host. Other than that, I just like shit post and like hang out in Warski and the kill stream chat, and that's pretty much it. But so
Well, why don't we get back?
do we want to
the...
like can we get an overview of like what happened with the basketball
so
thing before we go like super
I guess
into it?
What we know about the incident itself is that the police officers were being recorded, and they were talking to a suspect. The suspect was not complying with orders. The suspect was going back into his car, turned his back on the cops, and the cop shot him 7 times. Now, I'm not making the argument that you deserve to die for not following the orders of a police officer. All right? I'm not making that argument. However, when you're a large...
Ghost, is this a specific
Well,
instance
that's the
they're
one.
talking about
That's
as
the
well?
one they
like,
stopped
they
playing
specifically
basketball.
cited that one?
They said, "Oh, we're not gonna play basketball."
Okay, as long as they
Right,
specifically
we're not gonna play
cited,
basketball
yeah.
because we're being hunted in the streets, which is patently not true. They're much more likely to be. Oh shit! Ominous Pick with a diamond says, "I mandate you all to do a Hitler impression." We'll think about it, Ominous. But thank you for the diamond, Ominous.
I don't
Yeah, I
remember what he
definitely get off the
sounded
stream if we're
like.
doing that.
He paid me $1
don't know
to
who
say
that
that.
is,
Okay,
so.
that's someone pay me $1. Okay, now what the NBA player, I believe LeBron James was saying, we're being hunted in the streets. And this is wrong. And all I'll say is that the people hunting other black people in the streets statistically are not police officers. It's just it gets recorded when it's police officers, and it's tragic no matter when it happens, obviously. But police officers are mandated to have cameras now because of the tensions around this issue. And honestly, I think it's a good. Oh, I know it's not mandated. I think it's a good thing.
Well, this one actually didn't have cameras.
Yeah,
from
because
what
it
I
was
read.
mandated there.
Yeah,
which is
they're not
interesting.
mandated. So with the only footage we have is that camera from whoever recorded it, and from what I see, it looks like he was completely it was completely justified. You reach into a car. I think that's pretty expected in America, at least. Not here. You could reach into a car with the police around; they wouldn't do anything. But in America, very risky. I wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we
That-
kind of
that-
like
that's
zoom
the
out and
context.
properly
Now,
walk into this
we
one.
don't even have to talk about prior
Yeah.
Pretty sure he had a
offenses
knife
from
as
the
well.
suspect or anything. We don't have to get into that. Just if you're not complying with a police officer's orders and you go into your car to get something, right, when you haven't complied to any orders thus far. Like that, I think the police officer had reasonable reason to be fearful of his life, and honestly, if he were, I think cops are afraid of putting hands on people right now. I think they are. And I think it would have been much better if they had used their training to attempt to take him down. But that's a big dude. I don't know if 2 guys could take that guy down, necessarily.
That was actually a huge problem with this. Jeez, sorry, Ad. That was a huge problem with what actually happened here is because they tried to tase this
Twice,
man,
actually.
and they tried to do what?
Twice, I believe. I believe
sorry?
they tasered him twice to get him to stop.
Yeah.
And he kept going.
And yeah, they tried to use conventional methods, and because of
Non-lethal methods.
let's call it optics. Yeah, exactly. And well, but you could also consider a taser technically in certain
Oh,
instances it
absolutely
can
can
be
be
a lethal
lethal.
thing, but it is the most
But it's a
non-lethal
lot less
force
lethal
that you,
than a bullet
like,
to the spine. And I believe this man
yes,
lived too. I
hundred
believe-
percent correct. Yes, I agree with you 100%. But
Can I
So
get some
they're
pushback?
getting
let finish his
shackled.
point, and then we'll let SC get in this conversation.
Yeah, so what's been happening is they've been getting shackled by like literally optics, and the attempt to do this the most proper way and to actually appease this mob has resulted in like not only because the original system was catered to actually handling this thing in the most proper manner, but now because of optics and trying to appease the mob, it is being handled in a way that is not safe for either party. It was, I'd say, the main crux of this problem. But also, Ghost here in a second. I'll link you to. I'll put it in. I guess. Do we have
We do have
suggested stories now?
that we'll be going over those a little later in the show. This is just kind of the one that is this kind of story.
I think you just clicked out of the on air on accident.
No, he jumped out himself. He can jump in and out. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sure.
I don't know if he.
I get my read
Oh
book
yeah,
now?
you go ahead. Yeah, let's hear your take.
Okay, so I'm just gonna read some numbers. Okay, so how many cops do you guys think were killed by people
I think
in the
it's
year
like
2019?
30 or
like just ballpark.
2019, what, in America? Yeah.
Yeah, in America. In America.
I don't know. Let me think. Cops killed. I'm gonna go with probably, I don't know,
I'd say
500 or
30
so.
40.
Okay,
That seems
so
about right.
the correct answer is that 89 total law enforcement died.
Wow.
48 died as a result of felonious acts. Do you know how many black people were killed by cops in that? Or no, sorry, not even black people. People shot by the police in the year 2019.
People shot by police. So
Or killed by police in the year. Were result.
killed or
Yeah,
sorry,
those are
killed or
very different
shot.
Statistics.
I went to the general.
I just want to make
retarded.
sure I get my stat right. Fatal police shootings.
Okay, failed police shootings. I would probably say.
Well, we have.
I mean, given how much I hear about it, I'm going to say probably at least
Yeah, at least gotta
2,000.
be
At
like a
least,
couple
well,
thousand. I mean, we have
I don't know.
330 million people
Yeah.
here, and we have pretty high
Yeah,
incarceration
300
rates.
million,
Like,
yeah.
it's got to be pretty high, right? Cops got to kill a lot of people.
yeah.
Okay, so the number is 1,004. So we're looking at a
that's it.
comparison
It's not
between
much.
48 to 1,004
Okay,
people.
how many of those were justified?
Yes.
Well, okay,
No, but
it's besides
like,
the point. The cops
okay,
should never be
if a
killing
cop's in a
anybody. It's
shootout
never
with a guy with a gun,
justified.
that's very different than the situation with this guy, right?
Yes, certainly, but we're not talking this situation. Okay, so just back on the characterization of what this whole situation was. That person, Jacob Blake, who was shot 7 times in the back, was attempting to break up a fight that the police were called for that he wasn't involved in. He was attempting to break up the fight. The cops, yes, did issue sort of orders to him, and he did resist. Yes, but what happened is that he was going into his car where he had 3 of his young children in, and the cops shot him in the back 7 times and paralyzed him, not permanently. So
what do the children
what
have
I
to do
want to
with the
just
story?
what I want to just get across here is that are not cops paid to do their job? Are they not paid to serve and protect?
No.
It doesn't
The cops
seem like
have
if
the cops have
1,000 people are dying at the
absolutely
hands
no
of cops,
duty
and I
to
think-
keep you safe or save you. The cops have no
Yes,
duty
they
to
do.
do
That
that.
is to
No,
serve and
they have
protect. What is
it has
their
been
duty then?
proven
And then
over
if
and
there's
over in
another duty,
court
I
that
don't
the cops
fucking
have
need that.
no duty to keep you safe or save your life. They have no duty to do that. It has been
Well, then
over and
they're not
over
writing my
repeated
tax
in
dollars
court
either, 'cause
cases.
I don't give a fuck
What are they
what
doing?
do
We
then.
pay them. There are armed thugs.
Yes,
we pay
they are.
them, okay? That's what they are. One sec. AG2 with a diamond says, are there Euros on this panel? Yes, Kazeeas is from the UK. No, I mean, the cops are armed thugs that we pay to control crime, all right? But they have no duty to protect us. Absolutely no duty to protect us.
And again, I didn't really come in here to talk politics necessarily because I don't really have the
No,
energy
I know,
for it. I've
but
done a
I'm
lot
just
of,
saying, like,
real
the cops have no duty to protect us. That is
but-
the law.
I just would not feel right not getting at least my perspective. So I just want to say another sentence and then we can move on. My whole point in regard to the basketball players, and I am a little conflicted on this. I think this is an interesting discussion as far as like, the basketball players walking out. I don't think it's correct to say that they're doing it because of this one instance. I think what they're doing is they're seeing the George Floyd incident and all
George
of the
Floyd
uproar
died
that
of a
came
heart
from that.
attack.
I mean,
Okay, George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose.
well,
Pretty clear.
distracted
No,
by your
that's
trolling
not
on this
trolling.
one.
That's what one of
so
the coroners said.
when someone has their neck or knee on your neck, again, I'm not getting stuck in this. The whole point is that when this happened and we had record protests.
Well, it's an
and-
election year.
nothing
It's an
happened.
election year.
We still, even California voted down the provisions that would have helped to curb this a little bit. So when they see that, and then they see another video with someone getting killed in front of his family, which I know you want to have all the other things to justify it, but it was still, imagine if there was a person who was killed in front of their family in their car. There was an alleged knife in the car. What does that have to do? These cops all have riot gear on. And again, not besides the point. The basketball players are protesting because they feel like they're stuck in a bubble entertaining while they're continuing to get shot in the streets. I understand that. Now, if you think that they're wrong or that it's justified or that there's a lot of other things to talk with, I just don't understand you. I don't get how you can look at the situation any other way. But
That's fair.
again, that's all.
What I will say,
can I level a question then?
That I
Certainly.
will say that I know a way that this guy could still be not shot in the back. And I was taught as a kid, when a police officer gives you a command, no matter what your thoughts are on the police officer, you comply. Because he's got a gun, and you don't know if he's a good cop, bad cop. You don't know anything about him. You just know.
What about Breonna Taylor then, Mikey? Or sorry, Ghost. What about Breonna Taylor?
Wait, you talking about the kid
Please
that had the
hold to
real
this
gun that they
specific
lied about,
instance.
was having a fake
No,
gun?
what the fuck? The specific instance we're talking about. There are millions of situations in which people are complying and are still getting. Tamir Rice was killed by a cop when she was going to her school in her job.
There's too many branches that we can get off into in this.
Yeah,
If we
there is.
atomize this
Police
down
are
to the
killing
specific
black people,
instance.
and if you don't ignore that, you're just ignoring facts for convenience sake, and you're not being intellectual. You're being a fucking moron.
But we're trying to look at actually what happened here. And
what we're looking into is a black man was killed on tape in front of his
lived.
family.
First of all, he is alive.
He wasn't killed. And
First of all, he's alive.
That's one of the most important things about this.
So if he had died, then we would have been more
No.
outraged. But just
No, if he had
no,
complied and been
no,
shot, we'd be more
no.
outraged. But he completely did not comply, was ignoring officers, pointing guns at him.
Oh, so he didn't comply, so we should execute him.
Yes,
Ghost,
I
can
hear
you hold this
myself,
for a
okay?
second?
Because
You sound like an intellectual fucking moron who doesn't have a heart or a
Hold
soul.
up. No, there's actually there's a hidden gem in here. If I
please
can
go ahead, Fred.
talk to you about this, Essie. How many times was this man shot?
7 times.
7 times. If they were intending to kill him, do you think they missed 7 shots, or do you think they were
What the
non-lethal?
fuck does that have to do with anything? I mean, really, do you think this is like a fun conversation? Ooh, us white people having fun conversation. Oh, maybe they didn't mean to kill him. They shot him 7 fucking times, man. Most people die when you shoot him 7 fucking times. You guys are fucking.
No, well, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is the police officer's intention was to stop him with non-lethal force, and they did not end up doing it with the taser. They did not do with the optics check
So they
of
deserve
trying
the
to
No,
subdue
they
him.
didn't
They
kill him.
didn't work, and they ended up having to do a drastic result. But they ended up shooting him in non-lethal areas 7 times. If it were anywhere that they thought was going to kill him.
I mean, really, you really.
Can you shoot somebody?
hold on.
SC, can you
Please.
shoot out the
Just-
tires
just
of a car?
Just a sec, right? Because obviously this
Sure,
is an American type thing, right? Do the cops? Now this is a question. I don't actually know. Do the cops deliberately intend to shoot in non-lethal areas, or do they just shoot
Yes.
anywhere that they can hit?
100%. I definitely believe that. If you've ever seen and I get it's a metaphor, but if you've ever seen the trope of shooting out somebody's tires, people work the same way. If you're trying to kill somebody, you shoot for their heart or their head, and that's what you do.
You go for you go with lethal force.
Yeah,
you shoot from the waist
exactly.
up because that's the easiest way to kill them because their vital organs are above their
There are
chest
non-lethal
or in their
shots.
head. That's where the vital place is.
I mean, you guys realize how fucking silly this conversation is? I mean, do you think that this is advancing the narrative or discussion? Because it just sounds silly. Oh no, actually the cops meant to shoot him 7 times, but not lethally. No, they shot him the first 4 times, and they're like, oh no, we need to pound some more lead into him. No, I mean, come on.
Now, what-
They had-
was it
Yeah,
just
see,
one
I
officer?
thought
Wait, hold on,
every
hold on.
time.
to his head.
Was it
Well, he
2
was
officers that
paralyzed.
shot him at the same
I mean,
time? There's just one
No,
officer
I
that
believe
shot
it was
7
it
times.
was just one
Okay.
of it.
I mean,
Yeah,
We're gonna-
I
it's-
genuinely
we're doing
thought
the
that
weeds.
every
We're-
time you
you're
shoot,
missing
you
the
shoot
forest
to
from the
kill.
tree.
No,
So
no,
I
but
thought every
that's not
time you
that's not
shoot,
true.
you're meant to shoot to kill, right?
But that is a philosophy. I agree with you, Kaz, as far as things are concerned. But if you go through the trouble of using the taser beforehand, are you not showing that you're intending
you're
to use
attempting
non-lethal
to stop
force?
the suspect
And
in
then
a
if you
non-lethal
believe-
way that will keep him from dying and prevent him from causing any.
Police have also killed
Prevent-
people by hitting them with tasers. I think tasers are not a safe way
Well, it's
to
a
do
lot
anything
safer
either.
than a
How
bullet,
about-
right? To the chest. Can we agree?
Yeah, it's
All right, it's an
escalating.
escalation.
You're,
It's an
you're
escalation of
escalating
force.
Yeah, but the cop escalated the situation, not the person. Again, when he was
No,
there
he
to break up a
escalated the
fight, he was
situation
there
by
with his
non-compliance
family.
with the cops.
Can I just add to this, right? So
Sure,
the
yeah.
guy was the cops were there because a woman called the cops, right? Because he was there and he shouldn't have been there, right? And he resisted arrest. There was apparently a knife in the car. Now it's coming out that there was a knife in the car, right?
Yeah.
He was reaching into the car. The cops could have seen that knife. I don't know if that's actually came out yet. And shot him because obviously they don't want to get killed, right? So this seems
Exactly.
pretty justifiable to me.
It's not.
Well, one based on the fact that the non-compliance, non-complying with the cops, is already like
That's
elevating
already
the
a
situation.
justified shoot. That's already justified.
Well, I don't
No,
think.
we could argue. We can
I'm
argue about
almost
the
there,
morality
but
of
when
shooting
you
someone
reach-
all day, okay? But we're just talking about in the legal context. We have to live in the legal context because morality does not dictate the law or
Well,
vice
but
versa.
also the morality.
Illegal
Morality
yeah,
does
no,
not
it-
dictate
it-
the law
context.
or
What
vice
does
versa.
that matter?
Okay.
Well, okay.
Having a right and
What
wrong.
about right or wrong? Whoa.
Do we want to go around the horn with 2 minutes for everybody as far as their justification then? Because I understand what you're. I think I understand what you're getting at, SE, but I feel like there's a bunch of facts in this specific instance where you look at it, and I don't think everybody else is taking into context all these recent shootings and whatnot. They're acting on their baser instincts in this situation, and that's why you need to atomize it
Well, then
into
why
that.
did the white guy that shot two
Because
people
they
during the
attacked
protest
him
walk
with
away
a
while the cops
skateboard,
graduated
and the other guy was pulling
Because
a
that
gun
was
on him.
justified.
He was on the ground,
Yeah, he
retreating.
shot people,
He was
tried to go
retreating. He
home.
did his duty to fucking
Well,
retreat, and they
no,
kept
he
charging a
shot-
man
No,
with
hold
an
on, hold
assault
on.
rifle.
Yeah.
And if they
Both
take
out,
his
both out.
rifle,
Go-
they
go,
will
Sessi,
kill
please,
him.
go, please,
He
please.
has no knowledge that they will not kill him with his own rifle. That's why. Are you kidding me? That was the most
Hold on,
justified.
hold on,
He
hold
killed
on.
a pedophile
Let's not-
and a criminal.
Legal system. He was
No,
charged
no, no,
with
He
no,
killed
no,
a
no,
pedophile
no,
and a
Sessi,
criminal.
please,
Sorry,
hold on,
accused
hold on.
pedophile.
Don't jump ship. Let's follow down this first line, and then we'll go on to the next one. Is that
This
fair?
is all bullshit. Can we just talk about something else?
No, that's
This
not
is
stupid. Kyle was perfectly
well, no,
exercising
okay,
his
goes-
right
goes-
to
goes-
self-defense,
if he doesn't-
and
no,
they
no,
were
no,
attacking a
goes-
child. They were attacking a fucking child in the streets who came to help defend a business that was being burned to the ground.
Wait. Okay, SC, if you're not comfortable with talking about this, we can
I
push
am
this back.
We will talk about video
Yeah,
games,
yeah.
but that kid was perfectly
Ghost, we can
innocent,
push
and
this
he
one
was
back. We'll
defending
push this one
himself
back.
from
That's
a
fine.
mob of people that could have murdered him with a skateboard or that gun that the guy was pulling.
Ghost, I'll play devil's advocate
Okay.
later.
We'll-
Let's push this one
we'll
back.
push it
Is that
back.
fair?
Oh yes, the guy that killed two people could have been murdered, but let's talk about in the legal sense because it's all about the legal. The legally, he was charged with first-degree murder.
Right,
today.
because,
But
the prosecutor doesn't want the city to burn.
blah,
They
blah,
hate
blah.
white people, okay? That's what's going on. Let's talk about video games.
Like really have any?
Let's
yeah,
talk
it's-
about
if there's,
video
like, a
games.
time where
'Cause
you'd wanna come
clearly
on.
this is advancing now.
Yeah, I will say this though. I see if there's a time that you want to come on and you feel comfortable about talking about this and you want to go over this. I definitely think this is something worth talking about in both the legal and the moral sense. But right now, if we're not feeling it, then
I do want to hear
push
you're the
this
last
back
of us
into
to take
talking
while it's
about it
still
later.
fresh. Yeah, actually. So
Sure,
let's
yeah, let's do
transition
it.
to video games. Kaz, before we go here, have you played The Last of Us 2?
No, but what I have done is I have just downloaded Last of Us 1 to play, and I've started playing it, and it seems pretty fun. I've got about 3 hours in now. It seems very fun because obviously everyone's on about
I
Last
really
of Us
love
2
the
the
first
other
one. I
week,
think it's a
or
great
month,
story,
whatever.
and there's a great amount.
Yeah, it seems good so far.
I do as well. I want to echo that it's one of the best
It
games.
is.
I've
It's
ever
got one of
played.
the best game
Yeah,
stories.
So I'm gonna make what I'm gonna say pretty disappointing.
Yeah, so it seems very obviously I know that everyone's shitting on Last of Us 2, so it seems pretty annoying that the second one is being shat on so much because obviously I don't know yet, but I know what happens, but
Right.
it's,
So
it's annoying, right?
So
yeah,
on
Last
my
of Us 1
stream
seems good.
about, I believe, a month and a half, whenever the game came out, I played through. I did a 33-hour playthrough over about 5 or 6 days. Overall, my thoughts on the game were very simple. I was like, okay, the gameplay's fine. It controls well. There's some bugs, whatever. But every freaking game's got bugs in the modern age. I don't have time to test them all. But the story, I thought, I thought there was some really interesting. Oh shit! One sec. The Whitey just followed. Thank you for the follow, the Whitey. Oh shit, Hobdrogger, thanks for the follow, man, as well. But I really liked some of the story beats. I thought I mean I was expecting Joel to die. And spoiler alert, by the way. I was expecting Joel to die, but I thought the execution of that was really dumb. You know, because you play in the first hours of the game, and you basically have to play every Joel part of that game as a flashback, and it just takes the tension out of every scene because you're like, oh, okay, well, we know both these characters are going to be fine, guys, because they're alive at the start of the game, and we're about a couple years back, or all that. And then the new character they introduced is just... she's just not very likable, and it's like the whole game seems to be justifying you caring about her friends that you have already killed. Like, it felt like the whole game was trying to justify itself. Like,
but you can't get that attachment.
Yeah,
to the characters,
like
right?
oh look,
That's
here's
basically
that
what the
dog I
argument is.
fucking murdered. Now I'm gonna go play fetch with the dog I just murdered about 20 minutes ago. Oh, thanks, game.
Yeah,
I
and
think
they make you
flashback,
absolutely hate her, and then
flashback
they
arc
put
is
her out
right.
and make you play as her.
Yeah, they make you play as her, and nothing about the game makes me oh man, I killed the pregnant woman with a kid. Oh, I didn't know that when I killed her. Like, there's no emotional weight to it.
Yeah, no, and then it's like
Yeah, right.
feel bad
Like, there's
about
no
it,
emotional
and it's
weight to
weird.
killing
And then-
people. I think, is it Manny the only one you really know about? You kill, like, you've already met by the time you kill, and he's the guy that spits on your character's father figure's corpse, you know, and like you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would have had it. I would have preferred just had it be a revenge because we messaged back and forth while this I was playing through it several weeks after, and it's just like, okay, this is going to be just like a murder revenge thing, and I was kind of coming around to that, but then they just like,
Oh my gosh!
at the end of the game,
the ending of that game is
it
unforgivable.
feels like-
I think.
it feels like a game that's trying to, as you said, and I think I fully agree with, it's a game that was really trying to justify its existence, and there's probably going to be a third one, which is even more
Right.
outrageous. And it just, I find myself just disappointed because the game really, it was so beautiful. It was so, the grass
It
moves,
looks
you know, like
great.
all the modern things that we come to
It
love.
looked
Graphically, it was
amazing, but
very,
here's the
like,
problem.
yeah,
You know, I have a
visually.
problem with that though. The game spends like 25 hours in Seattle, and yeah, there's some really cool locations. The island that what are they called? The cult lived on was really cool. Like, they're all their wooden structures. Like, it was really cool. The little society they built, the society they built in like the stadium. Like, seeing all that was really cool. But what I didn't need was traipsing around Seattle for 20 hours through buildings. Okay, I wanted to go to like other locations, and then they finally take you to another location, and you're there for like all of an hour, and it's like you're at like slave tomato mines or something in like Santa Barbara.
there were
Tomato
two-
mines, the meme
And
consists.
it's like
I love
it,
it.
the thought process. Like, wait a minute, what?
There were two factions that didn't need to exist. They could have just had it. You leave Jackson and you're hunting this gang, and that's the whole story. And maybe they do a little bit of backstory on Abby, so you feel bad for her, and it's the whole thing. But they didn't need to introduce the whole weird other tribe
The
thing that's on the
Seraphites,
island
or-
that has that whole side story. Yeah, like that was unnecessary. Like and then the whole thing at the end too. It's like, wait, so now there's this other group in
Thank you for
Santa
letting us-
Barbara that's I have to watch
Yeah,
out for. And like,
the slavers
Yeah,
in
I'm supposed
Santa
to, like-
Barbara made no sense because it's like, I mean, like, what were they like? That's not labor-intensive work they were doing. Like it cannot.
It's true.
Like, you don't
It's
need
true.
slave. Like, the amount of labor it's gonna take to do slaves, you're gonna have to feed them enough to, like, you're gonna feed them as much as you're gonna make with the kind. Like, they had like what, tiny like little gardens.
The upkeep of the slaves was more
Right,
than the
that's-
slave
it was
production was
dumb.
worth. Yeah, that was
And
definitely
these guys
something
got
that
like
we
fucking
picked up
assault
when I
rifles,
was watching
like
Ghost
running around.
Stream.
Like, why aren't you like just robbing like old WalMarts and shit? Like, why are you?
So before we move on too far away from so I think there was two things that were hit on here that are like very important to kind of highlight. I think the game, it was graphically, it was pretty cool, but did you notice
Thank you,
how
thank you for the lemons.
like how well the violence of it, like they did everything, it was graphically and it looked very good, but the actual like the carnage
Well-
of getting murdered
Well, no,
was
like
brutal.
let me explain that, because
Uh,
like, you know, SC, right? When you're playing the game and it's like you shoot a guy and it's like, Frank's dead, they got Frank, or you shoot like their dog and it's like they're crying because their dog died, and it's like I thought that if executed well in a good game, that could be like really cool, but like I never felt like the bad guy as Ellie, you know? I was always like, well, no, fuck these people. They murdered Joel. They literally like risked their own lives, traipsed across the country just to like get revenge on me. And then they completely changed the character who was Abby's father between the first and second game. Like, they just decided, well, we're
Well,
gonna make him a
yeah.
white guy because our character is gonna be a muscled white woman. I was like, okay, well, whatever, like, what? It just seems like a dumb switch, like, especially because like
for a game that took so many, how many years was it between the
7,
first and the
it's like
second? It was
more
what,
than
like 8
7.
years or so? And the main plot in the first one, and sorry again,
I
Kaz,
think he's
for kind
got
of
the
ruining
idea,
this,
kinda.
but like
It's fine, man.
idea
I
was
know
the
the
cure.
I know the story, right? I
Yeah.
looked it up before, so yeah, I know.
But like the idea of the cure, for example, like, I think that was at the core of what was so interesting about the end of the first
Right.
one. The idea of the
Well,
cure,
it's
and like
children of
it
men
just almost feels like
with
they just
mushroom
don't care about
zombies. Like right the old film where no women in the world can get
Yeah,
pregnant
yeah,
except one, right? That's the analog. And if you've seen the original concept for The Last of Us 1, it was actually called Mankind, and the cordyceps only affected women, and the game was about bringing the only female
Yes.
that was unable to be infected across the country. Joel, was going to take Ellie to try and save all the women in the world, so humanity wouldn't end. But they changed it to just cordyceps, which cordyceps is interesting on its own, but like I think the original concept would have been a bit more interesting.
Exact. I would agree with that 100%. And like I was talking about with the graphics, I think there's two important things to highlight there. And if you're going to make a beautiful game, the juxtaposition is like how much they make you feel in the deaths, and they did highlight the deaths very much. They had like audio cues, they had very visceral like actual death animations, they had plenty of different ones. It was a very visual thing, and so they really wanted you to actually feel the impact of it. So it was weird when like they made the deaths very hollow and non-important plot wise, which was very strange to me. But also the other thing that they did is they when they doubled back on the story, and when they didn't really like, they had a very their point about justice being or revenge was a dish best served cold, and it rang very hollow, because I think in both of these regards, where it could have been a masterstroke if they actually implemented them properly, and they made you feel like the right resonance of like the actual like emotion you were supposed to feel at the time. I feel like they missed the mark on both of those, and they kind of like doubled back, and they tried to like, I think they tried to get too much out of each of them, and they ended up fucking them both over, because like the plot ended up like falling to bits, especially after they had the like, you're out of this thing, you don't need to go back into it, like you realize that this was all stupid, now go back and try and kill this other lesbian for no reason. It was very confusing that they did that, but I think the important thing to highlight there is they had two really good things going for this game. At least those two things were like they were notable about being very good about this game, but they fucked them over with their own messaging, and I think that's very important to highlight. And there are two things that everybody sees that's wrong with this game,
Well,
but
I mean,
I
think
think that's
the
exactly
great,
what's wrong with them, is
the
they
great part
totally
about the
fucked
first
them.
game was the characters and their interaction, and watching Joel as like he's like a bitter old man. He lost his child at the start of the epidemic. He's done a lot of shit. People like, oh man, you kind of don't really trust him. He's kind of like almost like a old fashioned like Wild West outlaw kind of, and it's like, Joel, just do this one last, thing. You'll do this one right thing. And Joel's kind of, he's trying to like seek redemption for what he's done, and at the same time, he's trying to just make a little money. And like kind of how he meets Ellie, all these other characters, everyone else dies, but through it all, it's just him and Ellie. They make it through, and then you get to the university. Joel gets hurt. You save Joel. You take him further. You get him back to health, and then finally at the end, it's like, okay, this is it. I've finally done it. I'm ready to save the world. I've got them their cure. Here it is. Deliver the little girl there. They knock him out and they tell him, we're gonna kill this girl. After without even asking her, without asking him, they just say, we're just gonna kill her because that's what we think will make work. And Joel goes and he sacrifices all of humanity potentially to save one human being, because he's gone through this whole adventure. He risked his life. She's risked his life for him, and he's like, no matter what it is, I'm going to give her the chance to make this decision for herself. And I thought that's really beautiful.
And
I think.
Yeah, and in all the flashbacks that they try to put in the second one to kind of like bring that home, like he doesn't regret the decision at all, and I think I agree with that. And I just kind of want to piggyback off of Fed's point a little bit as well, is that I think at think there were some really solid ideas there. I think just at its core, because I played through the whole game and I wanted to like it. I wanted to be like, okay, like I understand this is interesting. Like killing off Joel in the first 3 hours is really interesting. Oh, they're doing this. Oh, this is this is some next level
like you're expecting like,
But,
okay,
like,
they did such a good job.
core,
Like they've
it's
got to have
not.
something planned, right? They've got to have something to bring it all full circle.
And at the end, like I get the symbolism of, oh, she had nothing. She she sought out revenge and she ended up losing everything. But like that just all felt that it's like, okay, so you were trying to convince us this whole time that she should have, that she should want revenge on this person, and then try to convince us the second half of the game that she shouldn't want revenge on this person, and then she gets there and you like do this weird fight at the end, and then like she just sails away, and it's like,
and mind you, she
okay.
gives up everything just to go do that, right? She hasn't lost. I mean, she's lost Joel. Tommy's still alive. Like she's got all these people that love her still, and she's got her weird kind of stepson with her lover, and she's out there and like an idyllic farm. I don't know how they defend themselves from zombies, but like she's got this dream situation.
Well, the whole time I was playing the farm scene too, I was like, okay, she's gonna come in and she's gonna be dead, or like he was playing through that whole thing, and then it was like, oh no, she's just left. Like
I thought it was a dream sequence and how idyllic it was, but then also Ghost, she doubled back on her. Like they made her out to be this person that was so vengeful she couldn't actually enjoy a perfect scenario. But then she couldn't.
But then
like,
she couldn't
and she
follow
would go
through.
Across the fucking country.
No, Fed.
And then, yes,
it was
exactly.
2 states down, right? She went. Well, yeah. Actually, no. Because she's in like she's in like Nebraska, I think, or Idaho or something at the end.
Well, and I think they made a really. I think they made
Winston
a really
Fujimori
bad
and
statement
Lacey,
on
thank
like
you for
what
the follows. Sorry.
Oh no, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But yeah, I was gonna say like they did a really in that farm scene. They did a really bad job of making like it seemed like, oh, because she had PTSD, it would only go away if she killed Abby. And I thought that was a real disservice and like a really bad generalization of like
what PTSD?
Like that's not even like scientifically accurate like in any way. Like it would almost be the opposite would be true, that she just couldn't even handle like going anywhere near there anymore because of the trauma. Like the whole thing is just, it reeks of like they had like a bunch of like an idea wall and they just decided to go with everything.
A lot of like the problems I have with Last of Us 2 is that the developers, I think the developers kind of really show like their elitism and their lack of understanding, of like how these conditions actually affect people and afflict people. It's because it's kind of what they're showing is like, this is the Hollywood version of PTSD. Like that's what I think they're putting out. Oh, the fact that like any of these cars would be running after like, 20 years of non-operation, or that, any gasoline would be usable. Like,
well,
right,
the fuel
would have all
be
expired years ago.
Yeah. Oh, the oil up, like, because you can't keep a generator.
You're not gonna have a refinery
like,
running with zombies running around and shit.
I 100% agree, but I think they tripped even before then because of the inconsistencies with the motivations of the characters, where everything seemed very like jarring and like it didn't seem consistent because they couldn't even the message they were trying to portray, they can't even get that right, which was like the central, like it's like a focal point of this. Most people like The Last of Us. I've never played the original Last of Us, but I've heard great things about it, and when people do the reviews, they talk about how good it was, like the messaging of The Last of Us, how good it felt to do these different roles. And I feel like the roles, even if they set out to have these roles, even if you want to change the roles and you want to have these things be very specific, I don't think they even got their own messaging right with the roles they tried to even change
really
these
disjointed
to. And I think that it falls flat and it rings hollow, and I think that was one of the major like problems with The Last of Us 2. Even if the messaging's bad, they didn't even do the messaging being bad correctly. They fucked it up. So it makes them seem like charlatans.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. Also, Geeky Gardner has just walked into the call. How you doing, Geeky?
Pretty good.
You're late.
Good.
I'm just kidding.
I just. Oh, sorry.
Fuck you. Your face stuck.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey, Geeky. How you doing?
How you doing, Kaz? Good to hear from you again.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah.
But yeah, I gotta sign off, you guys. But I just really wanted to get on here and vent my frustrations.
You want to give us your final take? Because we probably agree to somewhat.
Yeah, floor's yours,
Yeah,
man.
no, and I just want to say too, thank you guys for having me on. That was pretty
I mean,
contentious
it's a
earlier,
contentious
and
issue. It's something
I'm,
that, like, I understand. Like, it's something that you would be very emotional about. I mean, when we decide, who lives and like, we feel like we're deciding who lives and who dies.
yeah,
And like,
and that's why if I was gonna come on and talk,
I
I'd want to be
understand.
more
No one,
prepared so
no one
that
on
I
this
don't
panel
just
is
start
saying that we
yelling.
just want cops to shoot people. All right, we don't. We want cops to shoot
No,
people that are
I'd go
threatening
as,
people's lives. We would like them to de-escalate
Yeah.
situations, but they're not perfect human beings. But please, give us your final take, and we'll let you go.
Okay, yeah. So overall, I'm not as harsh as Ghost. He gave it
Yeah,
a
I would
4.
say
I
it's a
think
4.
it was what you said. I give it a 6. And honestly, if it wasn't for just how bad the story was, I'd probably give it like a 7.5. That's how significant I think it really knocked it down, because there were so many moments where even if things had been slightly different in various beats of it, or if I'd felt more emotion when all the various characters died, I would have given it more. But like, I cried. I got teary eyed during the new Paper
Seriously,
Mario game.
you're not wrong.
And that was a million times more emotionally effective for a game that was
It's a
legitimately
kid's game
silly. Let's
about
just be
fighting
real.
paper and scissors, and I was like, I was
Yeah.
crying because
And
of
it was-
fucking bomb, a bomb.
And yeah, it had character development. It's disappointing to me how often things are so overly hyped and then they just don't deliver. And to me, that was just a prime example of this. I really wanted to like it because I hate when like the internet feels a certain way and I want to be contrarian, but like ultimately I can't disagree with a lot of the criticisms, and I find it just like completely disappointing. And I know there's going to be a third one, and I know I'm going to buy it, and I know I'm going to be mad about it, and but yeah.
Before you go, if you want to play a better version of Last of Us, just play the Tall Tale Walking Dead. It's just a million times better story-wise than Last of Us. If you want a good story,
That is a good recommendation. I've heard that
I
from a
would
few
definitely
different people,
co-sign
so
that
I will take you up
recommendation
on
as well.
that.
It's a very good story series.
I too have heard that. Yeah.
But
But-
so thank you
yeah.
guys. I'm gonna go drink some wine and take a decompress a little bit and enjoy my weekend. But thank you guys for having me on. I gotta say, Ghost, I'm impressed with how professional you are. This sounds a little bit better than when we did it, where it's clunky and terrible.
I've had 3 months of practice, so I've been able to get better as a broadcaster. And you're welcome on any time, because I do want to hear
Yeah,
opinions from the other
exactly.
side.
Yes.
Because I think we all need to hear them, even if we disagree. We can definitely come together on video games and on we want to see
Yeah.
sports be played and fun. People have fun. People be happy. But thank you so much for coming on. You're welcome back anytime, SC.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it, guys. Have a good night.
See you later, man.
good night, man.
All right, so
I definitely want to echo that. Anytime we disagree with anybody, they definitely not only are you welcome on, I would encourage
except for
people that
fucking
do
Ralph
actually
for cutting me
disagree with
off
us-
before you let me. No, I'm just fucking.
yeah, Ralph.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But people that do disagree with us, I would do more than say I'd welcome them on to actually have that point of view and to have somebody who actually
I see you,
believes into
Alphonse.
that to talk with them.
Yeah.
I think it's very healthy, and I think SC did a good job at doing it. I don't necessarily believe what he believes in, but if he comes back and he'd like to talk about it another time, I'm full well.
He did tell me he had
I
a bit
endorse
of
that
wine
fully,
tonight.
so,
And,
Same.
I understand, that's an emotional topic for, the left especially. But for me, I see, look, okay, no matter, you have to understand, you see this and it's okay, look, how, all right, you have 3 kids in the car. All you have to do is comply with the cops. If you've done nothing wrong and your 3 kids are in the car, you'll be fine. Right?
Yeah,
Right.
I want to actually get back into that. I would just say 100%.
And also, here's the thing: if you
I
completely comply and the
agree with
cops
you, yeah.
cap you, guess what? Your kids are all going to college, baby. They're all getting a massive college
They
fund.
already
You're gonna
are.
do fine.
Bill
I mean, they
doesn't
already
call it
are.
the ghetto lottery for nothing.
Yeah.
I think
I quoted it as a quote.
Donovan Mitchell already said that he's donating all his shoe sales to Jacob Blake's college.
Wait, but Jacob
kids for
Blake is
college
still
funds,
alive.
so-
He wants a fucking exoskeleton, man. What the fuck, dude? He's the one who got shot.
I want an exoskeleton.
But it's ironically enough, I actually had this conversation today about Jacob Blake, and my supervisor was like, he kind of deserved it because he had a knife on him. He had a warrant, and also you don't go into your car with
Well-
a knife on you
Well,
to grab another
geeky
weapon.
people.
to
My
combat the
parents,
cops.
okay, I'm white. All right, I'm what 99.9% X% white or something, right? My parents, when I was 17 or something, when I was starting to drive, my parents were like, look, you might get pulled over by a cop, because my brother and me, we both have younger faces, so like my brother got pulled over all the time by cops. Now my brother didn't have trouble with the cops because he'd do yes officer, hit 10 and 2, whatever, you know. And my parents are like that. Look, if a cop stops you, hands on the wheel, open the window, listen to the officer's commands, don't reach for your pocket, don't reach to the side, like. And look, we lived in a good area, okay? Like there wasn't like, you know, cops on edge that, you know, we were criminals or anything. We were a low crime rate city. My parents still felt the need to give me the talk. But you know, the other thing my parents gave me the talk about, it's because of the LA riots, was they gave me the shut up and drive talk. You know, if there's a mob of people outside your fucking car, you do not open your door. You just keep driving, all right? And you want them to move out of the way, but if it's between you and them, you get judged by 12. You do not get judged by that mob that day, because you're not going to be Reginald Denny, all right? You're not going to get dragged out of your car and beaten retarded or beaten to death, all right? That's a real talk that I had when I was first driving. You know, it's just like, look, you have to be aware of this, because, and I was like, well, why? It's like, well, because this can happen again. It happened, you know, it happened obviously before I was driving. You know, it happened before, it can happen again. And it's prescient now because, you know, people are in the streets rioting.
So, Ghost, I think an important thing to hit on here, there's two things. One, it's the actual messaging that you give to your children and the people that you're teaching and whatnot. Who are you affecting? Like, you give them like this messaging, and it's very important. And I feel like it hasn't been necessarily positive towards the police. Like,
I mean,
no
I'm a
matter,
libertarian,
like,
okay? I don't have a very positive position towards the police, right? Like, I don't, like, I'm not, like, licking 100%. The boots of cops. I don't, like cops. I understand, right, that they have no duty to protect us.
That's something a lot of these people, especially on the left, have been saying. Like, they're basically saying that anyone defending the cops is a bootlicker. Obviously, they suck the cop's dick constantly, but that's not the case. I pretty much don't like cops probably as much as anyone else.
Well,
Oh,
right?
You see all the stuff about, we have problems in the states with confiscation, where cops just take your shit and you got to go through court to like get your money. They'll take like $500 from you. And be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, they'll do that. Right?
Yeah,
like,
I heard
cops
about that.
Are not saints.
That's crazy.
But like, there's a lot of good cops that have to make.
I think there's an important thing to hit on there.
There are good cops out there that have to make very difficult decisions in like the scope of like 10 to 15 seconds.
Well,
and they have families. They have people that count on them, and they know no one's gonna donate to their fund if they get capped by some criminal. No one's going to make a GoFundMe to put their kid through college if some criminal decides, you know what? Let me go into something very specific, all right? One problem we have in America... hold on. I want to go over this, because I think this is like a really core issue of the problem. All right? We have like a 3-strike policy in a lot of states in America. And the way the 3-strike policy is, the first 2 like I believe felonies or like non-serious crimes you commit, they kind of just expunge those. They ignore them and leave them. But when you do the 3rd crime, you get actual consequences. You're going to be taken off the streets. You're going to be put in jail. You might go to prison. And a lot of these encounters, I'm guessing, are 3rd strike offenses, where people are like, they do their 3rd crime, and they think, if I just get away from the cop, if the cop is just afraid to put hands on me, if he's just afraid to try and handcuff me and stop me, I can get away with this, and I won't have to suffer consequences for my actions. I think the 3-strike law is ridiculous and dumb. All crimes should be treated based on the context of what the crime is, not based on the surrounding issues.
Yeah, and I think that, like, Kaz, I know you were trying to chime in here for a second. I will kick it over to you in just a second. I do think it's very important to look at, like, it's definitely the context of what you're going to get bagged for, but I also think that's why the messaging around the police is so important, because when you're in this, like, it's very prescient. It's the thing where you're looking at these police officers, you're looking at the situation that everybody's in, and it doesn't matter. It's always in your life. You're looking at these things in the context that you know them in, but the people that are looking at it, like, they're doing the armchair quarterbacking.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I would have, just
with like
him.
perfect info.
I would have just jiu-jitsu'd the guy, disarmed this dude that has 100 pounds on me, or it's a lady cop, right, that has no ability to stop someone without shooting them.
Preach.
Right?
And that's exactly why when you look at these situations, they're so high stressed. If you know anything about ever being trained for any fucking failure scenario, what you are trained to do and what you will actually do in the situation,
was it
you will
Eisenhower
most
that
likely
said
fall
that like
back
all
on your
battle
training.
plans like become useless once you hit point of contact?
Yeah, yeah. Well, okay, but you lose like a good portion of it, but then you fall back on your training because you are so freaked. And what you do is you do the response that you've been most programmed for. And it like I agree that you will lose like if you're looking at like a temporary battle plan that's been like you've run over like 4 times in the battle room in the last 2 days. But it's the same thing with testing or actually learning a subject. The thing you've been learning and you've been accumulating for the last few months or years, you will fall back on that so much harder than you will in the most recent thing. And that's the thing that needs to actually be like looked at here is not only will the cops fall back on their training in these very stressful situations, but also the people, the messaging that they've been being fed their whole life. It doesn't even matter like what's going on right now. It's what they've been fed their entire life. They're gonna fall back on that if you're taught to not trust the cops.
Yes,
you will not trust the cops. In that
Fed, you bring
scenario.
up the
Even if most recently you're told.
point that I wanted you to bring up. That all of the media
Yeah, no,
is
I'm
portraying
yeah.
the world as if cops shoot 10% of black people that they pull over. Like it's some absurd number, just like that your life is in danger. You know what was it LeBron James saying? They're killing us in the streets. They're killing us in the...
Yeah.
Well, they're saying
no,
it's
it was
they're saying it's a
ridiculous.
full-on
Yeah,
genocide,
yeah, like
right?
they're
They're
saying they're
literally
killing
saying it's a
us.
genocide.
What does that tell
Yeah.
a young man who's stopped by the cops? Does it tell him, oh, if I comply, they might hassle me a little, but I'll be fine? No, it tells them, I need to get out of here. I need to do the one thing that will escalate the situation. Like, you're guaranteeing these people will fuck up. You're guaranteeing they will not do something conducive to surviving. Like, at all.
Agreed. Well, let's pass it over to Kaz. I know you were trying to talk earlier.
Yeah,
I'm not
so
trying to- yeah.
what a lot of these people do seem to be forgetting, like they're judging every single event of these things like it's the biggest
my
thing
gosh.
ever, right? Like it doesn't happen all the time. Like it's just crazy. What I find mainly annoying about this is how they always just ignore all the other crimes.
Right,
like
no,
the
you've
black
seen
on
the
black
chart,
is
right?
always
It's like
constant,
it
right?
goes
That's
over racial
very-
crime,
yeah,
and then it's
yeah,
like
I've seen
this is
it,
what's
yeah.
focused on, white on black crime, when it's like 10 times less than...
But the police shooting, like it's like I saw that Tucker thing. It was like what, four that you could it was less than that. It was
Yeah,
probably like
right, like
two
they were
that you
all
could say,
justified by the
okay,
situation.
this was not justified.
Right, but you were talking about
Yeah,
Buddy
yeah,
SC,
yeah.
and like he doesn't believe that it's justified at all. And like I understand, like I get it, but like he's like no, it's like the cop. There are rules.
No, but what I mean is they can't see. They don't seem to be able to see what everyone else sees, right? They don't seem to be able to see. Okay, this guy obviously was a bad guy, right? Why can't you see that this guy was obviously a bad guy? I shouldn't have to need to, spend a year explaining to you that this guy who has got shitload
he's
of
got a bunch
criminal
of priors,
history,
but,
violent criminal
like,
history.
even without all that, he would
Yeah.
still be alive if he just said
Yeah.
yes, officer.
Yeah,
Right,
why
like,
didn't they
all-
comply?
like-
why didn't you comply?
Right.
Well, it's exactly what you've been said. It's
Yeah,
the
the media is
you know,
telling
the
him not
media's
to
taught these
comply
people
because the media
that,
is
you're
trying to
gonna get
terrify
fucked.
cops into doing nothing. They're trying to
Yeah.
make it so only extreme instances will happen, right? Because
Yeah.
that sells. That's what sells the news. That's what sells. It's like they love it. They love that our cities are burning. They love that people are dying in the streets. They love that this 17-year-old kid had to fucking defend himself from a pedophile and a bunch of other fucking people that attacked him. All right? They love that.
Pedophiles. There was multiple.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was multiple.
They were
Oh my
all like.
gosh.
I think that's also an interesting thing. I definitely Kazeeas
A
like.
pedo commie?
definitely,
Wow, that's
100%,
just a combination you never hear. But
Yeah, right.
And did you guys see
there-
that GoFundMe
yeah, they
canceled
oh my
the
gosh, that was so infuriating. They canceled the
Oh,
kids'
fuck
legal
me.
defense fund. Like,
But they left up one of the
yeah.
Pedos.
people that was
The
shot. They
actual
left
pedo.
up
No, they promoted
his
it.
girlfriend's. Yeah. Her,
Oh, that's
like,
great.
where-
They've got a free
I-
Kyle
I don't
sticker.
even remember the wording on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
oh
awesome,
my God, that's
Hamburger
really
Helper.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so they
no, I'm gonna
promoted
save
that.
that
They promoted that GoFundMe on their actual Twitter. Then they said some absolute bullshit as
Well,
well.
Kaz,
like,
Kaz, I
Yeah.
have to
Didn't they
ask
say
you
he was like a
before we
hero or
continue this
something,
topic,
defending?
I have to ask you,
Yes.
how tall is Kyle?
Well, and they like he had a Matt Jarbo, my girlfriend's daughter, too, that they're supporting. But I definitely think that the context, like there's contextual things that you need to look at, but then there's like an absolute thing that you need to look at, and it's very elucidating when you actually like when you hear
Hamburger
from
Helper,
somebody
please put the
who is
link for
giving you
that fund. If Sandman's lawyer has started a fund for Kyle,
Yeah.
and if you guys can contribute, I'd rather you contribute to me, but if you can contribute to Kyle, I would appreciate that, because that kid
It's
defended
worthwhile.
himself,
Yeah.
and he deserves to walk a free man. Also, do you know the context
Even
around that
Vito
story?
said that he defended
but you know
himself too.
Yeah, and that's
But no,
important.
but you know
I
what he
think
was doing
both
earlier
him
that
and
day? He was
Destiny-
cleaning off graffiti from the riots. Like, he was doing public service. They've got photos of
Yeah,
him doing
exactly.
public service that day.
Also, dude, he just before. Well, I've actually heard this. I don't know whether it's completely true, but I have heard this a few times. I've heard that literally moments before the first like chase, he was actually helping a BLM guy, being like medically, he was helping him, with his med pack
He
thing.
shot that guy. He shot that man, and he called the police for him.
No,
he-
dude. I'm on about before that. Before that
before
moment.
he shot
Yeah,
the
guy.
he shot two people.
yeah.
and-
The guy
but
before
that,
he shot the guy in the head. Before he shot the guy in the head, right? Before that, he was actually helping someone on the floor apparently, and then this guy chased him, and that's when he got shot in the head.
No,
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about as
Zucchini
well.
the reporter,
Um,
thank
Is
you
that
for
when the
lemon.
skateboard hit him?
No. He was
No, it's
so
before
what
that.
originally happened. According to the way that I know the events, I've looked over this a couple times now. He was chased away from the original group that he was at, and he had the guy who threw Molotov cocktails at him, but the bottle didn't shatter. If not, he probably would have died, like being incinerated. But somebody threw a Molotov cocktail at him, and the bottle didn't shatter. Then this man got within arm's distance of him, cornered him in a parking lot where Kyle was pinned in by cars, and this guy went to assault him, and he shot him,
Fucking
killed
thanks.
Yeah,
him.
he did. Yeah.
And
yeah.
then
Yeah.
that's when he called the police to help the guy that he had just shot. He basically he shot the guy when he got in within arm's distance after being assaulted by this guy multiple times, and
Yeah.
then like fearing for his life, he shot the guy. Then after he shot him, he basically did like a circle around the car to make sure everything was okay. He went back to the guy that he shot, and he tried to call the police. He stalled there for about 40 seconds trying to call the police, and actually calling out, "Hey, I need medical attention. Call the police, call 911." And there's actual video evidence of him on the phone talking, like trying to call the police.
Yeah.
When you can see other rioters start coming towards him, and that's when he abandons the person that he had just shot, and then he starts running through the street, and that's when the 33-second clip starts happening where he's running through the street. People are starting to mass behind him. And if you haven't seen Brian Dawson on brand new tube, y'all know Brian Dawson, right?
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
He's fucking amazing. He did a good
We'll try to
breakdown
get
of
him on the
this,
show
and
sometime.
he's on brand new tube.
We'll try to get him on the show
Sorry?
sometime, but he's probably too big.
I would fucking love it. But he's on brand new tube, and he went over like because YouTube doesn't like him having
Please, by
all
the way,
these
drop the
videos on.
link
And
to his brand new
completely understood.
channel in the chat if you would.
I'll see if I can do that. I'll finish this point, and then I'll see if I can pull it out real quick. But he did a breakdown of this video from a whole bunch of different cell phone shots, which is amazing. It's actually really good that like people have these phones, so we get these objective looks where they're trying to say this guy had a cell phone, but it was really a gun
No,
that
it
he
was a
pulled out.
handgun.
And
It was very clearly a fucking handgun.
yeah, it was. Yeah, but that's the narrative now. And but he basically broke down this whole thing as it was happening, and you can see where this first portion happens, and he actually tries to go back and help this man after
Yeah,
he
he does,
shot
yeah.
him, and then afterwards he gets forced out of the situation. He ends up running down the street, and then you see the clip that's going viral. But even in
He's
that, like
retreating
that's the
in
thing
that
I don't
clip,
understand is there's no spinning it
He's retreating.
Sorry?
Like he's backing up.
the whole time.
He is,
He's
yeah.
retreating
He's doing
to
what
the point where he
Worski
falls
didn't
onto the
do.
ground. Well, but,
You know?
yeah, but
He's
even
actually
in that,
backing
you
up.
don't even like the viral clips. The viral clips are specifically picked, but there are videos that have enhanced audio, and there are videos that have like the full shot of the people that are running after him. It wasn't
it's more.
3 people. There was
Yeah,
a
and he
mob
dispersed
chasing
them by
this
shooting
kid.
them.
Then he did, and that's the like that's the point
And-
of like I
and
was
that's what
having
you're
this
supposed
debate
to do.
earlier. Go.
Yeah,
that
you're
was just it.
supposed to
You're
do that.
supposed to disperse them by firing a warning shot.
Well, yeah, I think even before that, one of these things like it's really hard when you have this sort of thing, and it seems true on the premise of you're defending yourself, but you go down these rabbit holes.
Well-
And one of the things that I keep hearing for some reason is
Excuse me.
this guy had an AR-15. It was a rifle. He's trying to go there and to provoke
It's
people.
not even an AR-15. It was an AR-15 style
I think
rifle.
it's the same
if I
thing as a.
recall.
Yeah, well,
And I
think
apologize
it's
because I
a
did
cold
say while I
shower.
was yelling at SC it was an assault rifle. It's not an assault rifle. It was just the AR-15 style rifle.
Yeah. Well, you're getting trained
Right,
into the
right.
language, which
let's use the
is
appropriate language.
unfortunate.
And actually,
Right.
Kaz, you're not from America, so this whole idea of the media, cutting stories specifically so that it will cast certain groups in a bad light. Do you know about the Rodney King riots, Kaz? So,
no, not
I believe-
too much about Rodney King. I know like a little bit about it.
So
But
in
I
the
didn't look into that
'90s, right?
completely, no.
There was the fella Rodney King, and he was the official media story was he got beaten by cops for didn't doing nothing, and the city of LA burned. That's where the rooftop Koreans defended their stores from. That's where we get all those memes. But effectively, there was a video, right, that the police were like so happy, like, oh shoot, we got it on video what we did. And the reason the police was so happy that they had recorded it was because they tried to tase the guy. They tried all these different methods to like stop this guy who was just throwing off like 3 or 4 police officers, right? They were trying to stop him and restrain him, and they just couldn't. And at the end of it, they just had to beat him with, I believe, was it clubs or something? They just beat him to get him to finally stop moving. Now, what was played on national television for the entire country of America was only the part where they beat the shit out of him. None of the context that led up to the story.
Of course.
And the city of LA fucking burned for it because these monsters in the media just wanted to incite racial hatred in the 90s.
Well, it's the same
exactly
with
the
the
same.
Floyd
It
thing.
keeps
isn't it? It's
repeating
exactly the same with
itself.
that.
Very
They
true.
purposely hid the
Yep.
full tape. They purposely
and
hid
they were
that,
given
and it was
access
the
to the
lawyer
full
of
fucking
the
tape.
cop.
Right,
that
they
wanted
had it all.
released. Yeah, the media
had access to it.
The media had access. The media
And they had access to it.
The
What did
media
they
had
do?
seen it.
Did
I
they
don't
think,
think they'd play it.
well, should we play this? Should we play the whole things? No, they said, no, we're going to cut this. We're going to incite hatred. And the city burned because these monsters showed only a video without context and incited racial hatred and set back race relations probably a couple decades. Just because, why not?
And that's something you should look at.
And they should, I mean, like, that like, you want to say what is inciting violence, right? That's, I don't believe that the First Amendment can be abridged for anything, all right? I'm a free speech absolutist, all right? But if we live in the gay context where inciting violence is, no, that's inciting violence, 100% with intent. You can prove there's intent there, that's inciting violence. And they've been doing it ever since. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Like, I'm sorry, you should lose your broadcasting license if you're inciting violence, okay? Like that's what you're doing, and that's what everyone's doing.
Yeah, I mean that would be an interesting one if Trump tried to actually get these scummy companies off the air and banned. It would be interesting.
I mean, they're
interesting
kind of
situation
like
there.
killing themselves by being so partisan and being unentertaining, and like being dinosaurs.
Well, this is just like the like you were on about earlier with the basketball thing. I read that.
They were losing to
40%
professional
rating.
wrestling.
Yeah, that's a
They were
great
losing
point.
to professional wrestling in
Yeah.
ratings, and mind you, their whole thing was like, oh man, we have no sports. There were like 10 million people watched. I don't know what were the 2 football players play golf, and you can't even get for a Lakers playoff game. You can't even get 2 million viewers for a Lakers fucking playoff game. The number 1 team in the world, the Los Angeles fucking Lakers.
Yeah.
All right, you can't get 2 million people watching it, and WWE outperforms you in ratings. Like what?
100%, and I think Kazeeas actually grand slam hit this one out of the park. That is a perfect segue between these two.
Is there
issues
anything
that we're
more
talking about
emblematic of
is-
the modern protest than a bunch of players in front of a fake audience protesting over a fake non-issue? Like, is there anything more emblematic?
And a belief you don't even
Right.
hold. That's the like you got to go one more deep in there because these like LeBron James doesn't give a fuck.
LeBron
He
James doesn't care about Ahmaud
these
Arbery.
things,
LeBron James
and
doesn't care about
Yeah.
Jacob Blake. LeBron James doesn't care about George Floyd.
He's
LeBron
not the
James
sa-
is worth
yeah,
$1 billion,
exactly.
okay? Nothing LeBron James could do could fuck up his situation. Except maybe the Chinese. Except maybe the
Who cares
Chinese.
about the
Just to
brand?
go further than that, it's not the fact that they don't believe it, which obviously they don't. It's that the thing that they don't believe doesn't
Right.
even exist. You know,
They're
the thing
not
that they're
being
protesting
hunted in
doesn't
the
exist.
streets.
Yeah.
They're not being killed in the
They're
streets.
not. They're killing each other in the
mass.
streets every day. And the
Yes.
normal people on the ground there, the people that have to live in those communities, don't want the cops out because the cops are the ones who save their life when they're being robbed. The cops are the ones who scare away like the drug dealers that are coming to their kids and trying to recruit them into gangs. You know, like they don't live there. They live in Beverly Hills. They live in wherever that really nice enclave of like Long Island is. They don't deal with any of these people. They're like they're peasants to them practically. They don't have to deal with them at all.
Well, and that's where you see so it's the disconnect between the actual person and what they think they can shove, like they think they can force bullshit down somebody else's
but
throat because they
LeBron
don't
and the athletes,
interact
they're not
with
the
them.
foot soldiers, right? The foot soldiers are all upper class kids, you know, that are in college and have all been miseducated.
Yeah.
Those are the foot soldiers for this movement. You know, like the people that like are dodging drug dealers and just want their schools to be better so their kids don't get into gangs. Those people aren't marching in the streets about this. It's all the wealthy people that are doing this.
Well, and then the other problem is when you look at that, it's because they have such a disconnect between they're like, oh well, I'm a cultural icon, I'm not just a basketball player, and they've been fed this lie so hard. Yeah, so they've been fed this lie that they don't shut up and dribble, but what literally it shows that it bears out in ESPN and these different things when these commentators get too political, the people tune the fuck out. They only tune in for sports. They are only there for dribble. Shut the fuck up, dribble. That's what you're there for, and that's why you're important. Other than that, no one gives a fuck. They will tune out, and it's like a harsh reality, but these people are gonna learn it. And it's as soon as somebody said, oh no, you're better than doing the dribbling, talk about your political statement, take a knee, do all this bullshit. Fuck off. No, you're there to do the fucking sport, hit the ball, make the goal, bucket, shut the fuck up when you're not doing that.
Yeah,
That's what they're gonna learn, and that's what
I
it's
want to hear
happening.
Kaz's take on this because I know
Do-
you're big.
Yeah,
you're
please.
football guys.
Sorry.
They make, like more money than sin there. What? How is like?
Well, they do make a lot of money, but I can't imagine any football player ever doing what your basketball players are doing. Like literally, they wanted to like stop playing just because of this, and it was all a load of rubbish anyway. Because
It took like a day for them to go.
we're gonna
no, we
lose
wanna get
money.
paid.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
didn't,
gonna lose money on this. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
that's
let's
where the
actually
belief's
not,
end. That's where it was with the
boys
China
do
thing.
that.
But go ahead, Geeky. Oh.
Didn't a couple players try to, and they just booed the living crap out of him, I believe. I know Jay and Sancho tried it, and Hector Bellerin did, and they just been lambasted all day when they did it. But also, it's crazy because do you guys remember when Stephen A. Smith had this whole like political phase and his ratings tanked because of it? So that
Yes,
is
I
right.
do.
They just care more about the sports. I mean, the ratings are going to be down, and they boo now. If they catch you taking a knee, don't be surprised if you get
Well, you
booed
know how
off the
I've
pitch.
booed players taking in. Yeah, I haven't gone to a football game in years. I haven't gone to a basketball game in years, and I love baseball. But if they keep this up,
Laker tickets
well,
are
right? You know, if I want to pay,
expensive,
if I want to pay
Well,
$400,
this is actually another thing. Just a quick one for this, right? You often hear people say, mainly people, I suppose you could say people on our side, or maybe people more the center. They say, it's not about profit. It's they do this all for activism. They don't care about the money.
what
right?
Colin
But
Kaepernick?
that's fair enough for some massive companies. It's fair for some massive companies, right? But eventually it does hit them. So yeah, you should be voting with your wallet.
I don't buy
like they
Nikes
say,
anymore.
and,
I love
and not
Nikes. I
giving
wore
them money.
Nikes for years. Like Nikes were the
Yeah.
specific shoes that I wore for years and years. I know they're made by
there's,
slaves. I don't
there's a
care. They were good
specific-
shoes. And so Colin,
Yeah,
they gave Colin Kaepernick a contract, and I just said, look, I'm not going to burn my shoes. I'm not going to throw them out. but never again. I'm not buying another fucking pair of Nikes. I'm not
No,
supporting this
you
company.
shouldn't burn your own shit. I think that's retarded.
Yeah, that is kind of
Yeah.
stupid.
There was
Kazeeas,
There's no way
there
to
was-
interpret that contract
Just
as
a
anything
sec,
but
right, there was
political,
one,
right? Like it's
Yeah.
clearly a political statement they're making by giving a contract
Yeah.
to a player that's not playing. All right, because he's an attention whore.
Yeah, well, this company in the UK that makes tea called Yorkshire Tea, right? They made a statement on Twitter supporting BLM. Now, we actually used to always buy Yorkshire Tea. We don't buy that shit anymore because fuck them for what they're doing. And I've actually got some other people to stop
Well, good on
buying it
you.
as well.
I mean,
so,
like,
it's
this
a
is
good
like
idea.
Blizzard for me.
Just
Like
tell your friends
Blizzard,
stop
like
doing
when
shit.
they just
Or Netflix. Yeah,
well,
that's a lot of
Netflix.
companies.
Yeah, Netflix had been a long time coming. It was just like, all right, this was a bridge too far.
This was the straw
Yeah.
that broke the camel back, basically.
Well, if you don't mind, I have a question for Kazeeas, real quick. Do you see this like do you ever see there being like a break-even point where you sacrifice like political or like you sacrifice your financial capital for the political capital of eat me last please, where you're trying to appease the mob and you're saying I know you're eventually gonna eat, like we're
What
eventually
do I
gonna
always
get
say,
fucked over
Fed?
by
The
you,
sheep's
but
blood's
as
not
long as you
working.
eat these other
The
people
sheep's
first.
blood's not working. They're not passing us over.
Well, that's the thing that I think I think that's partially what Kazeeas was getting to, but I
But
think
you're making the
it's like
argument: is there a point where going woke will actually make them go broke, or is capital?
It's called Marvel and DC.
Oh well,
though.
I just
Well,
want
I
to
mean,
know his
or
opinion
is
on
capital
it, 'cause
just too
that-
cheap
I think
and the
that's
market
exactly.
too ridiculous? That that it's not enough to take these companies down. That they're so entrenched and they have so many benefits from their years of building up, their businesses that it won't matter that they can do this. I've actually heard a very
And if you
compelling.
Yeah,
look
I mean
at
they can
companies,
do
yeah.
what they want, right? These companies, especially Google and all that, they can do what they want. Now, me personally, I would never. I'm pretty much for money quite a lot, so I would not do anything that would harm my,
Well,
business
no,
in a
but
way.
here's the
Yeah,
thing.
your bottom
Uh,
line.
I'd never do anything. I wouldn't put a statement on Twitter, on a company account. I'd never do that. I would, if it actually did come to it where I was forced to make a statement, it would be as centrist as possible because I would never want to hurt my profit. I can't see why these companies want to hurt their profit so much. Like,
Well,
did you see?
yeah.
Did you see
Oh
Uber?
God, yeah.
Did you see Uber put a?
I guess
a
I have to
thing
use
up?
Lyft now. I guess I have to use
I
the
don't know if you
gay
saw this.
ride-sharing service. God damn it. But no. Let me
Yeah,
I don't know if you
actually
saw
bring this
the,
one up. Is that
You saw this?
the
this
companies
poster. It was like the poster
delete
was
Uber
like
if you don't.
delete Uber if you're racist, essentially. If you're racist, delete Uber. And I'm like, I don't give a shit about this. You should just be there to just fucking get me a ride and then take me somewhere, and that's it. Stop
And
putting
I
shit
was
statements
defending
out. So,
Uber
yeah,
for their
I would
independent
never use Uber.
contractors. I was defending them when they were changing the law to
Yeah.
like fuck up their entire business. Not because of Uber, but because like it sets a bad fucking precedent for everything. Right? But
Exactly.
Exactly. They're up to vote this November. If they're pulling statements like this, you're gonna have people just go like, "All right, let's make them non-independent contract workers and get
Yep.
Uber out of LA." I mean, Uber out of
Well,
California.
over here in London and some other cities, actually, they were saying, Uber, you can't operate here because you're a taxi
you don't
service
have medallions for
and
your
you've not got a
10,000
taxi
drivers.
license. Everyone here, they were saying every person who drives for Uber needs to have a taxi license, right? And that's what they were arguing. And I was like, no, this is bullshit. Fuck this. These people should be able to drive whoever they want. Fuck the taxis. Fuck the black cabs. Fuck them, right? But now I've actually completely flipped.
Thanks,
I
Uber.
think
You've
fuck
made
Uber
me side
for
with
what
these
they're doing.
fuckers that make my life miserable.
Yes. Yeah,
Right.
it's essentially that. Yeah, because I still don't really like.
I don't
the
like
black
them
cab
either.
and
Like
black
cabs
cab
are
people,
fucking
but
expensive
still,
as hell and
I
like
have to
completely
defend it.
inefficient and never there when you need. Like they were supposed. This is what's supposed to happen to them. Is that they weren't a very efficient business and they're just like a weird dinosaur.
And
Like
that
the post
I think.
office.
So, yeah, Geeky, go.
I was gonna say it's just like the post office.
Oh my
basically.
gosh,
The
this
taxis are
post
basically the
office
post
shit.
office.
I have a super liberal aunt, and she sent postcards to me, my parents, and my brother. Just like, I want to see how fast it was. Like, oh god, this is just some gay shit going on. Like, really?
So, if I could make a point real quick, I think that's again that's another perfect. One, it's because Kazeeas, you did day trading, correct?
Yeah, I do that now as well. Yeah.
You are one of the perfect people to like, as far as like analyzing how businesses like the profit margins, how they're doing. It bears out in their like their
No,
stocks and
no,
whatnot.
well,
So
no,
yeah, it
Fed,
does
that's
look
not how
very
the
good
market
to see your
works.
perspective on that.
That's not how the actual
Well,
market works.
it like there's like a
No,
trickle.
Fed,
Yeah, I
Fed,
know. There's
stock
like
prices is
yeah,
based on expectations and competition and 10,000 different things.
I agree.
you know how many companies have not
But,
made
okay,
a single
no.
dime
Oh,
of profit?
but so
Can I just drop
Sorry.
in here just for a sec?
Yeah,
I know
go.
what I know what you're saying there, but like it does a lot for the small companies. I know over here, maybe over there it doesn't, but over here for like
Sure.
the smaller
No,
companies,
absolutely.
it
The
is
smaller
seemingly
companies, you're
always
absolutely
profit.
correct.
But yeah, when you get to a big enough, big enough
It didn't
price,
matter
is,
that Amazon made
like look
$0
at Tesla.
of profit for 10 years, okay? It was the future potential of being what
Yeah.
they are
Yeah,
today
look at
is
Tesla,
what people
right?
paid for.
Well, and
Yeah.
so I think there's two interesting things there. One, I'll kind of, it's like a kind of a dead, like it's a vestigial at this point, but I do think that what you're talking about with Uber and Lyft and whatnot. As soon as you start putting your BLM thing on your whatever app, that's when you start getting your shut up and dribble
Well,
argument.
no.
where
It's not
like,
it's not a
we
political
don't
statement,
use you for that.
Fed. It's a human rights issue. Ugh.
Yeah, and that's why I don't use that anymore. So thank you. You're
Oh
a
my
utilitarian
God, yeah.
business, and I won't patronize.
I think that
I
one just
won't
makes
give
me
you
the
my
most.
patronage if
The
you start
people that do
fucking
that
up
in
like
the, well, you care about property more than human lives? Well, if they take my gun and shoot me, I'm dead, aren't I?
Well,
Well, if I can go back to what Kaz was talking about there, which was interesting, because not everybody's like completely woke on the subject, but I think that strikes at like a very similar thing that I was asking earlier is when you look at the actual like political capital that you have for your company where you're doing this proper messaging and uh, it's giving off all the right signals like that we're not going to get murdered, like we're going to at least stay afloat versus like these small businesses that might actually get like how do you see like your political messaging and appeasing the mob as far as what you're looking at with stocks and like is there any correlation there with like because I know exactly what you're saying, but have you done any like factoring of that in there, or does
well,
that
yeah, I do
make
look.
sense?
I actually all the time, whenever I see some kind of big statement that that companies make, I do look and see that the stock price does seem to change a bit. I would say that what was the one recent? There was one recently where it did drop a few percent, right? But what you often find is it recovers pretty.
It's a
pretty
temporary
quickly.
drop
It
because
doesn't
it's
actually.
the investors worrying
Yeah.
that they're going to push it further, but usually the temporary drop
Yes.
tempers their push into social justice, and then when they stop pushing on it,
Yes.
they recover their price. Usually, because it's
Yeah, it normally
right,
recovers
it's-
pretty
it's a
quick.
fear thing.
Like I wish I could remember this company the other day. They did some. There was some company over here that made a really woke statement, and I actually caught it like straight away because I was on Twitter and I saw the statement instantly. It was like a
We
few
need a
seconds
woke
ago. I remember
newswire,
it in my
don't
head,
we?
and I went on this trading app straight away. Right, instantly did a sell. Right, and got some profit from that because it went down a bit, but then obviously I did a buy again, and then it went
Yeah.
up again because it always does. It seems to always recover, which is why it actually is sad because if they could be hurt in their stock price, then it could actually
Well,
affect.
The thing you have to
what they say,
understand
which would be
about stock prices, and this is just like a general view, that everything is based on expectations and it's a certainty. If there's uncertainty that's been introduced, for example, making woke statements, or like, are they going to like do a bunch of social justice things that's going to alienate our customers? Uncertainty generally tanks stock prices. No,
Smoking pot on Joe Rogan's
no.
podcast.
Smoking pot on Joe Rogan and falsely claiming the Saudi Arabian government is going to buy, but claiming Saudi Arabia is going to buy your company for an unheard of amount of sum that will spike your stock price in the interim, and then will tank it after when everyone realizes you were talking out of your fucking ass, you insane time traveler. All right. Also, do not use Tesla for how you analyze any other stock. Okay. Don't stop. Don't say like, well, Amazon did this, and no, stop. Amazon's in a completely different universe right now. Never look at like, oh, how's Disney doing, or how's this small No, stop doing that. Just look at you have to observe them in different ways.
Yeah, I mean, like the whole. Remember when the rumors that TikTok and who was gonna buy TikTok? It was
Well, first it was
Microsoft and
Microsoft,
Walmart.
then it was Oracle.
Yeah.
I
supposedly-
think.
Yeah, and that rose up all their stock prices because they thought, oh, whoever buys TikTok is gonna be.
Well, the
be
expectation
number
was
one
you would
in
have to
social
pay
media.
a premium to buy TikTok. Now, that might not have been the case because TikTok was going to be forced to be sold in order to operate globally. That, it might have just been that, well, I mean, we don't have to buy it, but there probably would have been a bidding war because TikTok has a very valuable young user base of 18 to 25-year-olds, or really.
Oh, getting that data would be
the
extremely
data itself
valuable,
and
yeah.
that customer
Oh,
base,
yeah.
that's exactly who all the advertisers want. Like, I mean, it's insanely valuable.
Can you imagine how much profit you could make if
Oh
you
my
had all
gosh.
that data? I'd be.
Oh,
I'd
yeah.
probably
yeah.
scream myself.
I
But
would not be working.
Imagine
I would just
hacking
be
it and
like,
then just putting a
nerds,
fucking
go
ad on
use
it.
this data. I'm going to go stream video games for 16 hours later.
Yeah,
Well,
like remember the PSN hack that happened like a few years ago?
The
Yeah.
one they blamed on
Like
North
imagine
Korea,
if somebody
but
was
wasn't
able
North
to do
Korea.
that. No, the big one, the one that shut down
Yeah.
PlayStation for 2
Oh,
weeks to
yeah.
the point that Sony's never disclosed how they got hacked because they don't want it to become a blueprint.
Yeah.
Imagine if someone did that to TikTok and got all
Well,
that
I
data.
mean, TikTok is a Chinese.
Oh, it would be
Let me
detrimental.
tell you this right now, Geeky. The Chinese government owns a portion of TikTok, so they have all that data. You really think they don't make requirements that you give us all the data in their companies?
Oh, that's another
Like,
thing.
I'm sure
actually, yeah,
China has
because
that data.
I obviously. Yeah, I know Tencent. Well, because of Tencent, they obviously have all the data or have access to all the data. That's the question I'd like to know. Obviously, China's
Well-
never going to answer that. Is it that they just have all the data in it, or is it that they are able to access it? Because just imagine this. Imagine just there's some servers in China which have access to which have all this data on. How come that hasn't been leaked? Are China
Oh
that
yeah, I
good
mean, they
at
kill
securing their
people. They
shit
kill people.
that
They get
they've
out of
not
line.
had someone
Like,
leak?
people
You know what I mean?
disappear in China if they go against the will of the party.
Yeah,
China
yeah,
can
but,
make whoever
like,
they
come
want
on, let's be
disappear.
fair.
They're
So-
an authoritarian state. Like, they just
Yeah, but let's be honest, right? That happens in America as well, and UK, right? When people do stuff, they will disappear if they're that.
Oh, well, Jeffrey Epstein
problematic.
clearly
Look at the
hung
guy,
himself.
look at Seth
in
Rich,
that cell.
right?
What are you talking about?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, okay, so if I could posit a point here, I think we all understand that no matter what it is, China is lying about the numbers. Like
Oh, yeah.
they will always lie about their economy, how well it's doing, like who's in what city, what their population is, how bad they're doing with the pandemic. They will always lie about what's going on, and I think that does actually at least speak to their their ability to send out whatever messaging and then have like not only the people get behind them, but like the messaging will
Well,
actually
it does
stick.
make it easy
So
to
I
observe
think
China
they
because
would be
you
an
just
ideal
know whatever
society
they're
for that.
saying, they're lying. So you just kind of like, if they say, 8% growth, like, I take, 5 to 10% off that, and that's the actual number. Yeah.
Right. I mean, China's so authoritarian that they don't want the WHO or the CDC or the UN even acknowledge Taiwan or
Well,
Hong
I think
Kong
we can all
anymore.
agree, Geeky. Taiwan #1! I think, oh shit, hey, JJR5,
Taiwan
thank you
#1.
for the follow. Just 425 more followers to go to get to VP. Thank you, JJR5.
And then we have one step too
I
far
tried
in the green
to
room.
lower
You
it.
guys wanna
No,
bring him
gosh,
in,
no,
or-
not yet. We'll get to a
or-
caller segment. One
Oh,
step
wait,
too far is in the
who's
green room. We will get to a caller segment later in the
Oh,
show.
yeah.
But we still haven't addressed the news.
Oh,
Yes, Taiwan #1.
Yeah. So to actually further that line before we went down what you could actually do with the data, I think there's like the one more like black pilling step that the like Dick Masterson step that you take after this whole thing is where you realize that, okay, these companies are taking these hits, they're putting out this fake phony political statement, but they're all doing it to manipulate the market. It eventually comes back. It doesn't really affect that much. Would you subscribe to the thought that a lot of this is marketing hype to push either a product, to like have your name trend more? Like, do you think that they're actually like they don't give a fuck about any sort of branding? Like they don't give a fuck about the morals of their branding. They care about the
Yeah, so I
Are
know,
you
I know
saying
the
they're
point
saying
you're-
screw your
I
optics?
get the point you're
they're
saying.
gonna they're gonna do it. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Right,
Well,
so-
screw your moral optics, but let's push our brand name optics more so.
Yeah,
So you're
so I
talking-
get the point you're saying there. So the point that I'd say here is just look at the like the Gay Pride Month or whatever it's called, right? They always will flip that logo on Twitter straight back to normal.
July
right?
1st,
They
right?
only do all of this rainbow stuff during Gay Pride Month or whatever it is, and I do genuinely still believe that it is mainly about profit. I find it hard to believe that these companies don't give a shit about profit. That's what I was saying earlier on. You know, people do say this. It's not about profit. I do. Obviously, some companies don't care, and they'll just virtue whatever. I think Netflix is one of them, and probably
Well,
Google
Netflix
to a
has
degree.
kind of a position where they can just not care.
Yeah, they
'Cause
can not
they're that
care, right?
big.
But I think most companies that are doing and supporting all this stuff, I don't think they care. Because I know for a fact, this was what I dealt with when I was working. There was this company, moderate size, probably about 5 to 10 mil turnover, and they were pretty based, right? Based company.
Based
And
on what?
I know I was there. I was there one time to do a server install, and it just so happened that that same day, the execs were having a meeting with a company that came in, which was to improve their marketing essentially. And the marketing PR company, they were the one that pushed them all to do, woke is good, guys. You need to get in with this now, get your messaging correct. You need to push out signals that you're very woke, right? And then literally overnight, they turned into the most unwoke company you could ever hear. But that was only publicly. Inside, they were still very based.
You meant to say
the
woke,
execs were saying
right?
how,
Like,
how
not
shit
most
this is.
unwoke, or because I always hear it. I always hear woke derogatory.
Well, does it matter at that point?
Well,
I think like
I think I can
think
explain
that's,
what's
like,
going
the
on, Kaz, because I
illuminating
think
thing.
I understand it.
Sure.
I think cancel culture is kind of, I think it's at the height of its power that it will ever be, and I think that
Right.
they see that, what was it? The My Pillow guy was just like, yeah, I like Trump. He's just a boomer.
Yeah.
He sells pillows. He's like,
My pillow.
go ahead,
Goya-
right, go
Goya
ahead.
had
Like,
that problem
he's like,
too.
oh, hey, I like Trump. What happened? Well, the media reported nonstop outrage that they would like Orange Man, or outrage that they wouldn't hate him because they're Hispanic. Like all this stuff, all this stories, all this absolutely astroturfed negative coverage, right? Because most people are like, oh, we don't care. Most of us are like, we're like, okay, whatever. But then they're like, oh, but these people making incendiary statements that this organization that wants to destroy the nuclear family, that thinks that people are being hunted in the streets, even though it's absolutely patently fucking false, is going to go around and be part of the education system. They're seeing no consequences for their ridiculous bullshit they're spouting. And it's like, well, fuck, if all of the official sources are going to destroy me for just taking a reasonable position on hey, look, everyone's lives matters, okay? If they're gonna kill me for that, I'll just appease the mob. They think they can appease the mob, and they will be left alone. But they're fucking wrong.
Well, just remember. You remember during the protests early on. Riots. You remember during the riots early on, there was that. There was a video where they were saying, "Look, we're on your side."
Toss
you're on
a
our side,"
brick
and then
through
they
his
had the windows
window.
down.
Oh, they threw a brick, right?
That was beautiful. Yeah, that was beautiful. I
Oh,
loved
so
seeing
funny.
that. That really made my day.
Or did you see the video last week about the couple that refused to do the fist during the restaurant
Yes,
in DC?
yes, I saw that. Yeah.
And how they were basically harassing them for the whole day just
For
for
not putting their
not
fist up.
putting their fist.
Well, they're still going at them. I saw. I think 2 days ago, I saw they were still going at them on Twitter. They were still shitting on this couple.
Have they
Oh,
been
I'm sure
auctioned
they
yet or
have.
no?
I haven't seen that.
Shep
I haven't
Lamont, good
seen
to
that,
see you,
but
sir.
I'm sure it's probably.
Brands. Oh, we got a statement for Shep Lamont. Brands
well-
conform to woke agenda because if they did,
Agenda.
they know they won't be dragged through them. I think that's kind of the point I was making. And the second one,
Yeah,
That
yeah,
is-
that's
they just
part of
know.
it, yeah. It's part
Yeah.
of it, but they
No, which
do.
is-
The problem is what I was getting to is all of these these PR, these marketing companies, they are the ones that are convincing all these companies that it's good to be,
Well, the
very
scary part
lefty.
is they might be
very
right
woke.
because the left controls the official media. right? The left does control the official media,
Yeah,
and the
but
progressives
just
control
to say
Twitter.
on that, right? I'm not gonna say that it's good for the reason that I don't think that the left control the money, because if you think of who buys shit, right, you don't see leftists buying stuff generally, right? It's
Right.
mainly centrists or center right people who spend the
Well, they
most
have money.
money,
They have
right?
jobs. They pay taxes. They make
Yeah, they have the
society
money. They
run.
have the money
Right.
to spend.
And they're shit on and told they're
Yeah,
fucking
they have the
evil
money
for
to
it.
spend. Exactly, they're being shat on. So I do firmly put. Ever since I saw that happen in real life, I was like, yeah, this
But
is
Kaz, here's the
definitely
problem.
a marketing
Here's
PR
the
company thing.
But I
well,
think also what's going on too with these sorry,
I'll
do you
go
want me?
first.
Do you want to go
I'll
first,
go
Ghost?
first.
Or
So Kaz, I think the problem is that these marketing guys and these corporations, they know that the center right and right people are smart enough to be like, look, I disagree with your take, but if you make a good product, I'll buy your product. If you're reasonable, you sell a good product and you transact with me fairly, I'm willing to put aside your horrible political views. They know the progressives and the left. They'll go,
Yes.
no, I'm not gonna buy your products because you said that all lives matter. Or you said that the cop wasn't unjustified, in defending himself. Like they know that the smart people, the people that are smart enough to have jobs, homes, and families, and support the economy, pay all the taxes, they know that they're like, it's just easier for me to keep using this product. I don't have time to march or make a statement. I don't have time to burn down cities. That is the blackpilling part about this, is that the people that are smart enough are more tolerant.
Yeah, I mean that's actually a point, because in just to summarize that, it's the fact that or say we, in quotes, will generally ignore boycotts and buy whatever we want, even if they're
Yep.
woke as shit. Whereas the left don't. It has to be
they're
a very
committed
woke
soldiers.
company who. Yeah, so that's why. In fact, I did this on Twitter. It's probably gone now. But I was pointing out that no, we should definitely agree with boycotts.
Oh no,
because
like I agree with them in
it's-
principle. I think if someone's like making shitty statements, you
Yeah.
should. But I think there's a lot of people that are just
Yeah,
like, I don't
I
have
do
time
agree
to
with-
follow their
with
Twitter. I
boycotting.
don't have time to.
No, I don't have
to follow
time
their
for
political
that, and
statements.
I
I've
do
got a
agree
life.
that
Like
it's a ball ache.
that's our problem,
Yeah.
is that we're
Yeah.
not motivated.
Yes.
We have important things.
Yeah,
we want to see
there
our
are,
kids ride a
things where you
bike. We want to see our
can't do
kids
it.
go to school and do well and not be corrupted by them. And it's like,
Yeah, no,
Ghost,
I
you
know
hit
what
on
you're
an
saying.
important thing there.
Just a sec, if I can
Sure,
just
sure.
just literally finish this. Yeah, I do agree that if you can't do it, then yeah, fine. But I think you should make at least some kind of conscious effort to avoid buying things that you can avoid buying things. So, for instance, like I said with me, I can avoid buying that certain tea brand and buy another brand, right? And hopefully they lose money. Eventually I hope they all get bankrupt. But obviously
well,
that's
I mean,
not
hold
going to
on,
happen.
hold on. I think that's a
But,
bit hard. I'll let Geeky go
it would be
after
good.
I make my point on this. Sorry, Geeky.
Yeah.
Like I don't even want
Yeah.
their corporation to go bankrupt. I want their executives fired, because it's not the guy in the field that's packing the tea, or it's not the person, like that's, the accountant is not the guy who goes, oh, let's be woke, okay? It's the executives, it's the marketing team, it's those fuckers. Those guys I want fired. All right, because I don't want the company to go bankrupt and these people all be out of a job. I mean, hopefully the smart ones get a job at a better tea company, but I don't want them to go bankrupt. I want the existing structure of the company destroyed by the market.
yeah, I think the problem what's going on too right now is the whole pandemic and the whole how they were doing the extra
The
unemployment.
free
benefits,
money
how
that
they're
we
giving them
paid all these rioters
extra money.
so they don't have to work and could burn our cities down. Yes, please continue.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. So they're thinking, okay, now that we have money, we can buy from those woke companies because usually they're more higher price. But what I think what's a good sign of hope is that I did see that there's a representative in Indiana that wants to propose a bill that if you're caught rioting, you're automatically ineligible for
Based.
unemployment benefits. Which is probably the best idea. What we have to do now is start.
That
very
would be based.
I don't think
Yeah,
if you I don't think if you're a criminal, you should be eligible for welfare. Right? Like we've already given you
yeah.
welfare. We housed you, we fed you, and we kept you in a prison cell.
I do feel like we treat our prisoners.
We treat
better
our
than
prisoners
own
way
citizens
better than our
sometimes.
homeless people. Our homeless people are
Sometimes.
all mentally ill or drug addicts, all right? And we just leave them in the streets. Prisoners, we give them 3 meals a day, and we help them go to college. We do all kinds of things for our fucking prisoners.
Let them
Well,
go
there-
free
there's-
early because of
Oh.
COVID, and throw everyone who's having a party just
Yeah.
to go to
Well,
COVID.
okay. So there's actually two things in there that are really well. There's one thing that was the earlier point that's interesting, and then there's one in here. The marketing that you're looking at that's getting pushed is I think a lot of it's aimed at women. A lot of the spending
Well, it wasn't
power
going to go
that
into
is
the
in your
19th
relation.
Amendment, but it looks like we're going to have to do that again.
Well, I'm just saying a lot of the purchasing options ends up with women because of
No, it's
traditional
true.
roles.
Women generally
Even if
control
you
the
are
purse
not
strings of the
traditional,
house because, men work 10 hours a day and don't have time to go grocery shopping.
and they're more likely to be more left-leaning
yes,
than men.
because it's in their nature.
So, based on optics, they're more likely to buy into something like that. And so,
I mean, their
think
nature
that is
is to
something
be
that's
taken
very
care
geared
of
towards
and
that.
provided for. Like, that's literally the nature of women.
Yeah,
it's not,
well,
it's not like
I
that's
agree.
a bad thing necessarily. It's just, why they shouldn't vote. But
And I
But,
also feel like
go
when
ahead,
it comes
Kiki.
to men and women, when it comes to shopping, have you guys ever noticed? I did notice this with myself, and even when I went shopping with my parents. If I ever went shopping with my mom, she was very careful on what brands and what quality of stuff she would get for food wise.
Yeah,
yep,
women
and
are very
Dad's
much
like,
that.
well,
Yeah,
it's
I
generic.
have
Fuck
just
it, let's
to-
get
my
it.
just
dad
to
didn't
say-
get
They're
it
very
works, doesn't it?
conscious.
Yeah, my
Just-
dad didn't. My dad
Just
wouldn't
to say
care. It's like,
though, recently I have actually, I say recently, I'm talking a few years now. I have been buying good stuff, whereas before I used to think, well, fuck this, I don't care. I'll just buy whatever. Whereas now I actually do try to buy stuff
you can
that's
afford it.
actually good.
Like you can afford
yeah,
it. It's
exactly.
like you can, like it makes sense.
But yeah, Geeky, your point, is true about how women do focus more on that, and I think it's actually quite a good thing in a way because my wife, she will if she goes shopping, she will buy totally different stuff than what I'll buy. But it's good. It's a variation of stuff, right?
But they can be
It's true.
targeted for it. But Kazeeas, I have a question for you. Do you think that are you basing the quality of the products that you've been buying that are like more premium, let's call them now? Are you basing that off of like is it prior use, or is it like utilitarian? Like is there like is it strictly the optics of the brand, or is it the
No, it's
utility
pure
cost?
quality. It's quality and the function of the product. So, for example, probably not the best example, but just a basic example. Let's say I was buying a cake or something from the shop, right? I would probably previously just buy the cheapest thing there, right? I don't care. I'll just buy the cheapest
Well, you
shit.
start looking at
But,
that per
you
pound
can notice
price,
difference
right?
by buying a top quality one. Buying the top quality stuff, it is a lot better. So I don't care about the brand's messaging. I don't care about how fancy it looks. Although the more fancy it looks, generally the better it is. So yeah, I just care about the function. I don't care about.
Yeah, at the end of
anything
the day, is it
Yeah.
10 cents per pound or 10 cents per ounce, or is it 11 cents per pound?
Yeah. Exactly.
Right.
And that's why women are targeted.
When I cook normally, it's
Exactly,
like, all right,
like-
let's go down to like the local discount like grocery store, and like, okay, all right, it's fine. Give me this, make myself a kick-ass lasagna. But then like one of these times, I think I had just gotten a raise, and I was like, you know what? No. We're gonna go to fucking Whole Foods. We're gonna get we're gonna like all this expensive fucking ingredients. We're gonna make we're gonna make a $70 thing of lasagna. That's how we're gonna fucking celebrate. It was fucking good.
Yeah,
though.
but I think you'll find that
It
probably
did. No, it
tasted
actually
better,
did
right?
taste
The
better,
better
like,
ingredient.
holy
yeah,
shit.
exactly. So another thing as well, just to quickly, quality of meat and stuff. Like if you buy the cheapest, like let's say the store's
Or, like,
own
the
brand
Chuck
of meat,
the
that's
Chuck
the
round or
cheapest
whatever.
thing. It doesn't taste as nice, right? And if you buy the top quality one, it tastes a lot better. So
Yeah.
in my mind, I've now been like, well, I will buy like the best stuff if it tastes nice, right? So
Yep.
Yeah.
and that's what I
Exactly.
do
Like,
now.
like I've
You've
noticed
been
that.
conditioned through facts to like actually come to the logical conclusion of what products you actually buy, and that's the way
Yeah.
that men tend to look at these things. They tend to either be on a timeline and they want to get it done, or they're looking at like most men don't deliberate very hard on the actual like if I'm looking through a ramen aisle or something like that, I'm gonna look for the one that I'm used to. I'm gonna look for one that has a good price, or I'm gonna look for one that has like
No,
quality.
Fed,
And
you
you
look for the
look for
one
those
with the
things very
most
quickly.
Japanese
And
text on it. You take that one.
well, so there's another thing in there that you look at, but you never look at who cucked to the mob. And like if you see
Right.
that thing, I think it registers as disgust more for men, and that's why I think it very much rings hollow for us. But it also, when you look at it, that's why these things are
I can
targeted towards
explain
women.
that biologically. You know, they're like men. We see
Sure.
we see people like kneeling before the mob, and we see a dead man. You know, we see someone that's gonna be a corpse soon. We see that, and we're like, we
Yeah.
know what happens, right? If these people win and they take away everything from us. It biologically, you know, if you wiped out another tribe, you kill the men, you kill the boys, and you take their women, you know, and then the women get to survive and pass on their
Yes.
genes. It's maybe not the most comfortable situation, but that's what happened in nature, right? That's what the tribes did, all right? That's how they kind of spread across, right? They kill the other tribe, take the women, and so biologically, women, you know, when they get conquered, it's like it's bad, but you don't die, you don't get fucking thrown off a cliff, you don't get murdered, you know, like that's just their biology. And that's why they see the mob coming, and they see men like bowing to this mob, and they see, oh, we're being conquered. Like biologically, they know these people are taking a losing position, and biologically, they know what happens there. All right, and so they're just, well, we'll just embrace the mob so that they'll treat us better.
And that's why that marketing is so safe. It's because the women are just, like they're fair weather people. They'll be like so let's say you have like your branding chance. Let's say you have a 50-50 if you're gonna get the sale or you're not gonna get the sale. But then if you can market to the women and they're gonna look at it and they're gonna say, okay, I might choose this because of the optics, but then you still might get like, let's say you might get 35% of the men, but you might get more women. Like there's like a trade-off of, as a man, do you look at this thing, is it cucked? Is this cucked enough that I won't buy it anymore? Versus like the actual like quality of the product and what I'm
this is
used
a
to
good,
as far as
you
the
got
history
branded
of it.
meat. This is a good cut of meat. I know they do a good job. They have, you know, like
Yeah.
as opposed, you know, women like, oh, I don't know, I don't like this company. They're icky. And you always
as
see
opposed
this
to
with
that.
young, you know, center left and left women, is that you talk to them about brands and they're like, or they talk about companies. They're like, oh, you know, they said, or you talk about people like, oh, you talk about Bill O'Reilly. Oh, he said mean things once. I don't like him.
They have a ledger.
He's a bad
They
dude. And
keep
that just
that,
sticks
like
with
a
them.
weird
And like they're
Rolodex.
so
Exactly.
judgmental. They just keep that image. You know, someone will hear me talking like this. It's like, oh, it's that big misogynist ghost. Oh, I don't hear anything he has to say. He's an evil right winger. And I appreciate that.
Yeah, and they latch on to those buzzwords.
Well, let's see
because
what they've
those are
been
the
trained.
Most, like,
They've been
easy,
trained to fear,
emotional
you know,
things.
people that care about their own people or care about their family. They've been trained to hate themselves,
Agreed.
but they just don't understand it yet.
Also, there was one more point. I think Geeky was getting at it earlier. With these mobs that you're seeing, with the way that Antifa is structured, from what I've heard, I haven't researched too hard into this, but it seems to bear itself out. There's actually like a structure into what the protesters are willing to do, and there tends to be like, they actually have like a rank and file sort of thing going on, where if you have like it tends to be people that don't give a fuck end up in the front lines of these things, where they're actually committing the crimes, and they're almost always previous felons. And that's why in this last case that with
What, the pedos
Kyle,
that attacked him?
you see that the three
the pedos
Sorry?
that attacked him.
yes,
The guys
yeah.
with
So
nothing to lose
what you
because
see in
they're
his
already
case,
sex offenders.
well, yes, exactly. They are all already convicted felons. They're all people that are they've embraced the porcelain lifestyle, and they don't give a fuck anymore. And they're just gross people. And that's I think Geeky was hitting on a good point earlier, where it like, and you were as well, Ghost, with the 3 strikes, is where it's like there needs to be some kind of reform into the system of like
honestly, at this
crime
point, anything
and
they'll
punishment,
do
where
will
we're
be
not
worse.
turning out these
Any
people.
new criminal justice legislation they do, it's gonna be fucking awful. Like, believe me, it'll just make the
Yeah,
situation worse.
Well, I mean,
I don't care who
agree,
does it.
but
I don't care. Like, they're just gonna make it worse.
well, that's what people do. That's what government does. I agree, but if we were to go idealistically into this, we would have some kind of prison reform. But we're obviously not going to do that because we're talking about all this other bullshit. But I do think
I
one of
mean,
the
my
big
start would be if you want to know what
predictors
my
of these
criminal justice
crimes
reform would
is
be.
previous record.
Is it Batman
No,
Arkham City?
close. No, my criminal justice reform would be, all right, delete all laws on the books, and then the laws will be don't murder, don't steal, don't rape, and what else is there? What else do you need to cover? Like, what else can't be negotiated or dealt with by reasonable human beings?
Identity fraud.
That's stealing. You are stealing.
Well,
from
actually, that's the thing. Just
Oh,
a
you
sec
said it.
there.
There's
Reasonable
a
human
soul.
beings. What can't be, negotiated? That's the thing with a lot of these people. They can't. I find this hard to explain. I've tried to explain this before, but let's say you do something. Let's say your friend does something, or let's say your wife does something, right? And you're like, okay, let's just get over it, right? At the end of the day, it's not hurt. Has it hurt anyone? No. Is anyone really hurt
the
by it?
victimless
No.
crimes and whatnot.
Can't we just move on, right? Yeah, victimless crime, that as well. Can't we just move on? Does it really matter? But no, these people, they can't think like that. It has to be, well, actually, he said this word. No, that doesn't really matter. It's not hurt anyone. This offense thing
can only
is
be
bullshit.
taken, not given.
Exactly. That as
Yeah.
well.
But
Yeah,
like
I said
this
that
is
a
this is
few
my whole
times.
point. It's like
offense
drug
is
laws
taken.
on their nature are just fucking dumb. Okay, especially because drugs have tons of negative effects that even legal prescription drugs have tons of negative effects that you can do them. The only thing you need to get people to stop doing drugs is to stop supporting people doing drugs. Stop. Do not like give people drugs that they're addicts. Do not, that they're addicted. Okay, they have a problem. But
what about how you've got all the like rap and hip hop type music that celebrate
that's
drug
so that's the
taking
culture. That's the
constantly?
culture.
Well, that's
the
pushes
culture
culture now.
is so cancerous.
Yeah.
The culture just is so nihilistic and hateful that it's priming all these young men to just be horrible, not upstanding citizens. It's just like telling them that and the worst part is these rappers are making millions of dollars. And so they see these people with no morals, preaching having no morals, treating women like subhuman garbage, preaching, being like cops are all evil, you're all gonna die.
Starting from the bottom.
Look,
now we're
I only
here.
had one parent, and
Here's
I
where you could
succeeded
be the
by
Slumdog Millionaire.
spewing all these shitty these shitty rap lyrics over a dumb bass line. Look at how rich I am. Anyone can do it. And you see that, and that's their role model. It's not the guy who works his ass off, gets into a good school, becomes a lawyer, or becomes an executive or something like that. That's the guy that should be their role model, and he's nowhere to be found. It's just this imaginary thing. You should be like, they don't praise those.
Yeah, that the guy that does good stuff for his life. He goes somewhere, helps someone out, and helps out. Heal people,
he pays his
and
taxes,
then he gets attacked,
he gives
and
back
then
to the community.
defends himself.
That guy,
that kind of role
that's
model.
just good,
Right.
is not venerated. Particularly in certain communities. I think we can all assume that guy. What do they call him? They call him like a they have a derogatory term. They say oh, you're acting white.
Uncle Tom.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, Uncle Tom.
Yeah, Uncle Tom.
Oh, the Uncle Tom.
it's
Well,
an
no,
Uncle
that Uncle
Tom
Tom
is
they
when
usually
you're
reserve
yeah.
for Thomas Sowell and people that preach that. But I mean, they'll say oh, you're acting white. One, what does it matter? Is acting black mean that you don't have a father? Does acting black mean that you commit 50% of them? What do you mean when you say acting white or acting black? Right.
It's a purity test. It's a purity spiral.
Right, and I feel like that's with all races, though. I mean,
I think
it's
something that a
whenever you're
lot of
not
us
being woke
don't
enough.
get, I think a lot of people don't understand this, is that Europeans have been systematically trained to not be tribalistic. And part of this is because of our European heritage and how we're all just so mixed together, and how Europeans have always been murdering each other for centuries. They've always been at each other's throats. They've always been constantly at war. They never had a unified European identity. It was always, well, I'm British. Well, I'm French. Well, I'm, Dutch. But, my heritage, I've got Polish, Irish, all these other heritages there. I don't know.
Oh, they hate that.
Yeah.
They hate that.
And it's just for
Yeah.
me,
And
I guess I'm white,
but-
because I have a lot of European heritage, but I don't have connections to the homeland. I don't know my Polish relatives. I don't know my Irish relatives. I don't know my English relatives. I don't know my Dutch relatives, but I'd like to, but we're so far removed.
Well, just a
Oh.
sec with that one. I found maybe this is quite unique for me, just in terms of on this panel at least. that's why I see, Americans when they comment about Sargon, lol Sargon, but when they comment about him saying, "Well, I'm British," that's very a UK take, because we've obviously been trained never to really think about the race aspect. It's if you're British, you're British, right? And that's why when people started saying, "Well, I'm European," it didn't work, because people don't generally associate with
Because
being
fuck the French,
European,
right?
and then because fuck them, yeah, they're all idiots. But then when you had these leftists coming out saying, "Yeah, we're European," that's my identity. It's like, no, it isn't. Your identity isn't European. If you want to be European, go
Live
and
on the
live in
continent.
Europe.
You can do it.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Kaz,
is this American? Is he doing the Americanism of being British? Is that a way of saying that? Is he like Is he proudly proclaiming, like, it's the thing where we're kind of like, you imagine the Americans are like popping off and like we go off about our heritage, how proud we are of our country,
1776
and,
will
like,
occur
that's-
again if you try to take our fucking firearms, you filthy Brits.
But
Yeah,
is
because
that- is
you're
that what
saying being
Sargon's kinda doing?
Being American is an identity, and I'd agree. And it's like saying being British or English is an identity, but that's what they've tried to strip from us,
Right.
right? They've tried
They've
to
tried
strip
to
that
take
identity
away
from
what makes
Exactly.
you
all of us.
uniquely British and just make you're just another European.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just like all these people
Which
that
is
have
actually-
completely different values.
But if you meet a German, for instance, you can tell
Oh, yeah.
they're German.
I
they
met a
act
few Germans when I
German,
was in Japan
right?
last time I was there, and like before I even got to the
Yeah, and I'm
before
sure
I could
they
even tell
acted
their
German.
accent, I figured out they were German. And it's like, oh, I'm from Germany. I can tell. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's
you're very
actually-
authoritarian,
Very authoritarian,
and
very-
really like the rules. Yeah,
Right, and it's crazy because I actually feel that's actually going on with Latin America, because most of those countries are proud to be from that nation. It's until when they get to America that's when they do the whole Latino,
right.
Hispanic term. They don't care. They don't care about that in the mainland, back in the homeland. It's only when they get to America and they become radicalized super left.
Well, I think I can
But-
explain that to you
Oh,
for
huh.
a bit, Geeky. I think what's going on is they're just associating with the largest identity they can find. And like if you're in Chile and you're Chilean, you're
Right.
like, well, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm Chilean. What the hell? But when they get to America, it's diluted. There's El Salvadorans, there's Mexicans, there's Chileans, there's Argentinians, like Brazilians, all kinds of different Hispanics. And so they see that, well, there might be a big Chilean community in like this town, but maybe there's not in my town. So hey, look, I'm Hispanic because there's all these different Hispanics, and we all will advocate together, as Hispanics.
But which is ironic too, because a lot of those people still hold
Oh, it's so
prejudice from
hilarious
their
when you talk
countries
to
like
Mexicans about El Salvadorans and
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
oh
I'm
yeah,
saying.
It's
100%.
like people always make
Or,
that joke
like-
about Asians, but no,
or-
no. It's like
No, the Latin Americans hate each other way
Yeah.
worse than anybody. And
Mhm.
and it's funny because you could look white. I even met someone who was Panamanian and Mexican, and they looked black. And so I asked them, like, "Are you black?" And they said, "No, I identify more as a Panamanian, even though I look black." So it's crazy. Once they get to America, they start telling them, "Oh no, you're this. No, you're this." But in reality, they feel.
well, I mean, you see Italians doing the same thing. They all of a sudden become very
Well,
very
I-
tanned and darker hair as soon as they get to America.
Yeah.
Well, I'd actually push back on this idea a little bit, because I think a lot of what we're talking about in American politics, it tends to be called identity politics, where you're associating yourself with a group, and what you tend to see is the moral like right-leaning or the more liberal people in general are trying not to associate with the groups as much as you're trying to do the Sargon liberalist sort of thing, where you're actually
yeah, classical liberal. Yeah,
yeah, you're trying to actually like make a name for yourself. You're trying to not be identified by a group. You're trying to be an individual person, and you're trying to go
But what if
on
I need
your
more
day,
dopamine
and you
fed?
don't need to be identified by that. But well, I think the weird thing is, and I think the pitfall of this will always almost always ultimately when you try and make an alliance with other identity politics groups, you will have a clash. There's somewhere within your culture, within something, it will not work properly, and you will realize that, and it's you end up vehemently hating each other, but you still have to agree with them. But then you get into this weird tug and pull of how much can I hate my own group versus how much can I hate the overall group that I've added myself to, and like how much am I willing to accept. And I feel like that's where most of the time it ends up being the left that does this purity spiraling, but it happens on the right as well. But it's the inherent flaw in identifying yourself with these groups too hard and not saying like, yes, I'm proud of this, but I can also have like I'm also my own like self-determined person, and like I don't need these groups to be like an actualized person. And that's where I feel like the left almost always collapses when you come to that point, because I feel like the right does play a decent amount of id pull, but we can tend to like transcend it whenever like when rubber meets the road, when it's finally like go time and you have to say like, okay, well, do I actually like this person? Yeah, fuck them, I don't care. Like I'm gonna transcend, like I don't care what color your skin is, I think this is so fucked, I can't stand for it, you're with me, I'm with you, brother, and you roll with it. And I think that's an important thing that like it always needs to be acknowledged. It always needs, like, you can play these games for long enough, but like there's a culling point where it just doesn't work for the left, where it tends to work for the right.
Well, what
Right.
about how I thought this? I think I said this on Bibble Show once, but it seems to be that, you know, because of all the conditioning we've had over the decades, you know, from the leftist side,
media,
you
movies,
know, they find it
news. I mean,
yeah,
all
the
of it.
media
It
and
all
the
adds
government
up.
as well. You know, they've done the same thing, but you know, all of that they find it very easy to put their point across to someone else that they can identify with a certain group. For instance, LGBT, right? They can really put that, and people understand that, right? But if you try putting across, yeah, I'm a certain color, or like white, if I'm English, you know, that's actually been eroded on purpose. So
Mhm.
people find it a lot more difficult to accept that someone can say, well, I'm white, you
Well,
know,
and
that's my
you see in
identity,
America, like,
or
we
I'm English,
don't
that's my
have like
identity.
English
But,
Pride
yeah.
events or French Pride. The only thing we have close to that is we
No.
have St. Patrick's Day, and even that's been diluted. Like,
Yeah.
And Oktoberfest.
it was like an Irish holiday.
Well, I can actually, Kazeeas, I think the best way to acknowledge that point is when you look at the things that they demonize. It's when you look at the things that they're pushing, and then you look at their messaging, you can kind of, there's a very clear vector. They are demonizing the word racist as the same time as they're pushing LGBT, and they're really trying to like push homophobia. And so what they do is they axe the immutable characteristics of, you're from here, we're doing open borders. They're trying to do everything that they can to draw in more people, but then they're also trying to come down on the ideological thing. And so what they're doing is they're bringing everybody they can into this box, but then they're axing the people that aren't going to go in with their party lines and saying, okay, now that you're all in here, roll with this one. This is what we believe, and this is the thing that we can actually we can train you into this behavior, where you accept all these different things and you say, oh, well, it's just gay marriage, and they try
It's
and push
just
the line
gay
as hard as they
marriage. He
can
just
to
wants to wear a
include more
dress. It's
people
just a
in the
couple of
net.
hormones for your kids. It's just we gave hormones to your
Exactly,
son
exactly.
because he was
Yeah,
getting into
exactly,
That
yeah.
fights.
is what they're
And a
pushing.
doctor decided at the school we should give. Yeah, no, it's like, what was it? We did gay marriage like, what, less than 10 years ago. And I hate this whole thing that it's like, why in the world does the U.S. government or any government in the world have any say about who you fucking marry? Like, why is that any government's business where you stick your dick? Like, seriously.
Yeah, but Ghost, what's the line? Do you remember the line though?
Which line?
What you do in your own bedroom is between you
Right.
and your partner.
Yeah.
But where is it now?
Now it's like,
It's in the fucking streets, in assless chaps. It's in Netflix. It's in all these
no, now
fucking
it's
things.
like, oh,
This
we
is
need to
how
make
you
a
can
law to
tell.
take away kids from their parents if you don't put your 5-year-old on hormones, okay? Like, they just did that in Canada, I think,
Exactly,
right?
man.
They passed a law where it was like, yeah, we'll take your 7-year-old away if you don't give them the hormones that they identify with. Are you fucking kidding me? What does a 5-year-old know about sexuality? It should be nothing, you fucking pedophile. That's what it is. It shouldn't even know. It should just know, I have a penis, okay? That's about all it should know. But no, apparently, if your kid wants...
Yeah, I agree.
It should have to figure
right,
that out.
If your kid is like, oh, I'm wearing a dress to be silly. No, that doesn't mean you put them on hormones. That means your kid was making a joke. All right? It's fucking dumb.
He doesn't know any better. It's learning. It's learning through the process of, hey, yeah, oh, this is not normal. This is not something normally that I would do. And that's the same. Like I love. That's a great point. Because we're teaching our kids, and they're trying to push it more and more. We're like, here's what masturbation is. Here's how you have safe
Why
sex.
is
Here's how
that
you do these
anywhere
different
near
things.
a
And like,
public
here's how you
school?
manipulate
Why is that
sexuality.
anywhere near a public school? Okay, like no, you should
Exactly.
No. Let me tell you something. You
Yeah.
figure it out on your own. Okay, that's spoiler alert.
Exactly.
You figure that part out on your own. Okay.
And that's the thing, again, where you can tell what they're pushing is they're letting the innocent things that kids do where they're like, oh, my mom and my sister are painting their nails, I want to get my nails painted too. But then when they're like, this is kind of
no,
weird, I
or
don't
their
like
friends
this,
just go
and
like,
you
dude, that's
tried
kind of
it and
gay.
you figured it
know,
out.
and then like, oh, they don't do it again.
Exactly,
the
exactly.
society-
Then why do we have to teach them, here's what sex is, here's how you masturbate, here's how you do these different things, when it's the same fucking thing.
Well, Fed, the argument is always, well, they might not learn about this and have unsafe sex, and then your daughter's pregnant, and then we have to have a whole discussion about abortion you don't want to have.
Oh, but we can experiment with wearing a dress, and then we can cut his dick off. Yeah, that's, don't try, like the 50-50
Yeah,
pitfall.
you know, Fed,
like,
we
that
all
I see
remember
right there
those
is
like
oh,
life-changing
man.
decisions we made at 7 years old, right? We all remember all the important like.
Right, yeah, where we were an astronaut, now I'm an astronaut, or I'm an astronaut firefighter
Right.
Spider-Man.
We remember. I
That's
decided
actually identifies
I was a
that.
superhero at the age of 7, and I have been fighting crime ever since.
I mean, hell,
Sorry?
like I knew people who were like 6 or 7 that said they were from Dragon Ball Z or they were a Pokemon trainer. Like,
That's
Exactly.
the retarded shit we were
Like,
saying
no
at
one
that
thinks-
age, okay? We weren't thinking like, you know, I want to dress as a lady for the rest of my life and have a non-functioning hole where my penis used to be, as well as hormones that will give me cancer and increase my suicide rate by 40%. Like that's not what they're not what they're given. It's a bunch of retards telling them, "Oh, you're so stunning and brave. Oh my gosh." You know, all this positive reinforcement for this insanely dangerous behavior. This is insane.
exactly, and a lot of those people who transition when they're kids usually detransition if they don't end
Right.
up killing themselves, and that's even worse.
Well, just to correct that a slight bit is the people that transition. It's not the ones that actually do it all the way. It's mainly the ones that don't get pulled into doing the actual operation that don't do it. Yeah, there are a lot that have the operation and do detransition anyway. But if you leave them alone, if you don't
They'll
fuck around with
probably
them,
grow out of
then sorry, let me just let me correct that. Yeah, if you don't intervene medically and don't do anything, then normally they will just grow out of the face. And they don't want to talk about that because they want more transsexuals. They want more people. They need
Yep.
to reproduce, right? That's
Well,
the only way they
Reddit, wasn't it
reproduce.
Reddit? They took down, like, they had a whole board of people saying, like, their regrets about going through it. And what did
Yes,
Reddit do?
yes, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Or
Yep.
on YouTube as well too. They were
Oh,
kicking
but
off,
what if that actually puts someone off from seeking
Good.
help?
let me answer that question for everyone in the world, okay? It's fucking good.
Yeah, exactly.
But isn't it so normal though? It's something that, like, when you look at a picture of yourself like 10 years ago, you're like, man, what the fuck are these plaid shorts? What the fuck am I doing wearing these fucking plaid shorts, white socks, and sandals? It's the same fucking thing. It's remarkable.
The nice
that
thing is
these
wearing
people
plaid
don't
shorts
see
wasn't a
that.
permanent life-altering decision.
Yeah,
yeah.
and that's
Or
the
like your-
thing.
Or like your Halloween costume from 10 years ago. Like, oh, why did I wear that Halloween?
Why did I dress as a
Exactly.
hamster when I
You're
was
like,
10
wow,
years
what a
old?
fucking
Did I become a furry
retard.
doing that? No.
Oh.
I stopped doing it after that,
Yeah,
okay? There was no intervention
and what
telling
about the
me I should
lie,
pursue being a furry because I wore a hamster costume because I had a pet hamster when I was 10. Okay? No one was like, you need to be a
But
furry.
just imagine if there was a group of people, that saw you wearing that costume, and then tried to encourage that. Then you probably
Right,
you could
but
have
you know
probably
what
turned into a
instead
furry
happened?
because you were
My
being
classmates
encouraged
made
as a
fun
kid,
of
and,
me, and I'm
kids are very
thankful for
influ-
them making fun of me to this day.
Exactly. Just
Yeah.
one. Oh shit, I forgot it now. But essentially, yeah, it's the adults and people trying influencing these kids, and that's exactly the reason why they go after them as younger and younger. That's why they need to teach babies about
race.
fucking.
Gotta teach this
Yeah,
6-month-old
Yeah, enable
the
baby
most
that he's
weird
got
things.
privilege.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are you morons talking about? Like, that's a child.
Oh,
Honestly,
yeah. Oh, I misspoke. It's not enabling. that's inherent. It's pushing them. It's actively
Pushing, yeah.
like putting their nose in it, saying this is a thing that you need to acknowledge. Now make a choice, 5-year-old. It's the thing where it's very crazy that we say
Well,
like,
no,
okay, well
Fed.
let's really
It's
look at
not.
the way
It's
that we
not
have
even that.
consent.
It's like, now, sweetie, don't you want to be mommy's little girl? Aren't you so pretty in that dress? Don't you want all this positive reinforcement that I, as an incompetent modern woman, am not giving my child because I don't know how to raise a fucking child? I'm literally taking away positive attention if they're not performing this behavior I fucking want them to, right? You're literally abusing that child emotionally and then pushing them to do something insanely physically destructive. And like,
yeah, that's exactly
and
the
my
point
point
that
is
I'm
repeal
trying
the
to hit at
19th,
too.
okay?
It's well, okay. Okay.
Or just make people who do that
I mean, they
child
are.
abusers
Like,
take their kids away.
Yeah. Well, no. It's the same thing. It's they want to push this in one way where they say, "Oh, well, you took all of their agency away," but they have no idea that they're doing the exact same fucking thing when it comes to children and trying to like absolutely push this down their throats. They're
that's not the only
ramrodding it
thing
down
they
these
want to
like
push down
they're
children's
fucking with
throats
these kids.
statistically, but
I mean, how many cases have we heard where it's like a divorced parents and the mom wants the kid to transition, the dad has to go to court to fight them?
yeah.
Exactly, and that's the thing where we'll scream rape. We'll say, "Oh my God, this guy was sexually abusing these people. He was propositioning them for sex in a hotel room, and they said no, and he let them go." Like, and we'll scream that from the re at these people, but we will not say, "Oh, this helpless child was literally." There's no other way that they can like get food, water, shelter, anything except from this person, and they like literally lorded this idea over them, shoved it like. They absolutely put it into their brains and they made it into being, and like nothing but that. And we don't even consider the consenting factor. And it's like, this is insanity.
Well, look at how you always see it where some kid, I say kid, has become a transsexual, and you know what I feel about that. But you always see that it's normally that their parents are probably
Well,
the
their
same,
parents
right?
are
So
that
I
kind
wonder
of
why.
people,
Do you think
know,
they
like the kind of people that would
yeah,
support
did
that.
they did the kid naturally become a transsexual? Wow, that's weird. That this extremely rare phenomenon. The kid has become one as well because the parents have. I wonder why. Were you pushing it onto your kid? No, certainly not.
No, we just
we
let
weren't
them
pushing
find their own way,
No.
and they just found it there amazingly.
They just all had the same political leaning, and they all were all very liberal with their kids and free.
It just so happened that our child found the political issue of the day, the kind of sexuality issue of the day, just happened to roll a natural one on it, and became a transgender. Just amazingly surprising. This really rare condition just afflicted them. This mental illness.
Exactly. I mean, it's even crazy to the point where even other transgenders say, like, don't transition your kids. Please don't do that anymore. Like, because they even know that's wrong.
It is surprising that, people like that are, I mean, like, because I know there's, it's disturbing is what it is. Because it's like, wow, even this person that, you got to be damaged if you're transgender, right? Let's just talk about biology for a sec. All right, look, you're a man. If you're a transition woman, still, every single chromosome, and I know this is something Ben Shapiro said, and I'm plagiarizing it, but he's right. Every single chromosome in your body has a Y fucking chromosome. Said it recently. Every cell in your body is telling your body, this is male. This has a penis. This is a man. And don't give me your bullshit, oh, well, the people that have the one No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about perfectly healthy young men and women that are taking hormones that are cancerous and mutilating their bodies. All right?
And the body treats that fake vagina as a wound.
Well, actually, I would actually say.
No, I'm a girl.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
I guess I'm convinced. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I'm just a bigot. Oh dear. I don't care. Look. I care about kids being abused. That should never fucking happen. And it's despicable that people do that to them.
All right.
It's all right. You can go away now. Do you want to go away?
Don't you want me anymore?
No, you can go away. Go on.
Be gone!
Repeal the 19th. Well done. Taking steps. I like it.
Yeah, but it's like what? I hate it too because you know about COPA, right, Kaz?
Yeah, I know about that.
It's this fucking bullshit,
I know about that, yeah.
like internet law they passed where you have to label all your videos. Is it child friendly? Like what? what the fuck does the government have to do with telling people what they can and can't do on fucking YouTube? What, like, what?
And what's just very quickly, and what's more, if you see, I saw a video that did a very good
Dandy Lee, thank you for the lemon.
rundown of what they considered child friendly, right? And some of the shit you'd be
Oh.
disgusted. You know, it was all very gay, very transsexual stuff, and very much pushing this onto kids. And it was considered child friendly, and it was on the YouTube Kids app.
But
as well.
like,
So-
I'm just on the
I
principle
remember,
of like, what parent is setting their kid loose on YouTube? What terrible parent just goes, oh, just go on YouTube? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, if when I have kids, they will not be allowed on
Yeah,
YouTube without
can I just,
supervision
let
until
me,
they're at least adults. Okay, like no, I know what's on YouTube. Okay.
Well, let me just let me put this one across. Right now, I've been on the internet since I was about 8, right? And I had dial-up shit internet at 8, right? And you know, I'm 30-ish now, right? So I would argue that I've been on the internet and seen everything since I was very young, right? My parents didn't restrict what I did. So where's the argument there? Like,
Yeah,
why
well,
didn't
how
it
did
harm
you
me?
turn out as a fine,
Right.
well-adjusted adult? Like
How did I turn
I didn't
out?
have that kind of
Okay.
supervision
Yeah.
either on the internet. But you know, like my parents basically told me, like,
Right.
hey, you know, don't use pornography in excess. You know, don't give anyone personal information about you. You know, don't get viral. Like,
Yeah, see, that's interesting because my parents never really commented about it.
well,
They
my
gave me a
dad's an
computer.
actual like computer
Um,
engineer.
they didn't really
so,
know
like,
anything, to be
he's
fair.
big. You know, he was big on
yeah.
early, you know, BBS or bulletin boards. So my dad actually had
nice.
like an
Cool.
understanding of how like the internet worked. You know, like so he was like, look, you know, here's what's there. Don't do this. Don't use that. You know, like I was like, okay. You know, he gave me like, I guess he gave me the internet talk. You know, like, look, if it's too good to be true, it is too
See,
good
I,
to be
I
true.
kind of had it in my, mind that I would never give my real name out on the internet, and I remember when this was probably about mid 2000s ish, well maybe earlier. You know when MySpace and stuff started coming around, and I remember seeing people putting their real name on the internet, and I was genuinely like, "What the fuck are you doing? You're putting your
Yeah.
name on there? Why would you tell anyone your name on
Or
the internet?
share
It's
anything
crazy,
about
right?
yourself
So
on the internet. These are internet
it's just
people.
mad. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You'll find when I talk about myself, right? Like for instance, earlier on, right? I won't give a perfect exact fact like
Yeah,
that, mid 30,
exactly.
right? So you know, I'll say I'm around 30, and I'll say I'm around the middle of England, right? So that could be anything. Sometimes I would deliberately put out stuff
Wrong.
that's
That's a
fake,
smart way
but
to
kind
go
of
about it. Oh,
kind of
Mr. Frank,
correct.
tonight's topic, it's Coast to Ghost. It's my talk show. We're just talking about the news right now. We're currently on the topic of internet censorship and COPA specifically. Sorry, continue.
And we're
Oh,
joined
Kazeeas,
by
the official
our,
restreamer of the Kill Stream on YouTube and the host of the Chill Stream Uncut on D Live, and I believe also on YouTube, is here. He is my guest, our friend
Yeah,
from the
YouTube.
UK.
Yeah, that's right. I am on YouTube. I'll post my link in the chat, and I'll put my Twitter in. Oh, I did
tweet-
it
yeah,
earlier
'cause
on,
I
but I'll do it
tweeted
again
out.
anyway.
go for it again. Also, a frequent guest on not only Bibble's LGBTQAARP streams, but also the D&D streams.
And that the LGBT, it's not what you actually think. It's obviously a play on it.
I assumed
Yeah,
it was a
it's
joke.
it's good. Oh
Yeah,
no,
it's a
I
joke.
actually appreciate it. I think Kaz, honestly, like I think you do a
definitely
really
give
good job
Kaz
on
a
there. I
follow
think
on
you and
Twitter
Bibble
and
play
check out
very
his
well
YouTube
together.
channel.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's fun. I do enjoy doing it. The last two, no, last week he couldn't do a stream, and the 2 weeks
Yeah.
before I wasn't able to join. But hopefully this week I should be on.
Awesome.
Yeah, I actually like it might sound weird, but like almost everybody that we've had on, like if I haven't like actually looked at their content at that point, like I go back and I make sure to actually look at what they've
Say,
been doing.
Fed
but,
officially
like,
does the research for this
there's
show.
so many.
I'm just the obnoxious spurg that yells about everything.
Well, I at least try to, but there's so many. I think Ralph and Andy and like the most prominent people in our like sphere of influence have done such a good job of like propagating these different users and like at least getting some traction behind them. That there's like a couple flagship things that they do where you at least see people that are adjacent to them or whatnot, and like I've heard of Tony Castle, I've heard of Kaz, I've heard of like
Rabbi
a lot
Shekels,
of these people
Ada
before,
Wolf,
and
Mountain
like
Walk,
Right.
all of
you
them.
see what they do. Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's
and
a really good.
you do a good job.
it's a really good thing. I know people shit on Ralph
Well,
for a lot of things, and
some
you
he
know,
deserves
some
it
just
for, other
some
things
very
no.
justifiably.
Yeah.
You know, but what my point was going to be is he's actually been good at being able to push loads of random people. You know, you wouldn't have heard about any people like Bibble or whatever without Ralph existing, right? So it's actually
Right.
good that there's someone like that
I mean, most
who's
of the
able
people
to,
here wouldn't have heard
you know,
about me if
spotlight
I
random
didn't call
people.
him the Ralph, you know?
Well, exactly, yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
100%.
You know, that's why I'm very
what do
appreciative,
you
you know, even if he cuts me off and doesn't take my jokes always the best way.
He's only joking. You know, he's only joking.
I know.
Yeah.
You know what I do find, just to talk about that, I do find it quite funny that some people really don't understand that, you know, yeah, he's obviously joking, he's obviously playing. You know, do people not get
No,
that this is a
I
joke?
understand
It's
that,
like
yeah.
very fun. I know you get it. I know you get it.
I
but
understood it,
I've
but it
seen
would have
some
really
people
helped the
say
Coast to Ghost audience
they
getting to pitch my shit. But it's fine. You know, that'll be another day for it. Yeah. No, and I mean, I really, I know it sounds gay to say we have a nice community. Like, we do. We have a nice community of content creators and chatters. Is Kaz going to confirm he is indeed a rotund brown man homosexual? I don't think so.
Oh yeah, so that's actually
We can go into that
reference
if you want. I mean,
to,
I
yeah, sure, I will, yeah. I
we
talked
can.
about
That's
it.
a nice segue, I guess.
I did a Yeah, I did a very, I don't know how long it was, probably about half an hour or an hour after Killstream one time on Killstream Uncut on YouTube, where it was about a week after Kiwi Farms actually had found this guy on Instagram. I think it was, it might have been Twitter. Anyway, one of them, right? They'd found this guy who had Kaz as their name, right?
Are you saying
Kaz,
Kiwi
not Kazeeas,
Farms failed to
right?
do proper
And
research? What?
I would never say that.
Also,
because I
Good night,
wouldn't say
honest.
that because I wouldn't say that because, you know, genuinely, right? It could look like, yeah, this looks a bit suspicious, right? It looks like it would have been me.
Yeah.
So they had this guy. There was this guy who was following Ralph, and Ralph was following him, right? Who was this black, gay, furry, French, Scottish guy, and so yeah, they posted this. This is my docs. This is all me, right? And obviously, you know, not true. And the guy who they actually did docs, this guy named Kaz, did come on to Kiwi Farms, and he posted his detail, like his voice and everything. And obviously, it wasn't me. So I do get the odd people saying, "Yeah, so are you this brown homosexual?" Which is quite funny. So I played into it for about a week, and then just
I mean,
did that stream. But yeah, it did make me
is.
laugh.
Yeah, I was wondering where the whole like Kaz is a homosexual joke came from.
Oh,
'cause
we
I
just
remember that was
heard
going on
your
for a while.
girlfriend or wife,
Oh,
right?
that
It
was
was
a
funny as
bit.
hell. It was so funny. Dude, I laughed my head off. And when it first happened, I was showing my girl here, and she laughed her head. She was thinking it was hilarious.
That's how
It
you
was
know
really
you've
funny.
made it when you've
So
been
shout
when
out to
someone's
that.
attempted to dox you on Kiwi Farms, right? That's how you know you've made it in our small internet circle.
Right.
It was just so funny, because you know you could think that it was real, right? Because Ralph is following this guy, he's following back. That's weird, right?
Yeah, this
So
is
it
this
could
is their
be
alternate line
legit.
of communication.
Yeah. Oh, I
Right.
think it was Instagram because I
Wait,
remember
wait,
saying,
wait.
you know, I don't even
You
use
can
Instagram.
post
Yeah.
stuff to Instagram. I just use it to follow like Asian cosplay girls and like Asian girls that are really hot. You can do it.
Yeah, I didn't actually go
Oh.
on the site, but
Wait,
I just looked
you
at the
can post to
pictures
Instagram?
of what the guys are. So yeah, I don't go on Instagram, but sadly, no,
You are
I'm
not the brown
the
man you were accused of.
the brown
Yeah.
homosexual. Yeah, I'm not the brown man on the Instagram. But it was
But
funny.
you sound just
Very
like
funny for
him.
me.
You
I know. Yeah.
The vocal profile is so.
I'm pretty sure someone said, I swear I saw someone unironically saying, yeah, but you're just putting on this
So
voice
they're
now
accused
in
you of
chat.
like being kraut.
You know, when I was
guess.
doing the stream revealing that it was rubbish. When I was doing the stream revealing that this wasn't
Can you do an
correct,
American accent for us?
someone was like, yeah, you're just putting a voice on.
I want to hear an
um,
American
Oh, yeah,
accent.
do you have one?
Probably not. Probably not. Probably
Okay.
I'll think. I'll
Alright,
try and do it. Yeah, in a minute. I'll try and do it. In a bit.
now,
Yeah.
since we're
I'll
back
think
into
about
kind
what
of
to
like
do.
the interview section, I do want to ask. I asked this of all my guests. The same question.
Sure.
What was your red pill moment? Like what
Red
was
Bull
it
moment.
that made
Okay.
you like how you are
Okay.
now, where you don't just
Okay, I can tell you that, right? Because I think I said this on maybe just Discord. But basically, this was a long time ago. This was in school, right? I was just I think I was year 8, so I would have been 12, I think. Maybe 13, 12 or 13, either way. And just lined up in this queue outside the building, waiting to go into a science class. See, that detailed. I do remember this. And I randomly didn't know these people, right? Randomly got punched in the back of my head, right? And by this, I don't know if he was Pakistani, but may as well be, right? And it turns out, right, that this guy had been paid £1, right, to come and hit me in the back of the head, right? But after this happened, because I got hit in the back, I actually fell to the floor, right? I didn't really, so I got up, right? He didn't actually like stand, but he actually like the guy who paid him ran away, but the other guy stood there. So I managed to hit him back. I hit it. I don't think he fell to the floor, but he did stumble back, and then the teacher was right on top of us, so split us up. Because I was a right asshole in school, I was always getting into fights. But this guy hit me then, and that was actually my red pilling moment. Because I ever since then I've always thought, you scum people, you're all just violent filth, right? Picking on people for no reason. All my fights were justified, right?
wow.
And but that was my moment that I pretty much hated them ever since. And that was many years ago. So yeah, pretty early on in my days that I've been red pilled.
Well, actually, that's kind of similar to, I guess, the second thing that happened that made
Wait,
me
do we have
really
to get
pissed
additional
off.
follow-ons?
Yeah,
Because mine was having a black kid attack me and then being suspended for falsely saying I called him the N-word. At a time in my life in middle school when I did not know the N-word. Yeah, no, I got this kid just attacked me because we were playing basketball. And I took a rebound from him because, I was about an inch taller than him. He was also really short. Middle school, mind you, I'm like, I don't know, I was 4'10" or 11 or something. So I was like fucking tiny. Yeah, I was very tiny. And like, I go up, I get a rebound, he just gets pissed at me. He just starts like punching me and kicking me. And, like I'm not a big dude, but like, I'm just kind of like, okay, stop. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And I go to the teacher and I'm like, dude, he just kind of like, I didn't say chimp out, but dude, he just kind of attacked me. Like, what the hell? And so they go, and I'm like, okay, whatever. I go back to my classes. I go back to like algebra or something, algebra 3 or something, and I get a call. There's over the intercom. Would the ghost please come to the principal's office? And I'm there, and my parents are there.
You were 1337 at that time, though.
My parents are there. The black kid's there. The black kid's parents are there. And the principal says, do you know why you're here? I'm like, no. Well, it's because we're going to suspend you for 3 days. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it's just, this kid over here, black kid we'll call him, he says you called him the N-word. And I just say straight out to the principal, what the fuck is the N-word? Because I'd never heard it. I was like 12 years old. I was like, what the fuck's the N-word?
Yeah.
And I was like, well, the principal just kind of like stumbles for a second, like, you know what you said, okay? You know what you said. And I'm like, no, I don't. And I look at my parents, I'm like, Mom, Dad, what are they talking about? And they're just like, look, and so the principal's like, look, we don't want to cause any trouble. He says you called him this, and we have to take his word for it. And you're going to be suspended for 3 days. He's going to be suspended for a few days as well. Go home, think about what you did, think about what you said, and why that would have hurt someone's feelings. I'm like, but I didn't say it. Well, sorry, no, just you're suspended. And I was just like, what the fuck? And after I got back, I was branded as a racist. People treated me like shit. People didn't even want to associate with me. I lost friends over it because they thought I was just some vicious racist. Wow. And I was like, what the fuck? I never said it. I have good friends with me that were there when it happened. They're like, yeah, we know it didn't happen. I was like, well, you guys gonna stand up for me? It's like, I mean, yeah, they would at times, but others were just like, yeah, we don't care. We don't want to cause trouble. And I'm like,
that's fucking crazy, man. That's fucking crazy, man.
And ever since then, I started looking into, like, okay, well, why does it matter that he's black? And now I learned about, crime statistics and other things as I was in high school.
Yeah.
I saw
or when somebody gets labeled something like that,
Right,
you
which
look
is why
into it
every
because
time
you have a
someone's labeled
critical
as a
eye.
racist, I'm always immediately just like, okay, what's going on here?
Mm,
You know, it's always like
thinking.
big think, you know, like, but ever since then, like, I happened to be in middle school. I think I was in 7th grade. Like, that ruined my entire social life in fucking middle school. You know, I was like, I
crazy,
got
man.
branded a racist, you know, there's like some fat white kid, oh, look, it's Ghost the Racist over here, ha ha ha. And I was just like, okay. All right, I guess this is my penance in
Did
life.
did, did that label go away in high school, or
I
it carried on with
mean,
you for a
like,
while?
I kind of found my own group of friends. We just played basketball every day, but I didn't really have like a station with
Yeah.
like the normal, you know, cliques of kids. You know, there were just a bunch of kids we played ball with every day, you know, and like we got along. They got to know me personally, and they were like, "Yeah, you're a good kid." But like, you know, there were a lot of kids from my middle school that were just like, "Oh, we don't associate with him. Why? He's a racist."
So I actually have an interesting thing. I know we've talked about this before, but I think so. There's the red pilling moment, but there's the weird consciousness moment that also happens where it's like, oh, I didn't even. I feel like I had a similar thing that happened to you, Ghost, but I had it in the second grade.
Before you get into that, let me just
I
kind of finish up mine, then we'll get to your consciousness moment. It
Sure.
was kind of just at that. I look back on that, and I think like it was a good thing it happened. You know, like I'm kind of glad that like I had that shitty experience and that happened to me, because it allowed me to kind of look at the world, you know, clear-eyed, and just be like, oh, the world is not fair. The world will bend to the people that whine the loudest, the people that complain, the people that try to escape their own responsibility. The world will bend to appease these people, rather than what it should be, which is that the world should be just and righteous. Right. It
Be
taught me
fair,
that the system
yeah.
doesn't care about you. The system is unfeeling. The system will do anything to defend itself. That school was saying, look, if we don't suspend this kid, even if Ghost right here is telling 100% the truth, it doesn't matter. We could get our asses sued if we're considered dismissive of this kid's claim. Right? We could have all of us lose our jobs because all they have to do is be loud enough, get a good enough lawyer, and they could destroy us. But
that's crazy, right? And that's crazy, right? I will say, in my case, and keep in mind this was a while ago, right? So in my case, the system did actually work for me. Like in that case, obviously there was people that saw the fight, even though I did hit back, right? We didn't have no zero
I didn't hit the
tolerance
kid back
bullshit
either,
in
by
my
the way.
school, at least
I just tolerated it.
Oh, right. Well, you know, I hit him back. You know, that guy got suspended. And it was weird as well, because you know we had loads of fights in school and no one really got suspended. Like no one got in trouble, no one got suspended or anything. Yeah, he was suspended for a bit. I never even really saw him again either in the school, but he was there. But yeah, the system did work for me. There was a few times where I got into loads of fights with Muslims, you could say, and you know, it always worked out for me.
Asian young men,
yeah,
right?
Asians, yeah.
You know, it's
Asians,
funny.
yeah,
I never.
Asians.
I think I've only been in like 1 or 2 fights in my life, and I ended them both very quickly. You know, like I was not a kid that goes around and fights people. I wasn't a kid that like goes around and says like, "Hey, fuck you, come on, let's do this." Like, no, I'm just a quiet kid. I liked playing sports. I liked video games. I liked to keep to myself, and it was just like, you know, like that's who I've always was. You know, I'm a lot louder now than I used to be, but I was very.
Well, that was a problem in this school. You know, I did like to keep to myself, right? But the problem with this school is it was very male, right?
Oh.
No, it wasn't diverse. It wasn't very diverse at all. But the problem is I got put into, because of my primary school record, which wasn't very good, but however I did keep to myself, right? I was put into the house, which is like a group of, I don't know how I can explain it. A house is like,
It's like your homeroom or something, or.
After the sorting hat takes you to.
Well, did you?
Yeah, kind of. You know what? Kind of like that, right?
So,
Yeah.
so
well,
like
I can
there's
say it's
students
kind of like
that are
that.
associated
It's like
with
a bit.
you, and you kind of have like a collective group on campus, right?
Yeah, so the house was like a group of every year, right? So every year group is in a single house, and there's like loads of houses, right? So I was in this one house which was known for like troublemakers. So because I was in that house, you know, there was a lot of times where I had to either fight and I actually enjoyed it quite a lot. I know some people like really hate school, but I had a good experience because I really enjoyed the fighting, because my parents were like, look, you're gonna need to know how to defend yourself, right, in life, right? So we had a home gym, so I was working out
Based.
every day in school, right? So when people tried shit, it was really fun because that's why it was really annoying that
You know, I
when
just
this guy
realized I can
hit me in
turn
the
on
back of the
follower
head
only
because
chat, and I just
I
did.
wasn't.
Awesome. Sorry.
Oh yeah. So that's why it was really annoying that I was hitting the back of the head because I didn't see
Yeah.
it coming,
Well, I
right? So I
mean,
couldn't
you could
defend
take a lot
myself
of damage from
easily.
getting hit in the back of the head. Like, you know, I mean,
Yeah,
obviously the kid wasn't thinking of
and
the consequences of that because he's a dumb kid attacking his classmate.
oh,
You
of
know,
course
like,
not, no.
but
Yeah, of course. Oh, and that's another thing, right? That I'd never seen this guy before. It was
just
completely
someone was
random.
just like, "Hey, go hit this
Completely
kid."
random.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
that's what it was.
that-
Yeah.
And remember,
That's the
these are the
opportunist
same
way.
intellectuals that they want to be deciding if they're going to transition at that age. You know, like the retarded kid that's just like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
right, making
I'll
good
give you $1
choices.
to go punch that kid."
Right.
Okay, I'll go do that. You know, not thinking, "Oh, will this guy attack back? Will this guy, beat the shit out of me for, punching him?" Like, no, all that kind of foresight and genius level knowledge, right?
Yeah, and when I hit him back, he didn't feel very strong, but I couldn't really say whether I'd have been able to proper beat him because it was only like I only managed to hit him once, and then the teacher was right there and split us up. So I'd like to say I've been able to. I just smashed him completely to pieces. Probably would have,
The
but
only
I couldn't
fight,
say
the
for
only
sure.
fight
And I
that
don't like
I've
saying
ever,
I
I've
would.
ever actually participated in. I put the guy in a chokehold and basically just held it for about like a couple minutes, and like, we can end this anytime. I just like, the guy punched me in the back of the head. I turned around. He started to walk away. I turned around, just put his head in a chokehold, grabbed him by the neck, and like, all right, are we done? Are we fucking done? That was in high school, of course.
Yeah,
It's
good ones,
amazing
I bet.
how fights start like
And he was
that,
my buddy
like,
too. He was my
um,
fucking buddy too.
yeah.
He was my
I'm
buddy
not-
too.
not
So
gonna get
like,
into
I
the
wasn't
whole
gonna beat the crap out of
fighting
him. I was
history.
like, he was pissed at me over something. I was like, nope, we're not doing this. Fuck off, man.
There was one fight that I got into with a friend, right? This guy was now in English terms, this guy was fat as fuck.
What is that in
right?
American
But in
terms?
American
Is that- we
terms,
call
he
that
probably wasn't. He probably
average?
wasn't really that fat, to be fair. He probably was average. I don't know, but like, and keep in mind we were only like 14 or so. But I remember hitting him in his face, and he didn't fucking move. He was so fat. He just didn't. He just like.
You,
like,
you
"Whoa?"
attacked like
It was kind of like a cartoon moment, kind of like a cartoonish moment, with like a big fat guy, and you hit someone like a big fat guy in the face, and they
it
just
was
stand there
then
like.
that
"Ooh."
Kaz realized he had fucked up as he would proceed to sit on him.
Well, yeah, he fucking I think he hit me in the face as well, and I think we exchanged. I think we fought for a bit, and then just let's. I think we both ended up on the floor, like hitting each other. Yeah, it's quite fun, I enjoyed school.
That's
I
like,
enjoyed
that's
fucking
just
around.
part of what guys do when they're kids. Like it's.
Well, that's
Yeah.
how you understand somebody else when when everything else doesn't work. I think, but so I think a common thread that happened in a lot of these things, if you'll notice, is people getting like hit in the back of the head, and like that's that you're trying to take somebody off guard, and you're trying to like that's somebody trying to assert dominance by like, oh, I took this person out. It was like a flawless victory thing, and then it's the victor writes the history thing. It's like, oh, I knocked your ass out. You didn't even see it coming. Blah 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 blah. But
Yeah.
one of the more like respectful ways to do this, and that it actually happened whenever I used to live in the north. I was born in the north, and then I moved down to the south at like a very young age. And one thing that happened is, as soon as I moved down here, I didn't know anybody, and I guess it was the first like racial conscious thing I ever had. One was I got called vanilla for like 6 months, and I had no fucking clue what vanilla meant. And finally, I was like, "What the fuck are you guys talking about?" And they were like, "You're white." And I was like, "What?" And they were like, "Yeah, you're white." And I was like, "Holy fuck, that's what mattered." Oh, I get it. Like, I went from like a Catholic school to a public school, and like that was a weird moment that I'll never forget because it didn't click forever. But there was a guy named Joey that I moved to this place, and like I was friends with whoever. I was like I've been I usually talk to people and everything's fine, but for whatever reason, this kid Joey and I never clicked. It took like 2 weeks before we were both like, I don't fucking know you, you don't know me, and we kicked the shit out of each other as soon as we saw each other after the bus for a week straight. Anytime we saw each other, it was like if you were on a bike, it was kill on sight, and we just ran at each other and we beat the fuck out of each other. And it wasn't like malicious. We didn't like chase the other person down, but there was a point where the other person wasn't like doing anything, or they were like, "Ah, stop!" And you got up and you're like, "Okay, fuck you," and you like walked off. And it took a week of us beating the crap out of each other. And after that,
And
fucking
today
week
he was the best
over.
man at your
After
wedding.
that, we were best fucking friends. Yes, exactly. We kicked the shit out of each other every time we saw each other, and then after that, we got it out of our systems. We knew exactly what the other person was about. We were like, yeah, no, this guy's not a prick. He's not gonna do this random bullshit where he does all these cheap moves and fucks off. He's not gonna bite me. He's not gonna do all these other fucked up things, because every time I fucking shit tested this guy for a week straight, even when he was on the fucking ropes, he never pulled any of this stupid bullshit. And I think that really needs to be something that we embrace more often. And I think that's why you have a very healthy view on it, Kaz. I definitely think that's a good way to go about things, is to actually it's to shit test somebody. It's to actually express how you feel. And if things don't go properly, if all else fails and you both mutually go at it and you can mutually say, okay, cut it. I think that's very healthy. I think it's a very viable option of if nothing else, of communicating where nothing else works.
Very much difficult to screw up that. Yeah, so because I grew up in that experience, that's how I believe things should be. I think I turned out okay. I think everyone else I knew who went through the same school life and same similar experiences went through it okay. So it works for me. So why wouldn't it work for anyone else, right? So yeah, if the way you've got parents and teachers, governments, they're all of them, media, trying to say that men and boys shouldn't have this kind of
toxic masculinity.
Yeah, this masculinity, or there's a word I
Camaraderie,
don't know how to say it, but
interaction,
rambunctious, a
Oh,
rambunctious.
yeah, it kinda-
rambunctious.
I know exactly what you're talking about. This kind of the
like-
way that men,
yeah, you know
develop
what
our
I mean,
bonds,
right?
It's not we don't.
Yeah,
We're not just
yeah.
hugging and kissing. We're
Yeah,
we're
that-
fucking hey, punch you on the shoulder. What's going on? And fucking with people.
Yeah, they want to remove the masculinity there. They want to remove that, and then they want to turn you into a girl, right? So
exactly. They
it's
wanna,
like
they want to
you've gone
lock
with
you
two
in a
phases there.
room and pump you full of drugs so you can sit still because you're a fucking kid, okay? You want to be running around, okay? You want to be pushing people, all right? And then you get you get your hormones when you're a teenager, and now you want to just touch girls all day, it's,
Oh, that's another point, actually. How this is actually what I was going to say earlier on, but I forgot. How they, they say, oh, you can pause your
oh my
puberty,
gosh.
right? It doesn't do any problem, it doesn't cause you any issues at all. If you choose to say you don't want to be a girl anymore, don't worry, you can just turn your puberty back on. Fucking
Magical on-off
bullshit.
switch.
Yeah, the magical on-off
God, I
switch
love that
of
hamburger
life. Yeah,
helper
that doesn't
sticker
work,
they just
mate. It's
posted.
not the case.
Sorry. No, this notion
it's
that any of
absolutely,
this is
shit.
reversible, it's well, sure, by some context it is reversible, but absolutely you're gonna probably do permanent damage if you commit to it. Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure if you do it for a month, you might be able to get out with no damage, but if you start committing to it, no, you're fucked. You're absolutely screwed. Yeah. And you're not a fully developed adult making this decision. It's retarded.
Well, did you see? I don't know. This was on Bibble Show. I don't know if you saw this one, where we went over this this girl who had transitioned
Good to see you, Beans.
a man, took hormones
Sorry,
and everything,
remember my chat.
she stopped, and her voice.
Oh yeah,
is now
no, you're talking about
sounds
what's her
like
name?
Yeah.
I remember hearing her. Her voice is just
Yeah.
permanently masculine. There's nothing she can do about it.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think I did hear later on that they can fix it, but I'm not sure. Probably not. Who knows? But it's crazy, right? That they are absolutely ruining
they're
kids,
permanently
right? And
permanently
it's
altering
doing it
them.
on purpose. They're doing it on purpose.
Yeah, and Beans, I'm doing great. Thanks for coming by the show. I'm here with my guest Kazeeas and my co-hosts Geeky Gardner and Fed Zeppelin. But yeah, no, like this is monstrous what they're doing to children. Like that, just like people always say this about abortion. We're gonna look back in 30 years and say, how did we ever let this keep going? I think we're gonna look back on this in 3 years, and say, how did we ever let these monsters do this? I don't think we're gonna have that long.
It's monstrous and it's on a whim. It's so it's so flippant and so the qualifying status of it is so subjective, and it's just so on it's unreal what they're trying to push, and that's where it's gonna be, like you said, it's gonna be looked back unfavorably in history, where you're gonna look at this and just be like, holy fuck, what was
that's
going
why
on?
people say, hey, you're trying to sleep, Beans. That's good. Yeah, you say like, I'm on the right side of history. You're not. Okay, you're absolutely not. You're abusing children. You're not going to convince me that you're on the right side of history if you're abusing kids like this. But I mean, we've been on this.
Being on the right side of history is like a fucking terrible justification. That is a
Well, I
fucking
mean,
terrible
by
one,
that
because you're
logic,
saying,
but
but
by
I'm on the
that
right side of
logic,
history.
if,
It's like,
if,
yeah,
well,
then
little
you
Fed, if
can't,
by that logic,
like,
if Hitler
you-
had taken Stalingrad,
oh.
would he have been on the right side of history? Like seriously,
That's what I'm saying.
Like, if
You're
you keep
trying
saying
to-
like right side of
you're
history, does
trying
that
to
just mean the
add
most violent,
context.
aggressive monster that wins is on the right side of history? You know?
Well, that's the worst part about it, is you're saying, oh, well, my side will eventually win, but what you're even in that statement, you're conceding that right now what your thought is looked on super unfavorably, to the point where you can't even justify it. That's how fucked you have to be to even say I'm on the right side of history. But then you have to say, oh, well, eventually everybody's gonna look at what my side is doing, boy. And it's like, you should never.
I couldn't
resort to
recognize
saying
what that
And
voice
if anybody ever
was,
tries
but,
to do that,
sounded like a leprechaun.
oh, I
to
have
me,
no idea
but
what you're
that's
talking
fine.
about.
As you know,
was,
Kaz, we are very
that was
colorful
my,
with our language here.
that was my correct side of history voice.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say about it.
Or what you do, what they do now, just become history professors and rewrite the textbooks.
Oh
There you go.
gosh, I have history professors in my family that are just
Don't
the most
question me.
left liberal people in the world, and you talk to them about like actual history, and you nail them down on things, and they'll just be like, "Oh, well, you're just not educated because you haven't read all these texts and primary sources." No, I've seen the results of history. I live the results of history. Okay, I know what happens.
Now, okay, so this was an interesting thing that I'm sorry, I don't mean to do a big tangent here,
You can
but
Fed post.
This was something I was.
Oh, well, I mean, no, do not Fed post on my channel, but his name is Fed Zeppelin, so therefore, when he goes off, it's called Fed
It's true.
posting.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about. I'm just doing autobiographical things in the chat.
I really need like a
it's-
thing that
I-
puts up like graphics when Fed goes off, and just like Fed posting in progress.
Warning, danger. But I think this is very evident right now, especially with it's like a super prescient within the what is happening right now. I cannot talk to or I cannot find a justification from my Canadian friends or my left-leaning friends right now with what's going on with this Kyle case, where I show either, if they're unwilling to watch the video, I talk to them about the video, the facts of what's going on, and
I'll give you the answer when you're
everything
done with your
that's
shtick,
surrounding
but
it.
I'll explain it.
Well, I when I talk to these people, what you eventually nothing makes sense. They always say okay, well, the self-defense thing, it doesn't work here. The legality, it doesn't work here. It ends up going down this whole fucking line, and what eventually you get to is it's somebody else that doesn't understand the situation, is trying to dictate rules for you and the rest of society on something that they don't understand at all, and they're just regurgitating something that's been told to them, and they think they're right without ever experiencing any portion of it, without knowing any portion of it, and then they feel good about it. At the end of the night, they can sleep perfectly fucking well. They can say, okay, yeah, no problem. I heard this from somebody. I'm right about it because I heard this from a credible source, and they will cite CNN, they will cite the worst fucking source, and they will not think critically about it whatsoever. They won't apply any further knowledge, and they'll just say, yep, that's it, and that's what it is. And that's what makes me feel really bad about what's going on right now, as far as our politics in the United States is it's realizing that I've been trying to like debate in a way where I can understand the other side. I could possibly adopt their position if they were willing to make like a compelling argument and have like anything that's like actually like a reasonable argument that you could agree with, that you could say, okay, yeah, no, I'll come a little bit more over to your side. And I feel like a lot of the time I'm coming out and I'm trying to say, okay, yep, I'm not trying to be too couched to my position. Give me your position. Maybe I can go over towards there. And it's not. It's non-existent. You're talking to somebody who's just throwing up this terrible knowledge that they've gotten from somewhere. It's at best propaganda, and at worst they're being a bad faith actor, and it's super apparent. And like it's just I keep finding it being more and more and more pervasive. And I think one of the like the most shining examples of this right now is this fucking Kyle case, where it seems so A and B. There's like a straight, it's like a point to point line you can draw, and it's very clear. But the justification, it gets muddled. They try and go back to all these other things, and you just realize eventually that like, okay, no, I'm gonna stop hacking away at these fucking leaves that they keep spawning these leaves when you look at the roots, and it's just garbage. And you're like, okay, well then just throw this whole thing out. It's fucking useless.
Fed, what you're not understanding is that to be a leftist, you have to pretend not to know things. That is the entirety of being in the left. You have to pretend not to know things and have a desire to get involved in people's lives. That's literally it. That's all it takes to be a leftist. You want to be overly involved in people's lives who want nothing to do with you, and you pretend not to know things.
But Ghost, can I push back on that a little bit? Because I think they're okay. So it's let's say, would you agree that 50% of America is probably
no,
leftist?
I'd say it's more like 30, 40.
No.
What's up?
Okay. For argument's sake, can we call them 50%
I would say it's like 30
of America?
left, 30 right, 40 middle.
Okay, sure. We'll call it that.
You know, and middle is probably split somewhere around like, you know, center right, 20, center left.
No,
20,
that's reasonable.
Something to that degree.
Yeah, no, I'll concede that. I agree. That's fair.
And then there's me. I'm somewhere off that I'm all the way off the spectrum.
Right. Okay, but when you look at this question and you're looking at I think it is a very good thing when you look at something bad that happens, or something that you might consider like quote unquote evil. When you actually look at it, you say, okay, is this actually evil? Is this something that I can just blame on incompetence, or am I going to blame it on like malintent? And more often than not, like what you could blame on evil, I forget the quote, it's what something could be considered evil is most likely somebody's just being incompetent or stupid, and they're not even looking at it in the right like focal lens. And what ends up happening is I tend to look at that too much, but I feel like you have to adjust that, and I feel like there's not just dumb people on this leftist side. They're not just all disregarding everything and becoming lemmings. There are people that are they are smart, but they literally think completely differently.
Their brains can't make the connect.
There has to be a mode of thinking.
Okay, they're not able to see what's going on.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's not the way they think. They're not making connect. They are disregarding their personal experience to hear an authority and strictly adhere to it.
Well,
that's
we saw
the way
this
that
in Vito's debate with Bibble. Absolutely, to that extent, you saw that to an amazing degree, where he's just well, first of all, you know, he's obviously heard from other sources. He did not read the coroner reports himself. Obviously, he was just like, well, they said both coroners said it was not caused by drugs, and Bibble's like, well, no, they're saying that complications from years of drug use and abusing one's body is what killed him in one, and the other one was like, oh, maybe it was the windpipe. You know, it wasn't very full-throated like endorsement that he suffocated. You know, from that.
A full-necked endorsement?
A full-throated endorsement, indeed. You know, like, but you saw Vito just wouldn't concede the point, and he would not concede because he's like, no, my entire worldview, like, and Vito's a bit more fence city than most leftists, but like, he needs it to be true that George Floyd was killed because that cop's knee was on his neck, because otherwise all the points he was trying to make after all seemed dumb, and they were dumb. But like if he couches it in,
Exactly.
well, George Floyd was murdered, not George Floyd was a violent criminal. He did not take care of his family. He was on a fentanyl to kill 3 people. Like all these other circumstances. It's just like, well, like look, I don't think anyone should die, but guess what? He was a bad dude. Okay.
I think you actually nailed it there. I think a good intersection of our points is I think you're very correct there. I think it's
I guess what it comes down to
I
for me,
guess it
Fat,
would be
is the only
kind of
person that could have
both.
stopped George Floyd from dying in that situation is George Floyd.
Yes,
That's
yeah, yeah.
basically what it
Okay,
is.
you're
The only
completely
person
correct
that could
about
have
that.
saved George Floyd's life in that situation is George Floyd. And there are 20 or 30 different
Yeah.
decisions he could have made differently that day where he's still alive, regardless of any interaction from the police officer. Like all these decisions he could have made himself. And for me, I believe in personal
Yeah,
responsibility, and I believe you're in charge of your own life, okay? And like
You could even
But-
say that with Jacob Blake.
if he had
just
like, the
comply
2
with the cops,
words
he wouldn't-
Jacob Blake
he would
could have
never-
said.
never be a
wait,
cripple.
wait,
No,
before
wait,
we
wait,
get
wait,
too
wait.
far off
There are
this,
2
like,
words Jacob Blake could have said. Magic words. Anyone can say to a police officer, and it's just, yes, officer. Like, if he had said yes, officer, and stopped what he was doing, Jacob Blake would not have 7 bullets in his back.
we can go on to this point in a second, but I think you hit a good intersection point there, and I think it just needs to be said real quick. It's I think you kind of couched what I said in like a better way. It's these leftist people tend to, or these people that believe this source and like the undying believe this source, they couch themselves in that, and then afterwards they rotate around it. They don't need to know like all of the other knowledge. They stick to that one like nexus point, and then they'll do anything to stay close to
Fed,
that.
keep talking. I'm gonna grab some ice
They'll
real
use
quick.
observable reality to try and work with it. But yeah, I think that was a very good curtailing of the point that I made. So I think that's very accurate, Ghost. But keep going on with what y'all are talking about. Kiki?
Oh, I was just say, you could say the same thing with Jacob Blake or even Mike Brown. I feel that was more with Mike Brown because you guys remember right before he got shot by Darren Wilson, he actually punched him.
He
charged at
assaulted
him.
he assaulted a
stole
police
box of
officer
cigars.
as a large man.
Yeah, he also piled drive a
You
shopkeeper.
want to talk about bigotry
It's
or
even
like
the-
prejudgment? Believe me, if Michael Brown was a 90-pound woman, he wouldn't have been shot. Because the officer would just be like, "Get off me! What are you doing, you dumb, dumb bitch?" But an officer can't necessarily disable a large man attacking him. They're not fucking karate masters. Okay, we're not Marvel superheroes, Vouch. Okay, we can't fucking stop someone attacking us necessarily in a safe way.
Exactly. If I see a 200-pound big guy chasing
I'm gonna
after
shoot
me,
him. Like,
there's no way.
I'm not gonna see.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I trip him. Maybe I. No, I'm going to pull a gun and say stop approaching, and if they keep approaching, I will.
And wasn't he tased
Yeah,
too,
no,
I believe?
Jacob Blake was
and
tased
he
twice.
still kept going?
He was.
Yeah, he ignored
And
the commands.
SC
And
was-
also, he
SC
did
was
everything.
bringing up
that would-
like.
It's always the
Make you
case
worried.
with all of these, isn't it? It's always the case. They're always resisting. They're always doing something
Whoa,
wrong,
what
right?
was the point
It's
SC was
they can
bringing up? He
never
was saying,
find
oh, he was trying to
one.
break up a
There's
fight.
never a case.
What?
Dude, there's never, let me say, there's never a case, right, that they can really point out where it was completely unjustified, completely, wow, this guy was completely innocent, right? It's always some scumbag doing something wrong, and they always
They make
them
martyrs out of
like
them.
the king of black. Ridiculous.
Well,
Yeah.
when
Exactly.
they're
Yeah,
the
oh,
right
exactly.
color.
Well, if
That's
you've
the
seen a video
problem.
from Utah,
Yeah.
right, of a guy, he's just kind of like he turns around and just gets blasted by
Yeah.
the officer. Like he like the officer
Yeah.
basically says, "Hey, turn around,"
Right.
and just blasts him. And it's all on camera.
Yeah.
And did we burn down cities? Did we march in the streets because
No.
this innocent man was killed by
No.
cops in what looks to be a very unjust murder? No, we didn't.
What about that one? What about the one? I don't know where it's from, and I don't know the guy's name. So
The
apologies
Breonna
to
Taylor
that
one?
guy. No, I'm on about the one where the white guy had his neck stamped on for ages. He was disabled, and he was restrained, actually on his neck properly, not like the fake Floyd one. He was like a bit retarded basically, and they killed him by pushing his neck down, and it was actually caused by the neck being pushed. I don't know if
I
have you
have
seen that
not.
one? Maybe you don't.
That's-
Maybe you haven't. But yeah, it was a white guy before actually the Floyd situation, and
Nope,
no one cared about
not
that.
a
So,
single
interesting, right?
person cared. Not a single person raised money. That guy's family does not have a GoFundMe. That guy's family is just out a son.
Oh, the GoFundMe.
Oh my gosh,
fucked
taking
me
down the
right
GoFundMe
off.
for that kid that did righteously defend himself. And look, I know, Lester Kane say, oh, he broke the law. I don't know if he broke the law. I don't know what the law is. And also, here's the thing.
Yeah, but then
I
let's
follow
be
the
fair,
Constitution,
right?
okay? Second Amendment says no laws abridging or restricting the rights of firearm, okay? So that's an unjust law anyway.
I think the only thing that he might get charged with is bringing the gun
Yeah, but
across state lines. But
Well, let's be
but
fair,
Which is a
right?
misdemeanor.
Just a
Yeah.
second, right? Let's be fair, right? They're all screaming about this minor point. Oh, he did this. He's brought a gun against over the state, right? But let's be honest, they've been doing that with their own defense force for since the start of the
Yep.
riots. And if you think it's really, to me, it's really telling, right? That's the main thing they're attaching onto, right? You're not going to attach onto the fact that he killed
Nope.
some guys, no. You're only going to attach onto the fact that he may have committed a
A
small
minor
crime of
crime
taking a
of
gun
bringing a
against.
weapon
Well,
with him?
yeah. It's you use the proper term for it was a misdemeanor. It's a misdemeanor to bring that across lines. There's felony pedophiles and rapists who are again felons that also had a
And are putting
handgun
hands on this
there,
kid.
which was even a
They're putting
worse
hands on
crime,
this kid that
and they
is
were also
retreating.
assaulting. Yeah, well, exactly, and that's the thing where he's even justified. Like, even if he was guilty of anything, it would be a misdemeanor. But when you look at what they're guilty of, it's attempted murder. They're attempting to kill this guy in a group of people, and that's why he defends himself. And that's why we use these words, and that's why they actually matter. Because it's like, yeah, if you punch somebody in the arm, if you Ethan Ralph kick a police officer, you're not trying to kill them. You are you're having some kind of normal reaction. You're resisting arrest. That's why there's levels of even resisting arrest. There's so many different levels of these things because the context fucking matters. And that's why when you scrub this all away and you try and just say he just did this shit and he blasted these motherfuckers, that's why they have to use this language where they have to obfuscate the actual letter of the law to get any traction in this.
Well, that's
Otherwise,
why
it
they
makes
change
no
language meanings,
sense.
right? That's why they change the meanings of language, right? They change the meanings of
Exactly.
Well,
words for their own to fit their own
hey, what's up,
narrative. Like they
Mikasi?
always do it.
I mean, they'll even expunge your record. Did you guys see that you can't find Jacob Blake's criminal record history anymore?
No, I didn't see that, but I
Oh my God. Hey,
believe
Migo
it.
C, what's up, man? How you doing today? Yeah, no, it's funny. Whenever this story doesn't fit the narrative, and Google is one of the worst culprits of this. They hide and they move, they do so much of the information to ensure their narrative gets across. It's absolutely ridiculous.
It's actually why I am full support at this point for Section 232.
Section 230.
Is that the
Section
right
230
section?
needs to be revoked from these large tech companies. It's beyond. They are publishers.
Yeah, or it needs to be
They are
reformed.
100% publishers,
to-
and there's no doubt in my mind. They're fucking publishers, okay? They are controlling and accessing information all day. All day. That is absolutely...
See,
True.
I remember, this is a little bit probably off topic, but kind of on. I remember when, my wife has just started fucking hoovering. Fuck's sake. I remember when Google changed their shit so the algorithm would be deciding everything, right? It used to be very, very neutral on Google. You could search things and, depending on relevancy, it would come up. But I remember when they changed
pinpoint
it.
exactly the
and,
day when it
it fucked
changed.
up.
I remember I used to be able to Google a story, and I could get stories from all sources. The second it changed, it's like, all right, who's our fact checkers? Who's our truth seekers? Who?
Yeah, well, they started saying, yeah, these search results will be more relevant for you. And it's like, no, that's not what I want. I want what's relevant in the world. I don't, okay, yes, fair enough, Google. It might be what I might like more, but I want to know what
I
is
just
out
want
there.
information.
I don't care
want you to
that
fucking tailor the
fits my
information
narrative,
for me.
right?
I want information. I want what is
Right.
the most searched things for this story, not what you think I should search for this story.
Yeah.
Not what you're pushing me towards, but just what is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. It's exactly like that. And I remember this, and it's the same with YouTube, right? YouTube used to be really great. Their algorithm actually used to be very good as well. Fucking hell, like.
The room needs to be clean.
It's okay, Kaz. But I know you got to take off in a little. I guess let's bring this back. What is there anything you haven't talked about that you'd like to talk about? Just current events wise, news.
Yeah.
I've been bringing up all the different topics to get your takes, but is there anything you particularly want to talk about?
Well, I was thinking about this earlier yesterday, actually. Just a sec. You stop hoovering for a sec. Okay, yeah, well, I know you have, but for a minute. Right, so do you remember the you remember the guy, the armed robbery guy, Ahmad
Mr.
Arbery?
Armed Robbery
Remember
himself.
Yeah.
According to
Mr.
Vito,
Armed
probably
Robbery.
by the side of
You
Jesus
know
right
how-
now with Canon Hinnant.
Yeah, and how it all started coming out like, oh, the guy was an absolute scumbag, right? And everyone was saying, yeah, he's filth, right? And it turned out, oh, well, these guys were hired basically by the police to do, not hired, but asked. As soon as all that started coming out, it all started going quiet,
the
didn't
media
it? In the
cut a
media,
break
and then the
with
new
George
thing
Floyd.
popped up, right? Yeah,
Right.
and then the new thing popped up, and then the George Floyd started slowing down a little bit, and then another one
happens.
happened, right? And also the fucking rioting over the suicide, like that's another thing. Like they'll just riot over anything. I don't know what the solution is really, because the main thing is we've got the media who are basically
They are
against
enemies
people,
of the state.
right?
I would say they're not just the state.
They
They're
are,
enemies
they
of
are.
the people. They're enemies of the citizens of
Yeah.
this country. That they are inciting violence and inciting racial
Yeah.
hatred. There's no doubt in my mind. That's exactly what they're
They
doing.
are. Yeah, and to me, I completely agree. There is no doubt that they are deliberately doing this, and you know this by looking at their commentators on Twitter and what they say. You look at that guy. What's that
Stelter?
CNN guy? The fat
Don Lemon?
guy. No, not the black guy. He's white. Might be
Oh,
Stelter. Yeah, Brian Stelter is the fact checker guy. He pretends he's a fact checker. That's Stelter, isn't it? Yeah, him. He says some absolute bullshit on Twitter. So it's like, well, why are you saying this? You don't need to be adding this commentary, right? Why do you need to add any commentary, Mr. Newsman? Just tell me the news. And I just hate it. I don't know what the solution is. I do know a solution,
No,
but
the
obviously we can't really
solution
say it.
is we have to replace them. We have to. We need to make the news be replaced by not another news nation. The organization of like a corporate newsroom is it's a dinosaur. It doesn't belong anymore. We need
Right.
people to we need people on the ground. We need live leaks. We need guys on Periscope. That needs to be how we get our information. Like this idea.
I
that
agree.
people-
Yeah, I agree. But that's why
Oh,
they want
yeah.
to shut all
Oh,
these things down, right?
absolutely.
They want live streaming restricted to people who are
Yep.
authorized to live stream. Because
Yeah.
imagine if someone gets a live stream, it gets a lot of viewers. What if someone is convinced of the other party's narrative, right? What if that's the case? Oh no, we can't have that. And that's what all of this is about. It's all about trying to stop you from getting support, and that's what it is. And
Yeah, I mean,
it's very frustrating.
and they're especially pissed off because it was thanks to a full live stream is the reason why Sandman won this case.
Because you were
Yeah.
able to get the other context of that story. It wasn't just they would have been able to destroy
Right.
that kid's life, and the obsession with like destroying this kid's life. It's not about Sandman. It wasn't about him. They wanted everyone to be afraid to show their political views. They want everyone to be afraid to stand up for like look. I'm not pro-life. Okay, I'm not. I think abortion's a bad idea. You shouldn't do it. Like you shouldn't get in that situation. But like I'm not gonna go out and march for unborn children. Okay, but I think it's a noble thing. It's a noble cause to take up. They want they want children to be afraid that it doesn't matter that you're a kid. It doesn't matter that you're like 14 or 15 years old. We will destroy your life for just doing that and showing your political opinions and standing in the face of some asshole. Like that's what they want us to be afraid of.
No, the wrong opinion though, because they're propping up Greta Thunberg.
Oh my
like she
gosh,
was a
that
saint when
retard!
she's
Oh,
only
that was
Oh,
cruelty. That was
fucking
child
Greta
cruelty.
Thunberg.
Parading that child out there when they're as dumb as they are.
Yeah, see, I genuinely do believe that. I do think that it's very bad for her parents to have encourage this, because now you've got loads of people who vehemently hate her, right, and justifiably in a way, right?
They'll stop telling you what to do,
but,
woman. Like, seriously, like
yeah,
you're what, 14
it's
years
just
old?
crazy,
What the
right?
fuck do you know about the world at all?
Yeah, like why are
And you
you
haven't gone to
putting
school
this
since
everywhere?
what? Since she was 10, I think, for 4 or 5 years.
I don't know about that. I did hear she stopped doing school that year. I don't know
Who
if it
knows?
was
Maybe
for
it'll
4
make
years
her
or
more
so,
based.
but yeah, it's very disgusting that they always use children for their
Oh, of course.
narrative, essentially. But yeah, I'm
Right.
gonna have
All
to. I'm gonna have to go, man. But yeah, good stream, dude.
Yeah,
I'll,
definitely
I'll
come back again.
if you want.
Kaz, have a great night.
Yeah,
And
for sure, man.
remember, you get what you fucking deserved. Good night, Kaz.
Later, dude. Bye,
Yeah,
chat.
good night, guys,
Have a good
man.
one.
Yeah, good.
All right, let's go switch over to the 3-person room. There we go.
Did you see the 5 one that
I did, but I
gave
didn't
you?
have time to set it up. I didn't want to do it while we were on air.
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah, yeah. I just.
But
I
I like it. I like it.
Do you thi-
I like it.
is it any
You
good?
got your position there.
Okay.
Um,
yeah.
So I think
Yeah.
now we'll see if Andy and Kyler pop on. But why don't we start going through some of our suggest stories for the week and see what our takes are on them?
So I don't know if it made it into. I have a random one that I didn't write down. But it's relevant to at least the two of us. Did you see what happened in Monster Hunter World
did.
today?
Oh yes, we've got some video game news. So
Yeah.
actually, I was streaming it. I was streaming when it came out, so I listened to it. They had a, and so
Nice.
Fatalis will be coming to Monster Hunter fucking World. That's right. And yes, Kaz, thank you so much for coming on. Fatalis, the original final dragon, right, of Monster Hunter 1, I believe. Well, not final, but it was like an online boss. And we're gonna get to fight. We're gonna fight Fatalis in his old castle, which will be really
Yeah,
really
man.
cool.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that.
I had never I had never played it or versus him, but like I have so many buddies that were like, "Fuck yeah, we're gonna do it," and they're like, "Yeah, like get your PS4 Monster Hunter like account up." Like it seems great.
Well, we'll be
like,
fighting
man,
Fatalis.
they do really good work.
He looks really cool.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
I'm stoked.
I'm excited for Fatalis as well. Although it's kind of
Yeah.
sorry.
And then, yeah, that does sound exciting. And I got a couple stories that we can
excellent.
talk about after too that I didn't post it to you guys
Oh, okay.
stories, but they're pretty good.
All right, have a great one,
I don't know
Kaz.
if you
Thanks
guys
for coming
want
by.
to-
Yeah.
Good night,
So
guys.
yeah,
Or
it's
good
morning
morning,
there.
whatever time you're on.
yeah. So yeah, no, Fatalis. I mean, really cool. But I mean, all I'll say, Fed, is how many black dragons do we have to kill before we say black dragons matter?
I mean,
All of them.
I mean the Yu-Gi-Oh community's been doing that for a couple of years with the whole red eyes black dragon and blue eyes white dragon arguments.
yeah.
Is it an argument
So
though?
so Fed, are you gonna
Well,
be caught
yeah,
up?
because
Are
blue
you gonna
eyes
be
is
caught
the
up by
better
the time
deck.
Fatalis finally comes out?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I'm pretty close to where y'all are at. Like I could do it within this. Like I could probably be where y'all are at like this next Wednesday. I just like I've been balancing a couple things and like I've been doing the hunts though. Like I'm well in there. I'm at the
sure,
guiding
nice.
lands right
You're
now.
about there.
So
You gotta just fight like
Yeah.
Furious Rajang and a couple other things, and you'll be up there.
yeah.
Nice. Yeah, no, I'm excited. Some of
doable.
the changes with the new charms they're doing, and I think they changed around the drop rates for gems. I'm hyped for that. He's gonna be good. Awesome. Yeah, no, that was good. I watched that on stream last night while I was playing Fall Guys. That was nice.
Nice.
All right, Geeky, what about your stories?
So I got first of all, I guess we should just say the big elephant in the room. Should we say rest in peace to
Yeah,
Chadwick
I think
Boseman,
so.
or-
We kind of said it. Rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman. He was a decent Black Panther. I mean, I don't know what his political opinions are. I don't really care. You know, it's tragic to die at the age of 43.
Yeah.
Apparently, he'd been dealing with cancer at the age of. Razorfist put out a tweet and said he was diagnosed in 2016, and he
Yeah, he hid
right.
it from the
and
world.
he put out some of like
Nobody
his
knew
best
about it.
work while fighting the freaking colon cancer. Just
Good.
Yeah, and he did some pretty heavy movies. He did all the Avengers. He did Black Panther. He did Bridges, the one he did after Endgame. I don't know if you guys saw that one where he was
did
the cop.
not see that one. I know he did 42, and that I didn't see it though. I just can't believe they cast
Yeah, I
him as
haven't seen
Jackie
42.
Robinson. Like,
Yeah,
like,
I didn't know
hearing
that
that,
until
like,
just
when I think of Chadwick Boseman, like nothing about him screams Jackie Robinson to me. Like, I'd cast
Exactly.
OJ as Jackie
And then
Robinson before I cast Chadwick Boseman.
And isn't he also in the new Christopher Nolan movie Tenet, but that
I
hasn't been
think
released yet
so.
because Nolan wants it in
I think
theaters?
so. Which, I think so. But, I mean, his family will do
Yeah.
fine. He's made tons of money, but it's an absolute tragedy that a young man dies at that age from colon cancer. It really makes, like, you think about, like, when Steve Jobs died of pancreatic cancer, I had, like, that same feeling where it's just like, shit, man. It doesn't matter how much money, how much, like, resources you have, you get one of these, you're just fucked.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly. And
Steve
then
Jobs was he was a weird case because he thought he knew better. Like he was that exception that thinks, "Oh, because I'm so smart in my own field, I know better than this like person does."
wait,
and the thing
Hamburger
that they
Helper,
do
are you talking
all of
about
the
Satchel
time-
Paige? Who are you talking about? The first player in black player in Major League Baseball.
But then also Steve Jobs go into remission at least
I
once.
think he
No, but he used homeopathic. Like he told the doctors to fuck off. He didn't get the proper cancer treatment because he thought he was smarter than they were. He thought because he knew computers that he knew everything, and he did this fallacy where he was the best in his field, and he said, "Okay, well I'm better than everyone. I know better than everyone does in all of their fields." And he showed his own butthole on stream like PPP and ended up dying of cancer.
well,
'cause he
not
didn't
ass
treat it.
cancer at least, but rest in peace.
Yeah, I mean Bob Marley did the same thing too.
Yep. Plenty of people do it. It's a common fallacy, but it's something that it's something that is a very like you have all the money in the world, you have all the resources in the world, like you can take care of that motherfucker, and I think that should always be looked at. Like that should always be a
I mean, I would
focus
feel
of,
like a god if I was
when you're
Steve
like,
Jobs.
yeah, I'm too big for this shit.
You know, I'd just be
Yeah.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
whatever. Take all of my money and make this happen. You know. But
Yeah. But for sure, rest in peace. And then for those who are so mad about like the MCU's fucked now because he died, like, dude, why
No
you
one gives
complain before the
shit.
body's even
yeah.
cold, man? Like,
Oh,
why is that the first?
really,
thing on your
Hamburger
mind?
Helper, a pair of brothers who played on the Toledo Blues. Now, the 1880s for baseball. Sorry, I did cut in. I'm sorry. There's baseball autism. I mean, like the 1880s, like that is true. That is top flight baseball. But like before 1903, that was before the National League and the American League merged. I think like that's like before there were World Series. I mean, like the fact that no one played since then. I mean, I don't know. It was probably a much bigger deal because of all the civil rights nonsense going on in the background at the time Jackie Robinson played. But no, I guess you're right. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, but he died of ass cancer, which, as funny as that sounds, it's absolutely tragic because he probably had had a
it
big
sucks.
career ahead of him. You know, like even beyond that.
Yeah, he was set for more movies, and he probably could kept acting until
Oh
like,
yeah,
60
and then
maybe.
he could, if he wanted to keep acting, he could take like the Morgan Freeman type, or where Sam Jackson will be about soon. You know, a role. Not even
Just
voice
voice
roles,
roles.
just like I mean, it's still like, I mean, not voice roles, like actual acting roles, you know.
Yeah, well, and I
Be
mean,
right back.
forgive me if I'm wrong, but I mean, we don't know him for doing anything crazy. Like, we don't know him for like shitting on the bed with his like crazy girlfriend or something like that. He seemed like a totally normal guy.
Yeah, just family man. I know there's pictures of him with Kamala Harris, but that's like whatever. I mean,
Yeah,
that's not surprising anymore. Everyone in Hollywood has a picture with at least one leftist actor.
100%. And that's where it's like, I don't think any of us really wish ill will on some random guy who's like a Democrat. Like, I'm pretty sure we're all more right leaning.
I mean, like,
or, like
regardless
libertarian leaning.
of their political affiliation, it's a human being that died. at
We're
the end of
more
the day.
sympathetic to you when someone dies, basically.
Yeah,
But-
that's what I'm saying.
but,
is
I mean,
we're-
if it was like-
nobody's celebrating the
If it
fact
was
he's
Seth
dead.
Rogen that died, I'd
Yeah.
probably be a bit more glib about it. You know, be like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, like, be like,
Fair.
yeah, whatever. You know,
Or
you
Adam-
made some good
Adam-
movies I liked,
be
but
like,
like,
God.
you were an obnoxious activist who wanted to put people who look like me out of acting roles.
Yeah. I mean,
And, yeah, that's where you look at it.
No matter what, I think Robin Williams definitely always be the
Oh
hardest
God,
one.
that
I
was
don't know.
rough. And
He's a pretty
and
good
having like
comedian.
the extra context of him like taking on a whole bunch of roles he didn't want to take to pay his alimony in his old age, like just the absolute misery of that.
And the fact that supposedly he had Parkinson's and he hid it from everybody.
I know, that's tragic.
But But my second story is, I don't know if this was talked on the kill stream today, but did you guys hear what Bella Fortin's on the news for with
Wait,
OnlyFans?
what? Who? Belle Delphine?
So no, Bella Fortin. So an old former Disney child star made her own OnlyFans
Really?
account, and yeah, I think she's charging $30 to $40. But what she ended up
I don't
doing
know
was
what that is in like simp
did a-
terms. Is that a lot or a little?
I don't know.
Everything.
Yeah, but what she did is, I'll charge $200 for you to see me naked when Bella Fortin already leaked their own stuff, and she never sent them.
Hold on, Geeky.
believe-
Mountain Walk has a very relevant question. Does she have big milkers?
I'll post a pic. I'll send you a picture of her, and then you can post that on the screen.
Let's just put it in the
Real.
general of the Discord.
Okay. But yeah, basically she's doing it. She said she only made an OnlyFans to research on the movie because she's trying to be a director.
She said she's doing research on
Um,
like what, a thought movie or something.
Yeah, something like that.
So instead of being a meth head actor, she's being a method actor.
Yeah, I guess. But
I
basically,
don't understand the
since that
distinction.
Okay. So she had an OnlyFans.
But,
What's the thing? Like 200 to see her naked?
Yeah, and then OnlyFans had to make a basically they had to change their rules because they thought they had to do a spending limit.
Wait, what?
And now
Really?
they thought $200 was ridiculous to see somebody naked that wasn't even true. Like people paid the $200 and they never got to see the full. She didn't put out. Basically. So she ripped everybody off, and she made $1 million off of all
Fucking
these
losers.
Did she have like a? Was it like a miswording, or was it just straight up like?
I agree with
Better-
that, Mountain Walk.
Yeah, but yeah, it's funny because of her thing she changed, and all the sex workers are all pissed off, saying like, some privileged Hollywood actress is screwing over our work and blah blah blah.
So
I
she's
thought that
like
was pretty
what
funny.
Project Melody was for cam girls.
Yeah, or even
But
what,
Project Melody didn't make a false promise.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, Project Melody.
No, but you got what you paid for with Project Melody. There was no like Better Bureau, like or Better Business Bureau like thing where it's like this is complete false advertising.
Like what Geeky's saying is that she forced them to change their website rules, right? Yeah. Which is affecting
Yeah,
others negatively
now,
because she didn't put out.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree.
But Melody
it's
Melody was a fundamental threat to those other girls' business rather than just like an inconvenience. I mean, like the
She's-
idea that you can just have a good voice and a good personality and have a 3D avatar do sexy things is like completely antithetical to, being a cam whore,
well to being a cam whore, but there's like there's women that do like ASMR, like
I
there's
mean, that's what
there's
basically
every
Project Melody is. It's the world's
thing.
greatest ASMR actress,
Yeah, but again, she never made a false promise, if that makes sense. I get what you're talking about. If you're talking about like terraforming the landscape, 100%. Yeah, she definitely did something, and it was like it's one of those innovative things that's like, oh well, fuck. Okay, now we gotta like check our rules again to see if this like logically follows.
Well, I mean, it's
And,
funny
like,
because in the Project Melody scenario, the other ones were trying to make it so like you had to show your face or that you couldn't use like an avatar.
Yeah. Well, she played by the rules, but she only played like 1/3 of the rules, and she was like, "Fuck you guys, I'm that good at this 1/3 that you can all fuck yourselves," which is like awesome. But this person sounds like she was a cunt and like just didn't follow through.
Oh yeah,
with,
no,
like,
definitely.
The,
I mean, what
the
a Hollywood
contractual
actress,
obligation.
having a big head about them and ruining things for other people never happens.
Yeah, no,
Right.
I agree that it's like it's completely logical that this is
Indeed,
the
Mount Walk,
outcome.
3D
I
is
don't think
threatened
it's
by
right,
superior
but
2D. All right, now I have to ask Geeky. Bella
There you go.
Thorne, smash or pass? Geeky? Okay, well,
smash.
I'm a soft pass. It's like,
but It
How soft
Eh,
is your pass?
You know, it's like no, but you know.
Yeah, but it's also funny how Twitter was calling her like a white devil when she's actually like half Cuban. So that was even funnier because she looks white.
Well, I mean, you're white too, Geeky. Remember that.
That is true. Technically on the Fed chart, I could put white.
Oh, actually, hold on. We've got a caller.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Gorgoth.
one moment.
Bring him in.
Gorgoth, welcome. You are on Coast to Ghost tonight. How you doing, Gorgoth?
If I was any better, I'd be twins. How
That's
y'all
great.
doing?
We just had Kaz as our guest, but Gorgoth, what's up, man? You want to tell the audience who you are and what you do? Because I gotta go grab myself a fork.
Oh well, I'm just some retarded shit poster in Burgerland. I don't really do much of anything.
You're really good at making memes, though.
Apparently, I am. Over the last couple days, you and a couple others have told me all the memes I've created have actually amounted to laughter, more so than just on large shows. So that is something I do appreciate. But I guess I never thought my shit posting would amount to anything.
Well, we appreciate you and your memes, sir. Yeah,
Well, thank you.
They're good.
Thank
You are a
thank you.
skilled memer, unlike what's the other guy who's on D Live? Oh gosh, the guy they called like the professional memer or whatever at like some Republican meeting. Oh, he was on the Ralph Retort. No, not Chaggett. No. More talented than Chaggett.
Well, there's something that rhymes
No,
with
no, no,
Shaggy
no, no,
that
no,
I
no,
don't
no.
think we can say.
It's
It's been a good 3 episodes, guys.
He's
I mean, I know him in real life, and probably. The answer is probably.
Oh, okay.
But he's definitely a Fed.
Yeah, but I mean,
It's
mean,
definitely
I would-
Fall Guy.
I wouldn't consider myself a professional memer. I mean, I've been editing for quite a long
Carpe
time.
Donk'em,
I mean,
Jesus.
it's a
That's
talent
what
I've picked up in. Carpe Donk'em, yeah, the president's memer. Yeah, he is definitely on a whole nother level. But my meme stuff. I mean, I don't know. I just kind of, I'm good at editing stuff. I picked up on it a lot when I was in.
Mucus Phlegma Brain, thank you for the lemon, sir.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
In
I have to get excited.
in high school and did a lot of that. Did media production for 4 years, and then after that, I just kind of I kept tabs on my my editing and photoshopping skills. More so my photoshopping skills, but just editing stuff that I do that every now and then. But I wouldn't consider myself a professional. Not nowhere near the level Carpe's gotten. Man, he's gotten presidential recognition.
We'll get you there.
That's an honor in and of itself.
We'll get you there when we've got President Nick Fuentes. We'll get you to the White House. Is what we'll do.
That's right.
What's up, Aurora?
When
Knights?
he reposts Gamergate 5.0, yep,
It'll be
right up there.
Gamergate 13
Luckily-
squared by then.
Oh, perfect. 13
No.
cubed.
Yeah, but what's up, man? How you doing? How's your week been?
So far so good. I just had a nice long week of work, and just enjoying a couple brewskis on Friday and Saturday, and then from Sunday to Thursday, it's all clean.
And most recently, we saw you on Flamenco's stream where he was doing.
And you
Secret
all
Hitler,
shot me, you fuckers!
Live TV
You all
slash-
murdered me.
That's right. I did vote
You
to
shot
shoot
me
you.
for being a
That
filthy
is true.
liberal.
I will
and
not.
to be fair, I probably deserved it. But then you immediately elected Flam into power. Suddenly and without warning.
Well, nothing
okay,
about-
so I'll
well-
take the heat for the second part. The first portion, we didn't have to put it up to a vote, but I tried to get a consensus, and then after that, Flam pressured me to make the game go faster, and I was like, okay, so he's actually trying to get this thing going faster, and I tried to make a rash decision, but I didn't trust you, and I didn't trust Flam, and then everyone else I couldn't get info on.
Yeah,
Damn.
It was brutal.
got wrecked.
Very brutal. Very brutal. But it was also very fun. It's something I look forward to if we're going to be doing that. Didn't Flam say every week or
Thursday.
so?
Yeah,
Thursdays,
I'll be doing it as long as I don't have D&D, because I think after like an hour after that starts, I usually do D&D like every other week or every 3 weeks. It
I would
depends on the
honestly
DM,
prefer
so-
both you and Flamenco to come on my show on Saturdays and Sundays, because I do board games every week generally on the weekends.
Oh,
Gorgoth?
Gorgoth?
What's that?
Yeah, you were saying you and I was talking, and then you said you and Flamenco to go on Saturday. So it was.
Well, I know that Flamenco he
His
does
piss
his
stream in the afternoon.
board game stuff Thursdays. He does his Thursday board game stream, and he does piss on Saturday, which is I guess today if you're in the States, or
Well, starting at the start of
oh actually
Saturday.
today.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. But yeah, I mean I don't know. I'm timing for me is always kind of fun. Because outside of internet stuff, I do have
A life.
a life I'm trying to do. I'm trying to navigate through the
I don't have a
quarantine.
life, I just
but,
work.
Nah,
yes.
Gorgoth, you're
That's
gonna
the
join
life.
in, and then when you fall asleep for having a normal sleep
Then I will
schedule,
scream at
beat
you.
you over the head with a 2x4. We're gonna
Dude.
bring you in and then beat you down.
No, Gorgoth, while we
Oh,
have
yeah,
you here,
I-
I do want to ask, because I asked this of everyone I have
What's up?
on this show. What was
Oh, sure.
your red pilling moment? What was it? What put you on the path to being based? And I forgot to ask my liberal friend what his blue pilling moment was.
Well,
True.
I'll say for most of my life, my dad was extremely conservative. My mom was kind of, I want to say apolitical, but politics didn't really ever concern her. But my dad was very conservative, so I was brought up in a very conservative household. Very, protect the second, and at some point that also turns to protect the first. Which that dynamic shift, looking back, and if you look back in history, seeing how the left went from protection of the First Amendment, let everyone speak, to censor everybody we don't like.
Once
that
they took
dynamic
control
shift,
of the
or
levers of
paradigm
power,
shift,
they
rather.
immediately wanted to control what could be said about them.
Well, exactly, and that's extremely interesting to see. But yeah, my dad, eventually went from protect the second. He still protect the second to protect the
He
first.
just added it to it. He didn't change.
My grandpa,
from
my
it.
dad's side was. Yeah, exactly. It all melded together really well. That's the thing about it, is that whatever the left dropped off in their retardedness, the right, at least my dad, was able to pick up very easily and see that protect the it went from protect the second to protect the Constitution. And my grandfather on my dad's side also followed that same suit. I mean, like father like son, like grandfather like father. So I kind of turned out somewhat the same way. But I guess my definitive moment where it wasn't just be on the right side, blah blah blah. And it's gonna sound kind of weird and
Don't say
dumb, but
Gamergate.
I guess
Okay.
no. It was not.
I can't
I'll give you a
handle
hint.
if
It
another
wasn't
fucking
okay.
person says
I was-
Gamergate.
I was going through high school during Gamergate. I didn't.
Wait, say
I
Tim
honestly,
Pool, and it'll
I-
be much
I'm gonna
better.
I
get the
honest to
bat.
God didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew around Gamergate is when I got introduced to
Oh,
Sargon
no.
and Jim, and that's kind of where everyone kind of got their stuff. But I didn't know what was going on. But I saw they were making fun of women, and I guess the more I think about it, the more based I actually was in high school.
Oh no! It
There's a
was
certain-
Sargon again.
There's a certain
It's all comes back.
there's a certain picture. Well, he was
I
just
know,
making
I
fun of
know,
women,
I
and I'm
know,
like,
but,
oh wow, that's funny.
You're the second person to say Sargon. Sorry, it's just.
But
Bears, I know what you mean.
but
saw
I
what you
guess
put
my
in the chat.
definitive moment was when, oh God, when I heard about a certain man, a very maybe he's not too well known around these parts. Certain man in the great state of Texas. You may have heard of him. You may not have heard about him. His goes by the name of Alex Jones. Have you heard about this guy?
Yeah.
If
This crazy
if,
guy?
Twitter
Oh,
and
man,
Twitch
let
are
me tell you
asking,
about
no,
this.
I have no idea. But if D-Lab's asking, yes, I do like Alex Jones. He is a great
this-
inter.
Yeah, I heard about. Oh, phone's going off. What did I hear about? I guess I want to say I heard about Alex Jones. Well, obviously, the most famous clip was turning the frickin' frogs gay, and
Right.
that's what kind of turned everybody like, what?
But he's right
Onto him,
too. That's
but-
the best part about that.
But he's okay. He's right.
Yeah.
He is absolutely right. There's no denying that he is right about that. However, at the time, everyone just saw it as kind of a meme, and I forget who it was, but I want to say it was my brother. This was years later from that. I wasn't really too red pilled, but I'll put it this way. I think the closest I ever got to the left was being a centrist, kind of, but that's like the closest I ever gotten. But ever since then, I'm pretty. I don't want to say I'm far right,
You're
but
dissident
I'm
right? When you
not
say
far
you're
right, but I'm
dissident
not
right. You're not
centrist.
mainstream right, but you're
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
You're not like marching
Yeah.
the street Roman saluting.
Yeah, I'm not grabbing my
Right.
tiki
You're-
torch and
not third position. You're kind of like where Fuentes is.
right. But my brother told me about like, oh well, Alex Jones, this crazy guy. He's on the Joe Rogan podcast. I'm like, oh, I was aware of Joe Rogan. I see his podcast live streams every now and then, but it was his first time on there. And I listened to him, and I'm like, wow, this guy's actually. He sounds kind of crazy. He's really entertaining though, but a lot of stuff he's saying, it's kind of makes a lot of sense. And then I just kind of went back and listened to some of his stuff, and then through just various, just looking up random things, I'm like, holy shit, this guy's actually pretty
Look at
right
what he was
about a lot
talking
of things,
about
not
when
just
he
right
was
in the
talking
political
about him,
sense,
right?
but he's actually he's correct on a lot of
Yeah.
things.
So, I have an interesting question. I guess
Sure.
around the horn, how you'll feel about this one. Do you think that both him and Jordan Peterson hit on the same level of correctness without saying, like, their literal justification for being right is like completely left field, and like you could like do this whole walk around to get there, but like in essence of being correct as far as
Right.
an opinion goes, they
Like-
they hit the nail on the head, but they had a weird justification for it. Like they did some weird math to get the correct answer.
Yeah. Well,
Do you think they're the same vein of that?
similar. I would say roughly similar. Jordan B. Peterson goes, I mean, I don't really listen to him all that much. I listened to him in the past about, oh, wash your penis there, bucko, and
Well,
all that stuff. But and a lot of the stuff he says is true, and the way he goes about explaining it, I mean, I guess it makes sense. But a lot of stuff that Jordan Peterson says is true. Everyone should, try to, first thing when they do get up is make their bed, wash your penis, bucko, and maintain cleanliness and confidence about yourself, confidence about your environment. Though Alex Jones is a very different, interesting case because some of the weird claims he makes are kind of rabbit hole-y, where you have to kind of go to an article which links to a study, which then links to an article, which then links to a video, which links to another study, which links to a tweet, which links to something else, which then links to the source. This weird rabbit hole you kind of navigate down. But then other things that he says that I can kind of remember are just, there it is, right out in the open from a .gov website that they're just kind of putting out in the open, and it's very interesting.
Well,
I guess what it is he may be trying to keep everyone thinking, which I guess is a good thing because you don't think for yourself and you're suddenly a fucking NPC. But if you people just can't think that people can't think on both sides of the rabbit hole spectrum, if that makes sense. And I'm also like several beers in, big drinking game. It was a lot of fun.
But let me say something to this point. Back when Trump was running in 2016, like there was something he did that I thought was just like absolutely like that was like actual 4D chess. He would say something that is almost true. Right? He would say something that was actually false, but almost true, but that the correction of which would bring the truth to the front. He'd say like, African Americans commit 49% of crimes, and the media would be like, no, they commit 50, you moron. And it's like,
Yeah.
Now wait a minute.
he didn't say that specifically, but that'd be like an example. It'd be like, 75% of people cross.
There is a certain.
No, it's a great
75% of the
example.
people crossing the border
there
are
is a
raped.
certain-
No, it's 80%, you bigot.
Yeah, no, there is a certain element to that. There is a certain element of, and that's one thing with him specifically. That's just one thing with
When he's in
Trump
his element, he's
specifically,
doing that.
where
Wrapping
he'll,
these people in his finger.
yeah, when he's in his element, when he's not, sleepy like he was yesterday, giving that speech, which I guess I'll agree with. Who said it? I think it was Gator yesterday that said it on Ralph's show, where what he said was right. The aesthetics were spot on. Ralph said that, and I completely agree. Aesthetics were spot on. Sustenance of the speech was right, but
He
delivery
needed a
just
better presentation
flat
of
on his
that
face.
speech. We needed a fiery rally,
Right.
but
Yeah.
it's hard to do that when you don't have a lot of people there.
Right. He's trying to prove himself as presidential material. Another thing.
But
Gator
here's the
said, which I
thing:
completely agree.
we need to make sure he
Yeah.
understands is that he doesn't have to. He's been in the role for 4 years now. They've literally tried to take him out. They've used his own executive branch to try to take him out. Okay, they've used all the power of the media and foreign governments to try and remove him from office and get rid of him. And short of that, they're probably going to try to shoot him before this election. I
Well,
have
yeah.
a very high level of
they're-
confidence someone will take a shot at him or his family. And because
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're going to
That's-
find that
yeah.
in we could talk about the debate question that they're mulling over because they don't want to put Biden on a stage with Trump because they know Biden's mental faculties have declined. But like when Ruth Bader Ginsburg finally dies or admits she's dead, they're going to shoot the president. They're going to. They're going to wind someone up enough to get them to shoot the president. Like that's I'm 100% sure.
And
of that.
it sucks to say and it's not Fed posting, but I don't want to say it's fact, but it's quite likely because look at the situation that we're in right now. There's civil unrest in the streets.
Mind you, are
and-
astroturfed and artificial to a degree. But part of the artificiality of it is everyone got paid to do nothing. Everyone's getting paid to do nothing.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
So it's like, what do you care?
Well, everyone's paid to sit back and watch Zion Don tweet out "lur" and "erder."
Listen. I don't.
Every 12
look,
hours or so.
Is the man perfect? No. But I live in the real
No,
world, okay?
Absolutely
and
not.
like I live in the real
Yeah.
world. What can I do? Like, here's my choices. I can take the leftist Zionist or the rightist Zionist. Okay, I'm gonna take the rightist Zionist. Okay, like.
And,
Yeah.
and-
No, the rightist at least lets you keep your
Right,
keep
I can
your Second
defend
Amendment,
myself
so,
from
I can
defend myself from the people the leftist Zionist is sending at me. That's the thing.
and on top of that, have you guys seen Trump's actual agenda list that he's posted?
Oh, that seems like something nice to bring up.
It's actually very sane and rational. He's talking about like, oh, we're gonna give we're gonna strip any government contract we find out they're outsourcing to China. We want to hire Americans. We want to bring back manufacturing, or even he even talked about cleaning up the oceans and
That actually sounds kind of cool.
and
It sounds like futurist stuff.
yeah,
Like look, I hate the government doing anything, but like at least that sounds like a really cool thing we can do.
yeah.
But
Oh shit!
I
Mountain
can-
Walk with a Diamond says, "Return to Monkey." Thank you for the diamond, Mountain Walk. Sorry.
agreed.
Yeah, but he even talks about like, oh, let's do the face.
Oh, I know.
Force,
Like,
let's
see,
go to
like
Mars,
that.
let's go
That
back to the moon.
is Trump at his best. When he
Yeah.
takes us beyond just like, we're all arguing over some drug addict died from a heart attack, and everyone's arguing over whether or not he was killed by cops or died from being on 3 times the fentanyl of the average overdose
Right.
death. And Trump, is like, well, we're gonna go put our military in space. Why? Because fuck you, we're America. That's why.
But guys, can we acknowledge that almost like every time Trump is doing this sort of thing, you have to realize he's doing a campaign speech. Anytime he gets based and red pilled and he's like, we're going to do the fucking wall, we're going to do these sorts of things, it's an election cycle.
Well,
This
yeah.
guy will blow smoke up your ass. He'll tell you everything that you want, and then he won't get a fucking thing
Well, I mean, he's a
done.
politician. I mean, but
No, the wall's coming.
Uh-huh.
well, hold on here, Gorgoth. There are work has
Freckle
been
pasty
done
over
on
there.
the wall, okay, and because this
yes.
is the federal government we're talking about, this is actually surprisingly more progress than I expected.
Oh yeah, all the bureaucrats and they must have got all the stuff done on a Saturday. Then they must have pushed all the paperwork through on Saturday.
Exactly, or even
Mhm.
or I guess even the whole point of what was I gonna say? Oh, but then what else did I see? I think he said you want term limits and stuff
Yeah,
like that. on
Congress will never
Congress,
pass
which-
term limits. Let me explain. The only way you're going to get term limits is if you march in with guns to Congress and say, "Quit your job every 2 terms or else." That's the only way. That's the only way you're
Yeah.
going. Because think about how much money these congressmen make the second they leave. Think about Paul Ryan. How many boards of like major companies is Paul Ryan on? Okay, how many boards? How much money has Nancy Pelosi made while as Speaker of the House? It's like, oh, well, my husband's a good investor. Yeah, your husband knows everything that the U.S. government is going to do, you bitch. That's why your husband. That's why you're worth $100 million. Right, and you're going to convince these politicians. This really good kishy gig I've got of selling out the American people and writing politicians for a bunch of corporations and wealthy people. But you can only do it for 8 years. Yeah, they're gonna say fuck off. We're gonna do this forever. Oh, Flamenco with 60 viewers and the host. Thank you so much, Flamenco, for the host. How are you doing right now, Flamenco? Thank you so much for the host. Wow, fuck yeah.
I'm a lamb. What's up, buddy?
I
feel
do
like
have
just spoke
Gorgoth
to
on
you.
the show right
How you
now.
doing, man?
Gorgoth is, I guess, my guest right now. We got Gorgoth. We had Kaz earlier in
Yeah.
the night. We talked about the unfortunateness in
Uh-uh.
Kennesaw. And what else? Hey, Foil Drone, how's it going? Welcome to the stream.
You could have
Happy
picked
birthday,
a better.
Oh shit! One second, I gotta mute.
You could have
I gotta
picked a
go
better
mute the flames.
guest, but instead, this dummy with a capitalist doom guy walks in, and I guess I'm just the guest now. This dummy. Who is this guy? Who's this Gorgoth guy, anyways?
Gorgoth is a friend of the show and a really chill dude. That's what I say. All right. So, yeah, no, I mean, you're never going to convince these politicians to term limit themselves. That's a fool's dream. Like,
No. Well, that's the
No.
thing, and that's one thing like that. That's one thing that upsets me quite a bit. Not to the point of posting certain redacteds online, but what upsets me is when just politicians suck in
I
general.
mean,
But
is the sky
politicians-
blue?
most of them are. Yeah, the sky's blue.
Yeah.
Politicians suck. Yeah, but what chaps my ass and probably a lot of other people's asses. All the politicians now, they're not to be that guy, but back in the day.
let me say what I think
when,
you're going to say, and then I'll let you say what you're going to say.
What?
Politicians and judges aren't afraid of us anymore. They kind of
Not
rule
exactly.
over us, and they don't fear retribution for their actions. They think that they're above us. There's this whole bureaucracy that protects them from their own actions, right? Because that's kind of the way I see it. And I know that sounds Fed posty, but I'm not advocating for any violence. I don't want anyone to be hurt.
No.
But
no. That's I'll say that's kind of close, but maybe not quite. I don't know. But back in the day, Washington and Madison, Jefferson, and Franklin, and all them, they were regular people.
I mean, I wouldn't
Some
call
military
they were
commanders, others
aristocratic
inventors.
elites. They were very wealthy businessmen.
Right. They were aristocratic elites, but at the time there were also other people
No mountain walk.
that
Sorry.
took up being a politician as a side gig. Like they just didn't really. They just kind of did it. Like you would. They put it this way: a politician back then was, in my opinion, was much like, showing up to your town's mayoral meetings or whatever, or like a community meeting, something like that. But obviously on a much larger scale because it's a country versus a small section
So you mean
of
like
town.
they actually worked real jobs?
But-
They weren't just people that got law degrees.
Right, they
so
worked
that
real.
could
They were
not
a
understand the
cooper,
law,
or a
right?
Cooper, or a black. They were a cooper, or a blacksmith, or a
Yeah.
fletcher, a plumber, a ship hand, anything like that, a hunter, anything like that. They were regular
Yeah.
people that understood in either a mechanical or practical sense in how the world actually functioned. And slowly, and I want to pinpoint this. Maybe you guys can help me pinpoint the time frame a little bit more correctly. But I want to say somewhere around the late 70s, early 80s is when a lot more the term career politician maybe started to kind of be
Career
thrown around, and
politicians, I think,
lawyers.
started with like the Roosevelts more or less, and then the Kennedys later. Like I
Oh,
think it was
okay,
more
then.
like because Teddy and then his cousin FDR.
Right. Well, Teddy.
Making
that's
a
the thing that's
legacy.
the interesting thing about Teddy. I would not consider Theodore a career politician. I would consider
Yeah,
him.
same
No,
here.
I know, but you're talking about.
I
like,
would consider
political
his
families and dynasties. But
Franklin absolutely
Right.
a career politician, but Teddy absolutely not.
I mean, didn't Teddy not want to be president because he wanted to go hunting in Africa? Like,
I think he did. Well, he wanted to just explore the American frontier and build one of his lodges or something. But he wanted to just be an American.
Right.
But because of his roots and prominence, the Roosevelt name, before even being in the politics, I think the Roosevelt name was something quite big and grandiose. So when he ran for president and eventually won, it was really, I guess, shocking to everyone because a lot of people said that Teddy himself was he was a cowboy president. He just didn't really give a shit what the other politicians said. He just kind of had a get shit done attitude, which I look at that and I'm like, well, that's a novel idea. Having a president with a get shit done attitude. That's,
I mean, remember Gorgoth. Remember that the government is set up so that 10 billion little drones can all make tons of money doing a desk job where their job is just to stamp papers and collect a pension on our dime forever. Right.
Right. And I'm
that's where
getting
we
to
are
that.
today.
Yes. And I'm getting to that. But like I said, the whole concept, or maybe not the concept of the career politician probably was developed a lot earlier. But the actual pursuit of it, I want to say that came around somewhere around the 70s or 80s when a lot more lawyers who studied the government and studied
law,
constitutional law and just law in general started putting themselves not putting themselves in the power, but said, hey, I know the law better than this stupid plumber. You got to believe this guy. This guy just knows about pipes. I know about the
trust
law.
me, that
I know what
plumber
the
knows
law
about your
says."
wife's pipes. Oh! Sorry.
But a lot more lawyers start getting thrown into power and probably
Nope,
there was some
nope.
influence behind the scenes.
Gorgoth, optics, bro, optics.
Oh,
This is a relatively new
optics.
show,
Okay, we're on
okay?
optics.
I'd like to not get...
okay. I don't want.
We're,
Oh, yeah,
we're on
we're
at
on
episode
episode 3. I don't
3.
wanna nuke
We're
it.
not... we'll wait for episode 14 for that, okay?
Sorry, I'm
No,
just,
13. 13's the one that we can optimally throw out, and we can say superstition, like.
Well,
like
wait. Wouldn't that be
Yeah.
14? Wouldn't that be actually
Well, it could
14?
be that, or the...
Well,
or we could go
true, I
74
guess.
episodes after
Or
that. One of them.
1480.
We're very good boys here. Yes, we are, Mountain Walk. Like, look, I know what you mean. Okay,
Disregard what I said.
I
I'm in a
understand,
drunk-
Gorgoth,
I'm in a
and I
bit
know
of a
what you
drunken
mean.
stupor.
And I
Yeah.
know,
Yes.
I understand there are people that are
But
very
anyway.
tribal and probably have interests very counter to my own. But let's just be a little bit optical about this, shall we?
Yes, let's be optics. Okay, I'm optics.
Optics check. Can we get the Fuentes optics check?
We're not going
sticker
Catboy
of,
yet.
Dr. Murdoch.
But yeah, so when it comes to career politicians getting their way into Congress and slowly weeding out the people that have a more practical, mechanical mind of how the world works instead of a bureaucratical mind of, in theory, how the world should work. Because bureaucracy, in my opinion, number one, it's bullshit. Bureaucracy is the biggest stifler of anything in existence. And number two, it's all in theory. In theory, you should be able to give this paper to the secretary, who gives it to the board director, who gives it off to a potential partner to review. But really what happens is that sheet of paper sits on top of a stack of paper, gets lost, maybe thrown into the shredder, printed out again 4 weeks later, given to the secretary, given to the director forgets about it conveniently, and 8 months later you have no idea what the hell happened to your bill.
Yep. Let me give you
there it
a
is.
perfect
Versus
let me give you an
people
example from
who
my real life of what just happened, Gorgoth. I had my car registration with the DMV, all right? And I'm in California, so I'm in hell. So I go online, I register, and I pay my registration online. All right. This year, I'd set it up so paperless. Don't send me anything in the mail. Just send me an email notification when my registration's up. We'll all be good. So a year passes. I don't think about it because I don't think about when my car registration is due. It's not something that just like I get it, I pay it, whatever. I get a note in the mail 2 months later after it's due. And it says, you're late on your car registration. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I go to the DMV website, and I go to log in. I'm like, oh, it looks new. He comes back, it says, there's no account associated with this email. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I paid for this last year. And I look down, it has a disclaimer, oh, by the way, we made a brand new DMV website system back in February. And all the old emails were lost. We couldn't transfer any accounts, so you're gonna have to make a new account. I'm like, what the fuck? You didn't send me a notification in February that your fucking website is no longer up, and then I'm not in the system, and then my notification to pay my registration is overdue. So now I owe an extra like $150 because they didn't send me a fucking message that, oh, by the way, we changed your email. Now your email, we changed our website. Like, what? Did no one in the process think maybe we'll send an email to people whose accounts are being deleted? Ugh.
That's bureaucracy in a nutshell. That's
And then the worst part is they got money for it. They got my money for it. And
Oh yeah. Oh no, they love taking. Oh, okay. I gotta remember not to do that. But yes, they love taking your money. They love nothing more than to see a blank check with the ghost on it, with any amount of bills that they're just like, oh, I'll just charge them for this again because, oops, oh, that paperwork fell into the bin. Oh well, can't get it now. Corona's out, so because he's just gonna send another one.
We call it Coof on this show, just
Exactly.
so we don't get auto deleted by YouTube. Yeah.
The
But,
goof, my mistake. I'm learning.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And if anything, then they'll later complain that the DMV's underfunded.
Well, and the
for
worst part is, if
reasons,
I
even
hadn't
though they
paid
have
in a
fees
few
for
months,
everything
what
now.
would they do? They'd garnish my wages. They'd send
Give
a
you-
thug to my door to get my money. Like, they might lock me in jail if I couldn't pay.
Ghost,
give you-
what we should do next time is that I like it. You should put a lime on it, but Modelo. We are more fan of Modelo here. We don't really subscribe to that other one.
We are pro
Not very big fan
Modelo
of
here.
import
Yes.
Mexican beers. Yes, we are a
Yeah.
Modelo stream.
Which is a superior beer.
I will-
anyway.
It is.
I will-
So yeah, next time just.
I will take my
just
Hispanic
Modelo.
correspondent's word for it.
I don't know who that is, but okay.
Yeah, no, it's the bureaucracy is just absurd, and our government is just a behemoth that needs
Yeah.
to be.
And then you got to pay it. Then you got to pay a ticket because the cops catch you with an expired license plate because they never sent
Yep.
you the
Yeah,
the
exactly.
tags.
Yeah, they don't send you the tags on time. It's like, well, I need to drive it. It's like, yeah, but you don't have them. Yeah, because they haven't arrived here.
Okay, here's my thing on that with the tags. All right, so you register a your vehicle, get your tags all registered, and then say a police officer sees, August 2018 tags, but well, let's check the plates here. Tick 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 on my computer while I'm driving because that's safe, Tick tick tick. Oh well, he paid for his tags, and looks like they're in the mail. Okay, well he paid for his tags. He just hasn't put them on yet, and these were recent. That's my theory on it. But if it's like, oh, he paid for his tags, 2018 tags, yeah, but they're still sitting in the mailbox and they're supposed to be 2019 tags. Yeah, you may get pulled over. But that's my thing. If I pay for my tags and I know they're out, but I at least paid for them, maybe the officer has something to know it. And if not, when
I
he
don't give
pulls
them
me
that
over,
concession. I don't. It's like we give these people
No.
too much power to give them concessions like that. Like
yeah, that's right. You're in LA.
Yes.
You're dealing with LA
Oh,
cops as well.
I'm
Right.
outside of LA, but
Oh, okay. Well,
He's outside of
Yeah,
LAPD
very
jurisdiction, luckily.
I'm
I
sorry.
mean,
It's my instinct to think that all of California is exactly like Los Angeles. So you
kinda
have to
is, in a
forgive me
way.
there.
Not, except San Francisco.
yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
What is it?
How could I
LA is
forget
like the
San
sixth
Fran?
circle of hell, and San Francisco is like the seventh one.
Sand fecal matter. Yep. Can't forget about
It's
that
a
place.
shitty place.
Yeah.
Literally.
a shithole. Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
this whole thing where it's just like, oh, you gotta have, why do we have to register our fucking cars? Like, why am I paying, what is it around here, Geeky, like $250, $200 or something?
Jesus
Actually, wait, I got
Christ.
my registration.
Yeah,
I got my
it's a little
registration right
pricey.
here. Let me see what I paid. I paid $340 to register my car.
$40, dude. That's like
Yep. That was
Dude.
for being, I think, like, officially, like, a month late on paying it. Like, it's still, like, $200 or something.
God. I'm afraid.
It's awful.
I'm afraid of.
Yeah, no, I've
Oh,
got it
jeez.
right here. I haven't
Yeah,
put
I'm
the tags
afraid
on
of
because I haven't
that.
driven in fucking days. Because of,
if that bullshit gets passed in my state, in the great state of Arizona, if that shit gets passed, like someone like, oh, we're gonna increase the tag registry by
Well, no,
300%. I'm just like,
Gorgoth,
all right,
you have no
well,
idea
I
how
move.
good it is. Okay, there, wherever you are, because we just had our gas tax raised. How much was it, Geeky? Was it like 25 cents or something absurd for every gallon?
Yeah,
Right.
and they worded it
So
wrong, so we
it was like
kept it.
25 cents they raised our gas tax by. And apparently that was wrong wording there.
Jesus Christ.
Wait.
Root
Yeah.
out that middle
Yeah,
class
and
man.
here's the thing. Voters were so repulsed by this, they put a ballot on an initiative. We do ballot initiatives, which are like direct democracy or some nonsense. That's the claim. And we said, look, we want to repeal the gas tax. And so they bring their proposal, they get enough signatures, it's like, okay, cool, we got it, we put it on the ballot. But the fuckers who run our entire state were clever. They said, all right, well, you can put this on the initiative, but we're going to call it the Initiative to Defund Roads and Bridges. That's literally what they did. And the retards in California voted to pay 25 cents a gallon more on gas. That's right. The common fucking man voted to tax themselves on gas, something we all fucking need to drive our cars. All right?
Well, you know, if you just give more money to the government, they'll more problems.
Yeah,
get
no, our
solved,
roads
right?
and bridges are still going to be shit. Our road work takes
Yeah,
years
we're also
too
out
long.
of money. And
Yeah,
California just admitted that they're
Yep,
almost
we're almost
bankrupt
bankrupt.
already because of
we-
Corona.
I'm surprised that we've you've been streaming and talking for this long and the power hasn't tripped yet.
Oh, that
You
was
guys
actually me 3 days ago. My power went out for
I have
30 minutes.
I have an uninterruptible
Oh,
power
jeez.
support source I'm going to be getting soon.
Oh,
That
good.
way, this won't happen.
By the way, Gorgoth, I do feel sorry for you if because they are saying that a lot of Californians are fleeing, and they're saying Arizona is looking like
Keep
a hot
us
state
out.
to flee to
Build a
right now.
wall
Oh,
around
look, a hot
California.
state, all right, it's gonna be.
I will
it is
pay
a hot
for
state. Stay away. It's way hotter than California. Stay the fuck away.
Try living
'em
in
up.
California without coastal winds, you fucking pansies.
I got
Yeah.
like
The curse of the foil cast.
I got four reasons why California.
We prefer the
stay out.
People's
They all go
Republic of
bang.
California, the occupied People's Republic of California.
The
Yeah.
People's Occupied Government. Well, I'll
That's
just call them
fair.
commies. Except you guys aren't commies.
Being commies would be a
obviously.
step up from
You're-
this because we're actually like corporate oligarchs that run a bunch of retards and progressives around. You know, because like, Facebook never suffers, Apple never suffers from all these laws. They're all fine. They do just fine,
Oh yeah, Silicon Valley.
Those
yeah, they're
fuckers do
completely
just
exempt
fine.
from all
Meanwhile, us, like, I'm
bullshit.
paying like, there were times we're paying like $4 or $5 a gallon for gas. It hasn't gone to 5 yet, but it's gotten over 4, and like by a freeway.
Jesus, If I had to pay $4 or $5 for gas, I would literally just walk everywhere. It's like fuck.
You
this.
can't
It's-
do
it's
that.
not worth
You
it.
cannot
Or
get
get on a
around
bike.
California by walking or public transit. Like, you will.
If you're
No,
spiteful
no, but
enough,
you will
can.
never get anything done.
Yeah.
Okay, you won't be able to get anywhere in a timely
That
manner.
is
You'll get robbed going through bad neighborhoods. Like, no, you can't do that, Gorgoth. There is no third option. You can ride a bike around, maybe, but bikers get hit all the
Fuck,
time.
in this day and age, you'll get robbed from going through.
No, but you
good
want to be
neighborhoods.
biking while illegal immigrants are on the road that don't even speak English? Like, you really want to be risking your life on a bike?
All right, just have the ICE symbol somewhere on your bike. They'll stay away.
Or they'll just
They-
hit you harder.
Gorgoth, they won't be able to read the ICE sticker. They don't know what it means. Remember
Well,
how
just
little
have-
enforcement we have here,
Yeah.
Gorgoth? They don't even know ICE exists.
That's
Like, ICE is
true. They
banished from
think
our
ICE
state
is-
practically. 'Cause-
they just think that ICE is the shit that comes out of the soda.
They'll walk
machines.
up
They
to
don't
him and be
know
like,
it's an
"Hey,
actual
Essay, can I
government.
get some ice for my I almost said the weather, Modelo."
No, all you gotta do is
Modelo's,
say all you gotta do is just have a little speaker, a little Bluetooth speaker that you just hang on your bike, and all it does is every like 5 seconds it just shouts "peligro, peligro," and they'll just run the fuck away.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, but I don't want a speaker on my bike.
I don't know. I mean, I'm playing, man. I think I'm out. I'm jumping ship.
Get out of to all Californians who may hear the sound of my voice. Get out of California. If you come here, do not bring your politics. Just simply come here and be willing to accept that your politics is what made you leave in the first
Gorgoth,
place.
we went over
Exactly.
this earlier in the conversation, but the point of being a leftist is you pretend not to know things. They're the masters at pretending not to know things. The masters of not knowing, and you're expecting them just because they change their climate to change their politics is a fool's errand.
That's why I preface this with don't bring your politics. Just come along and leave.
But no,
that shit
Gorgoth, you
behind
see, it was just done wrong in the last place. If they just come here, it'll work out perfectly. They'll just be fine. You know?
Yeah, it's, I don't know. Have you guys seen Freedom Tunes on YouTube where they do the whole keep trying socialism all over again? It keeps
Yeah,
popping up more and more
that's a good
skulls.
one.
I've seen the channel kind of float around in suggestions, but I've never.
I love their corn
taking
pop
the
video.
chance
It's
to-
fucking hilarious. They animate the
Yeah,
entire.
if I were to recommend one, I would look up the communist video. Look up they keep trying Marxism.
That
every
wasn't
time,
real,
but-
and at the end it's
But you
Bernie.
know
That
what?
wasn't real.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what, Geeky? Just real communism has never been tested before. So like, just it's never been tested.
Get the fuck out of here! You know what? I saw this tweet.
Well,
a while
Gorgoth,
ago. You know
Gorgoth,
what?
it's
Real
working so well in
capitalism's never
China.
been
None of
tested,
their people have
motherfucker.
rights.
How about that?
And they can be disappeared at a moment's notice.
You want to go to Cuba where they're still stuck in the
Kind
50s?
of, actually. That'd be kind of cool
Yeah, you
to
get
visit.
black bag, black sided.
Like, I'd actually like to
that's
visit
real
Cuba.
communism, right?
You know, like, you know, if I had a gun. But, like, I wouldn't mind visiting Cuba and see, like, a world trapped in the 50s.
You're probably not the first person to have that thought.
Like, it'd be kind of cool.
Oh, I'd love to go to Cuba. Just make sure I have a gun.
Look, the Bay of Pigs was inflicted upon JFK. But, I mean, that's a whole nother discussion.
Hey, but it has
That
made
was
the
a
Cubans
fun
vote
mission.
That is a
Black Ops
really,
1.
you know, that is actually a really good mission in Black Ops. Oh my gosh, the Bay of Pigs one.
Was.
I gotta play all those again. Those,
Yeah.
You gotta play at least the first Black Ops before the new
well,
pause.
I mean,
pause
Black Ops
comes
1
out.
was actually World at War, technically. It's Black Ops 0, but
You're correct. I would say. You know what? Yeah, play World at War, then play Black Ops 1. I think that's
honestly,
like
I actually do like Black
the
Ops
most
2.
correct
I really like when you're, like, jumping out of a space, like a space carrier onto, like, a fucking island, and, like, just how over the top that final fucking mission is. It's just ridiculous.
I never beat Black Ops 2, but I love
Oh
the
my
zombies
gosh,
mode.
Gorgoth,
I'm a
we're gonna get you on a zombies
aficionado.
mode stream. My buddy 404 picked up World at War. We're gonna play a bunch of custom maps.
Oh, dude. I don't know if I have World at War for
It's
the
like
PC,
$20
but I'm
on
in.
Steam.
$20. Maybe I'll look on
I think it was
G2A.
actually really expensive there for some reason, but definitely look into picking it up because I'd love to get like some big games of custom maps going with a squad of 4.
Yeah, especially World at War. I really like World
I
at
know,
War.
Grim's daughter.
it
Welcome
was-
to the stream. Yes, indeed. Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War campaign has gender-neutral pronouns and character creation. My favorite tweet about that was, "The pronouns, Mason. What do they mean, Mason?"
I did when I see that. I did retweet. Does it end with you getting kicked out of the military for being?
Oh shit! Geeky
Oh.
is died. Oh my god,
got
that
him.
was like amazing.
got him.
They found him. They know. What's up, Geeky?
now he's back. What's up, buddy?
You cut out at the.
Oh, we start talking shit about Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War's pronouns,
They
and
immediately
Geeky
got
goes
to
off.
Geeky.
Oh,
Well,
that bodes well.
I was gonna say, does it end with you getting kicked out of the
You
military?
got-
And apparently, it ends up with you getting
I
kicked
did
out of the
not
call.
kick you from the call. What happened, man? Did your internet like bump or?
I think my internet just
okay.
like froze for a moment.
Well, just like California, fucking internet trips a little.
Geeky,
so
the
often,
pronouns. What do they mean,
You're in the
Geeky? So
Yeah. Well, I think I'm asked to call it night because I actually have work tomorrow morning. I'm back at work, so I don't want to be late. You know, have a tardy problem already.
I don't think you're that retarded, Geeky.
You seem like a smart guy. I think I definitely have a tardy problem.
Nah.
My tardy ass is gonna be the last episode of.
It's Coast to
or
Ghost. If you
Ghost.
said the
It's
title
my
wrong,
shit
you're
handle.
done. No, I'm just fucking.
See, like I said,
But,
I'm tardy,
Geeky,
so
if you
yeah, I
gotta head
haven't got
off
the
right
title
now, that's
wrong.
cool,
Yeah,
man.
last episode
the-
right here. I
Yeah, the
swear.
problem with me is I take the
Oh,
405
gosh.
to work, and I think those.
That's awful. I hate the 405, no matter what time of day.
Well, if you start going now, you may get there on time.
No,
There
no,
you go. Then you can sleep in the car in traffic and you'll be fine.
Exactly, and possibly get arrested for sleeping in my
and
car.
then get released
Yeah,
by
well,
not
just
giving.
say
That's saying
that-
you're non-citizen.
Just tell them, Black Lives Matter. I can't breathe, and then they'll leave you alone.
I can't
Yeah,
read.
Bring your shoe polish.
Yeah, but then I also I do gotta drive across the state tomorrow night too. So
Oh
that's
no!
gonna be
Did
great.
you have
Oh,
Did you have one
that's-
last story
that's
you wanted to
even
go
more
over
fun.
before you left?
No, I just had the Bella Forden and the Chadwick Bowen story. I don't think I've seen
So
anything.
you had the thought
I can pretty much-
meltdown and the tragic passing of the Black Panther. Okay.
Yeah, that's about it. But mostly, that was it. I mean, I think I had something to talk, or we could talk about RNC.
Let's not bring it down to there and all the depressing thoughts of them
Yeah,
positioning Nikki Haley to lead us into defeat in 2024. Let's not do that.
yeah, or the assault of
Ugh,
Rand Paul.
Yeah,
outside
fuck
of the
those
West.
fucking. I'm not gonna call them animals. Animals at least hunt for food and sustenance and are kind. They're worse.
Animals at least can
Yeah,
contribute.
animals
to an
animals
ecosystem
can be
somewhat.
productive.
Yeah, but I do think the best thing about this whole election, though, is it's finally what red pilled Tim Pool somehow.
No
That
one
is
cared
so
who I
hilarious to
was
this
before
day.
I put on the beanie. I was simply bald,
Wow,
and now I am.
The Tim Pool radicalized me meme becomes stronger by
My
the
power
day.
grows.
You
The day
barely
will
adopted
come.
the beanie. I was born of it,
It-
molded by it.
I mean, he did put out a video. I did see on my feed that he put out a video this week saying that he's voting for Trump, like officially again.
Thank you,
Oh,
Tim
man.
Pool, for your vote. And I know Gorgoth. I know Zion Don. All the names. I get it. I get it.
We
Yeah,
need
well,
Tim
you
Pool
know what?
banned so bad.
Hey, listen here, fat. All right, let me tell you something about closed circuit systems. All right,
Oh,
Fat?
dude,
we had
wait.
those back.
Can we get a Joe Biden ban that just forgets what he was talking about in the middle of his?
No,
What's
wait,
your name?
Fed.
I was
Was
born
this
as a-
part of your
I was
plan?
born king
Was
of
this
the
part of your
blacks.
plan?
No!
No!
Who
Who am I? Where am I?
The
Oh,
American
God.
flag must be stood up for. The American flag is something. Listen here, Jack. I visited Flagstaff once, and that was a good town, especially in the summer when all the snow's falling to the ground. I went to this little burger shop, and they served me the best pancakes. And just Donald's just sitting there like,
Listen,
"What the fuck
Puerto
is this guy
Rico
on
is a
about?"
great state. I'm gonna become a great governor for the wonderful, wonderful state of Ottawa. Okay, you have no idea how good I'm gonna be at this. Listen. Senator
I'm
Obama
President-
said that I was an
President
amazing leader.
Venezuela.
All right, Michael Obama also said I'm a great husband and mother. All right, you just don't understand. All right.
No, I was talking to
Tell
to-
him,
I was
wife,
talking to
sister.
Obama's best friend Michael, and Michael was Michelle, and Michelle.
Yeah. All right,
Oh,
Geeky.
man.
I
Wait
thank
for
you
the
so
debate in a
much,
couple
but
months.
you're done for the night. You get what you fucking deserve. Good night, Geeky.
You guys have a good one, man. It's good talking to
Later,
you.
man.
Josh. It's been a while.
Good hearing from you.
All right.
God, that needs to be a bit. There needs to be like a good solid like, just like what Ghost did there, where you like nail down a couple lines, but you just like slowly degenerate as you're trying to like hold that bit together. Oh, perfect. God, I would pay for that.
Gorgoth.
Well, it will happen, and it'll happen, and that's what they're scared of. They're completely terrified of getting Slow Joe and Trump
They
on
are.
a stage. I
Yeah.
mean, Trump's old.
Trump is old, and I'd like his health to be better.
I don't know if
but,
he has-
like, dude, like, you're gonna ask me who
Yeah.
I'm gonna put in the ring and root for? It's gonna be my Orange Man, okay? Orange Man up against creepy
Yeah.
old pedo any day of the week, okay?
Yeah.
The real question is, who does he backbreak at the end of it? Is it like?
Oh, Joe
is it,
Biden? He breaks
is it Bernie
Obama's back.
Sanders?
He just grabs Obama like,
Okay.
I've got you now, and Trump's just over there like, why did you grab him instead of me?
Oh, yeah. He's
I
like,
just can't
listen
wait
here,
for-
corn pop.
Listen here, you ain't
He's
black
it's not
corn
even like,
pop.
what breaks first?
Obama walks
spearing
on
your
the-
body. He's just
Obama
like,
walks. Obama walks out on the stage, and he's like, we meet again, corn pop.
Time for round two. You messed with the wrong lifeguard.
And he just
Trump,
sniffs a
Trump,
child.
get my chain.
Oh, that's what you could do. Instead, what you do is instead of having him have like a mask that helps him breathe, it's just children hair and a filter. And he
No.
constantly sniffs it.
He's just
It's
got women's
perfect.
panties on his face. Because that's
Oh,
what that
there you
mask
go.
is like.
It's
But
it's
I
just-
think
it's
with
pantsuit with
women's
children hair in
panties,
it.
we have a perfect
Ah,
transition.
jeez.
Gorgoth, are you a fan at all of anime?
What's up? Of anime? You know, I like
Don't say
anime.
King of the Hill, you
I
fucking
think anime's
charlatan.
pretty cool.
Everyone uses that excuse.
No, I'm not gonna
Bobby.
say King of the Hill. I'm not gonna say King of the Hill. What do you think? I'm a degenerate? No, I like Corey in the house, like
Oh,
a
I
real
see.
American. Nah, but anime is pretty cool. I don't watch it nearly as often as a lot of other people in this sphere, but
What,
I
you
can
telling me
appreciate
you haven't
anime.
seen episode 9 of Rental
It's
Girlfriend?
No, that sounds.
That's actually
that
really
sounds
interesting. It's
Rental
like
Girlfriend?
Simp the anime. This guy, coming to terms with being a simp, basically.
I thought that was the
No,
Monster
no,
Girl
that
anime.
one's actually pretty
I thought
good.
that was basically the same. Yeah, no, that's true.
But what's your favorite
I'll
anime,
agree with that.
Gorgoth?
Like I said, Corey in the house, man. It's just so good. No, okay. In all seriousness, I guess. Okay, favorite anime. What do you do? You qualify favorite anime as watched all of?
I mean, probably. Like, I would say, like, finished. I guess. I mean, if it's something like you saw a bunch on, like, Cartoon Network or Toonami as a kid and you just really liked it, that's fine, too.
Yeah, I guess if that's the qualifier, then it's I know I haven't seen all of them, but I guess I like it by proxy of my brother. Dragon Ball, like Dragon Ball Z, and
Yeah,
a lot of
yeah,
the
you
old
can
school, like,
definitely
Cell
say
Saga,
you can
the
fucking definitely say
Saga.
Dragon Ball Z is your favorite without having seen everything start to finish. Okay, we've all seen enough of it.
Right, because yeah, there's that.
You are right, Malwalk. He was
one
super
of my best
autistic
friends
this episode, but it was kind of
watched,
hilarious.
No, yeah. Well, one of my best friends sat me down and made me watch all of the Fate series, not Fate Zero,
Was this
but
Flamenco?
the other one. No, not it wasn't Flam.
Oh,
It was
okay.
IRL best friend. This was
Yeah.
years ago. But it was the Fate with the dude that blew up the fucking hotel.
Was that
and just
Apocrypha
didn't give a shit.
or
And
is
just
that
killed
Stay Night or which one is that?
It was the fucking. I think the main character's name is Karetsugu or
that's
some
Fate
shit.
Zero.
The
Yeah, it's Fate
dude in
Zero.
black.
Yeah.
Oh, Fate
That's the
Zero.
one with the
Okay,
actual
then, well,
Japanese dude.
then yeah,
He,
I got
like,
mine.
kills everyone
Yeah.
except the guy that wins. He does really good till the end.
Yeah.
Fate Zero was okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah, that I saw through to completion, and
Who was best girl in Fate Zero?
and it's been so long I can't remember which one had the biggest cans.
Fuck. Who was it?
Can
It wasn't-
of course.
It wasn't
Ah,
Ilya's
yes.
mom, was it? It was
I think you're right. It was either Ilya's mom or the
I don't think it was the
agent
agent bitch because she I mean she had decent cans, but they weren't like big milkers. I think it was Ilya's mom.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, it wasn't AT&T level.
Oh
But,
gosh, I don't understand that meme. Okay, so you watched Fate Zero to completion. Biggest cans equal patrician.
Yeah, it was years ago, so my knowledge of it is kind of shaky, but I can
That's
remember
fair.
parts of it.
I mean cans. Why aren't those the only thing you remember?
Well, that's a fair point. I guess I wasn't. My mind wasn't there at the time. My mind was. You know where my mind was at the time I was watching it? I'm like, man, I just want to. I want to be at home playing on my computer. Fuck this shit. I didn't. That was a time where I just didn't appreciate anime for the art form it was. But now, as I'm older and wiser, I can appreciate anime for the art form it is.
Yeah, no, I mean yeah. I think the thing that I and a lot of other people realize, a lot of people on like the right and the dissident right, is that like we see our Marvel movies, we see our DC movies, we see like what are considered like the tentpole like movies, and they're all paused, they're all Marxist in nature, they're all about like how evil you are for being born with this inherent characteristic, right? All that is there, and then we see anime and we see like you know, you see like they're not all good, but like you see like, oh, it's like a nice power fantasy, you know, like a young guy goes to another world, becomes the hero, good things happen to him. It's like, wow, and why does it happen? Because it's a compelling story, and it's like, oh, it's cool to watch good things happen to someone, you know. You know, it's just like this thing that we've lost that we kind of used to have, but it was just been taken from us. You know, it's just telling a story that's just fun, entertaining, where good things happen to good people or bad things happen to bad people. Instead, where our movies, you know, in the end, really, it's like the bad guys are always winning. Yeah. But I think it's kind of this that it's not as tainted and paused. You know, that is why we like it.
Yeah. Well, that's because I mean, obviously the. Well, I can't say that.
Yeah.
It's because of the.
We're not on episode 14 yet,
power.
Gorgoth.
Right, I know. I like to vocalize when I'm this intoxicated.
I understand.
So I don't know. But the powers that be do not have such control over the great little island of Japan yet. And although I do know that a lot of animation stuff is kind of not in Japan
Well,
anymore,
I mean, they
kinda
outsource a lot of work
centralized
to
localized
Vietnam
in
and Korea, but
right.
but the
But I'm
writers,
just
the
saying,
people
in those,
that write the
in
actual
those more
stories, you know, are just like they're geeks, you know, who like are good at drawing and writing books.
Oh yeah, they like to either like they draw. I mean, if I'll tell you this, if I knew how to draw, I'd probably do something like that. But I don't know how to draw. I just know how to shitpost.
Well,
So
maybe.
It would be a
That's
terrible
about close.
combo if you knew
Oh,
how to draw
God.
too, man. You have the
Oh,
dark
if I
meme
did-
powers
You'd be
already.
pretty.
If I did, there'd be no stopping me. But the best I can do is stickmen.
You'd be
and,
pretty unstoppable.
I wouldn't
But
say
no,
that.
But you're.
I would say I'd be stoppable. I mean, with the amount of times I've said, "Oh, can't say that," and times I did slip up, I think I'd be
Well, I
fairly
think with a good
stoppable.
writer, you
Not
can
gonna lie.
really get your message across, and I hate to use this word, more subversive, but you know, a more entertaining way that could slip past, you know, the normal gatekeepers of culture.
That's
What's up,
true.
Mike the furry cat? I haven't seen you around. What's going on, man?
What the fuck is that?
That's one of my favorite reaction images on the internet. It's the cat just going, "Oh!"
Yeah,
You know what? Like,
Jesus,
but-
yeah.
Mike, thank you. I'm adding it to my favorites library because that cat is.
that cat has seen some
You
shit.
just see it.
Oh,
you
Mike
just
the
see
furry
it.
cat! Thank you for the follow and the sticker. No, like I think I agree with you 100% that like the unpausedness of Japan and the fact that I know they're saying like, oh, they're pushing to bring in immigrants, you know, they're like a whole story. They brought in 100% more immigrants, yeah, but they went from like 10 to 20, okay, like,
Right.
you know,
Yeah. When your margin is that small, when it's like, oh, 1,000% immigrant increase, like, okay, but there's like one dude showing up
yeah,
every year.
and
So
as you may or may not know, I did live in Japan for a time when I was in college. Yeah,
Yeah?
I lived in there. I lived
Nice.
there in college. I dormed for like a quarter abroad. I had a fucking blast. Like I just remember like I would walk on the streets and just be like, everything is clean. There are no trash cans. There are no public bathrooms, and it's like every street is clean. I'd see people walking. If they saw trash, they pick it up. People would walk by.
that's
People
the thing
walking
is that
by,
it's
and I'm a foreigner.
nice-
Okay, I'm the most foreign-looking dude. I had like, well, not blonde anymore, but you know, like dirty blonde hair and blue eyes. And they fucking walk by me with like their little dog, and they start conversation, be like, oh look, I got an old dachshund. I'm like, oh, I used to have a, you know, they're just people, just nice, kind. You know, I'm a completely foreign person. They're just the nicest people ever, and you know, but like that at the same time as they're okay with what they've chosen. Like they're okay. Like they're not like, oh,
yeah.
no, our birth rate's at 0% because they chose that way. They want to be a nation that is for Japan, by Japan, for the Japanese, and they.
Japan first.
I know they
imagine
love
that.
their own people, right? You know, everyone is they're part of this big family that is Japan. You know, it doesn't mean that they're like, oh, fuck you, foreigner. You know, I mean, yeah, if I go to like certain horror houses, they'll tell me to fuck off.
the
Okay,
N-word
if I
here?
go towards like certain, you know, like. Yeah, like, like places like that, they'll be like, no foreigners allowed. You know, they can kick me out of apartments for being a foreigner. But most people are just fucking nice there and cool people.
It's true. I think Gorgoth nailed it. I think we do use the N word, the big
Lots
scary
of
N word
Nintendos
here.
in the chat. Yes,
They're
indeed.
nationalists.
they
Oh,
love
no.
their own
Oh.
people, you know, and it's like they're okay. You know, the world is telling them you're dying as a people. You're not replacing yourself. They don't care. Okay, they're fine with that. They chose that fate, and that's okay. You know, like they're okay with it.
Well,
And it's gonna change. It's gonna change.
Here's the
By the
difference.
way, they're going to fix their demographic problem 100%. Because
well, the difference is this: is that it's very difficult for outside influences to influence the island of Japan, especially when it can be difficult. But when you're someone of Oriental descent, I'm not, but I imagine that if you are someone from the Orient, it's very easy to tell someone that is Chinese, from Korean, from Vietnamese, from Hmong, or anything like that. It's very probably somewhat easy to tell that. But when you're European and other certain white
or white
quote
adjacent
unquote races,
You said quote unquote too early. It was too late. It was supposed to go for the
well,
white part.
Gorgoth, I mean,
well, you know,
are you saying
I have
white
to
or white adjacent?
Oh, I'm just saying that.
Yeah, no,
Italians,
meds aren't white. I think we can all agree that
Italians
meds and
are-
potatoes aren't white.
Yeah.
I think. Do you hear that, Southern Dingo? I agree with Bibble.
Meds
Italians
are not white. Okay, I think we can all agree on that.
We don't believe in bada bing supremacy here.
And I say that as I am sat here in my chair with Italian heritage.
I mean, I'm a
I say that
Polak
sitting
and I'm
here
Irish,
thinking,
so
yes,
I
we are
know
not-
about. I'm actually, I think, half non-white.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I'm a mulatto of sorts.
Well, yeah. I'm part Irish too. Yeah, I think we're. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, the only
Yeah.
time I drank, I found out how Irish I was. 'Cause I could hold my fucking liquor like.
I think a lot of
crazy.
people. Well, it's always the Guinness test. I don't pass the Guinness test, so I'm not that
well,
Irish. But if you pass the Guinness
I have
test,
a
you're pretty
grandmother
Irish.
that I have a
Or
grandmother
that,
that
or
has
you have-
another name in it. I won't say which one specifically for doxing purposes, but.
I was so good at the Guinness test. It's the
Oh,
genius
no,
test.
Fed,
my
no!
goodness.
No, Fed, no!
By the way, Gorgoth, if you're having a drink, cheers, my friend.
Oh yeah, cheers! I'm having this Kugel, summer shandy, this lemon beer.
That
I-
sounds gay.
Nice.
So I convinced one of my friends. I'm like, we're at the store. It's not gay. It's not super fruity, but it's like basically think Blue Moon, but instead of orange, it's lemon.
Oh, do you like Blue Moon?
I'm gonna grab ice.
Oh
while
yeah,
you guys
Blue
talk
Moon's my
liquor.
go-to.
Yeah. So next time if you get like an 8 ounce of Blue Moon, try putting a shot of peach schnapps in it.
Ooh, okay.
So what it does is like that citrusy flavor where it actually tastes like oranges. It kind of like it takes that whole thing, and the peach schnapps takes it over, and it's kind of like an Irish car bomb, but the whole thing tastes like peaches now. It's like a really
Huh.
disarming, but it's like the alcohol content is fucking insane. It's actually crazy. My stomach, like I have celiac disease, so it's basically gluten fucks with your stomach, so I can't drink like beer. And like
Right.
I used to be a huge fan of like dark beers and like a whole bunch of these different things like that. So I've switched over to hard liquor,
Liquor,
but
I
like
barely know
man, oof.
Sorry, it's my
Oh, yeah.
dad joke for the hour.
Get a couple of these in you to be good. But yeah, I know a whole like I was also a bartender for a bit, so like I know a few good drinks. But man, that was the secret weapon. That's how you have a fun night, because it's like if you're gonna have one drink in a night, that is the one drink that you can drink, and you'll be like, fuck yeah.
Oh,
But
hold
if
on for
you're
a sec,
trying
Fed.
to have a
I'm just going
banger,
to drag someone into the call.
Sure.
Mountain
Oh,
Walk,
hey,
you are on Coast to Ghost. How's it going, Mountain Walk?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
They were
Greetings,
talking
friend.
about liquor, so I
Hey,
felt I
guys.
would get my resident Weebo / Magic the Gathering friend on.
Yes,
Sure.
someone to balance it out. For I, with my tiny grug brain, have brought it
No,
down. But
Gorgoth,
Mavlock is
Gorgoth,
here to save
Gorgoth. You have a
us.
different kind of
Far.
intelligence. All right, we need
well,
double-digit IQs too to make this work. Okay.
That's
Wait,
right.
wait. There's more than three
Were you
digits?
implying
I thought
that
it
it
just
was
went from
triple-digit
0 to
IQ?
9. I
Wait.
just thought it went from 0 to 9. Holy shit! This is a whole new world to
I'm
me.
just fucking with you,
Oh,
Gora.
jeez.
I took it the other way. I thought he was implying that you had a triple-digit IQ, and he was trying to dumb it down by having Mount Walk and a double-digit IQ.
Whoa! Triples and doubles. We're not playing baseball here. Calm down.
It's
I
okay.
don't
I have
know
a
how
home
this
run.
works.
I have a home
Batting
run IQ.
averages. There you go.
There you go. Home run IQ. There's terms I can understand.
Do you,
Baseball.
how much do you know about do you know much about baseball, Gorgoth, or are you just being facetious?
A little bit.
What do you think about the social
enough to.
justice? I'm sorry, Mountain Walk. You come in here and I immediately bring up sports ball.
That's
But
okay.
Gorgoth, what do you think about how stunning and brave all the baseball players have been about social justice?
I think it's stunning that people are still glued to their fucking TVs after all the bullshit. And it's very brave that they keep trying to put it into every single thing we fucking love, just to get it fucking switched off. So yeah, that's about what I think of it. As far as what I actually think of it, I think it's retarded. Play the fucking game. You can have banners up. You can have you have banners up. You can fucking paint Black Lives Matter across the fucking baseball.
You can
diamond.
donate to whoever the fuck you
But-
want. You can support whatever community.
But
Play ball.
but play the fucking game. I don't give a shit. You know what? I'll put it this way. Like 5 years ago, if I was an avid Verizon wireless user and I saw a single AT&T ad, I wouldn't be like, that's it. I'm stopping watching. Fuck CNBC. Fuck this shit. I'm not watching their sports shit anymore. They had an AT&T
That's
ad
it.
on this bitch.
You were there.
Yeah, that's it. No,
Well, I mean, I think they're obviously different, right? It's not just
no,
like
they are different.
I mean, this is social engineering, right?
Yeah.
So
No, I guess I will concede to that. And
I have a lot of libertarian tendencies too, but I think in situations like this, fuck it, no,
Right.
none of this stupid shit plastered all over everywhere. I don't want to see it. I obviously, even if it was like something that is actually true or real or good or whatever, like feed the world or some BS like that. Like I just want to watch baseball. Is that
Right.
okay?
Yeah, I just don't want to. Here's the thing: is that and I guess I got to get out of the mindset of if it were 5 years ago, because it's now, motherfucker. It's fucking now where the shit's happening. Like, and when you see that messaging now, it leaves much more of an impact than it did 5 years ago. Because you see that shit 5 years ago, and it's just like, well, fuck it, I just want to watch the game. But now when you see it, it's almost it's whatever product or whatever program you're watching is not really drawing the line in the sand, because the line in the sand has been drawn, but they're choosing which side of the line that they're standing on. And more every day, you're seeing a lot of people standing on one particular side of the line in the sand, and that leaves a lot less people either to be decisive or deciding which line they're going to which side of the line they're standing behind, or if they're on the other side of the line. And yet when all this happens, people are saying, oh, I'm not represented, I'm not getting representation. But you have all these companies standing behind you, and so where's your if on my personal opinion, I think that if you really want to get down to it, I think that blacks are overrepresented at this point. I think we need more other representation that is not just you guys. How dare you become the most overrepresented? What about Hispanics? What about other people, I guess?
Oh,
Well,
so,
I think-
I guess Mountain and Gorgoth. What do you think about So you have these escapism things that you're looking forward to
Right.
that aren't politics, because politics are clearly labeled. They're politics. You're looking at them. You know you're gonna get this crammed down your throat. But then you have these escapist things where you're trying to look for like your animes. You're trying to look for your
I
sports
want
ball.
my
You're trying
Asian
to do anything
thoughts
that
on
you can to like
Instagram and
actually
Twitter.
escape it.
That's what I want. That's why I have Twitter. That's why I have Instagram.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So, well, you
Yeah.
have these things, but how do you feel about like you go towards these and then they come out with this terribly cucked statement, and no matter what side they come out for, well, like I left, right, yeah, it sucks, but what do you think of the fact that they come out and they say we can't keep ourselves silent anymore? We have
Oh.
to voice our opinion, and it's like, motherfucker, nobody ever came to you for your fucking opinion on any of this shit. Shut the
Right.
fuck up.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Easily, the longer it goes on, the more I hate it. Like
And then the
at
Gorgoths
first,
began to hate.
when it was small. Yeah, slowly I began to hate that.
And then suddenly, without
I-
warning.
Yeah, it's but yeah, when
For
it
no
was like when it was one or two yeah, it was for no reason at all. But when it was like one or two things, or like an ad that showed up every like a day, or not every day, but every couple days or so, it's like, oh, okay, well that's one thing. But when it's literally every single thing, and your escapism becomes
But it's like every single
Non-existent.
corporation feels the need to virtue signal
Right.
to these fucking
even
well, yeah,
fucking
when there's no more escapism.
even shit
Call of
like
Duty
fucking
Warzones. Oh, take this blank screen and think about
Yeah.
racism for it. It's like, no. I did not come to Call of
Well,
Duty
no,
to ask
yeah.
you about racism. I came to Call of Duty because the world is
I
burning
wanted
and I want
drop
to shoot
near
some
the
people in a game.
stadium. I just wanted to drop near the stadium, grab a scar, and just go to town. But no, you just fucking had to do your
You
bullshit.
couldn't
didn't
just
you?
leave it well enough alone.
But have you seen our BLM new icon?
I don't
That's
give a shit.
Black.
I don't give a shit if it's
Guys,
BLM or rainbow fucking colored for the. I
No.
can't say that. For the rainbow colored or what? I think it's like what?
Oh,
blue,
you're talking
white,
about the
pink,
trans flag, right?
white. Yeah, I don't give a shit about any of that anymore. You know what? And I'm taking very much the Worski stance of like, oh, you're like when someone says, oh, you're a racist or you're a homophobe. Or all right, well, fuck you then. Fuck you right back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't give a
long-
shit. I don't care anymore. I'm done
And
with
then what?
Gorgoth,
Yeah.
back back when I was like, I think I was 12 or something, but that was when I stopped caring about the label racist because it didn't matter.
yeah, it's-
it was I hadn't done anything. I had never been like
Well-
like to black kids, like mean to them. It just they gave me that label and I was that. They had done it. They had succeeded. And I was just like, well, it doesn't matter what I do. So I stopped trying to appease these people, and I just said, no, fuck you. I'm going to tell you the truth.
Well, you know what this whole thing has done to me, and this is something I've noticed, and I wonder if anyone else has noticed this. Before all this bullshit, you know, you're walking around, you're at Walmart, and you see a white lady, like, hey, you see a Hispanic lady, say, hey, and back then, you see a black guy, you're like, hey, what's up?
Now you want to say nothing.
Keep going.
Now
Now
you're just silent.
or no, you don't even say anything. You just kind of acknowledge that the person's there, and then they're walking by, whatever. Nowadays, it's like you see, you know, a white lady, like, hey, you see a Hispanic, and hey, and you see a black guy, you just kind of, you almost tense
You
up
keep your
a
head
little bit
down.
just
You
because
don't
of
even,
all
you don't
the,
make eye contact.
and this isn't a never relax situation. This is a situation of like, oh well, what if he'll cause a scene and I'll end up on fucking whatever nowadays, or I'll get the shit knocked out of me, or
And people will
or
pay that
he'll
guy's
come by
legal
and
fees
cold
for knocking the shit out of me.
It's World Star was what you were looking for.
Right. It's
That's-
like
yeah.
you see them and you're afraid, and like people get like, and I was like this a while back, but now I'm just like, you know what, fuck it. I'm just gonna return to what it was back then. I see a person, there's a person.
What did you want to return to?
Monkey was the that's what it was back then.
Just curious.
I got you.
Yeah. No, it's honestly.
I knew the bit as soon as it yeah.
You know, honestly, Gorgoth, though, with all this forced and like astroturf nonsense, you know, it's like I always talk to
Oh, yeah.
lefties. It's like you guys realize, right? All the corporations are on your side. All the corporations, half the politicians minimum, more than half, all agree with you. And you know why the corporations agree with you? Because the corporations want to be able to cancel people for no reason. They want to be able to destroy competition with magic words. They want to be able to fire employees with cause, all right, for no reason but that they have bad opinions.
Well,
They want to have that power, and that's what you're
because at
giving
this
them.
point-
You're giving these corporations, these politicians, the ability to destroy people, all for the purposes of what is a non-issue, okay? The real issue is that there's black-on-black crime that is crazy, and these communities need excessive policing to save lives.
Well, not only that, but the dynamic in America has shifted. It is no longer a country. It's now a company where
Well, yeah.
middle or working class people are the main people on these people's payrolls. They're the ones actually paying all their fucking bills, and all of our money is going into some random fucking pit, probably somewhere approximated to I don't know, the area of the Federal Reserve.
Well, I
Probably
mean, the
somewhere
Federal
around
Reserve
there.
loans us money.
Well,
The
that's
Federal
where
Reserve
all of our
loans us
fucking
money and
money's
collects
going.
the interest, but that's beyond the scope
Yeah,
of this
it's
discourse,
that
I
whole
think.
thing is fucked. But it goes if you wanna like one of the best like analogies that like I've used for this one is it's the like if you're looking at these like woke people and like their ideologies and like the fact that they line up so hard with the companies, it's literally zealots with a religion, and an inquisitor's like, yeah, fuck it, we'll use that one. And they just get to put the screws to you, and it's because they literally are zealots. This is their dogma that they're like willing to run with, and the company's like, yeah, that'll work
Well,
for now. Fuck
and
'em.
understand, Gorgoth,
String 'em up,
we're
like,
not a corporation.
it's
We're
too easy.
literally every government, okay? Like what? I think where the line gets mixed. No, we are a Gardner Akahaksho. What's up, guys? No, the government is not a corporation. Corporations just became part of the government, right? Like Amazon and Google, their business model was never to be, we want to be the best e-commerce platform. And if it wasn't for Google, we're going to be the best advertising. No, their entire purpose has always been to become the surveillance arm of the administrative state. That has been their entire business model. Amazon wants to be able to control what you can and cannot purchase. Google wants to control what you can and cannot know. Apple wants to control everything about your phones and like your information. Like this is what their business model has been the last 10 to 20 years. Is that they're all about we are going to become the future purveyors of surveillance. We're going to be the futures of censorship, and we're going to get this job outsourced to us. And that's what it's been.
Well, I would like to hope. Part of me, the optimistic side.
Oh, wait, sorry,
would like
I
to
got
think
a
that
question.
These
from
companies
it says,
were.
hey, in honor of Kyle Rittenhouse, tell Gorgoth it's Line and Kugel, pronounced Leon Kugel, Wisconsin beer. Okay.
Line and Kugel. Well then, thank you.
Stringfellow Hawk says that.
Line and
Gardner,
Kugel.
good to see you here. Akahaksho, good to see you here.
I'll pronounce it right from now on. Then thank you. But I would like to think that these companies, Amazon and Google, when they were first created, I would like to hope that they were created on the best intentions. But as we know about best intentions, but I would like to hope that it's like, okay, you know what? We're tired of no one knowing where all this bullshit is, or like we're tired of people going to these weird, shady websites to order stuff and never have it. But obviously with the best intentions there comes that and they like to think in there, and that's the thing. You gotta, when you're looking at these companies, you gotta try to not think like them, but you gotta try to just look at it from their perspective, which is a very fucked up, retarded perspective of they think
You're absolutely right. Everyone in this story thinks, look at me, I'm the hero. I'm saving black people. I'm saving lives by saying this innocuous statement that means nothing. That's what I'm doing. I'm a hero. Yay! Yeah, it's fucking retarded.
Right, but that's part of the leftist condition. I mean, that's just their worldview
It's just
and their
dopamine.
mindset.
Yay!
So that's
more.
So that's just what they think. That's just all that they think. They think that they're the heroes, and the people on the right are villains.
It's all those fucking
and by that
Marvel
same
movies,
token, a
man.
lot of people that are on the far right or the right, a lot of people just on the right period, whether it's dissonant, far, or somewhere in between. They just like to think that they're the good guys,
Well, the
and
difference is, Gorgoth, we
everyone
are the
left
heroes.
of
We're the heroes who live in a
yeah,
dystopian
well,
fucking world, okay?
But
We just can't get any traction.
well, the ones that are a little bit too crazy for people, but
We just
I'm
can't get
not-
any fucking traction.
But you have to be able to self-examine. And I think this is another
No,
funny
yeah.
thing. I love doing this in D&D so much because we do this whole thing, and like I play with this guy who's a paladin, but he's a dragonborn something or other, and I always like he does the bit where he's like this virtuous thing, and he talks about all the shit that he does, and then I have a ranger and I love nature, so I always do this thing where I zoom out on the bit, and then I say, yeah, we like pan out and you see a giant 12-foot lizard man in armor that doesn't blink. He's mouth breathing right now, and like he's got no fucking pupils. Like he's just this disgusting lizard person, and you just dehumanize the fuck out of him because he spends all this time talking about how virtuous he is and like how much he identifies with it, and then you make him realize that this is some alien fuck that has nothing to do with him whatsoever, and it's just completely fucked because you forget. You get wrapped up in all this like shit, and you're like, oh,
Right.
no, actually, I'm a disgusting alien monster. It's
Well, yeah,
like, oh
yeah.
fuck, like it's such a funny bit every
Yeah,
time, but it's really what you have to look at. You really have to look at what perspective
Yeah.
you're actually coming
Hey,
at.
what's up,
what you actually
Tay-Cat? How's it
are.
going?
Self-examination. Yeah, self-examination and self-reflection is a humongous part of it. The left seems to just be completely lacking of it.
Gorgoth.
People,
They
a lot of people on
choose
the
not
right
to
seem
see
to be
it.
able to.
Like they just choose
that?
not to see it because they feel better about themselves when they don't see it. They feel.
Well, I don't know.
This is the thing. The more I see,
the more they choose not to see it, the more I'm convinced they just don't have it to begin with.
no, I think they do. I think they've conditioned themselves in a way, like through their
Conditioned or
yes. The answer is yes, Gorgoth.
Gorgoth. Well, we talked about this a bit earlier. Mountain Walk and Gorgoth. What do you think about again, we touched on this earlier, and it's the way that I think about this. I guess y'all's opinions on this. When I tend to see the people that have like introspective thinking, and they take like real world experience and what they've like accumulated through like real world knowledge, they tend to be more right leaning or like libertarian. And then when you accept things on the face, like when you accept what you've been told from like a source, and like that is it, and you can disregard what your eyes see, you tend to be more authoritarian and more
Listen,
left
Fed,
leaning.
these are some
like,
fiery, peaceful
you take-
protests, okay?
Yeah, definitely, and they're completely justified because my teacher told me so. But
I've been stealing a lot of the airtime here. So what do you think, Mountain Walk?
yeah,
I brought Mountain
it's-
Hawk here
I
for
just
talking about
think,
Asian titties and anime, but this is fine.
You know what? That's a conversation I'm completely fine with. But go ahead, Mountain Walk. I'm sorry for stealing
Oh,
the time.
that's okay. So, I mean, most people. I mean, here's really the long and the short of it. Most people don't have a lot going on upstairs. I mean, whether you're a double digit or you're a midwit, who are unfortunately just as
Dangerous.
dangerous because they think they're smart, but they aren't. They're smart enough, but not
They're
smart
not
enough
smart enough
to
to
know
realize how
that.
dumb they are, but
you
they
know,
are smart enough to not,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
be as dumb. It's
So-
weird.
I wouldn't say, especially like regarding the two sort of like the political dichotomy we have, which is, I mean, just fake and gay, really. Like, I mean, it doesn't really correspond to reality, at least since the Cold War. I mean, the conservatives aren't really conservative, and the liberals aren't really
weird.
liberal. They're both insane. You know, I mean, obviously the Republicans are obsessed with a certain country overseas, and military imperialism, military adventurism all over the world. And the liberals are also about that too, but also about importing 1 million Mexicans and Muslims. Oh, well, I guess the Republicans are
They are
okay
No,
with
no,
that too.
500,000. Come
Yes.
on, get it right.
Right. Well, they cut it in half. That's just, 500,000. So it's hard to really ascribe any certain like, oh well, we're right
Thank you for the lemons
because
being just on my brain.
reality has a liberal bias, or like actually it's the conservatives or whatever.
Oh, hold on. SMS. I can trigger that right now. One sec.
Okay. Well, I tend to agree with you on this point, but what do you think about we'll call it liberal arts in in our schooling, or any of our programs that are generally accepted? They're pushed more by like a leftist agenda. What do you think about the fact that when you tend to see these programs and the people that come out of them, that they don't necessarily they're not using their powers of observation as much as they are trying to fit everything to the lens that they've been taught to fit everything to whatever, like they get like a focal point and then they try and fit everything into that.
Yeah. That's I mean that's makes sense. I mean that's most people are not really capable of critical thinking, and the NPC meme is basically true, right?
Oh
Like
my
I think
gosh,
that's the
it's
most
so
important
true.
thing,
The
and
NPC meme. It's
yeah, like that's this most. I mean, if only because A, they're too busy, overworked, or B, they just don't have the ability to really think about these things critically. You know, um, and obviously, yeah, like again, liberals sort of own all the schools and basically. This is, I guess, one of the points I wanted to make earlier was this is why social engineering works. You have midwits that don't question anything, and other people that are too dumb and that are easily swayed by emotions or whatever else. So, um,
I just posted something in the
yeah,
general chat.
and
If you
that's
want
an
to
issue.
share with the classroom.
Yeah, yeah. So I think, I mean, this is again, this is a big problem because like we basically force everyone to go to school, but then we really, really encourage people to go to college and university when these people shouldn't be there, right? Especially with like
Yep.
the uh, oh shoot, what's it called? The diversity stuff and where they choose one ethnicity over the other. Gosh, what's that called again?
Sorry,
Anyway,
what was it one more time?
uh, shoot, why did I totally forget? But anyways,
Sorry, I read the chat the same moment you said it. Are you talking about trade schools or
no, like the programs where they like, oh, we'll take these Asians and blacks over
Oh,
whites
affirmative action is the
because
word you're looking for. You're talking about.
yes,
In
Yeah.
fact, interestingly enough, California has just passed legislation to repeal the constitutional
racism
the
legal,
part of
yeah.
our constitution that says you cannot discriminate based on race, specifically to enact more affirmative actions. Oh, not
yeah,
affirmative
that's not
actions, but to
surprising.
institute more affirmative action like policies. So basically,
Yeah,
we're a bunch of racists, is what I'm saying. California.
Here's some government
Yep,
money
and now
for
we
it.
have
Yeah.
we have to pay for our sons and daughters to get worse chancing at college, including for Asian people as well. They're getting wrecked by affirmative action. You know,
Yeah, exactly. But
Yeah.
continue your point, Mount.
Oh, okay. Well, basically, the issue is, this is what happens when we have democracy, when we expand the franchise. Again, it just doesn't really work because you don't, like, biology sort of works against these things. You have a race to the bottom, path of least resistance, that kind of thing. These kind of things are sort of inescapable. And you don't really have like the elite themselves. Even if we did have like some sort of natural aristocracy or whatever the hell Jefferson talked about, that's they seem completely disinterested, and in fact are actually working against the interests of regular everyday Americans. Sure, there are some Americans of a particular race that they really don't like, but everyone is basically swept up in this too. When the whole country becomes destabilized, that's no one really benefits, at least normal people. Obviously billionaires have made billions of more dollars, but no one else is, going to see a cent of those stock hypes
well,
going
I
up.
mean,
So
I guess the billionaires.
Or they don't even
The
know to look
billionaires
for
aren't
it.
worried about
yeah,
their kids not going to college. They know they just give like $1 million. What was it? Ice Cube gave like $1 million endowment, and his daughter magically got into a very difficult to get into school. Like the rich people know that this doesn't impact them at all, and they know their companies.
right.
They'll have like they'll give them like clerk work or something. That's not like mission critical. Then they'll hire like really bright whiz kids to do all the important work. Like they know they could like
Yeah,
allocate the
yeah.
damage they're doing, but everyone else, you know, like, well, I don't have, you know, 5 or 6 rolls I can drop off on people because that were picked not because of their skills, but because
Yeah.
of their race. You know, like I can't do that as a small business.
Yeah, you know, we
Exactly,
we
John.
pretend
Excellent
there's
point,
like
John Ball. George Bush can get into Yale with a 1300 SAT score. Just utterly
base.
criminal. You know, meanwhile, a whole bunch of other kids who, you know, worked way harder.
A 1300 SAT score and a brick of cocaine in his pocket.
That's
He
what I
had
was
a
thinking
dream
too.
and he made it
And
happen.
that man would grow up to become president of the United States of America and start two wars. That's right, America.
And
there
he'd
you
wear
go.
his flight. And he'd wear his flight suit every day in the Oval Office. Be like, we're gonna go over there, and I'm gonna get my flight suit, and I'm just gonna
And
fly.
I know
behind
it's been like a week or so since this happened, but can we get some F's in the chat for the great hero of our country, John McCain's tumor?
John McCain's
Can we
tumor.
all get an F in the chat for that
Tumor.
tragic
Salute.
tumor that gave its life to make this a more peaceful world and a more safe world for everyone, a better country?
Now, I may be mistaken, but is that the first tumor that has saved hundreds of thousands of lives?
Likely
is
so.
that true? I
We
think it
will
could be.
always remember Kamikaze Chan for the sacrifice that he put his body on the line for. That tumor went on the single most
Oh, hold on,
important
Fed.
suicide run
Stringfellow
we've
Hawk
ever
has just
seen.
subscribed for 1 month. Stringfellow Hawk, thank you for thank you for your support, and welcome to the Ghost Gang, the Phantom Phalanx, the Spectre Squad, the Apparition Alliance, the Corporeal Corporation. Thank you so much, Stringfellow Hawk, for joining our elite gang. And I want to remind you, the only way in and out of this gang is in a body bag. Thank you, sir. Woo! Let's go.
You gotta add the haunted hullabaloo to that.
That's pretty good.
I
But
love that one.
did I answer your question, Fed? I know I
And
kind
thank
of
you for
went
the
on
ice
for
cream
a
you can
bit.
flag my brain
So.
as well.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just like I always find it like the more that people like, even if you like, I don't know, I feel like I get at least a general sense of
Hamburger helper,
how I
no!
feel about it. So, yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
I mean,
Hamburger
Oh
helper, no!
God!
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no!
I thank you for the ice cream,
That's
hamburger
not what the
helper. Come
tumor
back!
did. He was like Red Leader. He didn't die like that. He died in a heroic way.
Wait, what
That's
if,
how you
what if
join the
that?
gang.
What if the gun? Wait, what if that's the only sticker he can actually convey the message of what happened to John McCain? So the John McCain's the Pepe and the tumor
Okay.
is the gun.
Based.
No,
Based.
Ah.
Based tumor, Chad.
that way.
Or the tumor was his left
Oh,
arm that
no.
like pulled the gun.
Oh, there you go.
It's like, I know I'm going down with the ship, but
Oh, yeah.
play him out,
Grim's
boys.
daughter, no!
Like,
You know what? You know what? Maybe I'll commission like a sexy anime girl tumor and say, you know, put like the date John McCain died and say thank you for your service, Tumor Chan.
oh god, I love
With
it.
big milkers.
Ooh, now
There,
talking.
okay.
But yeah, I do think like yeah, I think
Gardner,
it's always
no!
good to elaborate on these subjects. Oh, that's
But-
another good one. This
Allow
guy.
more custom amounts. Yeah. But Mountain Walk. Hey, Bright One. What's up, man? How you doing? Mountain Walk. So you watched the new Rental Girlfriend episode, didn't you? So what did you?
Yeah, it was
I
actually
know,
really
he
hard
was
to watch.
super creepy in that episode.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
grab some water
Oh,
when y'all talk.
That's a good idea. So yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those tropey episodes in anime where like the guy follows around like the girl he likes because she's hanging out with a boy.
And
Huh?
that's mistaken.
Eh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
of
like one
course,
of those
like,
mistaken identities.
He completely misinterprets. You know, he thinks he's like a super simp, and he thinks like this is like her actual boyfriend. I love those moments. He's imagining like all the other dudes. Like I have to tell all the other simps that she has a boyfriend and ruin her. that moment, like, is that not
Yeah.
like completely indicative of like simp culture? Wait, it sucks that you
that's-
couldn't get
isn't
McCain's
that,
tumor.
like-
Maybe I can be your tumor for the night, senpai.
Oh, geez. Well, isn't that really a big part of Japanese culture? Like certain idols, like, if they have
They oh yeah,
boyfriends or
they
whatever,
lose
like they
so
lose
much.
sales. And,
No, it's a huge deal in
yeah.
Japan. If they think you're like, oh look, she's a cute 19-year-old girl. I stand for her. And then they found out she's got a boyfriend. Like, done.
She's
Get
so
the fuck.
pure.
Yeah, exactly. So pure. No, let me tell you, she got railed by the person that got them that job. Okay, on top of having a boyfriend. That's the truth. I'm sorry. Okay. Look for the. Oh shit! Hey, SMS88, your WBDS. Thank you for the follow, sir. Yeah, no, like I mean, it's like it's exactly like our acting industry, like where you gotta go with Javi. You gotta get with Javi if you want the job. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's I know. You think about it, you see like, oh, she's so cute and oh. I know. Find their like cousin or something.
Jeez, yeah. So I didn't like it as much just because it's so hard to watch that kind of stuff for me because I'm like, oh, this is so,
It's so cringe.
unrealistic and so
Yeah.
autistic. Yeah, I was like, Kazuya, bro, come on,
Don't
man,
do this.
don't do
You
this.
don't have to do this, man.
Oh, wait a minute.
And of course, everything
Well,
turns
like
out
at first
fine
I
in
thought
the
it's like,
end, but
oh, it's like her
still,
cousin or
I'm just
something
like,
dumb like that, right? It'd be like something just obvious. It's just, oh, okay, they just go to school together.
yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't do enough
terrible.
with. That's hilarious. That he was losing sleep over Crazy Chan with Big Milk.
Yeah.
He's just like, oh my god, I have to like go over tweets and I have to do everything. Oh god, this is awful.
Yeah, that was really funny. That was okay. So that was actually the funniest part of the episode. That was
first
good.
part of
I
that one
enjoyed
was
that.
really good. It was just like, oh my gosh, he's getting tortured by this girl that's like super attractive and super into him. Like, fuck you, man. You got a great thing going.
Yeah, the super clean.
It kind of
girl.
all goes
That's
downhill
funny.
when he's thinking, oh, facts and logic, my man. What's up? How you doing? I think there's like the point in the episode where it like goes downhill, and it's when Chizuru's in like the shower. Like right from that moment on, it's like he goes full simp mode.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. That stuff is hard for me to watch. But I still
It's
like
good.
it. I still watch it. Of course, it's one of my
I'm
one
afraid
of my
they're gonna
favorite
rush
shows.
the redhead girl through, because it's like, well, what the fuck? When do you get a show up? We're like on 9 or 8 or something.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, is it? Yeah, is this going to be like a
Probably
12,
a 12 or 13 or I don't. Come on, they can't keep this up for like 25 or 26 episodes. Like they're kind of getting closer to what their actual feelings are. I was like, oh, okay. Well, this is gonna resolve itself soon.
Yeah.
And he'll graduate from
Yeah,
simp
so-
to Chad, I suppose.
Even just like semi simping would be an
Yeah.
improvement. So
We need an AT&T
yeah.
tits girl sticker. I can't do that yet unless you guys get me 423 more followers. We're talking about rental girlfriend, Facts and Logic. And thanks for coming by the stream, man.
Get this man some
Let's
followers.
go forth and propagate more followers for Coast to Ghost and DLive.tv/theghost.
Yeah. That girl has really big milkers.
So, okay,
the AT&T girl or whatever. I had to look it up
Post
the
this in
other
the
day
general
because I
because I
didn't know
don't
who
have
she
a reference
was.
point for AT&T girls milkers.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I'll have to go find it because I did a googly search.
But what other anime are you
Yeah.
watching, Mountain Walk?
Let's see. Fire
I haven't
Force
watched the latest episode.
and One Piece.
You're not watching Uzaki-chan? The thing that broke Twitter?
No.
Oh, that's a shame.
And then
Oh,
ReZero.
of course. Did you watch the latest episode
Yeah.
of ReZero?
I have not yet.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's a bit late, and I gotta get some sleep,
Gorgoth,
guys,
thank
but
you
hey,
so much for
it's
coming by
been
the show.
fun.
Chat, say goodnight to Gorgoth. Gorgoth, what do you want to say before you leave?
I just want to say,
I've got the eat button.
all
All right, well, thanks. Thanks so much.
Stay safe. That's all.
Thanks so much for coming by the stream, Gorgoth, and
Later,
you
man.
get what you fucking deserve. Good night, sir.
Gorgoth, you're the fucking man. Keep doing your memes, dude. I
Bye,
appreciate it.
Gorgoth.
Thank you. Good night. Good night,
Thank you,
chat.
Gorgoth.
Good night, everybody here. Good night. Mountain. Good night, Ghost. Good night.
Nice. Good night.
Yeah, let me get us back to the 3 people version of this. Good.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
Hold on, we got a Reddit link. I don't know. Will this give me ass cancer if I touch it? Oh, it's on the not safe for work part of Reddit.
Oh,
Well, it's not safe for work. Although, wow, dang, not bad at all. Wow, that shirt really does contain those. She got like the Tifa treatment from that shirt.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, not bad at all.
I've experimented with not falling asleep, and trust me, I've been up for about 24 hours at this point. And the only thing that I can do that I figured out that's worked, because I tried it the other stream, is I just stand up at some point and I don't go
Dude,
back
to
to
answer
the
your question,
chair.
I am the Joker head. I'm the one talking right now. This is my show. I'm Coast to Ghost. My co-host on the very left is Fed Zeppelin, and I guess my current guest right now is Mountain Walk.
Yeah,
Fuck
me.
yeah. Hello,
Yeah.
friends.
You merely imagine.
Well, yeah,
you merely
I-
imagine the co-hostness. Geeky was born in it.
You've merely
molded by
adopted a
it.
ghost.
Woke up while before you on my show. Yeah, of course I'm the guy. Of course I'm the host sitting in the chair. I'm the ringleader of this circus.
That's right.
Yeah, so you haven't
But
seen the
yeah,
latest ReZero,
yeah.
right? You're up to like he's died in the mansion for like the 4th time, right? Trying to
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
like ReZero a lot,
With
but I
the-
hate when they get like redundant, like keep doing these like loops for like 4 or 5 episodes.
Yeah, me
'Cause
too. Me too. It kind of makes it tough to watch.
It's just like dude, you could wrap. Did you ever watch season 2 of Haruhi Suzumiya? Okay.
Mm-mm.
Well, there's an arc in the show called Endless 8. And basically the conceit of the arc was this section, like the end of like school keeps looping because, you know, Haruhi's God and like, holy shit. Hold on. Who just hopped in this call? Wait a minute. Facts and logic. What is going on, sir? Thank you for waking up, Fed. Yeah, but this is season.
Motherfucker,
Hey,
I'm literally
Fed,
standing
Fed,
up. I'm not
Fed.
gonna fall asleep.
All right, go. Haruhi is like God, right, in her universe, and like the world shapes itself around her to make what she wants to happen. And like her conceit in this whole arc is she doesn't want like this moment in school to end, so it just keeps repeating itself. Now, that's an interesting arc on its own. The problem was when they fucking aired it live, and I was at the time I was watching anime live. You know, it was back in the days of fan subbing. The problem is they aired 8 times, like the same episode, but with like slight differences every time. And I was like ready to like anti-hero myself by like the 4th one. Because like it just keeps happening over and over again, and they keep explaining like, oh, this has happened 4,300 some ridiculous amount of times, you know, and like sometimes this happened.
Yeah,
It was the same every time.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Mucus Phlegma Brain with $3 over on $3 over on Streamlabs. Thank you so much, Mucus Phlegma Brain. Let's see what he said once it comes up on my screen here. Shit, it's not in front of that. No, I gotta get my donation scroller up. Shit. No.
When did Andy?
Yes, Andy did resubscribe, but it didn't give me a notification.
Oh.
But thank you, Andy Worski of Subcultured, for re-upping your subscription for 1 month, because he subbed like a month ago, and yeah.
Good God.
Andy is a great guy. If you're not following dlive.tv/subculture, I don't even know how you're alive, okay? It is the #1 late night show not named Coast to Ghost at 9 o'clock Pacific, 12 o'clock Eastern. Catch the Twisted Mind of Andy Worski. And you can catch more of the Twisted Mind of Andy Worski on dlive.tv/The Ralph Retort, where you can see him co-hosting many days of the week. All right, let me find this goddamn Streamlabs. I fucking hate Streamlabs, but like, okay, so I go to my page, it tells me where my donations are, but where is the message that was sent? Fuck. Why?
I'm out of here. My break's over, Ghost. I gotta go. See you later.
No! Have a great night, thanks. Oh man, like what? There's no message. Oh well, then thank you for the $3, Mika's Flagma Brain. Regardless, thank you so much for the dono. I was just like, it drives me crazy when I can't find
Did
where the
Fax
fucking
come in
message
here
is.
just to fuck with me?
Maybe.
That son of a bitch. I love it. It's terrible, but I love it. Motherfucker.
Wait, not so twisted in
Oh.
mind anymore. He's become a crusader. Look, just because he's not cooming doesn't mean he's not one of us, okay?
Hey man, I think that's like it's a great metaphor. There's an introspection where he realizes that he has this twisted mind and he's slowly unraveling
He's
it. on the
untwisting
screen,
himself
and he's
in
actually
real
been doing
time.
it. Yeah, dude, he's been running, changing his diet. He's got
I mean,
a girlfriend.
and he's had several girlfriends,
off
even
like
whilst
a bunch
being a
of
Kuma.
drugs.
Let's be
like,
honest with ourselves. I love that
dude,
free
he's
Kyle sticker,
doing
by the
it,
way.
man. It's great.
That is a good one.
Between that and that weird cat reaction that Gorgoth shouted out, man, I'm digging.
Yeah, by the way,
Yeah,
we
that was
here
a
at
good
Coast
one.
to Ghost have the best audience in the fucking world. We have the best chatters, the best guests, and the best hosts of all time. That's right, Fed.
That cat is only. Wait, Ghost, did you see what happened to Mountain
Wait,
Walk
what
today? With
Oh,
the,
no.
with the, what's his name? The cat?
Yeah, Mr. Tinkle.
Wait, what?
Mr. Tinkle. Did you? Okay,
I
Ghost,
did
did you
not.
see it? Oh, can you grab the
Uh-oh.
screenshot from the Discord, Mountain?
Yeah,
What?
So okay, if I can set this up, Mountain Walk is so in on the subject. He's going so hard on this. He's researched the subject. He's absolutely like entranced, talking with a caller who calls in, and he's like actually like going through this in such a great way on the foil cast as he does almost every week on Friday.
1
at,
o'clock
was it
Pacific,
3
4
p.m.
o'clock Eastern, Foilcast, the only
4 o'clock
coast to
Eastern.
coast show about conspiracies in the world that might actually save your life. Foilcast only on DLive, on dlive.tv/Adolwolf. Check him out. Mountain Walk is the co-host with the great host, Adolwolf. Check him out. Be there every Friday, or you may just die. All right, sorry, continue.
Exactly, that's what we're looking for. And so he's doing what he does. He's going through all these like facts, and he's nailing them. He's actually like engaging with this caller, and as he's doing this, Adolf is slowly editing this picture, adding more and more of these cat faces that aren't necessarily enjoyed by our friend Mountain Walk.
Mountain Walk
And-
loves a good pussy, okay? Let's be honest with ourselves.
We're in the chat trying to like ask him questions that might lead him to look at these statues. Like, what kind of tooling marks might you find on this statue? Thinking he might look at it, but no. Mountain Walk is so in on it. He's like, no. There's no tooling marks on these. Like, he's like specifically answering these questions, shutting them down without looking at the picture. And then I don't remember the question that like the straw that broke the camel's back, but eventually Mountain Walk sees this and just like it's so funny. But there was like 20 minutes of us trying to get Mountain Walk to acknowledge the screen that everyone's been looking at and trying to troll him into looking at. And it's now in the general.
I think I saw
It's
like
just
the.
it's a
I think
very
I saw
haggard
Idolwolf.
cat.
Whoa, Mountain Walk. What do we have here? Hold on. Hold on.
This is such a
Wait,
good
Mountain Walk.
prank.
What is this image that you
'Cause it-
shared before it?
It's the Easter Island
what's
statues.
before the Easter Island statues.
Oh, above it, that's the AT&T girl.
Wow, those are firm and round.
Yeah.
Are they real?
I think so. They don't look.
We can't really see
fake.
the under part of
So
them. That's
they
why we
look-
can't really judge if they've had work. That would be the
that's
easiest
true.
way to
Yeah.
tell. But dang, it's almost
Yes.
like you kind of see that
Yeah.
nipple trying to like in like fringe upon like the upper part of that dress. But wow, I wish it was on like a better frame. But like not bad, not a bad set of milkers.
Yeah, she's
Eh.
pretty cute.
It's a bit old looking, unfortunately.
Yeah,
She
she's
has like
probably
a-
like.
she has
Not
some
much
weird
tread
face.
left on those tires. Is
It's
all I'm
kinda
saying.
weird.
Oh.
There might be
Yeah,
some
she's
tread. You
she's
know, if
definitely
she's had some work done, there might be some tread between those milkers. But
There's
Yeah,
no trad left anywhere.
this fucking cat. So,
we're just gonna turn Fed down a little.
I'm sorry,
yeah,
it's so funny.
It's terrible. One of the people in our Discord was trying to like threaten to send me this cat all of yesterday.
All right.
No way. Not
I can't
this
believe
cat.
though you're not caught up on ReZero already, Mount Walk. What the hell?
Well, that's what I was doing today, because like I had like your show in the background, and I was watching like a bunch of the anime that I hadn't really watched for most of the week. So I've gotten through like most of it. I think ReZero is like
Wait,
the
then what were the ones
last
in
one I
between?
need to watch. So
What were the ones between
Huh?
Rental Girlfriend and ReZero?
let's see. Fire Force, One Piece, where I was like 3 weeks behind,
Oh jeez.
and then oh shoot, let me pull up my thing.
No, don't pull
what
up your thing on
else?
stream, Mount Walk. No.
It's too late. I
Oh.
pulled it up. Oh yeah, God of High School, and then like Black Clover, although that was just mostly like
Yeah,
just
I
filler,
mean, Black.
which is
I lost interest in Black Clover after a while. I was just kind of like, it's too long. These characters aren't developing.
yeah.
No.
Yeah, it is like it definitely feels like
a
it's
little like they're
dragging,
just
especially
stuck
with
in like
like all
adolescence forever. Pretty much, right? It's
Yeah.
like, oh,
Yeah.
look, oh, they all like him, even though he's a spurg midget. Oh, how great.
Well, I mean, is there something to be said that like you're anticipating another arc is like you kind of know what's gonna happen to the point where it's like that's kind of lame.
Well, I do know what happens because I'm reading the
narratively,
manga.
You
so.
filthy fucking
Well, but
reader.
like if even if you didn't, but like narratively, does that kind of piss you off that you're like, okay, I know exactly what's gonna happen to the point
yeah,
where
that
it's
it's
like
so
he's
obvious.
there's gonna be a power level up, he's gonna like doing this thing and he's gonna overcome this thing. Cause
I
that's
do
how it
love.
always
I
works
love
out.
that image with the
Yeah.
That's what
treading
makes me
stops
annoyed.
now that I posted.
Yeah, that one's really good.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. It is a little frustrating when stuff becomes too predictable. But I mean, it's shonen,
I mean, yeah,
so
I
like
know, it's
you know, you
expected.
gotta. Yeah. So you know, you take the good
What
with
are
the
your
bad. No
thoughts on
biggie.
the passing of
Yeah,
Chadwick
well-
Boseman?
It's super
Right,
sad.
like he's so
like,
young, you know, like
Yeah. You said he
no,
was 23? Oh, 43. I was like, holy
A
shit.
little older.
Hey, black don't crack, dude. So,
when are I liked Ralph's
yeah,
tweet
that's-
though. When will the riots start? I'm just saying, colon cancer put his knee on his ass. Okay.
Also, it's black smoke crack, but I mean,
Yeah,
tomato.
like it's
It's-
crazy that like we didn't hear anything about this either. You know, that like he's been dealing with
Right,
this for
yeah.
4 years. Like
That's
wait,
crazy,
you
you know,
filmed
it's terrible.
Avengers and Black Panther while you had colon cancer?
That's actually
Yeah.
common though. That's actually more common. Like it's the like, and I think that's what it speaks out that you haven't heard. Like even there was all these Wakanda memes and all this
Wakanda forever.
bullshit.
Not
he didn't
really.
go running. Well, what I'm saying is like you didn't see him like flagship that. Like you didn't see him running around saying like, "Oh yeah, that's me,"
or,
and
or
like
going like,
running
look how
around waving like
inspirational
this.
I am. I did all of this with he was
Yeah,
just kinda like, I'm kind
exactly.
of dealing with this, guys. You know, leave me alone.
Well, it's I don't think like the cancer was what kept him from doing that. I think it's his personality that he was just not this flamboyant person that like went
Well,
around and like
unlike Jesse Smollett, he's
crazy
actually a
shit.
talented actor.
Exactly, and like, well, so I think there's two things there. I think one, it's he was like a really good actor, but also as a person, he was like he was a normal guy to the point where he didn't want to have all his personal life out there. He was dealing with something. He didn't want all this shit out there. He also didn't want to be like thrown at as like a representative of like this fucking weird movement. But then too, I think
think he
he's
just
an
wanted to
even
live.
better actor if you can go and do all these things while having
Cancer.
like dealing with like stomach cancer and being able to deal with it. It's kind of amazing.
Yeah, I think it certainly reflects positively on his character. So
Or
yeah,
colon
it's
cancer, sorry.
it's really really
It's absolutely
unfortunate, you know.
tragic. I mean, to be that young and to die.
Too young. Yeah, I mean, you're
Yeah.
not even supposed to get tested for colon cancer till like you're 45, I think, really. And then it's like every 5 years, and then after like 55 or something, it's like every other year, or depending if you have like a history of colon cancer or whatever. But that's just, I mean, 40 is way too young to be dying, you know?
Yeah, fuck
It's
you,
terrible.
cancer.
There's actually a crazy reason for that too.
I said,
Sorry, what were
fuck
you saying,
you,
Ghost?
cancer. We love tumors here, but fuck
Yeah.
you, cancer,
I think-
John.
Well, do you actually I was listening to Brett Weinstein. I forget how he
You sure it's
pronounces
not
his last
Weinberg?
name.
I think.
Well, he pronounces it differently, but
Well, you know what's funny? You
it's-
bring up
it's,
Weinstein, and I people ask, do you live in the Berenstain or Berenstain universe? Well, I take the third option. I live in the Barenberg universe. Actually, I'm from the Gold Barenberg, if I'm being honest. But
the
Barenborgs.
Barenborgs.
Oh,
Like
Oh, no.
yeah, but they one of the things that they talked about that I never really understood like the nature of why cancer was a thing slash like mortality was a thing, but they're linked in the fact that if you have these reproducing cells that would constantly reproduce, aka like if you had rapidly reproducing cells that would always replicate, then you could theoretically be immortal, but the limiting factor on that is cancer.
Telomeres.
Yeah, is I forget if they're long or short, but essentially, if you have the ingredients to be immortal, you subject yourself to cancer, which is the limiting factor. Is when you would get like a destructive cell, it replicates until it kills you, and then the opposite, if you have like non reproducing cells that like they eventually they know that they have like a shelf life essentially, and they like stop at a certain point, then you prevent yourself from getting cancer, but you have limited yourself to being
we just need to find out how to
immortal.
make only the good
Which-
cells replicate and give everyone good cell cancer.
Well, what it is that cell life is limited due to your telomeres, which is like
Yeah.
after it stops producing telomerase, then it stops, and then then it basically just dies. But the problem with cancer is that it's not that it's reproducing all the time or whatever, so to speak, but it's doing it like obviously out of control and in an unorganized, chaotic way instead of the
Yeah.
regular way. They for example, the cells typically, if they get like kind of crazy or wonky, the body will trigger like cellular apoptosis, which is basically the self-destruct for the cell. So for whatever reason, the cancer cells don't do this and are pretty resistant to any of the normal behavior of cells, and just grow crazy and out of control. I mean, because for example, there are certain I think it's certain jellyfish that are basically immortal, and their cells
Yeah,
can
actually,
just
yeah.
keep dividing without any sort of diminishing returns or whatever, or any sort of like end point for whatever
I
reason.
think
We
we
don't
all need
really
to
know
return
why.
to
I mean,
jellyfish.
return to jellyfish. Yeah, yeah.
Are vampires part
Um,
jellyfish?
So
Okay.
now we
No,
could ask
the-
Wesley Snipes. He's a Blackula. He might know.
Ah.
So
He knows the secret.
I love Blackulas.
Oh, here's a question for you, Ghost. Before we go back to
Oh,
actual
wait,
serious
this wasn't
question, what do you
serious?
think if we did a new Blade movie, what do you think about Idris Elba being
Never
the
saw
new
the original
Blade?
Blade movie, but
Phase.
I like Idris Elba as an actor.
What?
What?
Yeah, I never saw
Whoa,
Blade.
really?
Oh, it's actually
you love
good.
it.
Um,
Yeah, you love
I
it.
think
It's
Idris
actually
Elba's
really
great.
good.
In fact, I thought if they were gonna do a black James Bond, it should have been Idris Elba, especially because he's actually fucking British.
Same.
He's British.
Same, 100%.
He's got the
pulls it
attitude. He's
off,
got the
man.
demeanor. He would have made a fine Idris. He would have fine James Bond.
But he would have made a good
He
Idris
would've
Elba
made a good
too.
Idris
Fuck,
Elba.
like he play himself. Who cares?
Who are you? Elba. Idris Elba.
Me.
Yeah, I would absolutely. I don't think like James Bond has to be white, so to speak, or whatever. But I mean, it
Yeah.
can't be a girl.
No,
it can't be a
no.
girl. Like I
Absolutely
no,
not.
It's weird. I'd rather have like an Arab James Bond, an Asian James Bond. Like, it's just weird.
Yeah, what's wrong
you know?
with
It's
Persian?
just
Girls
weird.
don't
Why not have like an
Suave.
Iranian James Bond? That'd be kind of cool.
Perfect. Do it. That'd be awesome.
Well, I just think like I think girls specifically don't like hit on like the suave like.
Oh no,
There's-
Mountain Walk,
there's a
Mountain Walk. You
couple
could do
of,
like a
like,
really swarthy, like
tenets.
Hispanic James Bond. I think. Like I think you could do it.
Dude,
That'd be
Antonio
nice.
Banderas could be fucking.
That's
Like
what I
I
was
was
just
like
thinking
thinking, like you
too.
could totally
was
do
just
that.
thinking
Have
that.
like tons of fucking like machismo and shit, and just roll up. Like that
Yeah.
could totally work.
That'd
But
be
no,
so
it's
base.
got to be a black lady.
I fucking love it.
Does
'Cause
she
I
beat
think
up her
in-
lesbian
no
partner
matter, like,
and then give her AIDS as statistically likely?
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Is no matter what ethnicity you go down, you could find like a fucking good version of James Bond. And you'd be like, God damn, all right, yeah, no, that would work. But then as soon as you start going to the women portion, you're like, shaken, not stirred. You're like, no, I
The
don't
name's
know.
name's
This is
Bond.
like,
Karen
spousal
Bond.
abuse?
Can I speak to your manager?
yeah, right.
Can I talk to your manager? I'm James Bond.
I'm Karen.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Karen
gonna
Bond.
work.
Can I speak to your manager? Have you heard of me? Do you know who I am? Like seriously, like no, you couldn't do. I take
Karen
that
Bond, you
back.
blew your
There's like
cover,
one way you can make female James Bond work, and it'd be like Lucy Liu in her prime, and she's just basically like sexy ninja. Like that.
Ooh,
That
yeah.
it'd be tough. Okay,
I think
it'd be tough. But
I just like
I do
Lucy
like
Liu,
Lucy
so I don't
Liu,
know.
yeah.
I'll do
I like
anything.
Lucy Liu, but like you could maybe do that, have her be like her. Who is she? Part of the Saratobi Ninja Clan for 50 years.
I kind of loved her in Kill Bill, that moment where she when she was on the table and like cut the guy's head off, she's like, "Hey, what are you, motherfucker?" Like where she was yelling, it was like, "Oh, that's hot as fuck!" Like,
That was crazy.
like she's holding a katana in one hand, that guy's hand in the other hand. She's like screaming at you on the table. I was like, "Oh fuck, I see the appeal." But, like, I haven't watched too many things where I've been like, Lucy Liu. But that was the one where I was like, okay.
You know who
yeah,
else
no,
could have
that's-
worked? What's her name? The Mulan actress when she was younger as well. Could have been a decent choice.
the new one?
Ming
Oh,
no,
the
Ming
new
Na
one?
Wen.
Oh, okay.
She
she's
still
cute.
looks good. She still looks pretty good at it. She's just like 55 or something
Yeah.
absurd. And you're just like, damn. The warranty has not run out on that one. Yeah, but it is tragic, the
Yeah.
passing of Chadwick Boseman at the age of 43. Just jeez. And on Jackie Robinson Day of all days.
Really?
Yep. Hey,
Really?
Lucky Angel 8, what's going
wow.
on? I'm here joined by Mountain Walk, my guest, as well as my co-host, Fed Zeppelin. How are you doing, Lucky Angel 8?
Hello, friend.
Fed's doing so great today. Still up,
Yeah,
not
he's
passed out,
doing
not
good.
drunk as
Dude,
hell. This is perfect.
I told you I've been doing like a regiment of just like standing up.
Do you
and,
realize, Fed, that I always
it's like
stand during my
energy
streams because
drink.
I have a standing desk? So when I do that 14-hour stream, I
Well,
don't
that's
sit
the-
down the entirety of it.
Yeah,
I have
like,
a bump
I mean,
on my
I could
right
do-
foot, okay, that when I twist my ankle to the right, it fucking kills me. Like I almost like collapse from how much pain that fucking bump is.
Oh, don't do that then. Oh, don't do that then.
Yeah, well, don't fuck
Please.
with that. Like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's not my
I'm worried
not my
about your
job.
foot, man.
Oh no, Mount Walk's a feet guy. No, no feet.
Oh no! Oh no! I revealed my
He
secret
revealed his
fetish.
power level, and it's 6 feet under.
6 what under?
Yep, 6 feet under.
It's 2 meters
6
down.
feet under. That's right.
Yeah, well, actually, every foot is about 3.2 meters, so close enough though. But
Close enough for government work.
Don't start with me, Mountain.
well, I mean, it's 3.2 is just
Don't
rounding.
Mountain don't
but
make me
whatever.
get the blue players to deal with you.
It was a joke.
It's too late. It's too late. I'm just
So
kidding.
what's going on in the Magic the Gathering community? I heard there was some gay shit that's going on with Wizards of the Coast.
Oh,
Do you have
yeah,
anything to report
dude.
about that? Because
Did we talk about them
we
banning
did
cards
discuss
because
that, but
they were?
I
quote,
heard from
unquote,
someone that there's something new that just came out.
I mean, there's a lot of like dumb stuff, but nothing I can think of in
You were talking about particularly card number
particular.
1488.
Oh yeah, that would be the invoke prejudice one. That would
Love it.
be.
I just love it.
Yeah, that's.
They completely slipped right by the censors. Just like, oh, wait a minute, guys. What? I found Google years later. Oh my God. What? How did it get past us?
The only
Yeah.
thing that would have been funnier if they had just named it Erica or something like that. You're just like, oh, like, oh no. Like,
Or if it had been a card like 6 million cookies or something, or
well, it's just like something innocuous that you would look up like in a Google search. You'd be like, okay, 1488 Erica, and then you'd be like, Erica, bang, gang, gang. You're like, oh no. Like,
oh no,
man,
I
it's so
I
funny.
see this now. How Tasha's Cauldron changes the game's approach to race. Oh, no.
Oh,
What the newest official supplement.
oh,
You're gonna have to give me a link to that. I'm not
I
sure if
know
I've seen that.
Twitter was bitching about it, so because of that.
Gosh.
I had to open up the links of Mr. Tinkles, and I just realized, like, I went back and I saw, like, the progressive Mr. Tinkles.
Let me see. Players have been looking.
D&D.
Oh gosh, here's what it says. Recently announced, the book already promises to bring plenty of tools, options, blah blah blah. Perhaps one of the most significant changes this book will bring are to the facet of character races. For a long while now, players in quotes, have been looking for ways to circumvent the character race system, hoping it could be more inclusive and less restrictive. Given how it currently holds certain races to some dangerous stereotypes, such as orcs having low intelligence and committing 50% of crimes, even though they're only 13% of the fantasy population. Sorry, no, what it actually says is intending towards evil alignments. It could use a bit of an update. Luckily, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything seems like it will present players with the answers to this conundrum in the forms of new character lineage and origin options. The specifics behind this new mechanic aren't completely clear yet, especially in terms of balancing. But the core idea seems to be that players will essentially be able to swap around traits to more accurately build the character they want to play based on backstory rather than race.
Okay.
This new rule.
Have you guys ever looked at but just on the face of it, have you ever been like, yeah, man, we're gonna do D&D, and you didn't like think about what character you wanted, like the race of the character that you wanted to do, and like purely stats? You're looking at the character, you're like, no, I'm looking at like how I want to like have like this passive and like these sorts of things, and you're like, I'm making this sort of character, so I want to do that one. Do you really look at like?
It's a template for grading lineage for your character that is totally disconnected from any of the races. Originize Extinct with the Diamond says, "Hi DB, Fed, and Mountain Walk. Well, thank you, Pay, for stopping by. How was your stream? Thank you for the Diamond. How you doing, girl? Thank you so much for coming by the stream. We're just talking about nerd shit right now, Dungeons and Dragons. But thank you so much for coming by, Pay. Yeah, so honestly, on the surface, like that sounds like a cool idea to like customize your race, but the way that it's like couching it in like, we don't want them to call them race, makes it sound so gay, you know, because it's like, that sounds really cool. Like, what if I'm like a quadroon orc that's like half elvish? Like, that sounds kind of cool, but like the way
Sargon the
yeah,
Orc?
exactly.
Yeah,
I'll be Sargon the Orc. Like, that sounds kind of cool, but like the way this article is written makes it sound paused as fuck.
Yeah, well, Yeah, well, that's the point. It's supposed to be. That's what they're trying to do. I mean, I know I don't even play D&D, but I know
Oh
Fifth
shit!
Edition
Pay
is
with
like
another diamond
pretty
says it was
revival.
good. Thank you. I can get with all the nerds. Well, thank you so much, Pay. I appreciate it. Thank you for the diamond, and thank you so much for coming by the stream. Sorry, continue, Mount Walk.
Oh, that's okay. I was just like, this is so many
I
diamonds.
know,
I'm
I'm rolling
excited.
him.
But
It's bejeweled.
I mean, this is something that Wizards of the Coast is doing
They're
among
pausing
all
all
of
their
their products, at least for the last decade, since about 2010. Really noticed that they're ramping up a lot of like the social justice
Well,
stuff.
you can
Like,
see it in the art, where the art got less sexy. The art, got more like, oh,
right.
look at all these, look at all these characters and how representative they are. Oh, look, there's a fat character. Like,
Yeah.
no, I'm sorry,
But,
you're the heroes of the
but
land, okay? You're
Representative of
Huh?
what? Representative of
what
what?
Twitter thinks that needs to be.
Insanity. Yeah, exactly.
Like when you look at like the whole point of D&D, and when you look at D&D, there's like oddities, there's like things that like there are like creatures that live in like this ecosystem. They can be sentient, they cannot be. They're represented by the ecosystem. There doesn't need to be like equity amongst any of them. They have different
Well,
stats
that's where
because
you're
they're not
wrong.
the
Also, I
same.
think we can all agree
Because you're
that,
not a
sorry,
leftist,
I think
so
we
that's
all
where
agree
you're
that
wrong.
Drow get what they fucking deserve. Those filthy, dirty Drow. Seriously, the Drow worship evil
That's
gods. They
true.
murder. They
That's
sacrifice
fair.
babies. Okay, the Drow are fucking evil. Okay, they give all elves a bad name.
Dude,
And that's fine. Like, as knife ears be damned, I don't give a fuck. I just think it's amazing that, like, it's the same thing that happened with Halo of all things, where people are like, "Oh, the elites are black people," and it's like, "Oh,
Oh
no,
my gosh!
what?"
I
And
read
it's like,
further
wait,
down. I
what the
read
fuck
further
do
down
you
the article,
mean?
and I cringed. Hold on. In every regard, this is excellent news. For pretty much all of 5th edition's lifespan, it's been difficult to pull off certain character builds without feeling like the character will be penalized for them. For example, as fun as it might sound to play a Minotaur wizard, there's no incentive to do so because Minotaurs have absolutely no traits that, and get ready for this, behoove the wizard class. Everything about Minotaur screams play a martial class. The new mechanics being introduced in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything will likely remedy this kind of problem. Allowing players to
That's
build out-of-the-box
bullshit.
characters like these warriors. Okay, then what's the point of being a fucking Minotaur? Like what? Like this is so retarded. Okay, like it's cool if you're like an underknowledged, wizard. Like you could have like a really cool character arc where like your character's not happy. He's not like as smart as like the other wizards. He feels really insecure and he could like develop. And try to overcome his as he gets more traits, he can get smarter and smarter. And reach the level. But instead,
They're just milking it
Right.
for all it's got. They're just trying to wrangle you into this weird position that you don't necessarily believe in.
yeah, that's dumb. It's like, no, just that's kind of a cool idea. Being like a race that's not good at this specific talent. It's like they're talking about like, oh, let's all min-max our characters. D&D's not a game about min-maxing. D&D's a fucking game about telling a story. Okay? It's about building a collective story with your friends and a dungeon master kind of shepherding that story, where you become heroes and you save the world.
Yeah.
You're not,
I mean, you're not cattle. Like, you don't need to
you're
be
heroes.
led along.
You're not perfect. You have your flaws and your inconsistency. All these things, those all make up your character. And if you have a good character, then it doesn't matter if you're underpowered in this aspect. Maybe you're a wizard that also pulls out like a fucking sword and beats the shit out of people that make fun of him.
Look, guys, you don't understand. Look, I was talking to some of my Drow friends recently, and they said that, yeah, maybe they did sacrifice babies, but you can't really say that there's any sort of objective morality, right? Because then you would have to say there's some sort of god or whatever.
But there
something
are
like
gods
that.
in
But
D&D.
They're all atheists, so, it's
There
fine.
are gods
Don't
in
worry
D&D,
about it. More
though,
relativism.
Malak. Lots of them.
Well, dude, you don't understand. You just don't understand the Drow and their
you know
culture.
what? I think
so.
that's the
Hey,
case.
well, I heard they sacrifice the babies to get the softer skin.
Oh,
The
no. Fed, that's not what they do, okay? They collect the foreskins and ground them into a paste, and they consume it with their meals, okay? That's how they stay young.
Are we still talking
Yes,
about
we're
D&D?
talking about D&D.
What you put on your pizza is up to you. I don't know. I don't consume cheese pizza.
Whoa! Boo! No, we're still talking about D&D, Mount Walk.
Oh boy.
So okay, but this article is kind of
Yeah.
gay, but like
Yeah.
on the one hand, like it sounds really gay, but I also kind of, my hope is that this article is just misconstruing it, you know, like they're just
That could be
misinterpreting
true,
it, like
yeah.
being so obsessed with race. I mean, like, you know, normal healthy people don't care about race, right? Can we all agree on that? You know, it's just like,
But we also don't see it everywhere. That's the thing that's amazing to me is like the obsession with this thing when you get into Idful land. The fact that you see it under every rock is like amazing to me. That you're like, oh yeah, that's what I was saying earlier with like identifying these random fucking traits and being like, okay, well it's got like a deeper voice, it's taller, and it can run fast. Clearly a black person. You're like,
no, it's an orc. Did you not watch the Tolkien films?
Yeah, that's the thing. So like I was thinking of the elite in Halo, but like I heard the same criticism at one point of that, and it's like, I mean, can we never make like a tall fast thing ever again? Can we never make the Predator? Like, come the fuck on.
Oh wait,
just
what are
piss
what
off.
are minotaurs then?
Cows.
Cows.
I don't know, but I'm surprised you didn't catch the fact.
Yeah, no, like I
made
understand
a
what you're
fuck
saying.
ton
Like
of
this
cow
obsession to
jokes.
see race everywhere and just obsess over it. It's just fucking obnoxious. It's like, dude, it's a fantasy game. There are elves, there are dwarves, there are goblins. None of this comports with reality. It's a fantasy, okay? Stop imputing. Like, what? Do you just see something that's big, dumb, and deep voiced and think, oh, black person? Are you that fucking race? No, it's a fucking orc.
But then, like they take the worst step and they say, "Oh, the dumb part. God damn, I'm offended." They're clearly talking
No,
about
you're the
black
one who
people. It's
imputed
like,
dumb.
No, you projected that onto it. Like, fuck. My God.
Well, look, they
It's
have a
terrible
minus 2
every
in.
time.
I'm curious though with the trade system. Do you have to like take negative traits and pair them with like positive ones? Because like on the surface, doesn't that to be fair, goblins are obviously. Oh no!
Oh,
wait. Which goblins are we talking about? Are we talking Tolkien goblins, D&D goblins, Goblin Slayer goblins? Because the answer is they're all the same.
So actually, even
Are we talking about the real life goblins? What do
so
you?
this is actually something that's
Gringotts
actually come up in Magic the Gathering before, where they're like, oh, these goblins are actually, you know, they have huge noses and all they care about is money and extortion and, you know, like, so, you know, and it's like, well, that's actually kind of true, you know, like, oh, these goblins are running a criminal gang in this city, and it's like, well, that's actually true too.
No!
These goblins have like particular affinities for other goblins. I'm like, well, that's true. There's a lot of tribal goblins. You know, and
Oh,
actually,
no,
that's my
shut it
favorite
down!
deck. One of my favorite decks is a goblin deck. But so like these things are all true, but it's like it's just a game, right?
It's
you
just
know,
a game,
And,
right? Definitely no commentary.
They've just been kicked out of 109 board games.
They've been
and
kicked
they're,
out of 109 small villages. Look, all they wanted to do. All they wanted to do was
Yeah,
rape their women
they've,
and have an endless factory of baby goblins. What was so wrong?
They had 6 million of their cards burned. It was terrible.
but this is definitely seeing things and things you want to see them in. You're just conditioned to see race everywhere, and it's like these are literally just not everything is political,
What
right?
was that
Even though,
movie
like,
that they
everything's
were like
political, but-
advertising a little, where they were like, "Dude, it's the Black Bonnie and Clyde," you know, where like it was like they shot my husband wrongly because it was a cop, and cops are bad, and they just go around like killing cops or something in the movie, and I'm like, wow, this definitely isn't programming.
Well,
It's
okay,
terrible.
yeah. So I guess here, my question that I get out of this then is, do you think there's something to this where you see this tends to be a problem with the deconstructionist crowd, where they say, oh well, yeah, no, that's just a social construct, so it doesn't really matter, and they decontextualize everything, and they try and have like this weird blob where they can like identify everything by its like idful traits. And that's all they do. They always have to decontextualize something. They like rip it out of its normal thing, and they try and identify it with something else. They're like, oh, it made a match here, and they have this weird algorithm that they run, and it's like, oh, it matched 3 traits. It's this, like, and that's what they have to do to identify it. Do you see any like correlation between the weird deconstructive nature of like a lot of these people, where they're like, oh well, no, it's just a different like do you know what I'm talking about, or
Well, yeah, I mean they are deconstructive because the left is sort of anti-tradition, and that's like their biggest thing is deconstructing it, right? And they think they're going to replace it with something better, but really the ultimate goal is, I mean, maybe some of these people think they're going to replace it with something better, like their worldwide communism or whatever. But the real point is what these effects, what they're doing, say hollowing out the manufacturing base, flooding the country with people that are unlike the founding stock of that
The
country.
Irish,
Things like that
obviously.
are,
Filthy fucking
well,
potatoes.
of course. I mean, I recognize my people's troubles.
Oy vey, they're after me, Lucky Charms.
I love Lucky Charms, so. But the actions that the left is taking, and just the government structure itself, the banking structure, all these multinational corporations, their actions will destabilize and destroy things, and they're basically just looting. They think that they might, be able to just use these people and milk them for all they're worth, and have these bread and circuses, and that'll
So we can
keep
just
us,
endlessly print money
uh,
and keep the bread and circuses going forever while they become wealthy and
right.
powerful while bankrupting everyone else.
More or less, yeah.
The,
More or
the
less,
kind of
yeah.
like
Sucking out all the wealth.
what actually
Really,
happened in Venezuela, where like they took all their money, sent it to Cuba so they'd have death squads to protect them, and funnel it elsewhere, and didn't spend 1% of their GDP to maintain their ridiculous oil fields that could have made them insanely wealthy forever.
yeah. Like I mean, this whole thing is just full of own goals. That concept where, so like they aren't doing this, they aren't like making mistakes. The people that are really in power know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
Not the typical sort of idealistic leftist. I mean, to destroy and deconstruct, and like words are suddenly magical and can mean anything. And obviously, if you've ever tried to argue with the leftists, my uncle had a saying, something about like whenever you tried to grab onto them, they would slip through your fingers. And I was like, wow, uncle, you're totally right. That's what they would
Well,
do. They're very
I'm ashamed
slippery. And
we didn't have you on
when
earlier.
you're
We had a leftist on, or at the beginning of the show. We had a good friend of mine, SC, and we brought the topic of Jacob Blake, and I was like, oh no, he was in front of his children. He didn't cause any problems. He didn't deserve to be shot in the back 7 times. And it's like, you tell him, well, he wasn't complying. It's like he was trying to break up a fight. Yes. And then the officer said, hey, can you please wait and step aside? And he just said no, went back to his car, just ignored them, right? Reached in his car for what may have been a knife, and they shot him. It's like what are we supposed to do? Just like hope he doesn't pull a weapon, or hope he doesn't start the car and drive through us? Like,
but also like the ignorance of like the facts that happened there, like to say that officer took 7 shots intending to kill this guy and he didn't hit
not
any
a
shot
single
that was
vital
supposed
organ
to kill him from that close. Like it's I mean I don't know, like it's man, like I want to call it willingly ignorant, but like I don't know if I can do that. I think it's literally how their brains work at this point, where they hear from a source, this is what is correct, and there's no changing it until they hear from that source that it's changed.
I think I think I know what it is. I think they've just been willfully misinformed, and they've been conditioned to not accept. They've been conditioned to believe what they hear instead of like, hey, think critically. Like, dude, we all know that George Floyd and this guy, if they had said, yes, officer, what's going on, officer, just said, complied with the officer, didn't resist arrest, well, George Floyd might still be dead, but Jacob Blake would not be shot in the back. George Floyd, I mean, he was gonna die probably from the overdose, and the stressful situation probably didn't help. Right. But Jacob Blake would not have been shot if he had just said, yes, officer. Heck, armed robbery himself. Ahmaud Arbery. If he had just said, hey, what's up, guys? I'll wait for the police. Listen, let me explain myself. Instead of charging a guy with a shotgun, he'd probably still be alive.
That's the like. So I think there's 2 things there. Like, there's the it's
The bigotry,
the
the soft bigotry of
what
low
we were talking about
expectation.
earlier, where it's like these people understand like the albatross that's around their neck at that point, where they're like, "Fuck, all right, if I get caught by the
Right.
police, this is my third
No,
strike.
and I
I'm
explained
going
this
to
with
jail
like the
forever."
three-strike
And it's
laws
like,
and the problem with them. That it's like it just encourages people to push the line, and then when they do push the line, they're going to be punished for their consequences. It's like, I just need to push it a little more, and the line will go back a little, and I'll be fine. Like they think
yeah,
I pushed the
exactly.
line,
Like,
I wasn't punished. Push the line, it wasn't punished. Oh, I've gone a little too far. I just need to push the line a little further. I just need this cop to be afraid to prosecute me. I need this cop to be afraid for his own life, but not enough to want to kill me. It's like they just, and it leads to bad outcomes.
well, it's specifically leads to bad outcomes because that first time you do it, you're like, I got two more. I'm not gonna fuck up. And then you do the second one, and you're like, I have one more chance. And on that third one, you're desperate as shit because you have those other two looming over you. And it's like, it's fucked. Like, that whole thing is fucked all the way around. Like, you should, like, take your comeuppance with the first one, get it over with, and learn your
the law
lesson.
should be structured
But it
to
doesn't
treat
happen.
incidences the same way. It shouldn't be like, oh, let's let you off. No, the law should not be like, oh, let's think about how it's going to affect. No, it should just be, this is the law. You do this, this is what happens. These are the consequences. They're firmly laid out. You break this rule, these are the consequences the system will inflict on you.
What is it called in math? A matrices? A matrix? Where it should literally just be an input to an output?
I guess, but
I
law
really
needs to be
think
more
like
objective.
I
This
don't think there
nonsense
should
about
be too
making it
much.
subjective is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what I think there should be. Like, I think the subjective nature of it should be like dramatically.
It should be okay. Here's the deal:
reduced.
you do this, this will happen to you. There will be no early parole.
Exactly.
This is the consequence for breaking this rule. Like, just know, whenever you do something, these are the consequences.
Yeah, input A, input A, output A.
Yeah.
Like, you should see like a direct causal link between the two of them, and it should be like, okay, well, this happened, here's exactly what happens, and here's what you should expect every time. And like that way it's there's no fuck around and find out. It's like this, that, like you've heard, like, oh yeah, Jim got a DUI and spent 15 years in jail. You should be like, fuck. And it's like, yep, I know Jim, Bob, and Bill, and they all had the same fucking thing. Yep, they learned. I don't want to deal with that. Like, it should be like, it's like such a good deterrent to like know exactly what happens instead of being like, well, maybe I can get it paid off. Maybe I can do this.
That does bring up an excellent.
I'm Jeffrey Epstein.
That does bring up an excellent point.
I don't spend 15
Mount Walk.
years in jail.
What are your thoughts on the Chad Kyle?
Well, I mean, seems like self-defense to me.
Whoa, guys! He was retreating, and the guy threw a Molotov cocktail that didn't explode at him. Oh man, he should have waited for them to get their hands on him.
These are the crazy, weird things that like leftists bring up with like self-defense, like just the strangest arguments that
a bunch of grown men and pedophiles
sense, like,
put hands on a child, and your argument is like, oh, you shouldn't have been there, or oh, he took a gun across state lines.
Dude, Ghost, I've literally have friends that gave me more or less literally the same argument.
I know. We had someone come on today who was like, oh, that guy's no different than Jacob Blake. And I screamed at him. I'm like, dude, no. He was defending himself. A bunch of pedos and fucking criminals put their hands on him, all right? They were hitting him with a fucking skateboard, all right, which you can murder someone with quite easily. Another guy was pulling a gun on him, right? You know how fast someone that's good with a gun can draw a gun and murder you. Hell, someone shitty with a gun can...
Wait. Oh, okay, actually, sorry, Ryan Dawson did a really good breakdown on this. That guy was so nervous to pull the gun, he fucked it up the first time put his hands up to try and do a false "I'm giving up," and then tried to pull the gun again.
What a fucking loser!
Like, that's actually what happened when you really look at the video. Like, and also he compiled like so many of these different like video like vantage points that they have on camera, where you can actually see like it's not 3 people running after him, it's
Yep.
like 15 people. And after the first guy gets shot, after he actually responds to try and help that first guy, and then he starts getting chased out from that, they literally start chanting around that first guy, like, "Hey, yeah, that was the guy who did it!" Like, and they start trying to like drum, they literally screeching there, trying to draw more attention, and they try and draw more people in to actually get this guy fucked up, and it's insane. Like, oh man, but I also like Ghost had the same thing happen. I experienced the same fucking thing where I tried to talk to Canadians and a fellow Texan, but I know he's left leaning, and he was like, "Well, why did he have the gun there?"
No, Fed. Let me
And it's like,
explain. It's
what do
it's
you
like when he
mean?
tried to
Like,
explain, like, like she was being a slut. She, she's wearing a very revealing dress. She was drunk off her ass. She was on drugs. What'd you expect? They're making that argument to you. That like the context, look, he was just, he was being dumb. He shouldn't have been there. He should have let them burn down those businesses. He should have let them, have a place to destroy. Wait, Kyle got up and continued down the streets in the direction of police with his hands in the air. He attempted to contact multiple police officers, but they were more concerned with the wounded attackers. Really, Grimstar?
Yeah. No,
they
that
probably
happened.
weren't worried
100%.
about him because, like, obviously he's not going around like capping people
The police
randomly,
did not take
right?
Kyle into
Like,
custody at that time, but instead they indicated he should keep moving.
Yeah,
Whoa.
they came back for him the next day after the
And it
political
says,
impact
the statement
hit.
says he fully cooperated both then and later that night when he turned himself into the police in his hometown.
He called the police. He called the police the first time when he was
Saved the
trying
guy's
to
life, who he
indicate
had
that
just
the
shot. And he's a lifeguard.
Right.
Yeah, he's a lifeguard. And he was cleaning up some of the graffiti damage from the riot.
he's a volunteer
right, while he's
firefighter.
there, yeah.
He's a volunteer firefighter, and he was in that town actually cleaning up. There's pictures of him doing the cleanup of the graffiti. But he called the police to try and help the first guy that got shot. And then afterwards, I don't remember if it was him or it was a friend that he was with, but he called the police again to like try and talk to them after the incident happened. After he walked to them with his hands up, where he fully went towards the police and tried to talk to them about it.
Yeah, but it sounds like he wasn't cooperating, doesn't
But
it?
he.
Fucking these
Well,
morons.
I mean, in like even the inciting incident, like he
Yeah.
could have died. Like he got saved by like the grace of God. He literally got a Molotov cocktail thrown at him, and the
Yeah,
bottle didn't
fortunately,
shatter.
these-
If it had shattered, he probably
Fortunately,
would have
these
died, like
agitators are
literally
retards,
in flames.
fortunately. But, like, and he
Yeah,
could have died just
exactly.
approaching the cops with a gun. I mean, like, they could have just said, "We don't care if your
Right.
hands are up." They could have just blasted him.
True. Well, and there was also gunfire that was still going on that wasn't a part, like he wasn't doing it, and it wasn't like I don't know what it was a part of, but if you watch those videos, there's just random gunfire at the end of it. That's like I don't know if somebody's shooting at him from far away or what, but he's not shooting. He's like intermittently going between having his hands on the gun and not. It's clearly not him shooting, but there's just random
I do
gunfire in the
love
background,
the
and like.
the "Are you winning, son?"
crazy.
meme where it's got what's his name, the McCloskey coming in,
Oh,
and like,
yeah,
"Are you
the
winning,
dead
son?"
people.
Yes, Dad.
Yeah. That was pretty
Yeah,
sweet.
I've seen a lot of black-pilled threads on Poll that are saying, like, "You guys are all retards. This kid's gonna get your AR-15s taken away. Boomers and women aren't gonna want to see this. People defending themselves." Yeah.
Yeah, that's oddly enough, like the reaction has been like totally opposite. Maybe because of like, if you watch exactly what's going on and happening, like it doesn't look like he's in the
He's
wrong at
not.
all,
No, he's
and then
perfectly
of
in the
course
right.
this
And
stuff
all the
comes
people are
out.
like, "Oh, put him in jail because he went across state lines with a weapon." Fuck you. That's a violation of the second.
Oh, he was carrying a cell phone. He went up to attack the guy, and he pulled out a
Yeah,
cell
no,
phone.
like when
Of
they
course.
go like, first of all, no. The government does not have the right to regulate interstate commerce of firearms. Let's be very clear. What's up, K-Bros USA? Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, no, like, I'm sorry. I would go to fucking court and say, no, it's the Second Amendment. I can bring my gun wherever I want, okay? Now, Obviously, we live in fucking clown world, and that's not the case right now. But, like, no, he was perfectly in the right to defend himself. And you know what? All 3 people that attacked them, they would all be alive and healthy if they just didn't try to attack a child. Like, that's what it comes down to.
Well, if they okay, so is there like, this was the thing that I don't understand, that it doesn't follow that people don't get this to me. Ghost, if I tell you I'm going out into public and I have a handgun on me or I have a rifle on me, which one do you feel you're more safe around?
Yes.
Yeah,
the answer is yes.
Like, if I had the intent,
you had the intent
to
to harm me,
and I had a,
if I mean, like, if you're like a random person
and I had,
who's just like, I will find you. You don't know who I am. The handgun, because you can conceal it better.
Exactly, 100%.
Like, that's
Yeah.
Why is that so hard?
Yeah.
Okay, so now if and how do police work? If police surround something and say, "Hey, yeah, we're making a perimeter," what are they telling you?
I mean, they're closing an area off, or I don't know, actually.
They're saying don't fuck with it. They're making a show of force. They're peacocking. Now, what is more of a peacock measure than going to a place and having a rifle and just displaying it?
You're brandishing a rifle. And you're saying, "Fuck around, get wrecked."
You're saying, yeah, I'm out here. I really, like, this is a deterrent device. This is if you do the crazy thing and come after me and you attack me and you get shot, it's self-defense. You will not be able to fuck around and then find out if it was self-defense or not, because your ass will be fucking in the dirt.
Those 3 guys learned the lesson that armed robbery learned. You know, like, dude, you're at point blank. You understand the effective range of a shotgun, right? Like, you get, right? Like,
I just
run towards the guys with a shotgun. Like, I don't understand. Like, I mean, that's how I play Quake 3, but, like, you know, I charge people with a gauntlet, but that's because it's a fucking video game and people usually spaz out and screw up. But it doesn't work in real life, okay? Because I can't absorb 20 rounds from a machine gun.
And that's the thing, man. I can't wrap my mind around, like, all of the obvious signs of this is a thing, and they're like, oh well, they're crazy people. They're out there rioting, so they're crazy. And it's
okay,
like,
well,
yeah,
hold on.
Does
Does being crazy give you the right
crazy.
to, like, attack someone? Like, does being crazy?
No, it never did, and that's like That's why. I don't know if you saw the whole. Fausch
Oh my gosh, that was a
Destiny
master
thing.
class, and, like, I don't know how. Okay, listen. How does Destiny stand the tallest in any debate? But, like, he just goes in there and, like,
dude,
it's like, oh my gosh, Destiny made the most
Yeah, that
like
was
that.
pretty
He's like absolutely right. It's just like, wow, a broken clock. It was the broken clock situation. Like, cause he gave, like, the exact correct take on that. Like, it's just like, well, dude, he was retreating. He, you know, was trying to de-escalate the situation, and he fucking defended himself. Perfectly justified.
Yeah.
And then Vaush, could you believe? Well, in Marvel movies, you put the gun. Yeah, you know what happens? You put the gun down, you fucking moron. They take your gun and murder you. Okay, and they say we're justified in doing this because you were threatening. That's how the real world works. So a bunch of trained not trained, but, you know, hardened criminals get their hands on you. Fucking. Oh, thank you, Fed, for posting.
The gun out of their hand.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, my favorite
not
quote
linking
about the
that earlier.
pedo he killed was he died doing what he loved, putting his hands on his child.
Well, I also loved his own quote before.
What are you gonna
he
do?
was
Shoot
like,
me?
Shoot me.
Guy who got shot.
And then, but also, like, there was like I didn't actually watch, like, I don't get me wrong, like, every once in a while, like, I think Destiny is like he's good at what he does,
he's a midwit.
but, like, he can.
It's very good at that.
I think he definitely has his place. He definitely has the balls to go out and he has the balls to talk to people. He's not always like, I don't always agree with him, but, like, there's some form of, like, respect I have in there for him. But god damn it, dude, I was watching the I was watching specifically Andy and Kyler, like, rewatching like this debate that he had, and there was like 2 points where Destiny was like, well, I guess I'll never find out because he got shot by a fucking rifle, and it was like, oh, like, the thing where he just says you're a fucking idiot and slams Vouch for just being like, what a fucking retard is like fantastic. But then like when he like slams him with his own argument and he like really says like, ah, you're a fucking idiot, like it's oh man, it's so good. Like,
That was
Yeah,
I loved
I
it.
pretty much had the same reaction. Like, I mean, I think Destiny's actually really good entertainment, so I like watching his debates. I mean, like, obviously
True.
most of his arguments are pretty bad, but they're very interesting and good to know. Like, these are the kind of arguments that fairly intelligent leftists will use.
Here's the sneakiest snake tactic.
well.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like good to know, like,
Like
what
I
you
respect
know,
how
the
good
kind
he is
of
at his
rhetoric.
craft, of making money and avoiding
Oh,
the
yeah.
censors. And he has some.
Awesome.
He's okay
So-
on some takes. He's just he's a leftist. He's just wrong on everything else.
Well, in that's the person. I'll Mountain go after this, I swear. But I definitely think there's exactly what I think we're all kind of hinting at here is we all care about what the other side is going to say, and to care about it or to like at least acknowledge it is really important. To actually like say like, okay, here's your take on it, here's what is the best take possible, so even if it's right then maybe I can consider it, but if not I can arm myself with the knowledge of like how to like disarm this, to know what this is before I run into it. And I think it's very important to acknowledge that like Destiny is one of the best sources for that. But continue, Mountain.
No, yeah, I yeah, pretty much everything you said. Pretty much agree. Yeah, you sort of need to hone yourself against like you don't
We're up to
forge
mountain
your
walk in the
sword
morning
like
now.
some yeah,
I know.
no, I know.
Sorry, continue.
You need to hone yourself in the fires of debate. I mean, I know this is kind of a wonky idiom, but you need the best arguments. Otherwise you won't really be able to like maybe someone comes up with better ideas. Maybe you were wrong about something. And without this really good back and forth, these good strong arguments, you really can't get there. So yeah, everyone's the poorer for it.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it's valuable to have Destiny kind of as a source, or just like
yeah, and he's like the only one with any balls to even
Sweatpants
come on.
Boner with the
Yeah.
ice cream. Sweatpants, where have you been, my man? We have missed you of late. Great to have you here, Sweatpants. Yeah, no, like that you are absolutely right about Destiny. That he is the only one with the balls to talk to the other side, like on a reasonable
Yeah.
basis. Like it's just like that's why I kind of really respect him, and I really regret that I did not go in studio when Destiny
Yeah.
was there, because I would have liked to have met him, and like say, hey, what's up, man, and also towered over him.
There you go. But it's
I think I might
also
have ta- I
so
would've-
I think the other thing that's actually nice about him is like every once in a while, like he has a sense of humor. I don't think there's any denying that, because man,
Mhm.
he fucking gets in there and he just rails a couple jokes, and then like, there's some of like the darkest humor, the most like brutal point to just slap Vouch in the face. You're like, yeah.
If Vouch was
Like,
smart, he would just go like, yeah, kind of like how you like cock too, like if he was smart, he'd be able to bust out like some of the dumb
just
shit,
like,
like you
at this
said.
point you're fucking worthless. And just like,
Yeah, it's true. He does have. There's been a couple times when he was on Killstream where he made like some jokes like to someone making like super chats or whatever that I actually laughed
I mean,
at.
he's
So
an entertainer, for
yeah,
sure.
I'll give him
Oh.
that too. Yeah.
I
So,
laughed so hard when he said, I think it was during the Vouch debate that he did recently. It was like, well, I guess this guy kind of learned, because he brought a hand cloth and a plastic bag to a gunfight.
Well, I guess we're not gonna find out, are we?
Yeah. It's like,
That's just one of my favorite
no.
parts.
Like,
Just, I guess we're gonna find out.
Oh.
We're not gonna find out. Yeah, no, the whole Kyle
Oh.
stuff. I mean, like, what? Like, I don't think I could have been that calm in that situation. Like you talk
Oh,
about like
yeah, no.
his demeanor, his his refusal to just like
Composure
his
is
refusal
the
to use
word.
force until like it was absolutely necessary. Like you see that, and it's
Yeah,
like, oh no, I
and,
wouldn't
like-
have let them get that close to me. you would not have gotten me on the ground. Okay, I would have just been like, you fuck off. No,
Yeah.
like I'm just flabbergasted, like to no end. Just like what the how did he keep his cool in that situation?
I think that's something that like it didn't come up whenever I was talking to people, but it came up like pretty distinctly and when Destiny and Vouch were talking was the whole composure thing and the expectations of people in both the mob and the singular person, like the mob and the person being chased by the mob, like the expectation that's put on the person being chased by the mob was fucking ridiculous. And like I guess the people in real life that I talked to had no like they were like, oh, this is too stupid to even address, but Vouch went there for some reason.
Well, hold on,
But,
Fed,
like,
Fed.
they
Well,
still
there you
made
go.
the fucking worst argument.
Well,
still,
well,
being
Fed,
like,
what you
"Oh,
don't
well,
understand is
why did he
a
have the
Marvel
gun?"
movie once told me that the good guy throws down his
no.
gun as the dangerous criminals come and approach you with a handgun, right? And then the whole crowd all claps their hands as, right? Like, what the, what? No, I'll tell you what happens. You get capped there, okay? You are dead. You do
I
not
was gonna
pass
say,
go.
the only
You do
clap
not
is
collect
the
$200.
skateboard on the back of your head.
You do not collect $200. You do not pass go. You are dead at that point, okay? They threw a Molotov at you.
No, they were gonna peacefully
Oh, no.
protest around him until the police came.
Well, they got peacefully sunsetted instead. So
I love what someone
That's-
said. The only crime is he didn't kill the third guy. I think
Well, that was the insulting thing too. Did you see
the guy that lived, right?
the-
He said
Yeah, where
he had a friend, right? And he was like, "I'm so glad and proud to be with the guy who got shot." But you know what he said? I wish I could have killed the kid. And I'm like,
Yeah, he said my only regret is that I didn't pull the trigger faster and kill the kid.
and you see that, and I'm like, dude, like honestly, I'm glad
uh,
his idiot friend put that online because like. His idiot
That's
friend,
crazy.
like that's gonna be
Like, isn't-
perfect defense for perfect case for self-defense. Because
Yeah.
I mean,
couldn't you?
you
charge
should be
him
charging him.
almost
That's
with
attempted
something?
murder. What that guy did.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what happened too. Is there's clear video evidence of it, and there's actually like, if you want to know, is actually this was another thing, courtesy of Ryan Dawson. Please check him out. The guy's fucking amazing at what he does. I watched like 3 or 4 videos on this. He was talking to a guy, and apparently, what happened when that guy got his arm fucking
Oh,
exploded.
Sweatpants Boner with a diamond says the peaceful left, right side of history.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That was another funny bit that Ryan Dawson did. He said the true lefty because he got his arm shot. It was very funny. But he got shot in a way that it like I think it severed like his it was either his tendon or like his nerve, but it made his hand clamp around the gun so
I
he
know.
couldn't let it go. He couldn't drop the gun if he wanted to at that point because he got shot like that, and that's why he was running around with the gun afterwards. He probably would have dropped it, like he would have had a shock, but it actually like he got shot in a specific way that like severed it, and just his whole arm just like and just like clamped onto the gun.
I'm
He
glad
couldn't
you're
drop
comfy,
it for a long
Sweatpants.
time.
I saw this article from Market Watch where it was like Market Watch saying, "Oh, they're all slammed for defending this teenager, Aubrey Huff. Kyle Rittenhouse is a national treasure." Wow, Aubrey Huff, kind of based. I can't believe he plays for the Giants now. That's surprising. Ann Coulter, I want him as my president. Tucker Carlson, how shocked are we that 17-year-olds with rifles decided they had to maintain order when no one else would? Lefties can't let anything go.
Yeah. I saw that article.
He can't let anything go. That's so funny with the pistol.
I love the picture
Oh my
above with
God.
the CNN article where it's got the guy in like riot gear saying it says fiery but mostly peaceful protests after police shooting.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's so much good memes.
I
So
love
much funny
the
shit.
treading stops
Did you see
here
it?
memes.
Oh,
Those make me
man.
laugh so much. So okay, let me go over the rap sheets of the 3 people that attacked that kid. All right, Anthony Huber, felon,
I'll be
convicted
back real
wife
quick.
beater. Joseph Rosenbaum, I'll let you all guess. some things we're not going to talk about. Felon, convicted sex offender. Gage Grosskreutz, felon with gun, burglar. Okay, so they're all felons. They've all committed crimes. Definitely seems like he was safe getting mobbed by people like that, right?
Oh yeah. They definitely weren't people that were out there specifically like on the front lines trying to do crazy shit.
I love that the
Yeah,
lefties
definitely.
can't let anything go.
I can't. I don't remember. I know Randbot had it on his stream earlier, and I don't know what Twitter he was on, but he
and
was
to be
streaming
very
on
clear, D-Live,
Entropy.
Randbot will
and
not be on the show as long as he is banned from your platform.
we disavow everything that he
I
did
disavow
except
nothing.
for the fact
I will
that he
just
sent
say
out.
as a blanket statement, Randbot will not be on the show until he is allowed on your platform again.
Fair, okay.
I will follow your rules. We will do those streams on Entropy.
Yeah.
Didn't Rambot get
Yes,
kicked
he's
off?
permanently yeeted. He's permanently yeeted.
I think so.
Yikes.
But either way, he was showing a funny picture where
Oh my gosh! Hold on, Lester Kane. Hold on. Lester
kitchen.
Kane wrote earlier in the suggest stories. George Soros, a man so Jewish even Israel expelled him. Oh shit! Subcultured Andy Worski with 248 viewers and the host. And oh shit, Dank PP with the 11. Thank you so much, Andy, for the host. I hope you had a fucking awesome show. Oh, and Andy Worski celebrating a 1-month sub streak as Andy Worski is still and forever will be a member of the Ghost Gang. Thank you so much, Andy Worski. How are you doing tonight? I am here with my co-host Fed Zeppelin and Mountain Walk. How are you doing, sir? We are just discussing the Chad Kyle right now. Yes, thank you for the N, Andy. Dank PP. Fuck you, Ghost, you bitch ass boy. I don't know what that means, but thank you for coming by, Duff Guy. Yes, Andy Worski is pumped. What's up, man? Oh shit, Spicy One has just subscribed for 1 month. Thank you so much, Spicy One, for the sub. Welcome to the Ghost Gang, the Spectre Squad, the Phantom Phalanx, the Apparition Alliance, the Corporeal Corporation, the Haunted Hullabaloo. Thank you so much for your support. Holy shit. Sweatbeds Boner. Oh wait, one last thing. Spicy One, the only way in and out of the Ghost Gang is in a body bag. Welcome, sir, to the gang. Sweatpants Boner, thank you for the diamond. And he says, peacefully protesting with my medic pistol. Dank PP.
yeah, he was wearing a medic hat.
Dank
Yeah,
PP
yeah.
with the ice cream. Spicy is a wowner. That is true. Thank you so much, Andy, for all the viewers and stopping by. You are greatly appreciated. When are you coming on my show, Andy? Because we have to get Andy Worski or Kyler on this show sometime in the near future in a body bag or an ectoplasm bag. You had it before. You're confused how I lost it. You must not have subscribed monthly, or you must not have had the lemon bounce. Spicy needs more milkers. We all need more milkers, okay? Next week, you are invited, sir. You will be there next week on Coast to Ghost. You are welcome anytime, Andy.
Always open.
But get yourself some sleep. It's 6 in the morning for you, bro. But you are always welcome, Andy.
Yeah.
Oh,
wait. Actually, Andy, I watch the podcast as like a replay anytime I can't catch
Woo!
it.
Thank you so
What were
much.
you
Next
talking to
week will be
Tuesday
Andy
about?
Worski. Woo! Also, we got a guest. We got a caller in the green room. One moment.
Oh.
Deaf Guy, welcome. You are on Coast to Ghost. How are you doing, sir?
Oh no!
Don't. Hold on, Deaf Guy. You're not. Deaf Guy, what's going on?
Let's go.
Oh, it's good. We're just doing our show. I'm here with Mountain Walk and Fed Zeppelin. We were just discussing the Chad Kyle. What's up with you?
Alright. Just got back from
How was Andy's stream?
Yeah.
Did you guys know that? Do you guys know about the AT&T?
Yes, we know about
and
our milkers. We discussed this earlier on the show. This was a topic.
Now, have you seen the short film she was popular?
No, I have not seen this short film.
It's literally called The Shabbos.
No.
Wait.
And Andy has watched and commentated over that video on his last
I do not
stream.
believe he watched that without combing. I don't believe you.
To be fair, it wasn't anything like super raunchy, like no nudity or anything. It's more of like a comedy thing, but like at the same time, you do get some nice glimpses.
Can we call that one the Shabbos Joy at that point then?
Wait, is that
for the Moogers?
Like if she got naked and like showed them, like I'd say it was a Shabbos Joy, but unfortunately it was not. Also, there was an N in the film named Mr. White. I
You
just want to
meant
say that
I heard you. You said an upstanding black man was in the film named Mr. White, correct? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
we,
But like if you saw the name Mr. White and you showed up to
you
his
might
office,
cross the street, is what you're saying?
expecting
You
medical
might cross your
treatment,
street, is what you're saying.
expecting medical treatment, like you'd be like, all right, bro, that's false advertising. What the fuck?
You're saying he's the cause of needing medical treatment, not the cure. I see.
No, like, oh, I gotta go see a doctor. I'm sick. Coronavirus.
Hey, please don't say
And then you go to
coronavirus.
Mr. White's
you can
office.
delete my videos.
Yeah, no,
We're talking about the
we're fans of
Modelo.
Modelo, not.
We're talking about the Modelo virus. That's what we
like,
got.
Yeah, I'm more partial to Modelo.
We are talking about the Modelo
we like
virus,
that
YouTube, if
here.
your
That's what we
algorithm's
go
listening.
after.
And like this is a man coming from California, raised around a bunch of Mexican people.
You understand, I am also from SoCal.
Modelo is a superior beer.
I'm in SoCal right now, sir.
Yeah.
So, yes, I know.
So you drink
No, I do not
Modelo
drink
as
at all.
well.
I am too.
Oh.
I have too much energy for alcohol, and I get so loud that I give people ear damage when I drink alcohol. So I do not drink alcohol.
Too much energy for
anyways.
alcohol.
But yeah.
I'd figure alcohol would slow you
it
down.
makes it worse. You ever seen like those records that you play in backwards and you hear like satanic like verses? That's what comes out of my mouth when I drink alcohol. I just talk like a ton. It's obnoxious. So understand, like the last time I drank alcohol, I was in Tokyo as part of a. I was there as a student, so I was living there, and it was like 4 a.m, like on like a Saturday morning, and like one of the other schools had to like have all their students leave like the next day because they were like done with their trip, and I drank, oh gosh, I think I drank a whole bottle of Midoriya by the end of the evening. I know, gay green liquor, and I go down to like where they're all like crying and sad they have to go home, and I was like, woo, what's up guys, woo, and I'm like, that's me the whole fucking night, and these people are like ready to cry because they're all depressed, they gotta go back to like New York or some shit, and I'm just, woo, what's up guys, how y'all fucking doing, what's going on? They were so pissed. They were so unbelievably fucking pissed. Spicy one, thank you for the lemon. Yeah, that was the last time I was drunk. Sweatpants boner with the ice
Liquor
cream.
fires me up at the beginning of the night, but at the end of the night, man, it'll take you
the worst
down
part
quick.
about that was I
As
got
long as you have enough
hungover
of
as
it.
fuck, but I only got like 3 hours of sleep because I had to
Yeah.
hike a mountain the next day. And when you've got a hangover, when
So
you
it's
have a
set in.
hangover and you have like
Yeah.
a quick change in
Yeah.
elevation, I was like, oh god, kill me, fucking kill me.
That's the creepy.
Why did we have to
death
get to the
one.
top of this
It's where
mountain
it's
before
like,
the sunset, you fucking morons? Or sorry, the sunrise. Actually.
Yeah. When you're awake and you're like, ah, no, here it comes, and you're like
Yep.
feeling the hangover come on, and then the sun too. Yeah, no, kill me right there. Like,
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah.
I'll actually say,
hold
Andy,
on. We have a woman waiting in the general chat. Oh, okay, good. She's gone. We've begun the thought.
Which one?
We've begun.
I was gonna say, I've been running, and Mr. Worski, who's been kind enough to host us,
It was Tuesday, definitely.
he inspired me to do like keep doing it more, but I usually run at night, and I was like, I'll try
Duck guy,
running during
no.
the day. And I was
Tuesday's
like,
a friend of the
"Yeah, how
show.
bad could it be?"
At least say that after she's given a diamond. What's wrong with you, deaf guy?
Oh, she's the
It's
best.
always
Yeah.
Tuesday.
But
Whoa!
I was like, yeah, no, I'll run during the day. I'll give it a shot, and I've never been beat down by the sun harder in like one
Tuesday, you are
instance.
welcome on the stream,
It
by
was
the
the
way. You
most
can hop in if
miserable.
you'd like.
She
can
tried
tell.
already. She tried. She tried already.
Well,
It
she
didn't
needs
work.
to be in the green room. Yeah, if you want to talk shit back to deaf guy, I mean, this is the call. We're in the call-in
tried.
portion.
Tuesday was talking shit about me
Whoa!
earlier, apparently.
Oh, Tuesday. What the fuck?
But you are welcome on the show,
Anyways,
Tuesday. Oh shit,
I was just-
Tuesday
I was
with the
just gonna say,
diamond. Thank you, Tuesday, so much for the diamond. I appreciate all of your support, Tuesday, and thank you for stopping by the stream. Fuck yeah! You didn't talk shit? Well, do you want to defend yourself on stream? You're free to Hey! Tough guy! What the heck, man? What? Would you talk to your mother like that? Okay.
Yes.
Well, there's the.
I have no
Yeah.
response. Tuesday's a good girl, no simp. I mean, yeah, but she's no velvet or.
Oh, Tuesday doesn't
I
have
didn't say that. I didn't
milkers.
say that. I did not. I did
Hey,
not
you got
accuse
Tuesday has
Tuesday.
milk.
Cage, my man, what's up? Oh shit, Boston B with the
right,
follow.
Tuesday,
Thank you,
we need a
Boston B.
size.
How you doing? Thank you for the follow, sir. We're up to 580 and 420 away from getting that verified partner check mark and rubbing it in Ralph's face forever. One moment. Here it is. Tuesday, you are live on Coast to Ghost. How are you doing tonight, Tuesday?
She
Fuck.
just jumped out again.
But she's talking.
Lady, are you dodging me?
Oh my god.
Are you
Dodge.
dodging me, Tuesday? How dare you?
Oh.
No, I didn't mean to. I clicked the wrong thing.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Tuesday, what's going on?
You better be sorry.
Oh, nothing.
How are you doing? You are on Coast to Ghost, the #1 late night show not named The Twisted Mind of Andy Worski. What's up, Tuesday?
It's awesome. So happy to be here. I want to thank all the little people
All
Uh-oh.
the
She's-
ends.
brought me here.
I think Destiny just unfollowed my
Yeah.
channel, thanking all the little people.
Is
This
it
is
Mount
Mount Walk. Yes, Mount Walk is here. Lady 5G,
There's
thank you for the
Mount
follow.
Walk. He's a traitor, Tuesday. Get him.
Don't.
What?
Traitor.
What
Fed
about
What do you
Zeppelin
mean Mount
2.
Walk's a traitor?
That's
What's
a
going on, Tuesday?
traitor.
Ah.
Whoa. That's I actually don't know what you mean by
Tuesday.
that. What am I a traitor to?
I don't
Wait, what did
know.
I
I'm just talking shit.
What's up,
Okay.
Tuesday?
I'm a
can't-
shit talker. Why do people take me so seriously?
'cause I'm a-
Wait,
I don't.
Tuesday,
can't
you remind
help
them of
it.
their mother, okay?
Oh,
Well, I'm gonna forgive my
I don't
mother
know
and
how
ask
to
her a
take
question then.
that.
Tuesday, like you were on Andy's show, right? What were you talking about?
Yeah. Oh, nothing. I mean,
Shooting the shit?
literally nothing. Yeah, they just fucking played like Tonka song
No.
shit.
I saw part
Tough
of
guys,
that. Yeah.
do not
Yeah.
besmirch my very attractive mother. How dare you, sir?
You did it,
How
Tuesday.
dare you?
I don't think they give a shit.
I don't care. That's half
That's
my
fair.
bit, Tuesday. Carry
It's
to
all
it.
good. It's all good.
Tough guy, what are you
Yeah,
typing over there?
There's
God
quite
damn it.
some allegations against senior Montana Waka. I'm not sure about that. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Tuesday, wait a minute. I've got
Uh-oh.
Tuesday and Duff Guy in here. I want to ask you, Tuesday. Quick question.
Okay.
Hold
Oh,
on,
well,
Duff
of
Guy.
course.
We'll get to you in a sec. Tuesday, what was your red pill
Yes.
moment?
Oh God.
Is it Michael Jackson?
If I do that, if I do that, it's gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna.
I mean, you can
No,
be, you
whatever.
can be, you can obscure the
Um,
details a bit if you'd like. I don't want you to dox yourself in any way.
No,
Life in hell, what's up?
I wanted
Sorry.
to. I wanted to follow an election, and it was Bush
I'm
against
sorry.
Al Gore.
I'm sorry for all of America.
It was Bush against Al Gore, and that was like the first election that I like really paid attention to, and I read everything, and yeah, I realized that the left was fucking psycho.
And we elected a warmonger
Basically.
instead. I know. We had two
Yeah.
wrong choices, and we're like, well, fuck it. I want a beer with this guy.
Yeah, no, I actually liked George W. Bush. I mean, I know that there's problems
Well,
with
believe me,
everyone,
Tuesday, I
of
think
course, but-
someday he'll join his father in the kingdom of Satan by his side someday.
Oh, you don't you didn't even like George Bush
Yeah,
41?
he kind of, promised no new taxes, invaded the Middle East. Granted, he kicked the shit out of him as well, but still, he made a lot of bad choices. He basically threw the election pretty much for Bill Clinton because of.
He did.
He did.
He absolutely did. I think he
I
just
feel
did
like
it. Honestly, I don't think he wanted to be president after the first term. I did notice that, and
Spicy one says, "Neocon scum, your time has come."
Can we at least acknowledge and do a cheers to the fact that 99% of oh no, fuck, what's his name? I forgot it. That's terrible for the bit. Who's the guy that had the tumor?
Oh well, Spicy.
Yeah, no, I did
and
the thing
Tuesday,
where I
what are your
forget.
thoughts on John McCain's?
John McCain. Yeah, 99% of John McCain will see him in hell.
Respects to John McCain's tumor, as it did pass.
No. Well, yeah. That's the bit. 99% of John McCain will see him in hell because the
tumor.
Other one his tumor in heaven. Cheers.
Oh my god.
The Let's Vote McCain, bomb Iran. We got off slightly better. Honestly, they were both all of our last choices were all terrible. Yeah, what are my thoughts on John McCain's tumor? It's an American fucking hero. It deserves a grave in Arlington Cemetery. All right, it deserves the highest honors.
It's the only
because it gave its life.
It's the
for
only
peace.
American
world fucking
the
peace.
only American suicide bomber that should be noted as
Sweatpants Boner, thank you for the ice creams.
Yeah, he didn't turn out to be all that great.
There's definitely 72 versions awaiting in heaven for that tumor.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. Maybe this will be a weekly recurring bit, paying respects to John McCain's tumor.
I just hope it comes back and hits his daughter.
Well, no.
Yeah,
She's got plenty
right?
of growth in her stomach, to be fair. All right, that maybe one of them's a tumor. Yeah, no, they're trying to groom her for the scene. It's just like, are you
groom her for the tumor?
Oh, if she gets into politics, she's definitely gonna see that tumor.
The tumor.
That's the grooma tumor.
Come on, it's tumor. There's no room.
You all should be taught. Look,
there's no way that tumor just went out with no.
Wait a minute, Warhead 420. You don't even follow this channel, okay? Hold on, you don't just come in here. Yeah, Mike Pompeo is a piece of shit. Okay, 100% Mike Pompeo is a piece of shit. All right. Now, follow the channel if you're gonna talk shit in my channel. What the hell, man? I gotta get my stickers, okay? I can be responsible with my stickers. And by that I mean irresponsible. The fact McCain left the hospital to vote for Obamacare, I think is what you meant, says a lot about the old fucker. Yeah, no, that was like, I'll show him. The media will all nice pieces about me in the next day. Oh, you have. I'm sorry, Warhead. Thank you so much for being a sub to the channel, Warhead. I apologize for my false accusation. I just hadn't seen you in a while, that's all. Yeah.
Wait, how long ago did John McCain die?
That's why Creepy Joe Biden was saying, I can remember yesterday. Oh, no, wait, there it is. Hold on. There's the follow. Warhead 420, welcome to the channel.
What the fuck,
yes,
Warhead?
thank you, and fuck Mike Pompeo.
Warhead 420.
Indeed. Yes. Yeah, Mike Pompeo's a scumbag. I'll agree with that.
I was trying to do the math in my head to see, could that tumor have metastasized into being a full-grown Kyle at this point? And I think we can conclude that Kyle is not the tumor that killed John McCain.
No.
Tuesday, you're a mother, correct?
He would have took himself with him.
Yeah.
Everyone shut the fuck up for a second. We're on my show. Tuesday. As a mother, what are your thoughts on Sig Kyle? I mean, Kyle. The guy who defended himself in Wisconsin.
Oh, he's an American hero.
Fucking based. Thank you, Tuesday. Don't you wish your son would defend himself like that someday against a mob of pedos? Like actual pedos?
I would encourage that. Yes. Absolutely.
Was the only crime that the third guy lived?
I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
Yeah. But Duff Guy, I have you here as well. What was your red pill moment, Duff Guy?
Probably listen to John
and
Ken on
was
the
he
radio.
A talk radio guy?
Driving on the 91 freeway home
MC
from work.
Can.
In traffic.
Wait, MC Cans? That's enough!
Yeah, just the fucking worst. You could never spit bars. It was awful.
Sorry, I don't have my chat bot set up, so I have to make cans manually. So, was listening to talk radio is what brought you over?
Pretty much, like between listening to them and then like seeking more like conservative like talk shows. So like Crowder, I listened to him for a while, and then slowly I fell into listening to
Well, I'm
Ralph
glad
and
you didn't
shit.
give me that. It was Sargon.
Now
I've
I'm
heard
here.
that one too many fucking times. Is that Sargon was shit talking women, and that's what convinced me. And it's like, no.
No, Sargon. He was like the last guy I saw before I started watching Ralph, pretty much.
Duff guy, do you think Crowder is gay?
I think the bigger question is, do
yeah.
you think he's straight? Because I
Alright.
think we all accept that he's gay.
Yeah, he's
okay,
gay.
well,
Like bro, if you're like all about like
hold on. Let
conservative.
Tuesday speak for a second. He doesn't have kids, right? Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
okay,
he
so
doesn't.
that's why, yeah, he's got to be gay. Because I mean, come on, he's got so
that's-
much money
that's
from
my
his
thinking.
YouTube shit, right? Like,
His
and his
wife
wife
is
is
hot
hot.
as
Like,
shit.
how
Yeah.
do you not have babies? How have you not put
It's all
babies in your
about-
woman if you've got
yeah.
all the money you need?
Well, maybe she can't have kids, or maybe he
No,
can't
have you seen the picture of him trying to kiss her? It looks like he's killing him. It looks like the tumor that murdered John McCain is infesting him at that
I'm
moment.
like, even when he talks about her, it's like how a gay guy like admires
need a
like having
link.
like a
I need a
girlfriend.
link. Send me a link for that.
They post that in the
I'll
general
see if I
chat.
can find it.
I mean, I don't
Like-
deny that, but I'm interested.
Like it's definitely
I've
suspect.
heard
Like
this
he hasn't
before.
had
Yeah,
a kid
I mean,
yet.
like,
Something's happening right there. Like either he's gay, he can't have a kid, or yeah, I don't know, man. Like, but
Yeah,
even
he
then you
might
can
not be able
overcome
to have
that.
a kid, or
Tuesday,
she
look at
might
the
not.
general
well,
chat.
Tuesday. I think he would have adopted a kid, being like a super Christian. Like, if you can't have kids, like you definitely like you adopt a kid, you make it happen. You know.
Or at the very least, like you explain it like, all right, so basically I really can't have a kid, so I'm gonna do this instead. You know, you just come out and tell people about it, like. But instead, it's just like, he doesn't even talk about it.
Oh
But
yeah,
he's
wow.
all about these
shit.
conservative ideas and being a
Oh my
traditionalist.
gosh, that
and
picture's
despite-
picture's
and he's
so
all about
fucking
religion.
damning. Holy
But
shit.
God forbid we have a kids, 3, 4, 5 years into marriage. Like, holy fuck, how long are you gonna wait, bro?
Like, dude, that's wow.
So
That's the gayest
something
looking
wrong.
kiss I've ever seen. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, does that not say it at all?
The expression too.
Yeah, it looks like she pulled him into her, basically.
He looks like.
And then he's like up
Yeah.
and to the left, like he didn't even like try and like he like kissed like the top portion of her like upper lip, and
and
she's
his
like,
eyes are open.
you can even like if you look at that, you can actually see the disappointment on her eyebrows
Yep,
if you really
can
look
see
at
her
it. Like
dying in real
she's
time.
like,
That kind of looks photoshopped.
Like
to
he
be honest,
photoshopped
like-
himself.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh my
telling
gosh,
you,
Mount Walk
she-
is right,
she's
it is
actually
real.
like upset.
It's not just real,
dropped
Mount
out.
Walk.
I'm
It's
sorry,
real.
guys, I'm sorry.
No, this
Bro,
picture is real. I agree. This is authentic. Yes, 100%.
But all I'm saying, like, if he's not gonna reproduce with her, like, she better find somebody else. Then, god damn.
I'll take
Mount
care of
Walk,
her.
no.
I'll take care
Yeah,
of her.
I was about to say.
Yeah, she needs somebody else.
That's-
Like, we need white babies.
I'll
Wow.
put the. I'll be
Maybe
the
Wait,
one.
wait, hold on.
can't.
Hold on. Let the
I don't-
drunk
I
woman
don't-
talk.
Maybe he can't, or maybe she
I don't think it's a
can.
matter of
I
caring,
don't.
too.
I don't
It's a
blame them
matter
for
of
not
want.
advertising that.
Cause like she works with babies all day, right? Isn't that like her? She works
Tuesday,
for
you
like
see this
the
picture, right?
crisis
Tuesday, look in the general.
healthcare
I
system. or
see.
whatever.
Look in the
the
general
picture.
chat. Is that a straight man?
I.
Whoa!
But like, if you're so, you see the like, haha, I'm still gay look on his face, and you see the actual disappointment that is like, I can't kiss a man on her face.
Bro,
Like,
any other guy, his eyes would be closed at the very least. Like that's suspect right there.
But if he knows he's being photographed,
Well,
maybe
look at her face. She
Tuesday,
can't
their
express
faces aren't even
disappointment.
lined
Look at
up
her
correctly
eyebrows.
for a kiss. That like.
Yeah, it just looks
All right.
photoshopped.
You know what? Actually, you know what this thing really reminds me of? This photo reminds me of how women take pictures where they'll look at the camera and it's about them. Like it's a very
Oh,
feminine thing, you know? That's what it
Yeah.
feels like
that's
to me.
right. That's
Yeah.
See, if I
right.
took a picture like that, like I'd try to make it real. Like, you know, she's into it, obviously. Her eyes are closed,
No,
and
fuck
he's
that.
taking
Who
the
cares
picture.
about the
Like,
picture?
I'd close my eyes.
No, dude. If you,
You
get to
can
kiss
tell,
a
you can
woman like
tell.
that, fuck the
I mean,
picture. Who
he's a
cares?
good-looking woman,
Yes.
definitely.
Well,
but
like obviously he's
Well,
trying to
maybe
take the
that
picture.
the one. No,
She's
she's
hot
a
as
good-looking woman,
fuck.
and that's his
Gassing
fucking
it up
wife,
for
dude. He should be like
somebody.
hyped to be kissing this woman.
Yeah, yeah, but he's taking the picture to be
Maybe
like,
he's
all right, I'm not gay, guys. Trust me.
Look at him. His eyes are telling
You
you.
know, like I try
But
to
he
put
looks
myself
like
in
a
the moment.
His
fucking
eyes are
hobo.
telling you, like, I'm
He
doing
is.
this, but I don't want to do this.
Well,
Yeah,
I have to do this because I'm a talk show host.
it's more for publicity than showing like how they feel
I
about
don't
each
know.
other.
this picture should have the caption, "Hey guys, do you believe that I'm not gay yet?" Right? Question mark.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Steven, Steven, you don't have to
terrible.
convince you don't have to convince me. You gotta convince yourself, buddy.
Yeah, right.
Oh no.
Work on yourself and then go from there.
Oh
Tuesday, what?
no. I think we need an F in the chat first.
I think he'll be just fine. Him and Gavin
He'll be
McInnes
fine.
will do just
Yeah.
fine.
But this chick needs to move on
Poor guy.
and breathe.
I was gonna say we need an F in the chat for her eggs. 'Cause
Yeah.
They're not getting fertilized.
Bad.
F for
Empty cartons
non-fertilized
everywhere!
eggs.
Empty cartons from
Yeah.
the sky! No! Oh shit, Edelwolf's live. We should get Edelwolf on the show.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
How
How old is she, by the way? I don't know how old
That's
she is.
fucking
One sec. Let me message
insane.
Edelwolf.
How many years do we have on these eggs?
Not enough for Steven Crowder to figure out that he's gay and to move on. Like,
I
it's
agree with
sad.
Alright, Steven, you are
How old is he? He's not that old.
30s,
How old
probably?
is he?
But I don't know how
He's
old she
probably like
is.
30s.
Nah, yeah, he's probably like,
Like
I
they're
don't know.
probably both around the
I
same
am
age,
the
like 30s.
Eggman.
I'm
I have
call
the
it
mask.
38 or 40.
I wouldn't go
Yeah,
that
he's
old.
33. He's 33. Come
Yeah.
on.
But how
Okay,
old
so
is
he
she?
married his wife. They've been married. Well, they've been married for a while. How old is she?
Oh,
Hillary Crowder.
after a couple years, it'd be like,
This
all
guy's
right.
gay as fuck. He hasn't put a kid in that. Like,
Yeah, I mean, to be
Yeah.
no, but it's
Yeah.
like there's more to it, Fed. It's like, okay, wait a minute. You're married to this woman. You're financially
Well-
set. You've made tons of money on YouTube and Facebook. Like, there's no impediments to you. Like,
you're conservative, and these are your
Oh,
core
his
values.
website alone, like,
You're
goddamn.
a subversive Canadian guy who couldn't be a comedian, so you ended up
Well,
being a
maybe
political pundit.
maybe they don't want to have kids. I mean, that's
Maybe
well,
he's gay. I
Tuesday.
don't
And
know.
he's not a
maybe
conservative.
he's a
Fuck
cock.
that.
Oh, well.
Maybe he's conservative with the fact that he's gay as fuck. That's
Tuesday,
what I'm
are you
Yeah,
saying.
saying that his
no.
political views he expresses may not necessarily match the political views that he exercises? Well, wow, that's never happened before.
I don't. I mean,
She should dress like
I don't
Donald Trump
know.
and give him some
I-
white claws.
I really don't know. I mean, you guys could be right, but
Look at
I
that
just,
woman's face. Do you not see the disappointment where she's like, she looks like she's kissing a magic lamp. Like, I wish I didn't have a gay husband. Like, look at her.
I know we
Like,
don't have this image
the
on
want
screen,
to
chat,
not
but
be
like,
in there.
it's
Ugh.
just it's hilarious. I refuse to put this on screen because it's that depressing to look at.
Yeah, no. Like, there would be a whole bunch of those the 8-bit polygon pepes killing themselves. Like, and there would just be a fucking
Listen,
McCain
listen. Planned
tumors would
Parenthood
just-
may kill a lot of unborn babies,
There would be
but
a-
Steven Crowder right now is murdering those eggs. Okay.
You would. Here's what it is. Ghost, you would hear a flight of the Valkyries, and then just a fleet of McCain tumors would just like rip through the clouds in a GIF, and you'd be like, "Oh no, they're like, they're going," and it would just mass
Yeah,
chaos
well,
after that.
That is
oh
just
my God.
utterly depressing, or as the cows say, utterly
That's
depressing.
just-
As those eggs are dead, sweetheart. There are no kids.
Wait,
I
how
just
old
love the
was
fact
she?
that if you look at the Discord, Miss,
Dead.
what's the cat's name again?
But no, what do you mean? What's the cat's name?
Alright,
Yeah,
Groovy.
Mount Walk. What was the cat's name? Was it Mr.
Mr.
What the
Tinkles.
Mr. Tinkles is depressingly looking at them in the Discord.
Can you say that again, please? Because I don't think we got the full effect.
He's just sad looking down at them.
Oh my god.
One more time, Mountain Walk. One more time.
Mr. Tinkles.
I need a soundboard, Mr. Tinkles, so I can just use it at random times. You know, do like a whole producer's bit, you know, like, and what was his name? It was Mr. Tinkles.
Oh,
Matter
fuck.
of fact,
Mr. Tinkles.
emulate
If
that.
she's
That's
under
fucking
32,
great.
you'd offer your firstborn to breed her?
Mr. Tinkles.
Wait, Deaf Guy, why do you want to breed Crowder's girl?
She's
mean, she's
fucking
in a-
hot.
Yeah, I'd breed
I don't
her.
know,
Yeah.
too white for my
Same.
taste.
Oh,
She's not
Ghost,
doing anything anyways.
Ghost,
might
you
as
want to roll
well.
out the 5-person Discord thing?
Maybe she
Maybe.
For the
can't
overlay?
have children,
Wait.
you guys.
Wait,
guys,
guys,
it's very
guys,
possible
guys,
she just
guys.
can't have kids.
Thank you. I can hear myself think. Tuesday, I wanted
Girl.
to tell you what my dream for a birthday gift as part of my wholesome marriage, and I need your opinion because you are a woman. All I want on my birthday every year when I'm married is for my wife. Holy shit! What's going on in the background? I hear audio feedback. I want my wife to, in nothing but an apron, cook me a steak, and then fuck all day. Is that not the most wholesome, you know, marriage dream? I want that every year on my birthday. Kids are with grandma and grandpa. No one else enters the house, and that's my entire day.
Yeah. That's fine.
Why am I echoing? Also, Sweatpants Boner with a Diamond says Steve spent more time on his hair.
Oh, true.
Spicy one, have a good night, sir. Oh, Originalized Extinct
I
with a Diamond
muted my
says,
audio.
aw. Yeah, that's all I want for my birthday. Everything else that comes with it, that's fine. But I
Aw.
just, you know, just cook it in nothing but an apron, bring me a steak, have a nice dinner, and then let the night take us where it will. That's all I want.
I mean,
And that's when you roll out and you're actually in a suit of armor the whole time, and you're like, the night will take you where I will.
but you have to tell the woman that,
I'll be
right?
very
You have
clear.
to-
Like, look, it's my birthday. You wear nothing but an apron on this
Yeah.
day, okay? No other clothes at all.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you wear your full plate meals.
No, I'm not going to
Right.
Deus Volt all over, and I'll have to explain to my. I'll have to explain.
I'm just
I'll have to
saying,
explain to
said-
my kids why you're all
the-
born exactly in December, in a certain month, 9 months after my birthday. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
You could say if you have sex with her in the full set of armor, then it could have been the chink in your armor. 'Cause she's
No,
probably an Asian
Fed,
waifu.
no,
Is your birthday
no
coming up?
protection. I
Is your
said
bir-
nothing, okay? We wear nothing.
Oh, no
Is your
protection.
All
I
right,
got
no
you,
protection
okay.
on
Is your
that
birthday
day.
coming up? Is
Perfect.
your birthday coming up? Is it
No, my birthday's not coming up.
is it
I'm
birthday
also
time for Dark Butters here?
Just Tuesday needs to
Tuesday.
take a
I'm a
trip.
single man. My birthday is not coming up.
Oh, well, my birthday's
Oh.
coming up, so
Oh, so maybe you should visit her.
You know, Tuesday. You're a.
I'm just gonna say my
Oh,
birthday's
do I have to
coming up,
cook you
know.
something and nothing but
You
an
better
apron?
not have
No.
facial hair.
I'm a 9/11 baby.
Oh,
That's
oh
what I
crap!
am.
Do I have to fly out there and cook you something, a steak and nothing but an apron now? Oh gosh!
No,
Okay.
no, it's all good. It's all
I
good.
just don't want to explain this to your husband,
is
okay?
9
Look,
foot
it's her
11
birthday.
inches.
I don't.
No.
Am I on the front page? What's
No,
up, Facts and
we're all
Logic?
No,
We're all
Ghost, you
good.
misunderstand. When she says she's a 9/11 baby, she is 9 foot 11 inches. She's a giant. Don't even try.
Thank
She's
you,
just
thank
a
you,
human
Fred.
woman.
I really appreciate that.
You are
I-
correct about that, though, Lunas.
It's not like we're friends or anything,
Okay,
you know.
but you confirmed Tuesday. You
Totally
confirmed for me,
cool.
right?
It's
That
not like I thought, we had bonded.
you confirmed
you know.
for the audience that my birthday wish is very wholesome, right?
I mean, I think it sounds very simple enough. I think you're letting the lady
Oh,
off
no,
easy,
no.
really, but whatever.
Tuesday,
go.
Tuesday,
I thought
Tuesday.
you were gonna
Nothing
throw
is
some
off the
anal
table.
sex in there or
Nothing's off the
something,
table in the
but
evening. Okay.
yeah, I mean,
Is that a
usually it's like anal or something like that or whatever. But I mean,
That's
whatever.
not wholesome at all.
Whoa, what?
Well, I mean, what can I say? Some people aren't wholesome.
That's not very wholesome doing anal.
Some people are too
Some people
wholesome.
would give that a
No!
thumbs down.
No!
Tuesday.
Oh, Fed, no!
Some people would say that doesn't pass the sniff test. Some people
Facts and Logic
would
says
say
his birthday
that
is in a few
not,
days.
Like you wouldn't want to like stick a thumb up there and sniff
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Oh, Tuesday, there is a
No.
Some people would say that's
Tuesday.
really corny of you,
I am on the
Tuesday, and they don't
God.
appreciate
Tuesday.
it.
I am on the front page of D Live, so I do have to say this. If I ever get 5 ninjets in a show, I will have to watch the Ralph tape and comment on it live. Now I'm not going to put it on screen, but I will have to suffer through it.
Yeah, I don't. You know what? I wouldn't wish that on you.
I mean, I'd
upon
wish the
you.
money upon me, but definitely not the having to watch it.
I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy.
I'm definitely going to avoid that show in advance.
It's not going to be on screen. You're just.
You don't want to watch Entropy stream of Ghost watching
I'd
the
probably watch
Ralph
it
wave.
just to
Well,
see how
no,
he
like
reacts.
I'm gonna have my
That'd be
VTuber
hilarious.
avatar by then, hopefully, and so you'll be able to see me go. No, wait a minute, Ralph. No.
Hopefully.
That's not where a thumb goes, Ralph.
I have to say Mr. Tinkles or whatever it was.
What was that, Tuesday?
I said, go say that, Mr. Tinkles or what?
Exactly. Retorted SC
Little-
fan. Ralph, no, no.
No, Mountain Walk. What is the name of the cat?
Mr. Tinkle.
I love you so much. Oh my god! I swear, I'll never miss a foil cast. By the way, D Live TV. What is it?
DLive.tv/Adolwolf every
Adolwolf,
Friday, 1 o'clock
Adolwolf.
Pacific,
Yeah.
4 o'clock Eastern, Foilcast, the #1 conspiracy and weird shit show that just might save your life. Be there. Mountain Wolf is there. Mountain Walk is there. Adolwolf is there.
Mountain Wolf,
You
yeah,
cannot
they're
miss
there.
this show, or you might literally fucking die. All right, yes, there's the link in the
Mr.
chat.
Tinkles
Subscribe
will
to
look down
Adolwolf
upon
and be
you.
there every fucking Friday, 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern. Be there. All right, sorry, what was I saying?
Mr. Tinkles will look down on you and shame if you
It is a
miss
shame for her
It's
to
a
spray.
great show.
Brag to Crowder, he's a good dude. He
Tinkles.
red pills more than most people,
God
but the fact
bless.
he has a wife for years and doesn't have kids raises questions.
I love you so much, Mountain Walk. Holy
This
fuck.
is the best. This is the greatest thing I've ever heard in my life. Right. You can do it every time. Like you need to get
Hold
into
on.
acting.
Did you say
Oh
I
my
need to get
God.
acting?
No mountain walk. Like
Yeah,
come on every fucking time. I was like say it again. He's like, Mr. Tinkles. It's so
I
bad.
actually, in my college and high school, I did a lot of acting. So
I believe it. It's
What Mount
fucking
Rock
good.
acting
It's
straight?
spot on.
What? And I'm just kidding.
Nani?
Nani?
Well, this image isn't fucking
You're
showing.
approaching me?
Oh my
All right, well, we'll
God.
figure it out
I
another
fucking
time.
love that. I saw that. I was like, oh fuck, Mountain Walk, that's for you. Like, that's
I loved
amazing.
it.
I think
Yeah.
we're on the front of the front page. Yellow
feel-
Fever,
man.
what's going on? You are always with me as my condition, not as the user that sometimes grosses people out. But be optical in Mochi's chat. Jeez, dude, seriously. Steven is actually into bestiality, Milker Walk. He fucks
Bestiality.
scoopers.
Whoa.
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised these days, honestly.
He is from Canada.
Oh. Wait, hold on.
Oh,
Worski's
Worski,
from
no.
Canada, Fed.
What does
Worski,
that
no.
mean?
Right?
Hoopers?
Well,
Worski had his
hey,
degeneracy
hey,
and-
let me
No,
explain.
no.
Let me explain,
I have a
Tuesday.
defense.
What is the NBA most commonly made up of? And I will leave you at that. Oh, Yellow Fever, thank you for posting those Santa cuties.
No, I mean I
Asians.
get that, but it, like It's kind of low.
Say
Well, he
giant.
fucks Hooper. You want
Tall
to see Ghost's reaction to the Hunt video?
What's the NFL mini made of?
Is it
This
AFF?
is
Football players. All right, next
wrong.
question. But
Oh
yeah,
my god, they
Andy-
made a sticker
Andy-
of the guy whose arm got shot off. Oh, I love
Yeah,
that they've got
yeah,
like
it's
the
great.
"This
The
is
crime
you." You know, they've got like
rate
the
made
person
half of-
screaming about Trump winning, and then in the next
Yeah,
in
yeah.
2020, it's the guy getting his arm shot off.
It's the fuck
Yeah.
around and find out guy. But yeah, so if you're saying that Andy's on the same level of
No,
degeneracy
well,
as Steven Crowder,
Nah.
Which
I
Andy
would
arc
say
are we talking
Andy-
about? Hold on,
Andy
hold on,
realized-
Fed.
Andy
Fed,
realized
Fed.
that he had a
Which
prob-
Andy arc are we talking
Sure.
about? Are we talking about the burns his
Well,
own
I'm-
nipple and toys around with the potato masher, or are we talking about base current Andy?
Well, okay, so I'd say that Andy figured out from his potato mashing days.
No, I didn't say he
to
potato
right
masher. I
now,
just said
what-
hanging out with the potato masher.
Yeah. But he associated with potato mashers. He figured out, and then he's done quite a bit of improvement. So he has actually realized how degenerate he was as a Canadian, and he said, "Nah, fuck that shit. I ain't gonna do that." And now he's moving to Portugal because he's renounced
returning
his
to
Canadianism.
Porte.
Yeah, it's based as fuck.
Returning
I
to the
definitely yeah. I
homeland.
know.
Crowder does cross-dress
Based
for a
in
lot of skits.
Porchville.
That is a good point. That is genuinely a sign of.
Yeah, I don't think you actually get very much more base than Andy at the moment. As crazy as it is, so I think JF loses the bet. I don't think Andy Worski is gonna get AIDS and die or whatever the fuck
You
the
know,
bet was.
I have a prediction
yeah,
for
no,
what's going to
fuck
happen
him.
to JF. I think I know how his story ends. He is going to meet Hannah Hayes, and he's going to mash the potato and die of the AIDS that he will get from Hannah Hayes and her used up roast beef. That's my prediction. And he's
I
going
like
to use
how
the Epstein money.
Your
to do it.
French guy almost. Your French guy almost sounds Japanese. It's the pauses that almost are the same. Like, hello, I would like to mash
Wakanda was
potato."
canceled by ass
It's the
cancer.
same, like,
Dworsky.
pause.
That's a good
Yeah.
quote.
It's good.
Yeah, no. Andy's going to be a sheep herder in Portugal. They all go in, none come out. What are your thoughts on the tragic loss of Chadwick Boseman Tuesday?
Let's go!
Oh my gosh, Tuesday is dead.
Wait, on who?
Chadwick
on who?
Boseman, the Black Panther.
Okay, remind me which one
Remember
it
the
is.
black superhero that Marvel had?
Black Panther.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Blade,
Black
right?
Panther. Yeah, he
You're
was.
talking about the Black
Yeah, he
Panther
died of
guy,
ass
right?
cancer.
He said
Oh,
Blade.
yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, such a shame.
I just like that
Let's
Duff guy
go!
quoted. Yeah,
It's
Duff
almost
guy.
like I don't
He's just
fucking
quoting
care.
John McCain's tumor over and over. And I appreciate it.
Let's go!
It's like-
All right, Tuesday. Can you answer me a question?
Most
Hey,
notable
hey,
assassins.
I
of
will
John
try,
Wilkes
I will
Booth.
try.
What is it? Tuesday.
Yeah, okay,
Do you watch any anime?
What?
Do you watch any
So
anime
what?
Tuesday? We talked
What?
about that in the show.
Oh, you cut
Oh
out.
no, no.
That's
I
fine.
don't.
That's a proper okay
what a-
response for a woman.
What a whore.
Tough guy. I will get the horny back. Okay.
That's the anti-horny bat right there.
There you go. Apparently, I'm a whore now.
No, you gotta watch Legend of
Oh,
Galactic
yeah.
Heroes. It's amazing. You'll love it, especially with your political views, Tuesday. Trust me.
Yeah. All right. I'm
If that's
down.
one anime you watch, that's the one to watch. Or what was that other one? The mecha in
Schwarzmark.
Germany or whatever. Apparently
Now
that's
Tuesday.
Porch.
Schwarzmarket.
Marquee?
Now
Ah,
Tuesday. What are your thoughts
Yeah.
on Jacob Blake?
Yes.
The guy who got capped in the back for being a dumbass.
Yeah, I think he got capped in the back for being a dumbass.
Tuesday's
What did
favorite
he?
anime was
Wait, who's-
Song of the South.
Mine too. It's pretty
I
big.
don't know.
Oh wait,
but
what was the?
if
What
you're
was the
if
one
you're
that had
going
the?
if you're going to avoid the police when they have their guns
Tuesday,
pointed at you,
I have a special
and you're
message
going to
for
grab
all
for
communities in
something.
America. I know a pair of secret
Yes.
words that will make officers not shoot you, and it goes very simple. Yes, officer.
Yeah.
If you just say yes,
Don't
officer, and
resist
don't do
arrest.
anything, I think you'll increase your survival chances by quite a lot.
It's almost
I
like
know.
a miracle.
You know, they always say this in like tears, like I had to give my sons the talk. Thank you, sweatpants boner, for the ice cream. I had to give my sons the talk about treating cops with respect and dignity and listening to their orders. It was so awful. Oh God, I told them they had to listen to authorities with guns. Oh gosh. It's like my parents told me the same
Dude,
fucking
isn't that
thing.
terrible?
It's almost like having
Right,
manners.
yeah, no,
might
like
be
it's like
essential
they say it
to
like
being
only
live,
only black people tell their kids that. My parents told me that, and I live in a safe area. My parents told me your hands 10 and 2, give them what they ask for. Don't reach for your pocket. Don't be a dumbass.
See, that's the thing. My parents never had to tell me that. Like every time I was around police officers, I was like, "Oh shit! Like I should probably like
Well,
calm
yeah,
the fuck
you were,
down."
yeah, but me, I was always obstinate. I was an obstinate
Exactly.
fuck. It was like, what do you call it? Like I was
Well,
a
I was
defiant
too,
fucking
but-
kid. My parents were like, "Look, okay, we get it, but no, not around a guy with a gun, okay." And you know what? The other
Yeah, I
talk
was
they gave
too,
me
but,
that is
like-
relevant to this Kyle, to
Hell,
Chad.
fever.
Sorry, the other talk they gave me that's relevant to Chad Kyle is I grew up near L.A. All right, so my parents lived through the L.A. riots, and we all know about Reginald Denny, right? Okay, so during the LA riots, it was over Rodney King because they edited a video deceptively to make everyone chimp out. What happened was, this guy was a truck driver and he was trying to get past the mob, and they dragged him out of the car and they beat him retarded. And so my parents told me the day I was able to drive, they were like, okay, everything seems fine now, but if there's a mob of people outside your car and you don't have a path, you step on the gas and you just keep going. You get judged by a jury of your peers. You do not get beaten to death by the mob. All right,
But you don't get carried by 6.
Exactly. It's like you get judged by 12, not murdered by 6. Okay, they told me that.
Exactly.
All right, and like it was just like, wow, that could never happen, and here we are today. They're doing it again today. Well, I mean, it's an election year. This is all planned. It's all astroturf.
It's everywhere.
It's like I was just shocked. I was floored when my parents gave me that advice. I was like, really? They're like, but I could kill it. Nope. You just keep driving. Okay. You don't stop to wait and see if the mob is gonna let you go. Like that.
No, I mean,
Yeah, fuck that. I'd take off. If I hit somebody, I'd probably like pull over like a little bit, like a couple miles down the road, and be like, call the cops and be like, all right, so I just hit this guy. It was in the middle of a fucking riot. There's a bunch of people on the street.
My parents didn't bother
I'm not
telling
gonna
me to call the
stop.
cops.
Like,
They just said, get the fuck out of there. You get home, you get safe. If they move, good for them. If they don't, you're getting out of there.
yeah, back in the day, probably
Red guards have always been
fuck
hostile
calling the
to
cops,
Imperial
but
caravans.
like these days, everybody's have videos.
Sorry.
But like, yeah, these days, like everybody's taking pictures. There's all kinds of cameras. Like, you might as well just call the cops.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
They'll find you anyway.
Yeah, now with the prevalence of smartphones, you kind of, not that you can't get away with it, just, people are going to try to demonize you for, like, literally anything.
Yeah, it's just better defense. Like, all right, I hit a guy accidentally. Like, I was just trying to get the fuck out of there. They were surrounding my vehicle. I'm not gonna get my ass beat.
Not
Fuck
gonna get
that.
beat.
Well, it's life or death, man. Like, it's honestly like at that point, that's the crazy thing where people think like, oh
Well,
yeah, you have
everyone
all
thinks
this time
like,
to make
oh
all
man,
these decisions, run these
they think
computations.
like, oh, you just have the perfect response. The mob pulls you out of your car, and this totally hyped up mob that has all these people around them to like, shield them from blame potentially. Like they can easily kind of blend into the crowd and get away with beating you to death. It's just like, oh, don't worry, they're not going to get caught up in this fervor and all this like hatred that's been fomented. They're going to let you live and walk away. They're just going to wreck your car. Like, I don't care about the fucking car. I don't want to be beat to death.
Yeah, I see a bunch of people surrounding my car. I'm out. Like,
yeah.
I don't care who I have to run over. I'm out. Like, I'm not fucking with this shit. I don't care about your political views or whatever. Like, but I'm not gonna get my ass beat.
Cage, how long am I gonna be on the air till I'm fucking done? That's what.
Oh God.
But thank you, Cage, for being here. Yeah, no, I'm not getting killed by a mob. I'm testing the chassis of my car. Lol. Facts. No.
There you go. Yep. See how many fat bitches can bounce off the grill of that motherfucker.
Oh, my
Heart
brakes,
attacks be damned.
my brakes didn't work that well that day. Sorry.
My bad. I needed to take it into the shop.
I told my boss about it. He's just like, all right, fuck it. Keep going.
Do I want to meet some Asian cuties? Not you, Yellow Fever. I know you're a man.
I'll meet one Asian cutie.
24 hours. We're not doing a 24-hour stream, Facts and
Still be an
Logic.
Asian
We're not
cutie.
doing that.
He's just not. You're just not Steven Crowder, is what I'm saying. Yeah, he could be an Asian cutie, but
You guys actually
not
on
the
cast.
boyfriend
Zach from
wife who he's looking
Oregon.
for.
This is Coast to Ghost, the #1 podcast not known as The Twisted Mind of Andy Worski, airing every Friday night, 9 o'clock Pacific, 12 o'clock Eastern. Be here. We had Kazeeas as our guest. We have Mountain Walk. We have Tuesday. We've got Duff Guy. We've got my co-host Fed Zeppelin. We had my co-hosts, my other temporary co-hosts, Geeky Gardner and SC. Scuba is degeneracy. Absolutely. You want to talk about the impending end of the Pax Americana? Get out of here, you filthy fucking Canadian. All right. America will reign supreme forever in spite of you and your Canadianness. This stream, it's not, oh my gosh, this stream was pre-recorded. This would be amazing.
It definitely pre-recorded.
You guys left or right? Well, we're definitely right, is what I'm telling you. We're right about all these topics we're talking about. Definitely right about that. But you are welcome here. We had our lefty friend on. We talk about all the issues. But if if hearing about politics isn't your thing, then get out. If you don't want to hear this, that's fine. I understand. We right, you wrong.
I mean, okay, I will say, Ghost, your debate tactics sometimes are a little bit.
Well, then you are in the
suspect,
right
but-
place, Zach from Oregon. Welcome to Coast to Ghost, the #1 9 o'clock show in my mind. Your pick is Trump. Okay. Skooma legislation was the worst legislation for the Empire. Yellow fever, more like yellow beaver.
no.
Apocalypse UVN, what are you doing here, sir? Good to see you. Fed, come on.
Well, I thought you were going to sleep, you little bitch.
Excuse me? Did you just yell at my audience? I yell at my audience, damn it.
Yes. He said he was going to sleep. I'm calling him out.
Who did? Me?
No, Apocalypse.
Oh.
Your sleep is no more.
His sleep is
Well,
no
no.
more.
If anything, hey, can we congratulate?
Apocalypse is a new daddy.
Whoa, shit!
Yeah.
Hold on. Did you say Apocalypse is a new daddy? He just brought a new child in
Yeah,
this world.
I
Congratulations,
I had thought about it for a second,
Apocalypse!
I was like,
Thank you so much for having another
Yeah,
baby
man.
and hopefully leading him to be a good, upstanding citizen of society. Good for you, sir. Thank you so much, Apocalypse, for adding to humankind. Now don't fuck it up, okay?
Hey, man, that's our boy out there doing
He
good
is
things.
doing his part, okay? Fed hasn't fallen asleep. I'm as amazed as you
Yeah,
are.
no, I've been intermittently like standing up. I've been doing a bunch of shit.
Fed,
I'm
I
not
stand up for my
absolutely
entire
blacked out,
fucking
like,
show. You know that.
You fucking yeah, you keep saying it, but I don't have that
I know.
desk.
I have a standing desk.
One
so
day,
I stand. I only stand during my show.
You only stand at attention. How many Velvet streams can you
Yes.
have on one monitor?
Fed, it looks like you're the woman in the panel.
Yep, that's right.
Well.
Oh shit! Zach from Oregon
No,
with the
but
follow.
we have
Thank you,
5
Zach from
you're
Oregon with
not
the
in the
follow.
thing.
We do this every Friday, the other
Yeah.
6 days of the week are video games or board games. Thank you so much, Zach from Oregon, for the follow. We've got 417 more followers to go before we can get that check mark and rub it in Ralph's face and let him sniff it, so to speak.
We're actually over the hump on that one, and I'm super proud of you, Ghost, for like
Yo, Fever, thank you for
that
11.
number seemed very fucking far
Yeah,
away.
no,
but now
we're
it's
more
not.
than halfway there to that
Yeah.
check mark. I am excited. You have a standing desk too. You hate it now that you work a physical job. Oh, that sucks, Facts.
Yeah. Also,
Aw.
Tuesday
Oh
Monkeys,
shit! Sweatpants Pro with a diamond says
one
standing
more-
desk. Who upright? Urza's extinct with a diamond says woo! Thank you. Sorry, let me get that better. Let me get that right. Woo! Thank you so much, Pay, for the diamond. Cage, no! Cage, go back to Google quickly! No!
Oh no. Oh, no,
Also,
that's never happened
Tuesday,
to me
if
before.
like I
Did you
made
just, like-
like
did
we
you
made
just,
like
like,
a
talk
layout
to
for this,
Tuesday?
but
I didn't
we
say
didn't get to
fuck
like
you,
fuck
Tuesday.
around
I
with
don't
it too
wanna
much.
fuck you. Oh no,
But if it
Cage
was
is
a
in horny
proper
jail.
layout, I would. There's a stick figure asleep on the floor, and that would be where my.
I know, but it wouldn't
That would
show
be
up.
you.
Is the
That would
problem.
be you.
Yeah.
Like a
Oh,
little,
it didn't show up on that. Oh, is it
It
because it
might
was
be.
in
It didn't
paint?
show up in
with
OBS.
like a little,
Ah, fuck.
with like a little
yeah.
snore going on in the background.
Well, yeah. I had Z's, and there was like it was like a person laying on the floor, and there was like a tequila bottle. Like I actually drew it. Like
He
Ghost,
did
am I
draw
right?
it. He's speaking the truth. Oh shit! Whoa, shit!
Yeah,
Whoa, whoa,
yeah,
whoa, whoa,
and I,
whoa, whoa, whoa!
like, cut out,
Deaf
like,
guy
a
with
hole
a
in the
diamond
face
says,
so I could, like,
"Fuck
throw that
Originalize Extinct." Love. I remember he paid me to say that. Originalizing says, with a diamond says, "Why you be mean, Deaf?" Indeed, why do you be mean? If anyone's horny, I don't really co-sign Yellow Fever stream. I don't know what he or they do. Oh shit! Deaf guy with another diamond
no
says,
idea.
"Mean?" Question mark. Don't be a bitch. But remember, he paid me to say that. Pay. I have no issue with you. You're welcome on the stream anytime. Okay, why the fuck does Image?
It pays in
She
the
is in the
Discord though,
Discord.
right?
She can come on anytime.
Yeah,
she can
she fucked
scream.
around
She
with
can come
Yellow at
scream
some
at Deaf
point.
guy. Oh shit!
Yeah,
Wait a
yeah,
minute. There it
she-
goes.
she
It works.
ain't shit the fuck
Hold
around,
on.
find
Hold
out.
the phone.
Yeah.
Let me get this under the.
I'm no bitch. That's what she said.
Wait a minute. You didn't properly. Pay with a diamond says, "I'm no bitch." Deaf guy with a diamond says, "Tuesday is a bitch." Remember, I was paid to deport all orcs.
Yeah,
Their
I
goblin
cut
ilk
that out,
degeneracy.
Sweet. I like to call myself a cunt.
She does.
Oh.
Or an ass.
Excuse me
Well,
then.
it appears, Fed,
Goddamn.
that the
Oh.
wait, hold on. The image that you sent doesn't work
I could-
because there's no big hole.
Oh,
There's no holes for the faces. Like they're all
Uh,
white now.
yeah. Let me see if I can cut that out. Fuck. What was the
That
software?
Tuesday is a cunt.
Wait.
I
Oh
like
shit!
that.
With
Thank
a
you.
diamond too. Deaf guy says,
welcome.
"Tuh," and then Tuesday is a cunt because he put all caps, everything except the first letter. But thank you for the diamond, Deaf guy.
Caps.
Thank you, deaf guy. You are awesome.
But yes, Pay is always welcome on the show. I do like that Pay did like my wholesome birthday wish for when I'm married.
Your
It is
wholesome
wholesome,
birthday
okay?
wish. We love it.
Can we call Duff Guy Muff Guy? And he's just upset that Tuesday has.
Upset? What? I am not
all good.
upset. And neither is she, trust
I
me.
will say,
It's all good. We love deaf
we love
guy.
Deaf Guy apparently.
I never disputed that.
So. Oh my God,
like
I'm
Tuesday's a
drunk.
bitch. She knows it. She
Whoa,
won't dispute it.
whoa.
Wait, no. Oh,
I'm
did
just
I say
saying.
that?
Tuesday. You missed it
I am
the other day on Thursday. I went into Flamenco's Secret Hitler stream, and I think I
No
single-handedly
way.
like shamed him for his earning ability on on D Live. I was just like, dude, I make as many lemons as you've made. You got all depressed. Let them all know with a follow. Thank you.
You did do that?
Cold.
No,
That's
He
cold.
has like 10 times the followers I do, but I make more lemons than he does. And he's like, man, maybe I need. I single-handedly
Okay,
changed
but
his
now
position
you're
on
not saying the
donos
part-
by, my bubbly personality and.
Bubbly, is that
Yes.
what you
Oh,
call it?
hold on,
You're
folks,
not
hold on,
mentioning the
hold
part-
on. Originality is extinct. You are on Coast to Ghost. How are you doing tonight,
Uh-oh.
Pay?
Oh.
Also,
Good, how are
Sweatpants
you?
Boner with the lemons. Thank you. How you doing, Pay? How's your streams been going? How's your evening? I'm
Good,
doing
how's
great. I'm
yours?
having a lot of fun. It's been about 7 hours. I'm having a good stream, I would say.
Holy
Well,
fuck.
the show started about 7
Only
hours
7?
ago.
Yeah.
We had Kaz as our guest. Kaz
Yeah.
is great. We had some buddies on, and
been here
Mountain
the whole
Walk has been pulling down the second half of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
Tuesday's
me.
here, of course. As is Duff Guy, this meanie in the chat who keeps tweeting, sending diamonds.
Meanie.
Well, yeah, I would say that's pretty mean. Why were you so mean to this young lady, Duff Guy?
Ghost, try
Terms
that
of
one.
endearment.
Wait, no, it graded. What?
It looks like there's still the white holes there.
Yo, but when I see it on my screen, it's like it's well, the one thing is gray, but it's white on my screen, and then it.
I see.
Why? Oh. Cheers.
Oh,
Yeah,
we can't really hear Pay.
You have
One
to get
sec.
Well, this is
another
short.
drink.
One sec.
Well, it's a shortcut.
Deaf guy. Well, I'm the host. Oh shit! Pay has taken my seat. No. Oh no.
I'm the interviewer.
Well, I'm never the interviewer.
Yeah, it's a great musical chairs things that happens because of the way that we set this up. And a little bit of kayfabe, like Ghost was like, "How the fuck do I set this up?" And I was like, "Just make a whole bunch of different instances of these like Discord names, and they'll just like cascade down and just like align them because
Yeah,
we
it's
don't know
like
how to do it." That's why you see Tuesday's chin poking out right next to the Ghost Commission art. At
Well,
the bottom.
you are gonna get what you deserve, Deaf guy. But when we're done with the show, you are gonna get what you deserve.
Oh,
Deaf guy.
no.
Do you see her? Yeah, she's poking
fuck.
out right at the bottom.
You're absolutely right, Fed. You want to know
I
something
love
else? You still
So Pay, what do you? Oh, hold
I
on,
don't give a
Fed.
fuck.
Pay.
Uh-huh.
Hey, since we've got you here and you're one of the
Find
larger
it out.
D-livers on the platform, what do you have planned in the future? Any big events? I mean, I know you do a regular stream, but what do you have planned?
Well, I'm planning in October to go to California to live stream, like just IRL live stream.
Well,
while
if
I'm
you're
there.
ever not doing live
Ooh, be
streaming, I
careful
would
with
be
that.
happy to hang out with you since I'm down here in SoCal.
Yeah, definitely. That's where I'm gonna be,
Oh,
anyways.
kick ass.
Need any recommendations from where you need to go?
Are you asking me? Are you asking me, Deaf Guy, recommendations on where to go in SoCal?
No,
Oh.
not you, her.
Why would?
What do you mean?
Why the fuck would I care about what you're
Like, I'll
thinking?
just say right now, like, you should definitely plan a trip to, like, Big Bear. That's a very cool spot to go to. For, like,
I'm going to
tourists.
LA.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. Just go to California and then isolate yourself. Go out to the forest region. And don't see anybody. Stay in a tent and just go there. That'd be good.
Well, that's Big Bear.
That is
Pretty
basically
much.
Big Bear. Okay, cool. What do you plan to do in LA?
Yeah,
Pay?
no, that'll be great.
Well, I'm gonna walk into Capitol Records and be like, "Hey, this is my CD, and you should listen to it." And I'm Pay, and
God, I don't even know we still have Capitol Records. They've like 1 or 2 left in LA, I think. They've all closed down.
yeah,
Yeah.
But
it's any record company. I'm just gonna walk in there and be like, "Hey, I'm Pay. This is my music.
Oh.
Listen."
Yeah, most of it's just offices now. Like,
I know
all
there's still a
over the
bunch of them
place.
in Japan, but like I know like I've seen one. I was like shocked when I saw it in LA. Facts and Logic, thank you for the ice cream. Yeah, Facts and Logic says definitely go to Skid
don't
Row.
know.
I would not advise that. Not the safest
Yeah,
place.
no.
Yeah,
dude,
don't
go
do
for
that.
Do that right after you go for camping for like 3 weeks and then just dehydrated and tired.
If I
Oh,
if I could give you
that's great.
Just
Last
start
time I went there, I
wandering
stayed in LA for like a month.
If I give you an advice to like an LA adjacent area to go, there's a place. It's called, where the fuck is it? It's like Canoga Valley. There's a fucking radio tower there that you can like just cut a hole in the fence and like climb to the top of. It's like a World
Oh,
War
yeah.
II era radio tower that has like a great view. You see like Beverly Hills on one side, the ocean on another, and then you can see LA on the other side. It's like fucking amazing for taking photos. And you know, my buddies would all drink up there, and I'd
Yeah.
make sure they didn't fall off.
I rented an Airbnb that was like in the Hollywood Hills, and you could see all of LA and the city and stuff. It was lit up
Shit,
at night.
that
It was
sounds
crazy.
expensive.
Okay, Pay, real question. What's the funniest thing you've been trolled in your chat for? Like, what's the thing that you personally laughed at that you were like, fuck, that was funny? And you didn't want to admit it, but you kind of laughed.
Okay, so like my whole thing is no perverts, right?
Okay.
Oh.
Like, don't be. If you're saying anything perverted in my chat, then you're gonna get muted. And
So no
Sure.
hobby posting.
So no men listen
No.
to your chat?
Are feet perverted? Okay, no.
Yes,
finish
Fed
this.
Zeppelin.
No, keep
The
going.
attraction
Sorry.
to feet is.
No, keep, yeah, let it go. Sorry.
so that's kind of like my thing. And but a lot of the time when I'm just having conversations with my chat, they'll say something, and because I actually have a dirty mind, I'll read it in a certain way and be laughing, and I'll say it to my chat, and they're like, "Wait, aren't you supposed to be no perverts? But you're the biggest pervert. You're like thinking all the stuff we're saying is
You
bad, but
gotta
it's
take the
not."
parent approach, Pay, and be like, "Do as I say, not as I do." All right, fuck off.
Yes, exactly.
I love it.
Well, you run a good show. You know, you're entertaining. You sing. You bring a lot of people joy, and I think we need a lot more of that on the platform. Yeah.
Thanks. I just tried it to be more chill because I know, you know what I mean. A lot of the different shows that we all watch on D Live are really serious, or not really serious, but they're about what's going on every day, and so I want mine to like stray away
Yeah,
from
just
that.
Well, I mean, if
It's a
if
good
it's a
move.
day by day thing, right now
Oh,
it's
Duff Guy does
awfully
bring up an excellent
serious.
point. He says
Yeah.
Not
Knott's Berry
kidding.
Farm is greater than Disneyland. He's got a point about that. Knott's Berry Farm is
Fuck
yeah, Disneyland's a
Disneyland.
shithole. Knott's Berry Farm has some really good rides.
Disneyland.
Way
oh my gosh,
overpriced
so
as well.
overpriced.
I would just go to like Six Flags or
Oh,
something.
Six
I feel like
Flags
that's
is
almost the
so
same.
good.
Knott's
Although
Berry.
be careful in the area.
Knott's
The
Berry's
area
Farm
around
is
Six
better.
Flags is terrible, like dangerous.
Oh no, I meant
Yeah.
like
No,
Six
no, no,
Flags
I know.
over here.
We
Like
have
if
a
I
Six
wanted to
Flags
go to
here,
a
and I think
park.
that's pretty good. I'm just saying the area around it is
Yeah.
I liked it.
Yeah.
I thought it was
but-
cool.
It's kind of out of the way
We
though.
had a
in
Six
Cali.
Flags.
Oh, but hey, while I have you here, this Halloween, I think I'm gonna do like a spooky karaoke thing where we'll sing like Halloween songs and stuff. Would you come on that stream?
I'm gonna be in LA on
Oh,
Halloween
well, shit,
actually.
then I've got a show I've got to do on Halloween.
Would you
Oh
do
yeah, Knott's Berry
lewd
Farm,
things
perfect
on
for
the-
Halloween.
Oh yeah, not Scary Farm is actually pretty good.
Not
My cousin
Scary
used to
Farm.
work
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Pay if you couldn't make it out to the stream, would you record a song and then we could play it?
Yeah, or like I could just, if me and Butters end up hanging out, then maybe I could just do the stream like with him wherever he is.
True. Yeah. But I mean, I was just, yeah, like I didn't.
What do you mean,
I don't know how
record
the whole
what?
thing's
Like-
gonna pan out, but if all else fails, like just recording like a one-off of whatever like spooky, scary
Yeah, whatever
skeletons
you
or
want.
whatever.
I mean, yeah, if you can't make it there, you could just record one. Record a song like that. Awesome.
Yeah, of course.
Well, thank you, Pay. I'm not trying to kick you. Let me just be clear. Anything else you want to talk about?
No, I was just bored and I heard you guys talking and then someone talked shit, so I had
Gotta
to
go
come.
hit 'em.
Oh, who was
Wait,
that?
did we actually
No,
talk
they
shit,
talked
or
it
did
through
we
Dynasty.
just
No.
acknowledge you?
Oh no, Duff was joking, I think.
I was gonna say, I think, if I remember correctly, it was like we just acknowledged you. We were like, oh yeah, no, she's cool, and it was like, oh no, like.
It was just Duff. He was kidding.
And yes,
though.
facts and logic. I
Yeah.
also don't understand why anyone go to LA, but I hear it's fun for people from outside. It's just a thing I dread.
No, it's not. It's not. That's not true.
Parts around
only 'cause I'm
LA.
into
Yeah,
music.
that makes sense. They want to be in the industry.
I like music, but I would
I'll-
never go to LA for a second.
LA's a shithole.
Yeah,
Fuck that
although
place.
I will say, like LA is an experience. Like
Yeah, a shitty
not
one.
bad.
It's a
Like, I
gay
live in
and
the
terrible
hood.
experience. I
Wait, what
would,
part of the hood
I
are you
would
at?
alert all of my friends,
Look,
and
look,
then
Hold
I
on.
would
Well, one
nuke
person
it.
at one person at a
I
time.
would.
Like, so I went to a third world country and like just to experience it. It wasn't great, but like LA is probably like a second world country.
It's not even a developing nation. It is such a shithole.
I live in a shithole.
Right?
It's not different. It's not any different. It's the same as the
Okay.
shithole.
Well, I mean,
live in.
like, yeah, there's parts of South Central
that's bad
that
too.
you Compton.
Opportunities and stuff from music than over here.
LA is like hell. The women are beautiful, demonic whores, and you can die. Okay, facts and logic.
Not all. Not at all.
Oh no.
Not all. No.
So you're gonna so Pay, you're coming out to LA to kind of like network in the industry. Oh, that's kind of cool. So
How do you feel
Just
about
to have
eating
a
well, I
Harvey
mean, yeah, I would
Weinstein?
love to have a vacation.
I will cut somebody's dick
Oh
off.
no.
Damn. Yeah, definitely carry a knife or something with you just in case. No,
Yeah.
no
Ghost has
joke.
already had a prison. Doesn't matter. Sorry.
She
I
needs
had to
more
go with the
skin
Jewish
cream.
bit. I'll see you later.
Yeah, no, we'll find some good food or something to eat down here. I'll take you to one of the good restaurants here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Oh man.
Mala31, thank you for the
Oh,
follow.
take her to In and Out.
Sorry. All right.
And now I've been there.
Where?
Oh yeah. Okay.
I've been to In-N-Out when I went to LA last time.
In-N-Out is
Oh,
garbage
okay.
food.
No,
No. I understand.
If you don't go every fucking week, like
No,
it's a good
I haven't
treat.
eaten In-N-Out in probably a year because In-N-Out makes the most garbage French fries that have ever been made, and their burgers are above average.
No.
Oh, Ghost.
I,
No.
Listen,
Okay,
listen.
Ghost.
I have had
Wait,
access
actually-
to In-N-Out my entire life. they still, to this day, cannot make French fries. They make a very good burger and a decent shake, but they make the most mediocre French fries I've ever tasted. Go to the Habit.
Have you gotten
Never eat
animal
out.
style
It's
French
awful.
fries?
All right.
You've never
Really?
eaten out or been eaten
No,
out?
like-
But I want to hear.
Oh
Hey,
my
what's your
God.
position
I-
on In-N-Out fries? How could you think they're anything less than
Yeah,
garbage?
what's your position for eating out?
I only had the fries that one time, but I cook all my own food. I don't eat like fast food or go to
But
restaurants
you're
or
saying
anything.
In-N-Out was
so.
good or bad, or you had no position?
I don't know. It was just like another fast food restaurant. It wasn't
Yeah,
anything.
like that's exactly my opinion
know
on
what
it.
I
Like they
mean?
make a
Too-
good burger, they can't make fries, and they have okay shakes, but like they're not that good.
It's not like
Yeah.
notable.
See, I think the thing is like I'm a lot more like accustomed to like fast food stuff, so like for me, In-N-Out's a lot different. So it's good to have that change, you know.
I mean,
from
I,
how
listen, I
everybody
like
else
a good
does it.
Flying Dutchman as much as anyone, but still.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay, so Ghost, also Flying Dutchman, Ghost.
Wait, what's wrong with
I
Flying
will
Dutchman?
say, anybody, anybody
shredded.
who, when you defend a point, if they rip like 38 no's in like 5 seconds, if they just rapid fire like no, like if they can actually do that, they really care about it. So Duff Guy might actually care about In-N-Out.
To be fair, it's been a while since I had it, and like
but,
it
like,
was always a treasure for me, like as a child, like growing up and shit. Like I didn't always have
Case in
access to
point.
it. It was just one of those like out of the way, once a year trips. Like eventually
never
we
took
got
you to
it,
a
and,
Tommy's
It was
Burger?
always amazing for me. Oh,
Right,
Tommy's is amazing
now,
too.
Tommy's
Bro, I
is
had a-
amazing, dude.
Bro.
Tommy's is just great. The best
Yeah.
chili.
Well, Tommy's is good for hangovers. Like,
I actually ate.
Oh,
I ate
I
Tommy's
miss it
during
so
the
much.
show. Okay, like it was fucking boss.
But I'll give
Well, they make
can we
awesome
get,
chili burgers.
Facts
though,
and
like-
Logic asked a question in the chat. Can we get Pay's opinion?
She said no horny
eating out?
posting.
Before and after.
Okay.
Okay. Fair. No, it was the chat was that.
Before and after. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, facts are kind of. You know, it's funny. Like In-N-Out, like it's like after Mormon church. It just you basically are like in an embassy for Utah right after the Latter-day Saint church lets out. Yeah.
Or like a
Be
skate
next to a
park.
skate park at like 2 in the morning.
Yeah, just fill it with sand afterwards.
Every In-N-Out is a good
Yeah.
spot for. Oh, Lunas. Look at this. We let one Australian in here, and he's already talking about drive-bys. Another thing, we were growing poor, so In-N-Out was a treat. Okay, yeah, I can understand that. You know, the Habit, I think, has like the best like fast casual burger. Slater's 50/50 is probably the best like
See,
expensive burger.
and I think that's another thing. Like I never had like
no,
a,
like the Habit didn't show up
around
till I was
me.
older. You know.
Yeah.
My dad like never cooked, so he would get like ramen or get like fast food. But I just mean like now recently, I just
That's a
never
smart
eat out.
idea.
Yeah, I'd like to get there at some point, but
Yeah, I think.
it's gonna be a struggle,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Although
yeah,
I like
honestly,
I
no,
work
the
my
same.
ass off, really, like so it's more like convenience and like being unhealthy and shit. But I
Facts,
do
you're
enjoy an
absolutely
occasional
right.
salad.
If you want a stomach parasite and the possibility of getting stabbed, go to an Alberto's. You're not wrong. You're fucking not wrong. White Castle's filled.
Oh yeah, White Castle is so
White Castle's
overrated.
only an East Coast
Oh
chain,
my
right?
God. Yeah, so I finally got like the chance to go to a White Castle, and I like went like 50 miles out of my way just to try it. I regret it.
Oh no.
Oh,
Like even though like it looks
Neither.
so good in the movies and shit like that, you know.
There's a
We have,
there-
like, Wendy's and
somewhere
stuff
in
like
my
that.
history. There's like a fat 16-year-old version of me that's like reeing on the inside. It's like, man, White Castle is the shit.
Hey,
the
last
only
game
thing
too.
like
Thank you for
the,
coming on to
the
the Trovo.
frozen
What's up?
White Castle burgers they sell.
Sorry. I have to maintain my platforms.
Yeah,
Fair, man.
I'm just saying like the frozen White Castle burgers they sell. They're pretty
the ones they
good.
put like a little.
I like it as a snack.
Hey, Sweatpants Boner, thank you for the ice cream.
I'll say those are better than the actual
Oh my gosh,
burgers.
Are they?
You know who
I
actually has the
think
best
so.
sliders? The best sliders come from Chick-fil-A. Like honestly, if you've ever had like
Yeah,
their breakfast
yeah,
sliders, Chick-fil-A
yeah.
has
I've never had Chick-fil-A.
yeah, the
I'll
Chick-fil-A's
back
like
that up.
breakfast sliders. It's like
Yeah.
12 of them, and it's like a mini Hawaiian roll basically. It's really
Oh,
good.
wait. Ghost, do they do kolaches in California? Yeah.
Kolaches?
Whoa!
That-
Fuck! It's
In
pigs in
California.
a blanket, but they're like dank. You know what I'm talking about? Where they put like a, it's like a.
Luna,
it's like
a slider
mini,
is like,
like
you make
it-
like a mini burger. You know, people like if you want to make them like
Yeah,
homemade,
yeah,
you
yeah.
usually get like you get like a bunch of ground beef. You get like a Hawaiian. You get like a Hawaiian, instead of Hawaiian rolls, you cut the Hawaiian rolls in half. You put the ground beef in the middle. You put cheese and everything else on it, and you just like cook it in the oven. It's pretty cool. I like them. You feel like a fat ass ranting about fast food.
Luna says,
No,
"What
I was
the fuck is
explaining
a
it.
slider? It goes in and it takes everything out with it."
Yeah, it's like
That's what a slider is.
it's a very thin burger and a very small like.
Yeah,
It's like if you would take like
creates
a quarter of a
powerful punch
normal.
on your
That's a
digestive
turkey
system.
roast, not a slider.
Yeah. But Ghost, do you really not know what like? Wait, does anybody else know what a kolache is?
Yeah.
A kolake?
Hawkins Burger in Compton is rated best burger in LA. Yeah, I'm not going to Compton.
Hawkins burger.
It's gotten a little. You're right. It has gotten a
Everyone
little
goes
better,
to
but you know.
Like I've drove through there like the last couple of years. Like it's not that bad.
What street were you on in Compton?
Like even like late at night.
Wait, hasn't Compton's been
Not
gentrified?
really. They've mainly just added like a bunch
Slightly.
of industrial buildings there so people can get work. But like,
It wasn't gentrified. It was
Oh.
gingerfied. It's just a whole bunch of redhead skinwalkers that are over there now.
oh, it's no.
Yeah, I think I've
Facts is
actually
right.
been to
Women
like
is
one of their industrial.
Nowadays,
Like it is a shithole, but it's,
It's not
like
as shitty
not
as it
as
used to be,
bad
but yeah,
as, like,
Wilmington is a
people think
shithole.
it
You
is.
stay the fuck out of
Yeah,
Wilmington.
it's better.
It's not that bad. You only have to walk
It's a
over
shithole,
one or
but 3
two
out of
bodies,
5.
you know?
Like,
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah.
Like unironically, like you know, as a
love
white
it.
guy going around there and like 10 o'clock at night, like it's not that
Are you
bad.
walking on the streets or in a car?
Like I even like pulled. No, I was
Yeah,
like,
okay,
like, I even
okay,
like
well,
pulled over.
sure, you
like,
feel
took a
safe when
piss-
you're in a car.
Took a piss in a neighborhood full of black people. Like,
It's
they
not
didn't
the
care.
90s. It's not that bad anymore.
Yeah, it's not. It's really
He's
not.
just he's marking his territory. He's neither Crips nor Bloods. He's just
No, what you
saying,
do is you wear a purple
I
shirt
just
just to
had a few-
confuse everyone.
Some guy, like local to me, was just caught today with 2.5 kilos of
Wow.
fentanyl.
Is
Do you
that
know
all?
George
Wait.
Floyd?
Like, was it in the system or is he carrying him? 'Cause-
Damn it, I want
No,
to make that
no,
joke.
Mount Walker. You're on my show, and I'm the one who ninjas the fucking jokes on this show. So wait, 2.5
You gotta be
kilos.
quick. You gotta
Where
be
did he get it
terrible.
from? Hey? Probably.
Gotta have no respect.
I don't know. They like seized it from his house, I guess.
Wow.
Did they put their knee on his neck for
No,
8 minutes
no.
and 26 seconds?
I think.
Unfortunately, no.
There
I
was
think
no
it was
need
like
to
a
do that
huge-
Tuesday.
It was like a 2-month investigation or something, and they like finally got him and took him in. I don't know what the
Wow.
details were though.
Holy
Yeah, that's
shit.
not a great neighborhood pay.
Yeah, it's not.
You know, like I think if we found like a drug dealer here, it'd be like Walter White, or you know, it's the methods.
Yeah, over here it's like this guy has enough fentanyl to like kill everyone in this whole city.
If that
like,
fentanyl
that's
gets in the
crazy.
water supply, they're
Right.
all gonna die.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's gonna
literally,
make it,
like-
yeah, same joke like the fucking like who's the guy? Who's the Scarecrow? Scarecrow is like just
That was
this
Batman
person in the
Begins.
water and then fucking kill. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's whatever. Yeah. Sorry.
No one can
I've been
breathe.
drinking. It's 6:30. Yeah, no,
I
I've
agree
been
with you. He's like the not the Joker.
Scarecrow,
What did you
Scarecrow.
say again? What's his name?
The guy with the fear gas.
He's like the scarecrow of the city.
poker.
He puts fentanyl in the water.
Just George Floyd's the town. No one's like everyone's -2 resistance
Oh
to
no!
knees, but like
they're failing their
yeah,
con
yeah.
saves.
Oh,
They can't
terrible.
breathe. They're
Yeah,
failing
no,
their
no.
con saves.
Don't have enough. Don't have enough Narcan to save
Everybody's
everyone.
terrible at grappling at that point. It's just no. It's all
So, Pay,
bad.
when you come to LA, are you gonna help me hook up with a nice Asian cutie?
Transition.
Well, it's
please.
always
Yeah,
about
we're
me,
good.
first of all, Fed.
If I meet one, I don't know. I don't know any right now.
Wait, do you know?
I was
Wait, what was
asking
the
if she
question?
was gonna wingman me for some Asian cutie, and she said she doesn't know anyone.
But you'll go to a social
A
distancing
social
bar.
distancing bar.
Social distancing bar.
During the coronavirus?
Hey, hey, Duff, we don't say corona.
Yeah,
We don't
Don't
say that
exist.
because
Whoa.
YouTube will yeet my video.
No,
We're a Modelo
we
virus, okay?
like Modelo's. We
We're
like
gonna say
those
the
things.
Modelo.
I like the low carb version of it. They have one that's lime. Modelo's. They have a whole bunch of different
Ew.
versions of this drink that we
What?
enjoy. We patronize them.
There's
We do
only
not
one
endorse that
version.
other
Holy
brand
shit,
of
who
beer.
just
We are an
walked in here?
official affiliate
Hold
of
on,
Modelo.
Fed. Someone has just walked
Yes.
into the
I don't.
stream.
I don't
You
drink.
don't drink. Ooh, excellent.
Oh.
You should drink.
What?
That's good though.
Do you smoke?
I used to
I'm
drink a
hammered
lot
right now.
and
What
just
the
be
fuck?
like out of my mind,
Well,
so I
that's
don't
great.
drink anymore.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah,
good if you
yeah,
can
well,
do that.
Fed, you can do
I
it too.
smoke weed
You just need the
instead.
willpower.
No, I can't. I cannot. I
I'm
cannot
drinking for
do that
both of us.
because I cannot go and just. When I would smoke weed, I would smoke a bowl, and like I was good for like 3 days, but I can't do that because it's not.
Well, you all
feasible
know my
for work.
opinion on drugs, both illegal and legal.
Yeah, well, that was like I've never been in more like peak physical condition or anything else.
I don't
like,
know your opinion.
No
What's
one
your
should
opinion?
use no one
When
no
I-
one
when I
should
used to
use drugs,
smoke.
but they should all be legal.
Fucking love
Facts and
drugs.
Logic,
More-
how are you
take
doing?
more
Facts and
pills.
Logic, you are on
More
Coast to
pills.
Ghost, the #1 talk show on
Love-
Friday at 9 o'clock, not named The Twisted Mind of Andy Warsi. What the hell? How was work and how are you doing, Facts and Logic?
And
I
he
heard
loves
more
the
drinks,
drugs.
cheers.
No, Ghost does not.
Some drugs to get through work today.
Ghost does not like drugs. Ghost
Cheers
thinks no one should do
Tuesday.
drugs, but everyone should be allowed to do drugs.
Welcome to
No,
Drug
Facts,
Cast.
stop being on optical. We're on the front page. Jeez, dude.
Here is your
Drug talk.
complimentary
Oh,
cocaine.
Facts.
Is it,
Coca-Cola.
is it on stage?
Look, it's not a big deal if you go skiing every now and then, right?
Mhm.
No biggie.
Round walk, not
Okay,
you
time.
too.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Oh, jeez.
whoa.
You know, whenever me and
No,
Ghost meet
Facts,
up and
we have
hang
not
out in
met
LA.
yet.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
Yeah. Facts
Oh no,
elucidate
Facts
him on how
connection
you
is
do
getting
the,
all dodgy. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh, no. So what Fax is
That
trying to
is-
say is how he takes the cocktail of drugs, where he takes fentanyl and Adderall, and he does the
God
George
damn.
Floyd cocktail.
Little booger
Go
sugar,
on.
little gunpowder,
Did someone say
little
cock?
cocaina.
Oh no. Facts and Logic, more like Facts and Bogic. What the Duff guy? Am I gonna have to keep
And then
you for that, dude? Bad?
you take all of that, and then you have to snort it through a fake $20 bill, and that's how you make sure that it releases.
Where did you get that $20?
You know,
bill?
I've actually gotten fake money before.
He
here.
printed it out of
Spicy
a
when I
printer.
see you. I got
from
fake
a,
money a while
a
back.
local library.
They were like, they bought it. It was really sketchy. I was hanging out with my cousin, and this dude. We were going to like get like Del Taco, and this dude in the parking lot's like, "Hey, can I give you this money and you go get this food?" And I was just like, okay.
No.
No. And we told him no.
Tell the person
But my
no.
cousin was like, no,
That-
we'll just do it. We'll help him out. And I'm like, oh god damn it. And so we
No.
did it. We did
Buy
it.
your
They-
own taco.
We
Fuck
got
that
the
guy.
change
No.
back for it, so we fucking. I think we scammed our local Del Taco, probably, but it was just like, it was clearly fake. We realized
I'm
after.
shaking my head. Never.
Oh, I miss Del
Yeah, it's
Taco so
okay.
much.
Whenever I do my coke, I always use the $1,000 bill that Ghost gave me at the Spearmint Rhino that one time.
Wait, Spirit? What?
It's facts. You gotta understand. There's a difference in currency. Yen and dollar bills are not the same. That is not the same denomination.
How many
my
lemons
friend.
is that?
Sorry.
How many lemons is
Actually
that,
just-
Fax?
100
That's a lot.
ninjets.
Shit. Oh.
Our ends will blot out the
What?
sun. It's talking about a bunch of ninjets. I think at that point, if you had them all lockstep, they might do
Look,
that.
look. We have our local air traffic controller, Del Frickin' Tree, as well as our junior,
We
our
love
junior
our
air
laws,
traffic
our air
controller,
traffic
Sweatpants
control,
Boner.
and-
Okay, those are the best of my chat. But I like all of you guys.
I'll never forget the time that me and Ghost were out fucking around in LA, and cops started coming after us, and he started opening fire out of the window.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, what happened, Fax?
Oh, we got away.
No, we
But,
most definitely did not do.
Tell us of this harrowing tale.
If only we were blind.
Okay, so it was about 2:00 a.m. at night, right? I'm driving. Ghost is in there because he's fucking zonked out on all sorts of shit.
Insanity.
We're going to get donuts at Grandma O's.
First of all,
Donuts
facts
down
and
there.
logic. We would never go to an establishment as shitty as Grandma O's Donuts. Your story falls apart right there. Okay, we would have gone to the Donuttery, you idiot.
Keep going. Keep going.
I don't trust Ghost. Keep talking. He was super fucked up.
Wait,
at the
you
time.
say I
He doesn't know
sound
what
like
he
a
was
heavy
talking about
dude?
right now.
That's just because I'm hitting this baseball bat on the ground. I carry my horny bat with me. I'm actually pretty light on my feet.
I say no to that needle shit. Though,
Facts!
You know
God,
how I go.
This is cringe. This is cringe, but I love it. Thank you, Facts. Yeah, what else? What else happened in my harrowing story?
So anyway, we get the donuts, right? We get the donuts. We're driving away, and we're fucking around. So we're stopped at a light. There's no one around us seemingly. So of course I take off a little fast, make a left turn. Out of the corner of my eye, I see lights start flashing. So I'm like, oh shit. So of course, since I'm with Ghost, and Ghost is carrying 900 pharmacies worth of shit on him, Ghost is like, don't stop.
Hey,
Don't ever
Critical, what's
stop.
up, man?
And I'm like, fuck, Ghost, what the fuck?
But was he doing karaoke to
No,
Journey
it was Cruel
at the
Angels.
time?
It was
The
Cruel
Don't-
Angels
Don't
thesis,
Stop?
obviously. Well, what else would it have been?
Wait,
Oh,
actually,
nice.
I actually know that song. Wow,
It's a good
that
song.
was a weird reference. Okay.
Yeah, no, we're not karaokeing Cruel Angels thesis right now. Maybe another time.
It seems like we're doing a karaoke.
They related. Oh no, Lunas! All right. Hey. Order in the fucking court.
Ghosts on drugs. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, sorry.
He's got enough fentanyl in the system to
First
kill
of all,
him
it was
after
3
8
people.
minutes,
It was
46
3
seconds.
people, Fed. Yes.
I googled cruel fentanyl, nothing came up.
Oh no, they're hiding the information already.
Maybe one day.
Pay, I have a question for you. What was your red pill moment?
Well, I don't know. I guess probably. Probably just when I discovered 4chan, I guess.
Wow. Okay. Hey, Critical, thank you for the follow. Retorted SC fan, thank you for the follow. Okay, so 4chan red pilled you is what you're saying. That's what took you from a.
Yeah, I guess I don't really have like more of a specific event. It's just when I started looking more into things on 4chan that I. My
Okay,
epiphany.
You started noticing things?
No, deaf guy, no. And facts and logic.
No,
Oh shit, Sweatpants Boner with the diamond says, books, games, news, I'd talk to you about anything. Well, Sweatpants Boner, you are in the Discord, I believe, and you're always welcome on the show. You're always welcome, Sweatpants Boner.
You're up in here, bro.
Oh.
It was then that
Oh,
Pay began to hate them.
no. Okay, so it was just 4chan. I mean,
Slowly. It was
so Pay, was there anything
slowly,
in specific on
slowly.
4chan that just kind of woke you up to things, or just like the cavalcade of information that seemingly wasn't discussed on some platforms, but like, available easily? Like what was it? I'm curious.
Well, just
Was
in
it the
general,
poem that
I.
began
Hey,
to annoy you?
let her talk.
I think it was when I started to look more into things, you know, going on in religions and
yes.
whatnot that
You don't have to go into specifics on
weren't
that. That's
so
fine.
keen.
You don't have to go into
No.
specifics on the Irish.
Well, whatever you want, but
Wait,
if you
Wait a
want
minute,
to,
you
go
just
for
asked
it.
her for specifics. and
which
then you're like,
religions?
"Well, I don't have to go into
I
specifics."
think everyone can infer.
Bad ones.
It's those fucking Hare Krishna bastards.
Hey, hey.
So she literally did start noticing
Awesome.
things.
All right, facts and logic. My good friend, facts and logic. What
Yes.
was your red pill moment?
Meeting
Aw,
you,
that's
Ghost.
so sweet of you. Thank you, facts.
Oh,
All right.
Getting held at gunpoint.
At
Ooh,
gunpoint,
Lewis, I do like
yeah,
Vietnamese girls
it was
as well.
tragic.
But... yeah. Okay. Cool. And
My red pill moment might have been when bullets came through my walls.
that's a pretty red pilling moment, you know, like.
Was it not when you did you ever Google HAPA and you were just like, oh,
Like, oh no, oh no, I gotta go on a
Well,
spree
no,
of HAPA.
And yes, Duff Guy is correct. Do follow Originality is Extinct. DLive.tv/Originality is Extinct on DLive if you want fun,
She's a good
chill
sport.
streams.
Yeah, no, she does
but
good stuff.
but like okay. I
Link in
think
chat.
Facts
loves
saw Elliot
perverts.
Roger and realized the only way to not be Elliot Roger was to be based and right wing. That was the only way to not end that way, right? Facts.
Definitely, yeah. No, it was to spend all the resources on not being Elliot Roger. For sure.
Every day I fight against my true nature.
Only way to not let the world burn is by going right.
He spent all of his money on a time machine to go back in time to become a Happa. And that's how he became not Elliot Roger.
I see.
Facts.
Actually,
And logic.
Since we have you here, Pay, what can you tell us about your background? Nothing specific, please. Don't dox yourself. But like, how'd you go from wherever your past was to being on TikTok and DLive?
Somebody told me, well, okay, so I used to drink and go to karaoke by myself, and I would I would like live stream it on Facebook.
I'm drinking now.
And
asshole.
and this guy who like followed me or whatever was like, oh, you should check out DLive and you should stream. Then I just did it.
So a simp brought you to us on DLive.
How long ago was that?
What?
Cheers Tuesday.
I've been on DLive for almost a year and a half.
Okay.
Awesome. That's not a. I meant more like origin of like how you got to doing like live streaming as your thing, but
Yeah.
that's like
Well,
specific.
that's what I mean. That's literally how it happened.
That gave you karaoke powers.
Like I never thought
just
really about live
encouraged.
streaming except just on Facebook, and then someone was like, "You don't know that you can like get paid for it and like do it on a platform," and I was like, "No," and then I got a computer and they told me how to do it.
So you just thought every time you couldn't do it on a platform, you had to do it on a stripper pole.
All right,
and you had to,
Fed.
like, go,
It's for
Fed.
exercise, Fed.
No,
dicking around. I'm
Your
fucking.
on
mouth,
Facebook,
your
like I said, I was at
mouth.
karaoke, and that's how. Then they were just like, "Oh, you should sing on live stream." I was like, "Okay."
But I mean,
Yeah, no, I
Pay,
think
did you
you're-
go to
you do
college?
good,
Did you
yeah.
did you have like
Oh, I dropped out of school in eighth
shit,
grade.
really?
That's a weird.
Yeah, they let me drop out. They let me. My mom signed me out of school and drop out in eighth grade. I never got my GED or
I mean,
anything.
if you're making enough money on these
Nice.
platforms, like why bother going back and getting all that?
Yeah, well, not even just that. I tried after I dropped out to get my GED for like 6 months. I kept retaking the test, and I didn't have enough knowledge. I just kept failing it because they had just brought the grade up to like you have to get a B plus on it to pass
So
or
like,
whatever.
where does your math stop? Does it stop at like algebra at where? I mean, like
Like, like it's
Wait.
just the beginning of algebra, and that's it.
that's fascinating.
Yeah.
It's oppressive.
But I worked as a general manager at a Domino's for 3 years, so I obviously have enough math to do
Oh,
a
yeah,
regular
I mean,
job.
you understand like
We have
we have
calculators.
calculators. You don't really need to
Yeah,
solve for X
wait,
in
but-
the actual world.
Wait. So Ghost, why? Why do you ask?
I
about
was just curious.
Like,
I'm trying to gauge.
Is it a
what,
frame
like,
of reference?
Because what dropping on 8th
Okay,
grade
yeah.
means,
Oh,
like,
well, yeah. No, I was confused. Well, the line of questioning, like, I got confused by because she said pay was 8th grade. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Like that was where like I but also Ghost, you were not in like
oh no, I
advanced
was in
math.
advanced math. I was finishing up algebra. Like, I think I was
Okay,
finishing up
all
like
right.
geometry in
Okay,
8th grade.
this like yeah. Okay, this checks out much more.
That's why I
just
don't
for
know
a
what the
second there, like,
normals were
what
taking in
the
8th grade.
fuck?
That's why I had to ask.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because I finished
exactly.
calculus
That's why
in
I
high
like
school.
I
You know,
went
like
with
I finished
it. Yeah.
literally all the math I ever had to do in high school, so I never had to bother with it in college.
Fucking
Yeah,
int build.
I have
What
a
is
I,
he,
had, I was
such a
born with a
dick?
20 int, and I've been getting talents to increase it since.
Fucking
Well, I
asshole.
did graduate summa cum laude.
Honestly, if you wanted to do D&D rolls, I rolled a -1 or 2 in
Oh,
reading,
no.
like that weird thing where like comprehension of reading, or like I remember everything that I like actually get out of reading, but like my ability to read, I fuck it up so much. It's insane. But that's for all of my.
Oh, hold on. See,
Well,
Mimi,
no, I
thank you
can
for the
read, I
follow.
just read
Yeah,
slower.
no, it's funny, Fed. Like, I
Well,
graduated college summa cum laude with top GPA, which is supposed to be really fucking fancy and shit. You know what all my employers said about my fucking accolades in school? Yeah, whatever. We want you to fucking do like clerk work. I'm like, oh, okay. They all said, "Fuck off,
Well,
get a minimum wage
I
job."
took the IQ test, and they were like, yeah, you got a really good IQ, and then they were like, but
Yeah,
not
but do
in the
you know
reading thing.
anyone?
You
Do
really
you have a
suck
friend?
at
Then
that.
get your
It's
job.
So you come loudly?
Yeah, they all. I mean, I worked minimum wage at an investment bank as an intern for like 2 years, and it was fucking miserable. It was waking up.
I think a lot of
It was
people
waking up
come
at 2 or
loudly.
3 in the morning, filling out spreadsheets and writing reports on companies that are all going to be bankrupt in a year or so. Absolutely miserable job.
Did you get that
I
TPS
think
report
Tuesday,
done?
you're confusing it for cooming lewdly is the difference.
I'm just being an ass.
Sorry.
High school dumping ghost books.
Sorry to, I have a question, Pay. Like, what's up with TikTok? Because I don't really follow TikTok. I know that they're talking about getting rid of it.
It's banned.
They're
We're
talking about getting
banning
rid of
it.
it.
We're getting
There's a
rid of
funny
it.
thing going on today about it though. I saw so many TikTok girls seething because I guess on OnlyFans because
Oh, I
Bella
heard this,
Thorne
yes,
like
we talked about
made
this.
one and she made $2 million and
She's
$1
not
million
hot.
was charged back by people, and so they implemented a new thing where you can only get paid up to $100 for anything, and all the girls were seething on
So
TikTok.
basically,
it was
she
hilarious.
refused to
I was
put
just
out,
scrolling,
right? And then
they were all
all
pissed.
got chargebacks.
And she wasn't even naked at all.
Yeah, she's like even in the face region, like
You have an
she's
OnlyFans?
not
Are
that
you-
impressive.
No, Pay's much more wholesome than those e-thoughts, I would presume.
Well, listen, not everybody on
She does a
there.
grand total every time she's trying to get money out of people. She's the whole sum every time.
Okay, Fed.
Oh,
So, you know,
Sorry.
someone brought...
Yeah, I know. I'm drinking. The sun is up.
I
Fuck you
was
people.
under
I
the
don't care.
impression that not everyone on there. I mean, it doesn't necessarily equate to like pornography or whatever.
No, but these are girls that literally say that they put stuff in their butt on their OnlyFans. They're all seething that this one girl made $2
Well,
million.
'cause she was like
They're
a
all
Disney Channel
you know what I
star
mean?
or
They're all-
something, right? So, like,
Yeah,
all the
she
perverts
was.
are like, oh, I want to see what she looks like naked as an adult.
Even though she's like literally naked and like all her Snapchats already, anyways, it's like not. It's nothing.
Is that
I
your
just don't
your
understand
title
why you
line?
would
Pay
pay.
above butt stuff.
Yeah, like, but why would you pay this?
My favorite
ever
Thoughtacost
paid
was Project Melody.
That's
Project
pretty
Melody
base.
was my
Free.
favorite internet thing, I think, of this year. Just all the angry cam whores, just like, hey, wait a minute, she's not showing her face. Yeah, and she's way more entertaining than all of you holes. All right, move on.
I think that was pretty base as well, Ghost, where you just call them things. Like even so, like you look at her and you think she's a thing, but then all the other women things just across, just line item, fuck them.
Oh, seriously. Project Melody, like, I don't know how much I watched of Project Melody, but it was just like, oh wow, it's actually really fucking entertaining.
Oh yeah, man. I think that's actually like the poison. Like you like look at these things, and you're like, Why the fuck would anybody
20
watch them? And
hours
then when you
later,
realize,
I
oh,
haven't
that's why you
left.
watch 'em.
I haven't left the room in 8 hours.
You're like, oh, no.
I don't want to be horny. I'm just tired.
I wish I could do. I have one friend who, like, not even kidding. This is not even memeing. He rips so many no's in a minute. Like I can't even I can't do it. And Duff Guy got close to doing it, but he just like like I can't even like I can like I'm not gonna do it into the mic, but like I can like do. I can whistle and like whip my tongue and like do a bunch of stuff with that, but I can't do the.
Look at
the
Fed
nose
trying to get in there with the
to
tongue
the amount of
action.
no's
I
per
see.
minute.
No.
Well, okay. So, yeah, no, but he does like more than. Oh, okay, so if you want to ask yourself if
Honestly,
you can do the same
Paige
tongue action that I
probably.
can you roll your R's? Well, okay, no, we'll do.
Roll.
Can I have? Okay, yeah, you can roll your R's. All right, can you roll your tongue on the bottom of your mouth?
No.
So weird.
That's a no
direction.
for me.
This is the
Yeah, no,
weirdest
I
ASMR
can
I've ever
roll
heard.
my
okay.
R's, but I can also roll
Cage,
my
no,
G's.
he's in horny
I
jail.
can this.
This is not the going out
I mean,
to eat I
that
had
is not
intended
the
to
most
talk about.
important function of the tongue. I'm just saying.
Sorry, what was that? Yeah, I can do that. Like, yeah, but that's you're still rolling your R when you do that. But the opposite is when you when you roll. It's the same thing, but you roll your tongue, you release the air on the bottom of it, and like.
Are we
I
pretending to be pigeons?
Don't get me wrong.
Yes,
I live in
Spicy
Texas.
One, we are pretending to be pigeons. That is clearly what's going on.
Yeah, I live in Texas. I don't know anybody that actually can do that. Like,
Have you never met a
I know
Hispanic
a bunch of
person?
people that can
It's
roll their
like
R's. I don't know
you're.
anybody that can
You
do
know
that.
what? It's almost like you're amazing.
No, I'm saying
Just
like
one
I try and articulate my tongue, and well, my whole point is I still can't touch this fucking Jew that I know that like fucking rips the nose so fast, and he just goes. No, and he does the nose so goddamn fast that I
He
can't
keeps saying
even touch him.
nose, but
Like,
I
it's
keep not
fucking
hearing
insane.
like
I can do
nose.
that,
from
Fed.
you.
No. What do you
Fed.
mean?
Yeah, well, he does.
I think
like,
my nose
he,
sounds
like,
funnier. My no.
Yeah, no, you like have like a much more like impactful no in like the way that you're doing, but the nose per minute that he gets in is insane. Like,
I thought you meant like the physical nose, like.
yeah,
So
yeah,
you're saying
yeah.
he's
So
got like a
if you were
Korean no,
raping
basically?
this guy, you'd be like, you'd be like, oh shit, like, wow, he vibrated reality and then turned into Barry, whatever the Flash name is, and it just
I can do that. Watch.
shoot into the future.
I'm impressed.
Fed, watch. I can do that too. Watch.
Happus cannot do this. I don't trust you.
Here it goes. 1, 2.
He's just gonna
3.
drop the N bomb.
Eating into the mic.
He just ate a cookie.
Just say.
I will never forget, and I also turned down my voice or the volume to my headphones because I hate you.
Facts and logic. We love
I
you, facts
appreciate
and
the fact
logic.
that
You're
you know
absolutely
what
great,
makes
sir.
me so angry, but
That's amazing.
Got him. What in the hell was that?
Yeah.
no, I mean, he
It was a
I see,
chupacabra.
very clearly.
he
All right.
went for it. Like that was
Well,
better than I could have done.
Gosh,
but
this
I
is
still
more
can't.
women than we've
You
had
just
on
gotta
the
lift your
stream
tongue
than
while you do
ever.
it.
Being two.
No.
Tuesday.
Like,
Tuesday.
yeah, I can.
Hey,
I can
everyone
roll
chill.
my tongue
Everyone chill for
forever,
a second.
but
Tuesday.
no.
Yes.
What do you think of originality is extinct?
It doesn't exist.
Oh, it's
What
Get
do
it
you
right.
think of pay?
It's extinct.
Yeah.
What do you think of
Oh,
pay?
What?
okay. Guess
Well,
that's
she
pay
is
off.
extinct, so therefore it doesn't exist.
What do
I
I
mean,
think?
it did exist, but yes, it would not in the present tense.
Well, sure. I mean,
Until now.
So did
I
Jesus,
mean,
but,
obviously, I'm the last of the originals, obviously.
What a
Tuesday was the
smug
first one to
smuckle.
not agree with mustaches and have big tits and eyes for what bald
Yeah, I
pigs.
mean, you gotta shave that
Oh
shit.
yeah. You
Hey,
gotta show it.
mustaches are
Same-
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
send ball
Tuesday
pics
is
to
against
Tuesday.
mustaches
Hey,
and/or facial hair
hey,
at all.
if you say so, then
But
they're cool.
He hasn't
she
seen
does
mine.
love
I mean, I
ball
haven't left the
hair.
house in a while, so I have a lot of facial hair right
That's
now.
why I told
I just-
Tuesday I would do okay. So
I
this is the
just-
thing: is
I just love the
Tuesday wants
balls.
the nut. She wants the nuts, but she
Yeah.
doesn't want the mustaches, and that's why I said, okay, then I'll do the inverted shot. Do the dick nose, where the testicles are the eyes, the dick is the nose, and then I'll do a handlebar mustache.
But
And
Ted, you
I'll
keep
do the
talking.
Lemmy, and
You
I'll
keep
make that one.
talking, but that picture has not arrived.
Call Fed,
Okay,
It's in the
okay,
works.
everyone,
Yeah.
hey,
Well,
hey,
let's
hey,
get
hey,
it done.
hey,
Let's get it done.
This
Let's
is
focus.
disgusting.
That's some
chat
high
that's going
production
on,
value.
Talking about sending balls to an old woman. Come on, not on my wholesome stream.
They don't call.
She
Let's
wants
get it
some.
done.
They don't
Well,
call Fed
she's talking
Blackbeard or
about-
nothing.
Wanna.
Hey, Ghost.
Oh,
Ghost, do you
now
have any
Ghost is
facial
calling
hair?
her old.
No. Oh, wait. Ghost, do you have any facial
Yes,
hair?
I need to shave, but I don't get out enough.
Oh no.
Tuesday, how do you feel
Okay,
about
you
that?
gotta shave it. You gotta shave it. You gotta look nice.
Should I do
Shave
it
it
now?
up.
Just snap a little,
Tuesday's
snap a little
into
pic
young
on the
boys
from under
where
under
they
there.
can't
Tuesday, I'm
grow
not
hair
doxing
on their
my
face,
face, okay?
balls, testicles. She only
I'm not
wants.
asking you to dox your face. I'm asking you to, show.
That
snap
will
of the
only
balls
be
there.
shared with
just-
my lovely wife someday. Not with
She
you.
wants
today.
the ball pics, and then she also wants if you could
So what are you
grow
talking
some
about
hair to your
ages for?
chest. She wants that.
I did.
What?
Oh, I
What the
missed
fuck?
I
Tuesday is a chest hair.
Oh no, Tuesday,
aficionado.
you and I would
Oh.
not get along because I am pretty smooth, honestly. I'm pretty
think we
fucking
already
smooth. I'm gonna be
established
honest
that.
with you.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Tuesday, you stay away.
Ghost
you stay away
is a
from me.
swimmer. Ghost has
No,
always
no,
been
no,
really
Fed.
aerodynamic.
I have
Yeah.
never shaved my chest at all. I just have light. I have light
You've
body.
never
I
shaved
have
your
light body
face?
hair and not
Oh,
that
wait,
much.
what?
Like,
Really?
no,
You've
don't
never
go
shaved
body
no,
your
I've shaved my
face?
face. I just don't have to shave my chest because I'm,
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
It'd take me a week to shave my chest.
Does Ghost shave? I do not
I'm
shave
talking
my
about
balls. No.
the face. Listen, I'm talking about the face. I like a clean shave.
I do, but I have to
Fit,
leave the
hairy
house.
chest, hairy balls.
Hairy chest is fine.
Oh.
Balls. Like I don't
Ghost is
care. It
retro?
doesn't matter. Like
Wait. Okay. We asked Tuesday how she feels about that.
yeah.
Hey, how do you feel about facial hair and whatnot?
I don't,
Hey,
I don't like the
Tuesday, we
facial
talked to the
hair.
young lady.
But I-
Wait, that's
Yeah,
Tuesday.
we're
but,
talking to the young lady. Hold
The
on.
other person.
Well, I mean, as long as it looks nice, as long as it's not like overgrown and stuff, as long as you take care of it, facial hair is fine. But if you don't have facial hair, it's not a big deal either.
Well, do you like any do you like a mustache? Do you like a goatee? Do you like a soul
I don't like a
patch? Do you like-
mustache. Oh, because it tickles my face.
See, this is why women don't get to have
Things
kids.
too, so.
Tickles my face. I'm just saying, I don't like
You
it.
love
tickling
it.
my face.
I will tell
Facts, you are not
in front
Luigi,
of both
okay? You
people that
can't
have
just-
have complete disdain for it. I do the mustache more than often than not, and more often than not I get women that love the mustache. So
They
just
love
saying.
No,
Fed's
I'm not
pedo
saying.
stash.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying, like, if it's
I
clean
don't
and
grow a
everything.
pedo
I'm not.
mustache,
I'm just
though.
saying, if it's like, if you just, I don't like just a mustache. If you're gonna have a mustache, it should be like a little
so
bit
you
more
like
than
the
that.
face. You like the hair below
Well,
the
that's the
chin.
thing is, like,
or, on the face below the mouth, I guess.
He likes a
I
neck beard.
doubt that.
No.
I'm gonna have to
Well,
press
yeah,
X to
well, I
doubt.
can I can literally connect my chest hair to my neck.
Honestly,
like,
though, I don't have a preference. Like, it can, like,
Well,
I don't
I mean,
know.
you
I don't
do
know
you,
what I would
Fed,
prefer. I just, I don't know. I only
do
had
what
one.
I have
I've
to
only
do
had
for
like one
work.
serious boyfriend, so I don't know what I like specifically really like.
Really? Oh, okay. Well, let's delve into this in a second. I have to take a leave.
Get
but,
out of here, Fed. Go take your piss.
Wait. No, I have a question first. So if your boyfriend had to go to a job where they had to have, like, let's say a face mask that you had to put on, and there's a seal that has to be, like, it has to lock in properly, and it, like, the proper barrier for most seals means that you can't have handlebar mustaches
No, Linus.
or any form of goatee / like sideburns, whatever. And it's because if you randomly got airlifted out of that situation, you most likely the only thing that you could actually have is not to say a Hitler-esque mustache,
Fed,
but
no!
it's shortly
Pretty
bigger than
much.
that. No, I'm literally talking
Safest
about
facial hair
OSHA.
available.
Blame OSHA. Like, look it up. Look up the standard.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Is it OSHA or the
Nobody
Army?
likes
I know it's OSHA.
plain
It's
mustache.
OSHA.
Nobody likes that.
O
Fed.
S.
Like,
What's this the
I'm
OSHA,
saying.
Fed?
I think the
Weird.
Army adopted it first.
It's not. It's
For
not
gas
OIV.
mask.
It's OSHA. Look up OSHA in their standards.
What the
I
fuck
have
is
heard
this
of
the
that.
OSHA,
OSHA
Fed?
is the Occupational
He's just
Safety and
trying to
Hazard
justify the
Association
fact
that
that
deals
he
with
has
safety
a fucking
regulations.
Tom
But
Selleck mustache.
For most
And that's
most jobs that
exactly what
OSHA
it is,
works with.
Tuesday. I get that from a whole bunch of people. Is I have a Tom Selleck mustache, and
Well,
like
dude,
I
check
like
it out.
I did it as a joke, and then it like people were like, "Oh, that rips! Like, don't get rid of it." And I was like, "Oh, that's kind of cool."
Fuck yeah, Fed.
If that works for you, that's fucking awesome.
See,
like,
see, me
I,
and
we
Fed.
it
talked
still
about
doesn't mean that I
before.
can't like talk to people and fuck around about it. But
Yeah.
it's like when people ruin the bit, like it,
Fed,
like
you're making me
I
want
don't
to
get
shave
have
right
this
now.
much fun.
Me and
Okay,
Fed
but
got
Ghost,
that
Ghost,
high
Ghost, Ghost.
tea.
If you do it, just the
No,
mustache.
no,
Leave it.
no. Everything.
Why? Why are people
Everything
afraid to do
must
this? This
go. Okay, I'm too
That's
fucking
so
lazy to
fucked.
groom,
Ghost,
so
why
I'm
can't you
either
do a
clean faced or mountain man, and we're gonna be clean faced.
No, no, but
Thank you.
Ghost,
Oh man,
like
cheers,
I can.
Ghost. Cheers.
Wait, okay, Ghost.
You and I, we're right here, baby.
Musashi had facial hair, alright?
Wait, no, Tuesday. Who are you talking?
I was
Is it-
talking
Yeah,
to Ghost. I said,
Okay, yeah,
I'm
right.
too-
I'm
right
taking
here.
I'm
We're
too
right
lazy
here.
to
baby.
maintain a fucking
I want to
beard.
take a piss, but I want to know what you
I
say.
know.
Me and Fed got that high tea, and y'all just mad, alright?
I grow like
nobody
facial
That's
hair,
fine.
like
No, I
up
think
to
that's
my
fine.
cheekbones, and like
Yeah,
I
if you like
grow like
it,
a
if it
full thing,
works
but
for
like why the
you-
fuck are you? Is anyone afraid to grow a
I
mustache?
just don't want to maintain
Well,
it.
not for
because I'm a
everybody.
girl, that's why I wouldn't grow a mustache. But
Well, Pay's not
Weak
that
man.
Italian, okay? That's
gonna
what she's
happen
saying.
unless you get laser.
I'm
I have
Swedish
to-
and Irish.
Yeah,
Fuck no, not
I
at
removed
all.
Ah,
that
so
shit.
you're also
you know?
non-white,
I,
eh? You're
I got the
Irish.
Mexican Indian. I gotta fucking take care of that shit. You know.
I was pointing that at the men, but
Sorry.
interesting.
Yeah, I get it. You know, like everybody's got their fucking preferences. Like, and
Everyone
there's
knows-
nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with preferences.
Everyone knows that Mexican girls only grow facial hair on their arms.
They grow
I can
facial
make
hair.
my
on
arms.
arms.
Right about
Nice.
that.
I
I'm actually gonna
shave
take a
my
piss now
arms.
because nothing of worth.
Arms are shaved, clean shaven arms here.
Yours?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
I shave everything. I shave my arms. I shave my
Whoa.
legs.
Whoa.
Does Pay shave everything as well? I'm kidding. You don't have to answer that.
I don't. Well, stuff I don't have to because I'm
Yeah,
blonde.
you know,
so.
I was born very blonde as well, so like my
My legs, I rarely ever shaved it because it's so light. It doesn't, and no one's touching my legs, so there's no need to have them like smooth.
yeah, I have the same thing. My body hair is very light as well. My head hair got dark as I got older.
Mine's a little bit dark, but it's still pretty
It
blonde.
is really nice to have been born blonde because you got like the light facial hair,
Yeah.
the blue eyes. It's nice.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. You know, you don't have to worry about it if you're blonde or because it's not noticeable. But if you have the dark and
Uh-oh.
you know, it's like,
Sweatpants boner got in the
yeah,
Discord.
getting
What's
rid
going
of
on?
that.
Where's Sweatpants boner?
Except I used to have like two hairs that would grow on my belly button, so that was weird.
That is weird. Belly.
Where'd they go?
I know that
Used
my most
to.
noticeable,
Just pull them
like my
out,
most
I don't
noticeable
know.
hair on me is that my left eyebrow goes up.
My eyebrows
that
are weird.
shit.
My eyebrows, I never do them, so they're like caterpillars, but crawl
Because
off
my
my
dad
face.
and me, we both have one eyebrow that goes up at the end. Like, it grows really long and up, and it's just like, why do we both have this?
Two ghosts.
Wait,
Me and
what?
you ghost with those.
What the?
Yeah,
wait,
but you can
what?
just trim it real quick.
Wait, I'm sorry.
That's my right eyebrow.
Wait, did Ghost just say that he has a natural rock eyebrow? Like,
No.
Yes, a really long eyebrow.
Wait,
What
but
do you mean by
like
a rock eyebrow?
define long eyebrow.
As in, like, it goes almost around.
Can you smell what somebody else is cooking, or what are you
No, it
talking
goes like
about?
around my head and then goes up.
With the rock, can you smell what the rock is cooking? It's a
I don't
wrestling
understand what you mean.
Oh, sorry.
What's wrestling?
That's a ubiquitous
I
one. Come
don't
on.
watch wrestling. I didn't watch wrestling. I'm a child
yeah,
of the
well,
'90s, but not
everybody
that much
knows.
a child.
Can you?
Three
Well,
syllable
no, it's can
words
you
are
smell what the rock is
difficult.
cooking? Yeah, no, that well, but what do you mean
Very
long
long,
eyebrow?
and it goes straight up, and the other one is normal.
You
That's what
cut
I said.
out.
Very long, it goes up, and the other one is normal.
You have one that's very. What is very long and goes up?
My
Like
normal
erect.
eyebrow on the right goes down like normal, kind of. The other one goes up.
All right, so this
I would
is the
just-
part where
Have I killed you,
Do you
Mount Walk?
confuse people with your facial interactions, or
You're gonna head out, Mount Walk. Thank you so much for being on the show, Mount Walk. I appreciate you. And remember, on Coast to Ghost, you get what you fucking deserved. Good night, Mount Walk.
Wait! No, what was it? Oh,
Hey,
I
Mount,
don't
that's
remember the
me.
cat. It was, if you could remember the cat.
Thanks a lot, Ghost.
No problem.
See you
Man.
guys
Have a
later.
good night.
Night, Mount Walk.
Mr. Pitters. What was his name? Ketters.
Thank you.
Mr. Teacup.
Miss Katonic.
Mr. T.
Yeah. He's gonna say
I'm
it.
sorry, you were saying something, Pay?
Go for it.
Okay.
I think so.
But wait. So, but like Ghost, like, so you have like is it like, if you think about an eyebrow, like there's a portion where, like, if you imagine it, there's a sharp incline, and then it like rounds out with like a decent like
Let me go check the
decline
mirror. One sec.
that's like probably twice as long.
Okay,
Are you
what
saying your
he
incline?
said
Does
is
it
that
roll
one
up?
eyebrow has more of a high arc, and the other eyebrow is
Understand,
more
like both
regular.
eyebrows have like the down part at the end, but my left one goes up before the end. It just naturally curls up.
Does too.
Has anybody ever been confused about what you're questioning because of that?
What?
It's different from mine then.
I have very animated eyebrows. They just move all over the place. They have a mind of their own.
Yeah, I've always been told that I look like I have eyebrows that have been manicured. Or
Well, I'm just
whatever,
saying, both
you
me
know,
and my
like-
dad have
Oh, no,
this
mine
condition,
aren't.
so
Mine
it's
are,
like
like-
genetic, clearly, because we both share it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the thing that happens. And like, you eventually go like long eyebrows, but like, I don't know anybody that's. Maybe it's I'm thinking about it improperly, but like, I can't think of the instance. But I guess it doesn't matter. If we're talking about eyebrows,
Holy fuck, Betty's still awake.
I did every. What you son of a like? Okay, Ghost.
Son of a.
Exactly.
Son of
I
a
censored
cunt.
myself. Thank you.
Ted,
Yeah,
Ted,
no,
you-
Ghost. I've been trying to like help out doing the thing where I don't get completely like shithouse wasted. But I'm up for 26
And your
hours at
point?
this point. So yeah.
What
Did
a
you work a
champion.
10-hour job today as well?
Yes, I did actually.
Awesome.
Did you walk there uphill both ways?
No, I
In
didn't.
the
I
sno?
drove in a truck. No, it
Oh,
didn't.
I've never driven a
It
car.
was Texas sweltering heat. Yeah, no.
Free
But I did run
mama.
I ran 3.5 miles the other day in the Texas sweltering heat, and then I slept for like.
Anytime you hear the word three, it's a lie.
Bet, what's Waffle House like?
What is Waffle House like? In Texas, from my experience, what is Waffle House like? What time am I going there?
Yes.
1 a.m.
1 a.m.
No,
There's
3
It's
a.m.
not so bad because the bars haven't let out yet.
3 a.m.
Okay, well, I could give both experiences. 1 a.m., you're probably going to go in there and there's going to be like maybe a table of drunk people, and then me being drunk with whoever I'm going with, because I don't go there by myself, because I
You're
have.
Because you're
normal.
white.
No, I have celiac. Well, yeah, actually, because of that. But it's also I have celiac disease, so like unless I can like get like or if I can get gluten-free things, then like yeah, let's do it. But if
the
not,
hell?
I feel like a prick. Like I really hate like going to places and being like, hey, can I get Wait, food, please.
Wait, hold on,
come
hold on,
Like,
Fed,
it's really
Fed.
fucked. Like,
White
it sucks.
food.
Hey, guys, I have a question for the panel.
But seriously,
I have a question for the
yeah,
panel.
no, that's what it is.
Woman, I have a
Yeah.
question for the panel. Okay.
It's true.
Have you been to Roscoe's, and what did you think of it? Roscoe's is Roscoe's Chicken and
The
Waffles. It
rapper?
is a place very popular in
Chicken and
LA
I don't know
for
what
their
that is.
chicken and waffles and being open forever.
I eat no
Can we
meat.
compare similar chicken?
Well, I mean, I
waffle
know the best
places?
chicken and waffle place. Oh, Sweatpants Boner, thank you for the ice cream, sir. Yeah, sure, you can compare.
You've been to Top
I've not been
Golf?
to Top Golf. Max, you've been to Roscoe's, haven't you?
Does anybody else know what Top Golf is?
I've been to Monster Golf.
We all know your credit score is too high to go there.
I know of Top Golf, but I've never been there.
Yeah. Well, does Top Golf seem cool?
I mean,
Not really.
I'd fuck with it, but I
Okay.
wouldn't be
Okay.
like crazy about it.
Well, they do fucking good shots.
Oh, it's a
and
bar
whatnot.
or something? Or...
Yeah, well, so what it is like, imagine a driving range. Okay, it's really fucking weird. So, imagine you're at a
No.
driving range and there's 3 floors, and they do bar service to the tables, and they do like chicken and waffles. They do like all the best like
See, I wouldn't
if,
eat there.
yeah, so if you get like if you get donut holes, they actually give you like a little injector, weird fucking plastic thing where you can like inject different like
Ew.
fillings into the donut holes.
Ew.
Okay, well, fuck off. That's not the main attraction. It's they do bar service to the tables. They have a whole fucking thing out there. But what they do, the main draw of this place, it's Top Golf.
Heroin.
What you do is it's a driving range, but instead
For
of
like a
being
car,
a
right?
traditional driving range, well, no. So they it's like it's 3
I'll be
floors,
back. I'm taking a piss.
and they what you can do is you can they have like they multiple games that you can play, but it's essentially like it's like darts, but you do it with the golf or you do it with the putting, or not putting, the driving range, and so they light up like green, yellow, blue, purple, pink, whatever the fuck, and so when you like smack the ball, you're trying to hit it into like a specific. Depending on the game that you can play for like most to points, or like Simon Says, whatever the fuck. You basically set up these games, and the pins will light up as in purple, pink, green, and they have like these huge fucking like nets around them, and there's a proximity, and then like there's a 3 proximity, a 1 proximity, and then the actual pin. And so you like it's kind of like darts, where like, you know how you kind of like you go for like, I'm going for the 13, and you like go for it and you hit that, or you hit like the +2 minus
You
or
must have
+1,
dropped out.
that
I
sort
have
of
the,
thing.
The on-air locked, but I can make you a gardener, so you can always drop in. No, it's no problem.
Thanks.
Sorry, it's super hard to describe this thing,
It
but
is
it's
very
essentially
complex.
like you're playing darts, like you're playing darts
so
while
fucking
playing at free range golf. Like, it's really fun, and you just drink, and then they give you like every golf club you could ever want, and then they have left hand, right hand. It's really good.
Lunas.
I'll see if I can find a video.
That's amazing.
Lunas in the chat.
Take the
Monster
driver's-
Golf is it's like blacklight paint mini golf.
Wait,
really? Yeah. And then every once in a while, somebody comes around and they're like trying to pick up balls, and you try and like hit them in the golf cart with it. It's great.
Did you say ball?
Tuesday! Don't make me get the
That's
horny bat
Tuesday's
Tuesday.
game right there. That's Tuesday's
They're
game
hairless
right
and covered
there.
in dimples. You wouldn't love them. They're all white. They're
Oh,
not
actually,
for
Tuesday,
White-
I have a
white
story that
balls.
you might like if you're obsessed with balls. I do. So, my great grandfather had 3 testicles and 13 children.
No
Yep,
shit.
he had 3
That's
balls
hot.
and 13 grandchildren, and I believe 3 or 4 miscarriages.
Damn, Tuesday,
Of
I know.
how-
I got it.
Do you have a picture of
No,
the
no,
three
that is a
balls?
closely guarded family secret that is locked in a vault somewhere that you will
No,
never find.
nothing was held for posterity.
So it sounds like your granddad was pretty on the ball.
Yes, yes, he was. I know. I gotta.
I didn't
Oh,
vet
were there any?
this
No,
thing
no,
whatsoever.
spicy one. No
There's-
twins at all either. Zero twins.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that was an interesting story, but
Saw it
without
Tuesday.
pics. I mean,
My great grandfather. They never had a camera. I don't think.
you know what I'm saying. You get
He
it.
never understood the duality of man.
Oh, don't make me hurt you.
It was
Fat.
sort of
Yeah,
a trifecta.
I like. Okay, so actually, so I linked this in chat. Like, I didn't vet this whatsoever. It's like, but essentially, you can probably get the gist of it. I got to like one certain point. I have a question. Have you ever seen somebody put the back of the club on the front of the ball and then do a full 360, the like scorpion tail, I've only seen it at Top Golf. I've never seen anybody actually do this shot any other way. But I actually saw it at Top Golf, and this guy fucking railed the ball.
He railed the
but
ball.
he put the club in front of the ball, and I'm not even kidding. He 360 windmilled the fucking club, and he actually smacked the fuck out of it. And like, I have video evidence of this. I could go through this thing, and I'll find it for you, Ghost, and I'll link it to you personally.
Fed, you've forgotten the
'cause,
number one thing. I don't give a fuck about golf, but you can send that. Golf is not a sport.
It's
Golf
like,
is a weird
I don't
activity.
care about it either. Ghost, the amount of care that I have for golf is the point where everybody plays it with their dominant hand, and I play it with my non-dominant hand afterwards. When everyone's like, we're really good at it, and I'm like, I've been playing with my
you're what's
non-dominant
his name?
hand,
You're,
and then
you're,
everyone else tries to
you're
play with the
Inigo
non-dominant
Montoya
hand, and I beat them.
or Wesley from The Princess Bride. There's only one thing. I am not left-handed.
Yeah, exactly.
There's only one thing also.
Exactly.
I am also not left-handed.
And it's because I played lacrosse. I learned how to understand everything in reverse because of my my necessity to play lacrosse in the left hand.
So you're ambidextrous.
Not entirely, no, but like
I am. I'm ambidextrous.
Well, I envy you. But
Oh, we got a
I
badass
envy
over here.
myself.
well, to play lacrosse and to like do really well, like if you're a defender and you have to like, if everyone else is the worst at their left hand, then if you're the best at being the worst with your left hand, then you're still the best at being the worst. And so like I tried so many fucking things to do. Like, I do so much stuff with my left hand just to like actually exercise that portion of my brain. And
So he means he jerks off with his left hand, which is fine.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at.
Oh no!
But
Fax! You gotta sit on it first, Fax. Come
like,
on.
I did so much of like trying to train with my left hand that now anytime I ever try and run something back, I say, okay, now do it with your non-dominant hand, and everyone is like terrible, and I'm like, I can still bowl with my left hand, I can still throw darts, I can still do everything with my left hand that people can't actually articulate whatsoever, because everyone knows how to use the right hand, but they have no idea what to do with their left hand.
Fed, why is the cross? Why is the cross so gay?
It's kind of gay.
Why is lacrosse so gay? Because it was called the Little Brother of War, and it's because it kept Native Americans from killing each other. There you go.
I started playing hockey when I was 4.
Field hockey or just regular hockey?
I got kicked out of a.
Ice hockey.
I got kicked out of roller hockey. We beat up a kid.
But I have a question. When you played regular hockey when you were older, did you play it ever when you were older?
No, I did
older?
play.
No, we got like I said, I got kicked out.
Hey, 1% of the time, Fed. Jeez.
Lady.
Oh, sorry. Wait,
Yeah.
am
I was asking Hey if she played it when she was older.
I did a bunch of sports when I was younger, like starting at like 4 years old, and then until I was about 10, and then I just, when I got into like middle school, I just did cheerleading, and then that was it. I wasn't in school anymore.
It's not
so.
really a good place to be organized for it. So I have a question though about dropping out. Like, what what were your days consisting of if you dropped out? Like,
I was working. I started working immediately when I was 14.
shit.
Because that's about the age that when I dropped out. I was about 14.
You work retail or something, or I mean,
Are you in the
I was-
north? You sound like you're from the
I
north.
live in Massachusetts.
oh,
Okay.
Um,
You say about weird.
I was first. I was like a cashier at a grocery store, and then I got hired as a manager at Domino's, and then my
Yep,
boss
there
quit
it is.
2 weeks
Domino's.
and then I
Sorry.
had to just be the general manager and like just run the store,
oh,
and it was
shit, that's
crazy.
impressive. With no high school education, I guess it tells you how valuable a high school education
Yeah.
really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the answer is not
Yeah.
very. Yeah, I agree.
Huh.
You can do like a lot of.
You know, it depends
You
on
can
what
do a
high
lot of
Spicy
jobs
one,
that
thank you for
take.
the lemon.
Obviously.
Wow.
Sorry, Tuesday. One more time.
It depends on what high school you go to. But
That's fair. That's very fair.
Not really.
It's
Well,
the
I
same
mean,
deal.
there's
well,
high
public high
schools that
schools
do
typically tend
more
to
or
be
less.
shit. But if you go to private high
I
school,
don't
it's a
know,
little
and I
bit
got
better.
cousins that went to one of like the top private schools in the country, and I way outperformed all them. They weren't even close.
Yeah.
They weren't even close.
I have cousins that are rich as fuck, and they got to do their MBA over in Ireland, and nobody gave a shit. And now that's a doctor, and it's really unfortunate for whoever has to deal with her.
I'll get my.
Yeah, that's the thing is high school. Like I never really had to prove it. I was just like, yeah, I graduated high school.
I meant to get my
Like,
MBA this year, but fucking
They believe you.
Modelo kid.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, the Modelo is it's brutal. Like I was thinking about like going back and doing more with the degree, but then I was like, fuck. One, this is terrible. I don't know if I'm gonna have to go out of like country.
That is true, Yellow Fever. I do
the
have
middle of this
decent
motherfucker?
genetics. Blonde hair, blue eyes, decent metabolism.
So
Oh, you
I
do.
actually have like a crazy thing about like the whole Modelo conflict. So like when this whole thing started, obviously, does anybody listen
Yeah, I
to
think
Jim?
it's safe to say plenty of people listen to Mr. Mediker. Internet.
Medicare? Yeah.
Woman,
Yeah.
what?
Okay, so I'm a decent fan of Jim. Like I listened to like a lot of his stuff that was going on, and in December of this last year, I started following what he was talking about as far as the Modelo version of the world. Yeah, he built this little like if you ever seen what was it Beetlejuice? They had like this tiny little universe, and like Mr. Mediker did the same thing where he built the Modelo, and like yeah, so we have
Yellow
this
Fever,
Modelo
no!
of the universe.
Get out of here,
Yeah,
Yellow
exactly.
Fever.
And no husbandos.
Yeah,
But
that is very gay.
what
Not you, not you.
we ended up spending like I talked to my boss because I was fucking wigged out about this whole like concept of getting locked out of my country, and it was before like a lot of this like even anything about the Modelo had been in like mainstream consciousness. But I was like, you will do everything to get me out of here, and I literally will not, like, I won't go over there. I'm signing this piece of paper, and I'm literally telling you, like, if you infringe on my ability to be like taken out of this place, then like this signature means you're fucked. Like, please. And he was like, okay, and he signed it, and we went out on oil rigs. Like, we went out to Norway. We like I'm from America. I'm from the South, and I'm from Texas. And like we went international. We went out to fucking like oil platforms. We did a bunch of shit. We went to a bunch of different places in Norway, and my God, did in 1 month, was it not the most terrifying thing in the world? Where I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to come back. And like, we even had the cool thing where it's like, oh, we have a layover in Paris. Let's fucking rock out. Like, we did the whole thing where like, yeah, let's fucking go, and we did that shit. But man, like, we were supposed to be out there
Yes,
for like
Loomis.
a week or two, and I was like, okay. But it ended up being a month, and we were out there for a fucking month. And by the time we were coming back, the coworker that I was there with got sick. I don't know to this day if he had the coronavirus or
For
not.
fuck's
but,
sake, Fed.
Like I literally like
You're doing so well.
Well, it's so we were like it was March. We were coming back in March, and like we literally got like a gold like sticker on our passport to like get through customs, and they checked like your temperature and like what was going on, and like the guy that was working with like he was like throwing up in the restroom, and like I was like, do I like cover this guy? Like I actually had the moral like quandary of like,
do I rat this guy out and
what
report him
happens?
till he disappears?
Why wouldn't they let a federal agent back in the country?
They did.
Oh, I see.
You were fine the whole time.
They checked my badge and they let us in. And I covered him with blankets and like everything that I could do to like actually like obstruct everything, and I was like, quarantine yourself for like I made a deal with him, and I told him, I was like, man, I basically we went out to Norway and we worked for a month straight. We didn't take a day off. We worked every single day that we were out in Norway. We never stopped for a second. I got completely blackout drunk one time in Norway.
Sweatpants Boner, thank you
I
for
still
the
went to work the next
4 or
day.
5 ice creams. Thank you.
Sweat
Boner.
Pants.
We love
Boner.
Sweatpants Boner. He's great.
The man,
and
the
awkward.
myth, the legend. He's a fucking god.
Oh, Original
but
Distinct with the 3
essentially,
ice cream. 4 ice cream. Thank you so much, Pay. 5 ice cream. Whoa.
You're welcome.
originality is
Thank
extinct.
you so much.
Just kidding. She's in the chat.
Yellow Fever.
But yeah,
no,
like,
I don't think so.
sorry. Long story short, I covered for somebody
Short,
that
it's
I didn't
Fed's
know.
fault we have Modelo now.
Well, no. So, okay.
Fed, it's your fault.
No.
Thanks,
no,
Fed.
All right. No. Facts.
You fucked everything up.
Hold on.
You fucked it all up.
Fed, there was one
I
rule
won't
as my
take that
co-host.
because-
You never, ever fuck me, bro. Critical,
Okay,
thank you
okay.
for the ice
Critical,
creams. 3 ice
Critical,
creams.
the
Thank you
man.
so much, Critical.
Critical.
Sorry, my merchant.
But
my merchant
okay, so
activated.
so they actually still
Oh
have
shit,
a rule about
Detoxic,
this
what's
right now.
up?
Because of
Detoxic is absolutely right. Short story long.
detox. So they have a rule about this, but because of isolated populations, when you go on an oil rig, it's so isolated that they actually consider it like a quarantine status, and he got sick in that state, and nobody else tested positive for it. And I got a bunch of info about this thing, and I was like, I'll mask it, but I also told him like, you're not gonna show up for work for the next 14 days, and he was like, okay. And the guy, sick as a dog, like we ended up like we had to get like yellow checks on a passport, and like
You
I
said
ended
they
up
gave you
like
gold stars to wear?
They did. I'm not even fucking kidding. Like I have a passport to like actually show this. Like I fucking have a fucking yellow sticker on my passport from going from what is it? It's oh no, it's got a distinctive name in Norway.
Fjord nonsense
I
or
have a
something?
picture of it somewhere.
Fjorden sensor or something nonsense?
No, it's not like that. We were in Mongstad, and then we were in what's the other place we were at? I don't remember it. Like pulled pork sandwich was the hardest word to say. The whole thing is fucking like.
Wait, are
they
you
just
telling me
try
you
and,
went to
like,
Norway,
they
you
don't
found
care
some
about
Norwegian women and just
syllables.
said, "Bitch, make me a sandwich"? Fucking based.
I found a couple Norwegian women. They were
Really?
based as fuck. They love black
All the
metal,
Norwegian
and they
people
were
I
like,
know are fucking commies.
they're
and I
hot.
hate
They're hot
them.
over there. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, they did have some interesting opinions.
Listening to the opinions
and that
of
was the
women,
annoying
not
part.
based.
But they spoke English, and I was like, oh, that's really hot. But yeah,
Women with heavy
yeah,
accents
all
speaking
that
English
out the
is
window.
very sexy. I will concede that point.
Well, they don't. They really don't have that much of an accent. Like, they're pretty based. But yeah, like I ended up helping a buddy sneak through customs, and like literally he threw up, got the star, was like, oh yeah, no, you missed. They didn't put the star on the thing, and then like went back to the bathroom, threw up again, and then like came out into the plane, and then Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 happened. It was amazing, but
That was a long
that,
path back to
but
that.
yeah, like.
You know, Fed,
Yeah,
there's no such thing as a
that was
short story
terrible.
with you, as Detoxic points out. Every short story is extra long.
I mean, that's fair.
It's a long story
Anyway, that's
longer.
how Fed made
No.
Modelo virus. Got it.
And that's
Got
how
it.
Fed brought Corona to
Modelo-
the
oh
U.S.
Ah, gee. I love all of you, but goddamn
Myself.
it.
So, thanks, Fed. All these people without
It's all your
jobs.
fault, Fed. You
Your
killed the
fault.
stock market. Thanks a lot.
I still made sure. Well, okay, so to
Thank
the
you,
extent that you can make
Fed.
sure somebody
Also,
quarantines, I made
EasyGI,
sure they get
EasyGI, you can go over to my Twitch channel and you can see what my uptime
Uh,
is, and you can follow me over there as well. And then I carried the bat soup in my hands and poured it into the bathroom, the airplane bathroom. Do I love you, Yellow Fever? When you behave, I suppose. Don't bully Mochi. Jeez, what the hell, man. Oh shit. Hello. N-word with the follow. Thank you, N-word. Thank you, my N-word, for the follow. I appreciate it. Yes, facts and logic. Dropping an N in the chat, as is his prerogative.
N-word.
Thank you, N-word, for the follow.
N-
410 more to go
N-
till we can get that
N-
white check mark. How about that, Fed? We have grinded
what kind
a
of
white check
check
mark
mark?
to start, and then we can get the gold one later.
Why?
Oh shit!
Why?
Grampager with the
It's a
follow. Thank you,
nice
Grampager,
day
for the follow. We're even
for
closer than we were before. We're gonna get there in no time, and then we can rub it in Ralph's face for cutting me off intentionally. Oh, actually, I have Pay. I have a question. What?
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Wipe on Trash over on Twitch? Sorry. So I have a question, Pay. Were you unfortunate enough to see the Ralph tape? I have not seen it.
No, what's not my business
Correct.
is
That's
not
a
my
good
business.
answer. Okay. Yeah, no, I haven't seen it. I was just curious.
We're calling it the Ralph.
No,
Gape
no,
now.
Fed.
It's pervasive. It's gone far and wide. It doesn't. I don't care about the dimensions. I'm talking about the
Fed.
reach.
Because
okay,
I don't know
well, okay.
about me
but
personally. If something of mine got out, I would want the least amount of people to see it.
You wouldn't post
know?
it, is what you're saying.
Why do you talk like a
So-
Canadian?
the
Wait,
thumb
I'm talking like a
ones.
Canadian. What the fuck?
what the fuck? What are you
She's-
talking about, mate? I'm just.
She's
over
from
here
Bastion.
No, you talk like a. You have a slight
It
Canadian.
almost sounds
in you. I
Minnesotan.
swear to God,
No,
like.
I'm literally from Massachusetts. I've always
He's a
lived here.
asshole.
You do not know the amount of people that I make fun of from Canada, and you sound like them.
Canadian.
I'm not
yes.
Canadian.
He's
I
not
don't believe
Canadian.
you.
I'm just
Secret
Canadian.
leaf.
Anyway, we call the video the thumb
Oh,
plunge.
Jesus.
Jesus,
Jesus, non-existent Christ. That's atrocious. Tuesday, have you seen the video?
Did you?
Okay,
Yes, I have.
Tuesday.
Video
What were your thoughts
Tuesday?
on that? Since we've got you here, I refuse to see it unless people pay me an absurd sum of money.
Wait, no, Tuesday. No. Wait,
I was
You were
horrified.
wait. No.
What do you want me to say, Fed? What do you want me to say? Because like I can really go at it, but I'm not
Did you get
gonna.
the dislike joke?
2 thumbs up.
Thanks. Come on.
Yeah, 2 thumbs up.
No, but the dislike is a thumbs down. That was the point.
Yeah, it was a thumbs up and a thumb sniff from what
All
I
right,
saw.
we're gonna move on to
so-
this topic because Ralph's a friend, and I think we've listen.
Sounds like
listen,
a good
we've-
idea. Sounds like
Listen,
a good
we've
idea.
beat on his little
Ghost,
prick
all
long
right.
enough. Let's move on.
Oh yeah.
Just posted my reaction to the video in the
Oh,
chat in the
no.
Discord.
Oh, jeez. I imagine it's the downfall video, but.
Oh no, actually, yeah.
Thanks.
That's
no.
a good one.
Oh, my-
Nani?
I mean, there were no balls involved.
Oh my god.
When it first happened, I had someone on Twitter ask if it was
Yeah,
me.
like,
I was like, I've never met
fuck?
Ralph in person. What are you talking
Not
about?
in the same state as Ralph.
What?
I know.
Why would anyone think that?
I
Yeah.
have no idea.
Caught fucking
Is it
Ralph?
because your name is? Is it? Wait, what's your name? Paige?
Jiggly Hip 6969? What?
It's just because I'm like part of the, kill stream crew or
You
whatever,
weren't
and
the
because I'm a
girl-
white girl.
You weren't the
the
girl
system.
before him, right? Like, or
Well,
the
I've
girl
never
before-
dated Ralph. I've never met him in person. I've never none of that.
Because he had some
Hey,
other
can
girl
you confirm or
before
deny?
Paige named. What was her name? What was the other girl's name? Wasn't it Paige? Or
No, I'm Pay,
Hope-
but I've never
Hope
dated.
Joy? Something. It was like
Does Ralph
it was
only
a
date
weird,
girls
like,
that have stripper
happy
names since
emotion.
Nora?
Faith is the one now, but he did have a girl before that was named like
What was the name now?
Faith.
Faith.
Faith, that was it.
I met
Okay.
Faith. She seemed like a
Sorry.
nice
He
gal.
had a girlfriend before that was like, I guess what?
Ghost
Yeah, I
met
met
her.
her. She's a nice gal. She seemed to have a good head on her shoulders.
I don't trust her. No.
So what was her name?
Faith.
No, that's his. Oh, that was his current.
Talking about the one before. It was right before.
She's like
No,
all.
don't Ghost.
all
If she's not
on
known as
Twitter.
Faith and she just puts herself as Faith, like, yeah, no, she's Faith.
I see. Well,
Don't.
Spicy says it was
I'm
A.
saying he had a girlfriend before
Yeah,
Faith.
Oh,
Yeah, age.
if her name is Abraham Lincoln, then yes, I approve. But it's Faith
Oh,
or
my.
Abraham. I don't know.
Abe was the one before Faith.
Abe.
Whoa, whoa.
Aid.
I said Abe.
I think it was Aiden, but he called her Aid.
Facts. I love that Fall Guys
she
image
like-
you posted. I love that Fall
Sorry?
Guys image. It's two
Yeah.
guys facing off.
Oh yeah.
It's
Yeah.
fucking hilarious.
Who's approaching me?
I still like the Pursuer one that they did. That one's so much better. Oh, gosh. It is only 5:40 in the morning.
Ghost is. Fed is still awake. What the
We
fuck?
expect him to fall asleep. Pay, I guess to take us back to a more serious note, what are your thoughts on the Chad Kyle?
I think if anybody was, if one person had already hit me twice in the head with a skateboard, and then someone else was pointing a gun at me, I would start shooting too.
All right, based. I think that's like the most appropriate take is when a pedophile puts his hands on you and hits you with a skateboard after someone else throws a Molotov cocktail at you. It's pretty appropriate to defend oneself.
And I saw
Deserves
an
a-
interview where he was just saying that he was only there to protect businesses. He was just trying to help people. Like he was earlier in the day he was trying to help wash off the graffiti from Black Lives Matter all over the
Yeah.
city. Like he seemed just like a nice, good kid who just wanted to protect. He felt like he was the only person that could
Well, I mean, the
protect
cops
because
were
nobody
too
else
scared
was.
to
You
do
know.
anything, and they were ordered to stand
Yeah.
down.
But
getting-
did y'all see that he actually did an interview before that where he literally said like,
That's what I just said.
yeah, oh, sorry.
It's okay, he's drunk.
That's okay.
Getting there's even footage
I've
of him
also
like.
been up for 26 hours, you fucking ass. Like, yeah,
Yeah, no, I
can't
think he
paraphrase
seems
it.
like a really good kid,
God.
and I think if he's put in jail, that's a bad sign of things to come. I think he should not spend a day in jail.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, but like
That's
if
Mochi. Thank you for the
realistically,
lemon.
like,
What's going on, Mochi? Why are you still awake? Go to sleep,
Mochi,
Mochi.
what are you doing?
if you had to put odds on the fact that he was gonna go to jail, what would you put him on?
25.75. I'd say this is 20. Tuesday. Thank you for the lemon. Wait, where's my diamond? Tuesday.
25. He's going to jail.
Spicy one with a lemon. Tuesday with 3 lemons. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think there's a good 25% chance he might go to jail, but I think like all the evidence points to he does not.
75.
No, 75
he's
he
going
doesn't.
to jail.
Critical, thank you for the lemon. He doesn't deserve to spend a day in a cell, but I'm just saying that. Oh shit.
He
That's
doesn't
Mochi. Thank you for
deserve to
another
spend a
lemon.
day in a
Retorted
cell.
SC fan. Thank you for a lemon. Uh-oh. Oh no. Spicy one. Thank you for the lemon. Fed Zeppelin with a diamond says, "Fuck
I
your
fucking know.
bullshit." Thank you,
I
Fed
don't-
Zeppelin, for the diamond.
Yeah.
Fuck your bullshit.
It's gonna be a long
Yeah,
night.
I don't think he deserves to spend a day in jail.
Mochi,
but I
thank you for the
definitely
lemon.
think
Yellow
he's
Fever,
gonna-
thank you for the lemon.
Fed said, fuck your bullshit.
And like
to
when you think
throw
about
everything
it,
they have at him.
if you like take into consideration when there used to be actual wars going on and everything, how young guys were that had to go into battle and do things like that, you would look at it a totally different way than like, you know what I mean? They're looking at it
You
right
would,
now.
but nobody
Well,
does
I mean,
that.
I
hey.
think what's happening is
Ridiculous.
people like say 17 and see him as a child.
Coming in here talking common sense, you know?
Hey, if you really think about the way that the law works, you're gonna look at the most like contemporary case. Like, there's a compendium of cases, and depending on
Have a good night,
how
Yellow
these
Fever.
things work out, you're gonna find.
No, I was just saying good night to
Sorry.
Yellow Fever. He says he's out.
Oh, yeah, that's in the compendium. Fuck 'em. But what you'll find out is there's a case law. There's this big ass case law book essentially, and it's like it's the same thing. If I'm ever trying to find a D&D rule, I'm gonna be able to like throw this book
Lemon
out
art,
into
thank you for the lemon.
internet of autists, and they're gonna find whatever fucking rule. And it's the same thing with this. And you're just gonna throw this giant book at somebody, and they're gonna say, "Hey, you go through
Mochi, thank you for the lemon.
Control F, whatever, find it," and then it's just gonna end up with this Kyle guy getting fucked. Like, it's because he's completely there's a political
for the
bent
lemon, lemon
against him. It's totally fucked. It doesn't matter how correct he is. He's
Oh, I
absolutely
know.
fucked in it.
Because
So
of how
it's 75 to
everything
No, I think it's
25
portrays.
against
25
him.
75.
It doesn't matter.
Whoa, holy shit. Biden
Yeah,
has gifted a
yeah.
21 month subscriptions to users in this chat. That's Mochi. Thank you for the lemon. Mochi has received a 1 month subscription. Retorted SC Fan has received a 1 month subscription. Lemon Art has received a 1 month subscription. Lunas has received a 1 month subscription. Facts and Logic 2
Say it.
has received a 1 month
Say
subscription.
it.
Holy shit. And a Ninja Geek. Duff Guy has received a 1 month subscription. Original Extinct has received a 1 month subscription. Spicy One has received a 1 month subscription. Danny Lee has received a 1 month subscription. Sweatpants Boner has sent a Ninja Genie. Cage has Facts and Logic has donated 11. Cage has just received a 1 month subscription. Yellow Fever has received a 1 month subscription. Life in Hell has received a 1 month subscription.
has popped
Critical
his
has
filter.
received a 1 month subscription.
Let's
Facts and
fuck
Logic
up.
with a lemon. Biden has also subscribed monthly. Thank you, Biden. Life in Hell with 2 ice cream. Spicy One with an ice cream. Facts and Logic with a lemon. Spicy One also with a lemon. Thank you. That's Mochi with another lemon.
Here we go.
Oh, shit. Dandy Lee with a lemon.
go.
Spicy One with a lemon. Facts and Logic with a lemon. Oh, God. Lemon Art with a lemon. Dandy Lee, take the sub. That's Mochi. Thank you for the lemon. Lemon Art also, thank you for the lemon. Dandy Lee, thank you for the lemon. That's Mochi. Thank you for the
Thank you,
lemon. Facts and Logic with
Biden.
the lemon.
I'm still not
Oh, sorry.
voting for you. I said I'm still not
Okay,
voting
good.
for
I
you.
agree with you. Duff Guy, thank you for the
I'm
ice
too-
cream.
I'm too
Retorted
young for any of
SCC.
that.
SC Fan, thank you for the lemon. Lemon Art, thank you for the lemon.
Vote
Life and Now,
for
thank you for the
him.
lemon.
Do not
Retorted SC
sniff
Fan, thank you for the
it.
lemon. That's Mochi, thank you for the lemon. Yellow Fever, thank you for the lemon. Facts, Fed Zeppelin sends the diamond and says, let's fucking go! Lemon Art with a lemon. Danny Lee with a lemon. Oh gosh, I got a lot to go. That's Mochi with a lemon. Life and Now with a lemon. Yellow Fever with a lemon. Lemon Art with a lemon. Critical with a lemon. Sweatbands Boner donated 4 lemons. Facts and Logic with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. Aurora Knights with a lemon. Sweatbands Boner with 3 lemons. Sweatbands Boner again with 2 ice cream. Yellow Fever with a lemon. Lemon Art with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. Facts and Logic with a lemon. Oh shit. That's Mochi again with 2 lemons. Lemon Art with a lemon. Duff Guy with an ice cream. That's Mochi with a lemon. Yellow Fever with a lemon. Spicy One with a lemon. Facts and Logic with a lemon. That's Mochi again with a lemon. Mochi, no! Lemon Art with a lemon. Spicy One's hacking the mainframe. Duff Guy with a lemon. Spicy One with a lemon. Mochi with another lemon. Shit. Lemon Art with a lemon. I got time to catch my breath at least.
Lemon with a
Fuck! Alright, Duff Guy with a lemon.
Yes,
Yellow Fever with a
Mochi,
lemon.
let's
Mochi with a
go.
lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Spicy One with a lemon. Lemon Art with a lemon. Facts and Logic with a lemon. Mochi, no! With a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Lemon Art also with a lemon. That's Mochi with another lemon. Lemon Art, Duff Guy with a lemon. Lemon Art with a lemon. Facts and Logic with a lemon. Spicy One with a lemon. Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Yellow Fever with a lemon. Lemon Art with a lemon.
Critical in the green room, by the way.
Are you
Was I ever an
an
actor? No,
auctioneer?
no, but I might as
No,
well
an
have been.
auctioneer.
That's Mochi with another lemon. Duff Guy with a, I just always talk fast. I have like Destiny's Code.
Ghost, we got.
Hold on,
critical
hold on.
DMG in the
Lemon Art with a
green room.
lemon. Life and Hell with a lemon. Yellow Fever with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. Facts and Logic with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Lemon Art with a lemon. Lunas is being spied on. Critical damage. What's going on? That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Facts and Logic with a lemon. That's Mochi with another lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon.
Lemon.
Oh shit, Facts and Logic with a lemon. Biden just sent a diamond, says, come on, man. Yes, Fat. Okay, I get you. Yellow Fever with a lemon. Mochi with a lemon. Fed Zeppelin with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Duff Guy with 2 lemons. Lemon with a lemon.
Wow, critical.
What's going on, Critical Dab? Oh shit, that's Mochi with another
I'm
lemon.
now the
Fed Zeppelin with a
Joker.
lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. Facts and Logic. See, the trick is to like send lemons and ice creams to confuse me. Facts and Logic with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Mochi with another lemon. 2 lemons from Duff Guy. Another lemon from Fed Zeppelin. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Yellow Fever with a lemon. Facts and Logic with an ice cream. Nice try. Tuesday with an ice cream. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Critical with a lemon. Facts and Logic with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Mochi with an ice cream. Thank you. That's Mochi with a lemon. Sweatpants Porter with a lemon. Spicy one with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Biden with an ice cream. He likes his ice cream. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Biden with 3 ice creams. Man, he's having a good day. Oh shit. Facts and Logic 2 with a diamond says, my name is Ghost. I need more lemons, please. That's Mochi with a lemon. Critical damage with a lemon. Shit. One sec. Duff Guy with a lemon. Biden with an ice cream. Hey, Yudi Lee with a follow. Thank you for the follow, man. Spicy one with the ice cream. Yudi Lee has received a 1-month subscription from Biden. That's Mochi with a lemon. Life and L with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Biden with 2 ice creams. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Spicy one with a lemon. Easy EGG with a 1-month subscription is received from Biden. Thank you so much. Facts and Logic with a lemon. Biden with 2 ice creams. That's Mochi with a lemon. Originalized Extinct with an ice cream. Duff Guy with a lemon. Biden with an ice cream. Life and L with 2 lemons. Originalized Extinct with an ice cream. Critical with a lemon. Yellow Fever with a lemon. Shit, that's Mochi with a diamond says, I hate Mochi, I love gelato. That's not true, Mochi, you're great. Duff Guy with an ice cream, that's Mochi with a lemon. Spicy one with a lemon.
Oh my god.
All right. I think the storm has abated.
Holy
Ah, shit, Mochi with another lemon. Hey, what's this? Philino Foist has received a 1-month subscription from Biden. Thank you, Philino Foist, for accepting a 1-month sub from Biden. Facts and Logic with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy with another diamond says, I hate gelato. I love Mochi. I co-sign that statement. Duff Guy with a lemon. Spicy one with a lemon. That's Mochi with another lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Facts and Logic with a lemon. Biden again with another lemon. Thank you, Biden, for all the support. 2 lemons from Biden. Spicy one with a lemon. Another lemon from Biden. That's Mochi with a lemon. Stream going crazy. Yeah, you gotta be. This is normal. This is normal. What happens on the weekend? That's Mochi with a lemon. Biden with another lemon. Another lemon from Biden. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. What time is it? Oh fuck. Mochi with another lemon.
For me, it's
I
9
know,
a.m.
It's
Are you
Duff Guy
out
with
of
another lemon.
breath?
I will never be out of
Get
breath.
some
Mochi
water.
with another lemon. Thank you, Mochi. Nope, that's not how it works. I have a font of ADHD, OCD, and endless energy. Duff Guy, thank you for the lemon. Mochi with an ice cream. Thank you. Oh shit, Duff Guy with another lemon. Mochi with another lemon. Thank you so much. Facts and Logic. No, Duff. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy with an ice cream. Nice try there, Duff Guy. Trying to trick me up there, aren't you? Oh.
Yep.
All the lemons need to keep them away from lemons. Biden with a diamond says, I love lemon parties. Hee hee. Thank you for the diamond. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy also with a lemon. Ah, man. See, Flamenco, this is why I make money, okay? Because people love me and treat me great. You gotta just be positive, Flamenco, and you too can make as many lemons as I do. Duff Guy with 2 lemons. Another lemon from Mochi. Thank you, Mochi. Oh shit. Life and Hell with another lemon. That's Mochi with another lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Spicy one with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. Thank you so much. Duff Guy with another lemon. See, I'm seeing through the tricks. Give all your lemons to Ghost. I mean, I co-sign that. Duff Guy with a lemon. Critical with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy also with a lemon. Flamenco be lacking. Well, who says lemons don't go on streams? Exactly. Oh, shit. That's Mochi with a lemon. Spicy one with a lemon. Duff Guy with an ice cream. Nice try there. Facts and Logic with a diamond says, my name is Ghost. Sending Tuesday a ball pick. I don't co-sign that, but thank you for the diamond, Facts and Logic. Duff Guy with a lemon.
I support that.
Sorry, Duff Guy with a lemon. That's Mochi with 2 lemons. Yellow Fever with a lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. Duff Guy with another lemon. Thank you, Duff Guy. Oh, that's Mochi with a lemon. Thank you. Oh, Duff Guy again with a lemon. Thank you. I'm not even out of breath. Got him. Mochi with another lemon. Thank you, Mochi. Duff Guy with a lemon. Spicy one with a lemon. Mochi with another lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. That's Mochi with another lemon. Thank you. Duff Guy with another lemon. Yellow Fever with a lemon. Thank you. That's Mochi with another lemon. Duff Guy with a lemon. I was not an auctioneer in a past life. I just talk really fast and decided not to be Destiny. Spicy one with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff Guy with 2 lemons. Thank you, Duff Guy.
You might want to start.
I was about to say,
Mochi, I have not taken Adderall in about 15 years. That stuff messes with your brain. Duff Guy with 2 lemons. Duff Guy with another lemon. That's Mochi with 2 lemons. Another lemon from Duff Guy. Thank you. Life and hell. Tough guy with another lemon. Mochi with another lemon. Who will be the last lemon? Who knows? Biden with a lemon and an ice. 2 lemons and an ice cream. Mochi with a lemon. Biden with an ice cream. Tough guy with a lemon. Oh, shit. Tough guy with a lemon.
Imagine Biden sniffed all of those lemons before he gives
and
them
Mochi
to
with
you.
a lemon. Biden with an ice cream. Tough guy with a lemon. Biden with 2 lemons. That's Mochi with a lemon. Biden with a lemon. 2 ice creams from Biden. 2 scoops. Duff guy with 2 lemons. That's Mochi with 2 lemons. Duff guy with a lemon. Biden with a lemon. Biden with an ice cream. That's Mochi with a lemon. Biden with a lemon. Hey, Dabba Cannabis 420. Thank you for the follow. Biden with the ice cream. Thank you for the 1-month subscription you have gifted to Dabba Cannabis 420. Biden. That has gone to Dabba Cannabis. I do not approve of marijuana. It's a disgusting, degenerate drug. But do what you want. Be free to do what you want. Biden with the lemon. Duff guy with the lemon. Biden with the ice cream. Biden with the lemon. That's Mochi with the lemon. Biden with the lemon. 2 ice creams from Biden. Duff guy with the lemon. That's Mochi with the lemon. Duff guy with the ice cream. Duff guy again with a lemon. Biden with another ice cream. Oh shit. Duff guy with a lemon. That's Mochi with 2 lemons. Biden with an ice cream. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff guy with 2 lemons. Biden with an ice cream. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. Spicy one with a lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. That's Mochi with 2 lemons. Duff guy with 2 lemons. That's Mochi with 2 more lemons. Duff guy with a lemon. Hey BJ, thanks for the follow. And BJ has received a 1-month subscription from Biden. Thank you so much for the sub. That's Mochi with 2 lemons. Duff guy with 2 lemons. And we're caught up. Okay.
Okay, so I'm wondering why.
I don't understand, but he likes me. Okay, whatever. I think he said my hair smelled nice. Okay, spicy one with a lemon, duff guy with a lemon. My OZB, my Mr. Ozbay has received a 1-month subscription to Biden. That's Mochi has with another lemon. Duff guy with another lemon. Yes, D-Live thumbs up to you, BJ. That's Mochi with a lemon. Facts and Logic 2 with an ice cream. I see you there, trying to sneak in there. That's Mochi with another lemon. Duff guy with another lemon. Oh, right. What's up, Ice Popsicle? Mochi with another ice cream. Duff guy with a lemon.
Is that Mochi's the worst
Wait,
one?
what?
She's always like she's always
Biden
going
with a
crazy
lemon.
with
Mochi with a lemon. Biden with an ice cream. Duff guy with a lemon. We appreciate her, regardless. Oh shit! Biden with another lemon.
Bad.
Biden with an ice cream. Mochi with a
Don't
lemon.
feel
Duff
bad
guy
for
with a
Fed,
lemon. Biden with a lemon.
Fed deserves it.
That's
Fed
Mochi
deserves
with a
it.
lemon. Biden with another lemon. Duff guy with a lemon.
Fed is asleep right now.
Mochi with another lemon. Thank you, Mochi. Duff guy with a lemon. Fed is
No.
asleep. Have we finally killed Fed? We've killed Fed with all the lemons. He's
Sleeping.
died of
Fed.
scurvy. Fed, no! Duff guy with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. That's Mochi with another lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. Wake up, Fed! End the Fed!
F's in the chat for Fed.
F's in the fat for Fed.
man.
That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. Mochi keeps the lights on. She does keep the lights on. Thank you, Mochi. F in the... Oh, shit. Biden with another lemon. Oh, no. Yellow fever. No! Mochi with a lemon. Oh, shit. We've hit our follower goal thanks to Biden. You can't help but force more lemons. And thank you, Mochi. Thank you, Mochi, for the lemon. Biden with the lemon. Duff guy with the lemon. Mochi with the lemon. Biden with the lemon. Duff guy with the lemon. Mochi with the lemon. Biden with the lemon. Mochi with another lemon. And then Biden with another lemon. Oh. All right. That's Mochi with the lemon. Biden with the lemon. Retorted SC fan with the lemon. I gotta call him quicker now. We'll call him SC fan. Duff guy with 2 lemons. That's Mochi with a lemon. Biden with a lemon. Biden with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. Oh, Biden with another lemon. Mochi with another lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. Biden with a lemon. Yellow fever with some nice K-pop dancer. Critical with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. Yes, indeed. Ghost gang, indeed. Forever. Now, that's Mochi with a lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. No, shit. Duff guy with an ice cream. No! Mochi with the lemon. Got him. Mochi with 2 lemons. Duff guy with a lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. No, I failed. Finally. I was doing so good at DDR, and I failed at the finish line. Oh, Duff guy with a lemon. Mochi with another lemon. Biden with a lemon. Mochi with a lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. Biden with a lemon. Spicy one with an ice cream. Biden with a lemon. Spicy one with a lemon. That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. Biden with another lemon. Mochi with a lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. Biden with a lemon. Mochi with another lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. Biden with a lemon. Yes. Okay. That's good for you, Critical. That's Mochi with a lemon. Biden with a lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. That's Mochi with another lemon. Duff guy with another lemon. All right. Just donated one. What? That's Mochi with a lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. Brother, your tread. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Mochi with a lemon. Duff guy with a lemon. Biden with another lemon. Mochi with another lemon. Duff guy with another lemon. Biden with another lemon. I've got 11 lemons, but that's not bad. Biden with 2 lemons. Thank you. Another lemon from Biden. Ralph video incoming. No. It's got ninjets. You've hit your cap of lemons. You should throw it. Goes. Well, thank you so much, Mochi. Thanks for coming by the stream. I hope you have a great stream tomorrow. Maybe we can do some Team Fall Guys tomorrow or something. I don't know. But thanks so much for coming by and showering me with lemons.
Boner
Spicy one,
in
thank you
the
for
chat.
Wait, what?
Sweatpants Boner in the
Oh.
BC.
No, he's not. Oh, shit. Sweatpants Boner is here. Spicy one with the lemon. Thank you. Duff guy with the lemon. Thank you so much. What's up, Sweatpants Boner? You're muted. Oh, no. Sweatpants Boner is muted.
The only Sweatpants
You
Boner.
gotta figure out how to unmute Sweatpants Boner. Don't watch the Ralph video. It's cursed. Look, they're nowhere close to getting the 5 ninjets, okay? We're well ahead. Looks like we got... No, you're not even close, dude. You gotta give me like 4... Look, dude, am I greedy? Of course I am. What's wrong with you?
He is Polish. He's greedy.
Oh, listen. You've ever heard the joke about the Polish people and how many people it takes to screw in a light bulb facts? All right, look. You need 30 because you have 1 to hold the light bulb and 30 to move the house. All right?
Yeah. All right.
Sweatpants, can we hear you,
that?
sir? Sweatpants, you're not muted now, but I don't see audio coming through.
How about
wow.
now?
You got a nice
A
voice,
little
bro.
bit.
What's up, man?
Hi.
Oh, I'm great. I'm
Well,
loving the
thank you.
show.
I love doing the show, and I appreciate all your support, sir.
Yeah. Coast to Ghost was the best thing you would ever
I'm
do.
sorry I can only do this
I
once
love
a
it.
week. Oh shit, Duff guy with an ice cream. Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean it's a fun show. You know, we've been going since I've been going since 9 hours ago.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Your endurance is amazing.
2 more
I love
hours
it.
and you got a normal shift.
I already worked a normal shift today.
Me
I've worked
too.
a 14-hour
man.
shift.
Well,
Oh,
this
nice.
is the 3rd episode of Coast to Ghost, man.
I get those every once in a while.
Oh,
So that's part of the reason that I'm not here.
you're saying
all
I
the
have to do
time.
politics
So-
every day for you to give me lemons?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Well, damn. Like, you understand, like, I'm a
Yeah.
video game streamer at heart, you know, but, like...
You underestimate the power of
I
politics.
do. I do indeed.
Let the
Biden,
hate
thank you for the
flow
lemon.
through you.
So, okay, so you need me to talk politics more often? I mean, if you come on my stream any day of the week, I will...
No. Games,
Just once.
politics, just anything you want.
I see. I didn't think of it that way.
Or
else.
Sorry, am I coming in too loud?
No, you're good.
Hey, Colonel Meme, what's up, man?
You're sounding good.
Cool.
1 second, just trying to get...
And how is everybody?
Alright.
First chance to say hello.
Fuck.
Hello.
You fucking cunt, mate.
Was there an Aussie in the chat?
Just torturing him with lemons.
I did just have the lemon rain. I
not.
appreciate that, as well as the ice creams and the diamonds. And the guinea. Thank you for the guinea. Thank you so much.
People don't realize you gotta drip. It's a lemon drip. You gotta just every 5-10 seconds you gotta put one of those lemons in so that they don't accumulate, and that way you gotta call them out every time.
I see. I like calling them all out
Inside
individually,
base.
though. It gets
Yeah.
me hyped.
Yeah.
Left.
Oh, shit, what happened?
He's back. Hi.
Wait.
Sweatpants.
What happened?
Someone's snoring.
I'm back.
Fed is
Fed is-
asleep.
Yeah, someone's
Yeah,
snoring.
Fed's asleep. Let me mute him.
Hey, you guys want to do subliminal messaging to Fed right now?
Do
since
it,
he's asleep?
do it.
Uh-oh. Are we going to have to chew into the microphone? No, no. No, Yellow Fever. Do not smoke weed every day. What brings you here, Sweatpants Boner?
You know what? It's obligation.
You're not obligated to be here.
Obligation.
Obligation. You know what? There was a very nice person who made a fantastic stream, and you know what? I just kind of clung to it.
I appreciate
it.
that, man. Thank you. I work hard on this, and I don't get enough sleep, but your support makes this all the better.
Yeah.
Oh
you
shit!
and me
I did
both.
get the VTuber avatar girl. I gotta commission something for like $400.
I want to move Fed to the other room.
I'm so sorry.
You're all.
Also,
you're all right.
am I
You're
coming through
great now.
okay?
I'm gonna move Fed to the AFK room because he has fallen asleep.
On your recommendation, I bought a
Oh,
Blue Yeti.
it sounds great.
Oh shit!
I think it sounds great.
Really?
Like, you're coming through really clear. I think you're sometimes like maybe getting too much gain through it, but I think it sounds pretty good. Like it's got a lot of good settings on it. It's a nice microphone.
Yeah, I really kind of agonized over, like the right thing. It's a little bit here, a little bit there. I didn't want to say anything unless it was saying the right thing.
I see. You don't want to say anything even unless you're saying the right thing. What do you mean?
Well, I didn't want to come through tinny or kind of weird or too loud, too soft. Plus, I'm not part of this crowd all the time.
We'll take you regardless. You're welcome here, my friend.
Yeah, you will.
I'm actually curious. Sweatpants Boner. Ghost is a full-time circus. Yeah, that's true. I have a question, Sweatpants Boner. Because I talked to Del Frickin' Tree, who's my other biggest supporter, but I'm just curious. I want to know a little bit about.
Yeah.
Don't dox yourself, please. Do not say like what your specific place of work or your name or anything you don't want to share. But I'm curious, like, what do you do for a living, man? I'm actually curious about that.
Well, you know what? No matter what place I work, and I'm a wagey.
I'm a wagey.
KG. No matter where I end up in the same role. I'm the guy.
Oh, you're the guy that everyone comes
So
to.
Yeah,
when I said I was a professional,
the guy.
So you're
that
the problem
everyone
solver, is what you're
gets,
saying? Like
is
you're like
called
a consultant
into,
or something, or?
no, I'm the
guy that
guy
gets called
who
into
just
HR
fixes
for-
things.
Sounds like me. Everyone comes to me with their problems, and
You're
I
not a
fix
toilet.
I actually
So-
did repair my toilet immediately.
Okay, so you're a problem solver of sorts. Fascinating.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
I'm a professional troubleshooter because no matter what role I do, wagey, salary, whatever, I'm always the guy who just fixes things. I'm the guy. Paul
Sweatpants, eh?
Sweatpants is the
Yeah.
guy who's not the boss, but he's the competent
You always
one.
see this in like
who the
office
boss relies
comedies or
on.
something, right? There's always like the boss that doesn't know what he's doing, and he's got like the one guy that knows what they're doing, and he sends that guy to solve all the issues he can't solve.
There's a bit of that, but I also run around with a crowbar over my shoulder going, hey, wait a second. I gotta fix this. So, you know what? I'm stained in grease as much as I'm making
Is it possible
spreadsheets.
that you may or may not have saved the Earth from from an invasion of aliens once, and perhaps again versus the Combine?
No.
So you can confirm you
No.
are not Gordon. You are not the Freeman. Okay.
No, I'm not Gordon Freeman. I wish I was, because I haven't updated my prescription glasses.
Now, can I ask you? I ask this question to every guest I have on the show, and I will get to you critical as well. But Sweatpants Boner, what would you say was your red pill moment?
It's gotta be
Really?
Damn Gate. I was on poll for a long time, but Gamergate kind of narrowed my focus on what I wanted. Well, I don't really want anything, but actually, I don't want anything from anyone for any reason. But yeah, no, Gamergate. It just kind of opened up the idea that you had these groups of people that had their own interests and they wanted their own things.
Yeah, you know, like gamers, we just wanted to play games and have fun. You know, comics wanted the same thing, and it didn't matter. They were just going to push in and force their shit in it, or, you know, all that nonsense.
The funniest and most true meme to ever come out of that.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I just want to play games.
I agree with that.
Why do you make me do this? Meme.
This is the guy from that one where he's like, "Why'd you make me do this? I just wanted to play games."
Yeah, I know. Did Eric Kimasabi.
It's fine. You cut out a couple times, but I don't think it's my internet.
Oh, so.
I think. Interesting. I think you're back. Huh.
Sweatpants is back.
No.
You back?
Hmm.
Been here the whole time?
Critic cow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sweatpants, are you there? Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm
so
here.
I think the
I'm
internet
loud
was,
and clear.
you're coming in clear, but it seems like the internet goes out sometimes. That's all. But my stream is still up, which is good.
You are cutting out.
Am I cutting out a little bit as well? Oh,
Yeah.
No, you're not cutting up for me.
Yeah, sorry, Ghost.
Ghost
You
cuts
are
out for me a
updated.
little bit. Are you using
Taco
push to
Bell.
talk or
I'm
is
always
it?
on.
Yeah, it like cuts you like at your last, like when
I
you
might
stop
have my
talking.
gain like set. I might have my gain
Occasionally.
set a little too high because that way it doesn't pick up the background noise. Because I don't like using headsets.
Yeah, like it's not super bad, but every once in a while we'll miss a word or two.
Plus, you do have a persistent echo. I will also let you know that.
That is strange. So, Sweatpants, you're saying Gamergate was your red pill moment where you just kind of said, you know, fuck it, you know, like I see what's going on.
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing now. I mean, after, you know, Sargon and the libertarians and all
Well,
that.
yeah. It's not always fuck the optics Sweatpants is going in. I mean, like, you've heard my red pill moment, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. You know,
I
mine
have.
was, you know, getting the shit kicked out of me as a kid. And, hey, Trigger Happy, thank you for the follow. Getting the shit kicked out of me by a black kid and then being accused of calling him the N-word when I didn't know what the N-word was. You know, and then being called a racist for all of middle school. That was not fun. But, yeah, no, it's Gamergate, man. I remember because it's like I saw Gamergate kind of like from a post red pill stance, and just like, well, where have you guys all been?
Yeah. So, Ghost, now that I have you on the horn for once, how do you deal with the meme that, okay, the ultimate libertarian argument is, hey, what if the child consents? What is the end cap?
You're talking about
The end
like
of it.
Sargon's argument about like you're talking about what children and adults, and I mean,
Depends on the.
how do I respond to that? I mean, you know, someone violates the sanctity of your child, you know, you as a parent own your child basically. You know, like your kid is your property until they're an adult or deemed an adult. So if someone's violated your property and you take matters where you have to, you know, that's what happens. Even in spite of what the child's wishes is, that child belongs to you until it's an adult. You're responsible for its safety.
I wouldn't say property, but so much you are their
Well,
legal
no, I'm just saying
guardian
like you
as
own
such. You have a duty
own
of
that
care.
kid basically, and like therefore, if someone violates that child, like guess what? That's your property that's been violated, and you have a right to defend it.
You'd be able to duty
Oh,
and care
bango
for the child
bongo.
regardless.
You guys are.
Yeah, I personally, I'd word
No,
it
I mean that's
differently,
like
but
that's you want
to
to
each
you
their
want me to, I can word it for
Yeah.
you like in a nice flowery way, but at the end of the day, I mean like listen, kids are not
Yeah,
need.
no. You're their guardian, and
Right.
you have responsibility to that child to ensure that, to ensure that they are given,
Yeah.
you know,
And I
the
mean
best
if
upbringing.
your kid is
Yeah.
consenting to that kind of behavior, you failed as a parent. First of all. Second of all, you've definitely failed as a parent in that situation. Second of all, that kid's your property.
Oh yes, of course.
Definitely. I mean, the whole point of being alive is to create a child that
But
procreates your
well,
race.
I mean, yeah, I think just reproducing, having children, and raising them to be good.
It's
That's
natural.
that is the
But-
biological imperative, is to have children, ensure they are raised to a healthy age, so they will also produce children and continue, the human race. Like I think that's pretty consistent.
And
I'm very sorry. I apologize. I was just trying to make a joke with the meme.
That meme itself. I mean, honestly, like it's very hard for us to kind of conceptualize, what we would do in the absence of, like the state, in the absence of a situation like that, because, people always band together and try to, take power from others if they see an opening. It's like people are very, what do you call it? What's the word? People are very. Yeah, they're very tribalistic. I mean, you look at what's going on in the Middle East, in Africa, Afghanistan, and Iraq, and Iran, and like none of those people think they're Afghanis. None of them think they're Iraqis. They're all whatever their local tribe is, and it's like, well, yeah, they're in the same borders. They don't care.
Oh, there's a very good way of looking at that. It's my brother before me, my family before my brother, my tribe before my brother, my nation before. It's bizarre.
It's bizarre as an American
Absolutely
because
bizarre.
I was not raised in that context, and my historical genealogical roots go back a long ways in Europe. Like my ancestors on my mother's side of the family came to America as Hessian mercenaries for the British, and they betrayed the British and joined the Americans when they got here because the British didn't pay them. So they said, fuck off, we're going to go fight for the Americans. And my dad's ancestors, I believe, came over from Poland in the early 1900s. And so, like, I don't have any connections to the old country. I don't know any relatives back from Europe. So, I'm like a mutt of, like, Irish, Polish, Dutch, Danish, and various others. So I don't have deep connections to my actual heritage. So it's weird for me to think, like, of my tribe, my actual, like, ethnic tribe, because I don't have big connections to them.
Well, it's good that you say that because I don't know my own father, but I do know that I have Irish, Scots-Irish roots.
Really? Scottish and Irish. Is there a difference? I mean, isn't it true that the I'm thinking, didn't the Irish, a lot that, what was it?
Hello, are you trying to get with your cousin then, weirdo?
What?
Yellow Fever said that you guys are cousins.
We're not cousins. I'm not Asian. No, but it's funny because didn't the Irish, like the original, like the Scots, I believe were called, like the raiders that came from Ireland into England during the Roman period? Weren't those the original Scots? Right? They're basically like you have Irish, and then you've got your Scottish side. Aren't the Scottish just descendants of the Celtic barbarians that came to the UK?
I don't know about the origins of the Irish, but I do know that the remnants of the Spanish Armada did wash up on England and Ireland, both islands. Yeah. I don't know if that's the origin of the Black Irish offhand, but
Scottish people are Irish. Well, yeah, because the Spanish would make sense because of how long the Iberian Peninsula was occupied by the Caliphates, pre-Crusades, or pre or during, I can't remember, but I know that the Iberian Peninsula was occupied by a couple caliphates for a while, and that's why there's a lot of Spanish people that are a bit tanner than a lot of the other Europeans, along with the Mediterraneans as well.
Within England, you have there's descendants from Italy, Roman times. You have Flemish. You have Celtic blood. You have there's a broad array of ancestry that goes into English blood itself. Um, I'm a purebred uh, Englishman. Moved here to Australia when I was 3 years old. Going back 1990, but yeah, even back then, the English are in and of themselves a mishmash of European blood.
But they're uniquely part of. They're the main. They're the Greater Britain. They're the main state of the United Kingdom. They're kind of, even though they're ethnically different, they kind of align with more their country, right? Than they're Scottish or they're Welsh or Flemish or ancestry, correct? I'm not too sure about identity in the UK myself.
Yeah, I mean, well, when it comes down to it, I mean, you'll have Welsh that will, the Welsh and English will take jabs at each other. I mean, it goes so far as that if you drive 3 hours from London, up north to say Yorkshire, that you know, one another will take jabs at each other just because there's there's differences in culture that far. Where in a country as big as the US or Australia, the lines are drawn much further, and thus the cultures are much broader. Where sort of in England, there's so many people packed into such a small area that even though it is a small island, there is a rather large variance in
See, well, wait,
culture, albeit minor. Minor. I mean, I guess intricacies
now,
to the culture.
Critical. I have a question here. Luna says the Anglo-Saxons were German tribes, but if I recall, during the Roman period in Britain, both the Saxons and the Scotties came. The Scotties came from Ireland, and the Saxons came from Germany. And is that true? Right? That's why you have Anglo-Saxons and Scottish people, I think.
You're asking me a question I do not know the answer to be honest.
I'm not too well informed on it either.
Like
I've actually.
I have a good, a moderate understanding.
Been
I'm
lost
sorry,
this whole
Pei.
time.
I'm sorry, Pei.
Yeah.
This is the
It's okay.
ancient history portion
Yeah.
of the
Don't worry.
show I didn't expect.
I know my heritage, and the heritage and the culture of some areas of England, but beyond that,
Huh.
yeah, I'm a little
That's true. The Vikings did later
uh,
invade.
like,
Who didn't invade your fucking
yeah,
island?
Scandinavia. Yes, there is a lot of Scandinavian blood within
It's
England as
funny
well.
that like my British
Yeah.
heritage, I have like a little bit of British heritage. I think it's like 10 to 15% or something, and like I have a smaller amount of like Dutch or Danish heritage, and I think maybe I might have some of the some of those descendants of Vikings from my British side because of my blonde hair and blue eyes. Didn't give me the height though, bastards.
Blue eyes.
Yeah.
brown hair.
You have blue eyes and brown hair. I have blue eyes and I had blonde hair when I was little, but now I have darker blonde hair. Unfortunately, it doesn't last forever. Critical, what's up? Tell the chat about yourself, Critical, while we have you here.
Yeah. So I was born in England. Emigrated to Australia when I was a toddler. Been here for 30 odd years. Studied chemist, as in not like a pharmacist,
Like
but,
actual chemistry or
chemistry. Yeah. Beyond that, I was once left leaning until I felt lost
yeah.
in the
We're
left,
getting your red pill
and
moment, I suppose.
found myself in the right. Yeah.
So you kind of got lost to the left. Is it that the
Yeah.
left kind of left you, or is it that you didn't change. Sorry, is that you didn't change and the left just moved, or do you think that your positions changed?
Both.
Both.
Both. Definitely both. Yeah, no, I could see what's happening to this country, and could see that not only was the left going towards further and further extremes that I disagreed with, but I was disagreeing more and more with what I believed in the
I
first
see.
place.
So did you just stop believing in the ability of like the state to administer, and distribute people's wealth or make rules about people's lives, or like where did you break with it? I'm curious.
I broke with it when sort of we had a lot of refugees come to this country, and when I say a lot, it's minimal comparative to
Well, I
the
live
US.
in Southern California,
Um,
so we don't call them refugees. We call them illegal immigrants, and they're endlessly coming here with, we actually had to pay tax
yeah,
dollars to give them Modelo virus relief. So we gave them all a check, and they justified it by saying it's okay. Private donors did 75% of this bailout, so we can take your taxpayer dollars for it. As well as they get favored admission. They get favored rates for admitting to our schools. They're allowed to get driver's licenses. They have access to most of our welfare system. So you can imagine why they flood in here.
yeah. For us as well, there's a lot of instant welfare for people coming into this country. Fortunately, we have reasonably secure borders, and at the moment, the government is in a hand, well, federal government is in the hands of the conservatives. Even though they are named the
It's
liberals.
so confusing. Like Japan's conservative
So
party is
it may,
also the liberal Democrat party, and like it's very confusing.
yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, but no, for me, it was just seeing that if you, sort of where I am, sort of if you travel halfway between where I am and the CBD being the Central
Right, right,
Business
right. I
District,
understand a little bit about
aka the
how
city.
cities are set up.
Yeah. Yeah. You'll go through areas where it is purely Africans, or
We have those here as well.
just yeah,
They're places you don't want to be
yeah,
walking through late at
and
night, or sometimes even depending on how bad it can be. Some you don't want to be walking there during the day.
so
I don't want to
there were things that
interrupt, but
yeah.
I'm gonna go. So I
Oh,
just wanted to say
yeah.
thank you for letting me
Well,
come on and
thank you
talk to
so
you
much,
guys.
Pay, for coming on the show. You're
Oh,
welcome back
thank you.
anytime. And I
Oh,
want to tell
thank
you
you.
something. We'll talk about having you over for Halloween karaoke. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Let's get some lunch when you're in LA. That'll be a lot of fun. And remember, Pay, you get what you fucking deserve. Have a great night, Pay.
Thanks.
See you later,
Bye, guys.
All right. Sorry to interrupt. Critical. Please continue. You were talking about you're walking through an African community in Australia.
Yeah, and then you start to see the Muslim communities, and you see
Oh, and
people
one
trying
thing,
to start
dlive.tv/originality is extinct.
Australia.
If you want to hear more of Pay, check out her channel. Definitely give her a follow. Thank you so much, Pay, for coming on the show. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Faith deserves all. I'm not a pay hater.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, she's a guest on the
that's
show.
okay.
She was very
Yeah.
polite. She gave some lemons as well. I understand.
Yeah,
If
she
you don't
is.
like her, that's fine. I get you.
She's a polite.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah. But yeah, no, you see, Muslims trying to enact
No, I know.
Sharia law
You
within
see, what's that
Australia,
barbaric practice they do to
I'm
animals?
not having any of that.
Halal. When you see what they do to those animals and like torture and kill them, it's just like, what is this?
Yeah,
It's like a
in
pagan
fact,
sacrifice
sort of,
almost.
But
Beyond that, when they police people's behavior, they have their women covered from head to toe. You see what's going on in Europe, and you saw the Bataclan. siege. You see what happens in Chechnya and all these countries, where you have problems all the time for some reason with assimilation.
Mm.
You think you should label the longest talk show
So
in the
with
world? I wouldn't say that.
So with halal meat, they obviously bless the meat before they slit the throat of the animal. Now in Australia, there's been a lot of calls, and as far as I know, it has been introduced that animals cannot be shipped out of the country unless they have been slaughtered within Australia, so that they cannot be killed in duress, essentially, outside of the borders. We are a country that we have a lot of farming land, especially for sheep and cattle, and um, yeah, a lot of animal rights groups called out to stop the slaughter of those animals in inhumane
You know,
ways. Because the way that's
if
done
I could
here
interject
is
on this
they cut.
issue, real quick, like,
Sure.
like it's tough for me, like the to be like serious, about like, oh, we gotta treat these animals right and be like, honestly, like I want to be that way, but on the end of the day, it's like if it's efficient, like we're gonna kill these animals, right? Like no matter what you do, then as nice as you are, you're still at the end of the day gonna murder them for food. Like you can't change the end result. So like factory farms don't bug me, but like the barbaricness of that ritual for halal and how it's like done for just superstition is what bugs me. It's not done for efficiency. It's done for like a weird ancient custom.
I know. Well, they're rather inefficient, if anything. Factory farms are actually rather efficient, and if anything, more beneficial to the environment because they give the animals what they need. They're concentrated and not taking up so much space.
Yeah, it's
So
like
on and so
good for the
forth.
overall environment and a more efficient use of
Okay.
space. One
Yeah.
second, let me grab someone in. Breath of Aegis,
Yeah,
we'll get to you in a sec. We just want to finish this conversation. All right, sorry, continue.
So caged chickens are better than free range chickens when it comes to eggs for the
Yeah, no, I
environment.
agree with that. Like I agree that like it's better.
I
like
mean, it may not be a good life for the chicken, but
yeah, no, like at the end of the day, the chicken is gonna
yeah.
be a chicken sandwich. Okay, like the chicken's not going like, man, I hope I hope I have a whole bunch of land to fuck around on before they murder me. The chicken just doesn't want to be murdered.
Yeah, that's it. And it's
Yeah, I mean that's like here's the thing also about that chicken and that cow wouldn't be alive if we didn't eat them. Like we wouldn't be making
breed
them
so
on
many
an
of them that
industrial
we
scale.
give life to so many.
If that. Yeah. Breath of Aegis. How's it going, sir? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing, Breath of Aegis?
I'm doing good.
Whoa.
I'm doing good. Thanks.
You're a bit loud. Let me just turn you down a bit. I think, you were quiet before, but your mic sounds great. Don't adjust it at all. There we go. So what's up, Breath of Aegis?
Nothing. I was kind of wondering if you guys are streaming all night.
I'm going till I'm done. The stream will be done when it's done. This is the Blizzard Entertainment of streams. Okay, before they got cucked by China. What's up, Breath of Aegis? Breath of Aegis, of course, has joined my board game group before. A good buddy of mine. So tell us about yourself, Breath of Aegis. What brings you on Coast to Ghost?
Put me on the spot. That was
Well,
prepared.
I mean, you know who you are.
I do a little bit of art, and I run a board game Discord. That's
You
about
can
it.
post that in the chat if you'd like. If anyone would like to play board games with Breath of Aegis or his buddies, come join his Discord. Now, you tolerate the words I say, so I'm going to have to ask you, what was your red pill moment, Breath of Aegis?
I think it was pretty gradual.
Just kind of built up over time?
I think I was, I was always kind of skeptical of stuff.
Naturally inquisitive or contrarian?
Yeah, I don't think there was a single point. And then I kind of went into watching TRR, then I think I got
okay.
more.
Oh, we have Ralph to thank for getting you more based.
I can relate to that to an extent, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think there's an actual moment. Like I was always kind of inquisitive. I was always like, why this doesn't make any sense. Why is this happening?
yeah, and you
Yeah.
kind of you see it more and more. You see like the politicians all simping for the same thing, and kind of, like, oh well, wait, why are we giving money to these countries? Why are we sticking our nose here? Why would we do any of these things? Like, and it's like, oh, it all makes sense when you look at money and who rules over you. Like, you kind of all the picture all comes together, and it's not pretty. I would say.
Yeah, if
Absolutely.
I may interject, slowly the puzzle pieces come together to form a picture, and yeah, you see what's before you.
It just kind of comes into focus. It's like, well, why are they acting stupid?
Yeah.
Why are they doing? Oh, they're not stupid. They're just malicious. They're just self-interested. They just make more money doing this. Yeah. Awesome. Well, Breath of Aegis, I hope you posted your Discord in the chat, correct?
I have not. Will you want to post it in the Trivolo chat?
No, in the stream chat. You don't need to post it. Yeah, the Trovo.
Okay.
I mean, Trovo is unfortunately not connected to any of these. But if you post it in the stream chat in the Discord,
okay.
It'll output it to Twitch, DLive, YouTube, as well. But what are you going to be playing next week? Or what board games do you have coming up?
I haven't been. I've been busy as of late, so I haven't been playing board games as much. Because it takes a lot of time because people want more new board games all the time, so you have to try and figure out the rules.
I don't know what that's like.
Figure out a good way of explaining it.
Right, I don't know what that's
no
like.
kidding. And then you have to. Yeah, and then you're playing with first-time players all the time, which takes more time. And then
You've been on my show
I think it
before.
takes significantly more. Yeah. Sorry, I should pause more. And then you have to. What's the other thing? On Tabletop Simulator, it takes so much longer to play games
takes
for
so
some
much
reason.
quicker to
I
clean
can't
up.
figure out why.
Certain
games are
scripts
quicker.
it's so quick to set up. But yeah, no, I get you. It always feels like Tabletop Simulator games have like an extra hour, because you're not just using your hands and shit.
Yeah, because I was playing. What was it? Bang.
I
Have you
haven't
ever
played
played
Bang. I
Bang?
haven't played it in a while. The dice game or the card game?
The card game. People tell me that the dice game is better, but it's like
I think the dice
I
game
don't
is a
know
little
about
better.
that.
I think so.
Is it really?
The card game is a bit slower. The dice game is much quicker.
No. Well, anyways, we're playing the card game, and then that one took 2 hours to play a single
What?
round. I think because they didn't understand the rules, even though I was saying the rules of the cards, because each player has like different roles and different characters, and I was constantly explaining what the rules you're supposed to do, but nobody was killing the sheriff.
I was on
so
Tony
it just took
Castle's stream
forever.
about a week or two ago, and we played this board game called Virtue Signal, which is really funny because it's kind of like a very memey board game. It's like it's all about your goal is to get like followers and other people. They'll put things that will trigger your followers, and you have to you have to virtue signal to untrigger them. It's really funny, like silly, like set building game. Not set building game, but like a tableau builder. And they had a woman there, and like every turn we had to explain a rule to her. So I was very rude, let's just say. By the end of it,
Yeah, I heard of that game. I was trying to figure it out, and I don't think I could
it wasn't
grasp
that
it.
complicated. It's just like you have like a hand of cards, and some of the cards are followers, some of them are like event cards and shit. Like it's actually pretty easy when Tony Castle explained it to me.
Yeah, because I've been looking at it for a while, and I was just like, how do I play this?
Yeah, no, it's neat. You should get the TTS module for it.
The what module?
Tabletop
the what
Simulator
module? Yeah, I have it downloaded. I just couldn't figure out certain parts to it. It just sounds a little too vague for me to just be certain
I
things,
get you.
you know?
Look, if I get invited back onto Tony Castle's to play board games with him, I'll invite you as well. And then we can both learn how to play it right. Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, and I'll always invite you to board games. You've always got an open invitation on the weekends to come by for board games. I know you're probably busy, but we love having more players as well.
Yeah, right now weekends work better, but yeah, I haven't been doing stuff in my server as of too late because just because I'm busy
I got
during
you.
the
We
week
just
now.
killed the Watcher in our campaign. with the Bosnian Kangs. That was a lot of fun. That fight's nuts. How many people you can just lose like to a bad, roll. The fucking what are they called? The oh,
Rock small, everyone
pretty
dies.
much. Well, I mean that's the conclusion of that game always. Everyone dies. I mean, that's kind of what it is.
Yeah.
I was pissed though. I
Yeah.
did miss the latest sale today because I was working. I was in meetings. I was like, ah, shit. So now I gotta go track someone down who's got a first run of the new minis. So it's
Oh, you're in that Discord in the
yeah, I am in the
Kingdom Death
Discord, but
Discord.
I was literally like in meetings. Like it's not like I could step away. I was like running meetings. Otherwise, by the time the meeting was done, it was like 3 o'clock. It absolutely killed me. But I have a buddy who got a Death Gray of the new 3D printed one, so I've got that knocked down. I just got to get the not the Peasant Hero, but the no, I gotta get a first run of the Temple Explorer that they just released.
I want to say bows are terrible. I played a bow character
Oh,
and
in
they're
Kingdom
just
Death?
awful. Yeah.
Once you get the master,
Yeah.
it's not so bad because you can move and shoot. But yeah, before you have mastery, it's pretty miserable because the monsters are very prone to like just flying around the board, and having cumbersome is just awful.
Yeah, because I'm like everyone, like someone's in my group has two Katars, and he does like he rolls like 5
Oh, that's
dice every time
awful,
he
man.
attacks,
I
and
hate high hit combos because
the-
it's like you
the-
just draw the trap every time. It feels like.
or that too. But he does like way more damage than me because I have to waste a turn getting in position
Colonel
and
Meme,
then
I
I
can't
shoot.
talk
So he
about the Holy
does.
Roman Empire. I don't know
He'll
enough.
maybe attack twice.
Sorry, continue.
Oh. Yeah, so sometimes he'll be attack. So sometimes he'll do 2 attacks, which will be like 10 dice. You roll 10 dice, and he has a chance of just area.
Well,
effect,
yeah,
so.
some of the traps aren't so bad, but like when you get to like the bigger ones, it's just like, oh fuck. Or if you get like wrecked by the butcher. We got the perfect Slayer in my party, so we're just like our grand weapon guy is immortal, so he just beats the shit out of things with his Grand Slayer.
Yeah, we chose the baby simping path.
Oh.
Yeah, we didn't choose to have like strong children.
Oh
We
my god,
chose the
survival of the
weak
fittest
simpy.
is so useful. It's so good. Play random Frank Castle. I don't know what that is, Colonel Meme. All these petty squall. All right, Johnny. Johnny the Money Pot Sola. Keep it optical, Johnny.
So I said, the first time I saw you beyond the Tiara, Ghost was playing with Flam. Warhammer.
I wasn't playing Warhammer though. I played Secret Hitler with. Oh no, you're right. It was Vermintide.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
could be
I
wrong.
did play
I'm not
Vermintide
that
with
strong in
Flam
mobile
and Big
games.
Mac
Yeah.
back in the day, and Walrus. Really?
Yeah. Yeah, so that was the first time. I just recognized voice obviously. And,
Well, thank you.
yeah.
The Blue Yeti
And,
makes my
watching
voice
with,
sound very
Flam streams
buttery.
and, yeah, you were explaining it to him. Yeah, it was interesting to watch. And
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome to come
It
on the
seems,
show anytime,
rather-
Critical. It was very interesting talking to you about Britain and British politics, or British, I guess, heritage.
Hey, question me on Australian politics. I can give you, a good amount. British politics, not so much. But I still know a little bit of my way around,
The last like bit of
uh,
Australian politics I knew, I was in Japan traveling, and there were like a couple of Australian travelers that like I hung out with and chatted with for like half a day, and they're like, "Oh, we gotta go vote. We all have to vote," and they were complaining about having to vote, and they were college
Mhm.
kids, so they're like, "Yeah, fuck the current government. We're gonna beat him in this election," and they lost, which made me happy.
Yeah, no, it's mandatory to vote here. Yeah. It's and also one of those another thing that maybe you guys could learn from is if you have dual citizenship, you cannot be
That
a
is
member
a
of parliament.
genius policy that we should emulate here. It makes no sense to have someone with dual loyalties in government. Like this concept that we have people with dual loyalty, any country. I don't care what it is. I don't care that it just happens to be that one country in the Middle East that we have undying support for, all right? What I care about is that you have dual citizenship to anyone, all right? No, you have to be America first and only America. You cannot have anything even equal. That has to be everything else has to be worse than second, at minimum. Otherwise, you cannot faithfully serve the American people that you are absolutely responsible for. But that's a genius policy.
So yeah, a year or two ago, we had politicians that had to resign because unknowingly they had the capability of having citizenship to
Really,
the
just
United
the
Kingdom.
capability?
And we're part of the Commonwealth.
Don't you
as
all
you
have
might
the
know.
capability to become
We have a
British
queen,
citizens?
as in the United Kingdom, as in the British Queen is our queen. Yeah, and they were forced to resign. Unbeknownst to them, they were capable of having citizenship to the United Kingdom. So there you go. That's how seriously we take dual citizenship here when it comes to being a politician.
Really?
Hey,
What?
Ghost. Hey, Ghost. I'm gonna
Facts
pass
and
out.
Logic, thank you for coming on the show, and have a great fucking... Oh.
But first, I want you to look in the general
no.
Discord.
One sec. Hold on, I'm writing a message to chat, but I will check the general Discord against my better judgment.
Serene too, if you want.
What am I pulling up? Yeah.
That's the last picture I posted. That's the last picture I posted. I want you to see.
One sec.
It's Fall Guys related. It's Fall Guys related.
Oh, no! No! Facts, no! Alright.
Guess what? Guess what you do with it when you get it.
Oh, no. Facts. With that, I'm going to say, Facts and Logic, you get what you fucking deserved. Have a good night, Facts. Thank you so much for coming on the show. We will talk to you later. Alright. Fax is gone. Breath of Aegis, indeed. Member of the Ghost Gang, as always. Thank you, Fax. Oh, shit. Hold on. Wrong way. I'm moving the wrong thing up. Whoops. All right, so... Oh, come on. All right.
Okay, I see what's going on.
Oh, you see me moving the thing around. Yeah, I'm just trying to fix this. Sorry. Oh, fuck. God.
Oh, we were talking about the one with the.
Oh,
the
yeah,
tail
yeah,
being,
yeah.
removed.
No!
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That is, yeah. Off the story that is, heard of, at least, through the boards.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Where were we? Sweatpants Boner, what's up with you, man?
Sorry about that. Oh, sorry
you
about
haven't done
that.
anything wrong.
I'm just going to comment. Just waiting for a moment. I really like what Critical had to say.
Yeah, no, I thought it really interesting.
I think the problem we run into is that people don't understand the definition of. They don't understand their responsibility of being a citizen.
Well, I
Or-
don't think they think. I think the modern politician doesn't consider themselves equal to the citizen. I think modern politicians think of themselves as better, and they see themselves as like we're the enlightened, humble teachers that come to these filthy fucking peasants that are below us, and we make their lives better because we are better than them. I think that's how most politicians view us, and this is why
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to a party with a bunch of Moloch masked people. Yeah, you're absolutely
I think
right.
that's how, what was it? The FBI agents were like, "Oh, those smelly Walmart shoppers." Then they're talking about, trying to overthrow democracy. It's like, oh, those fucking smelly Walmart shoppers are going to elect this creepy orange man.
Drunk.
That's how they view us. They view us as like these subhuman people that they just have to deal with. And that's why they think that the rules they make for us don't apply to them. That's why they insider trade. That's why they get to, exploit all the knowledge they have. They get to take advantage of us. They get to go to corporations, take their money, and then lie to our faces saying, "Oh, taking money didn't influence my decision, okay? I wish Google would give me more money." Yeah, we see through it. We fucking see through it.
So yeah,
No, go ahead. That
Sorry,
was,
go ahead.
that was
Go ahead. I was gonna say, I was going to say, so at the moment I am capable, or I do have dual citizenship to United Kingdom and Australia, and if I were to, God forbid, become an
You would
Australian
have to give
politician,
up your.
I would have to denounce my UK citizenship.
That makes perfect sense.
Sorry, I've had a few drinks. In order to become a politician. And even though we are part of the Commonwealth, and we have a queen who is the Queen of the United Kingdom, it makes sense to me. You know, there's nothing that way that gets in the way of you serving your country to the betterment of your country.
Yeah.
Mr. Mr. Kriegel.
Yes.
When you move to Australia, to England, and become a citizen, and if you did become a politician, sorry, one moment. Is there anything in the Magna Carta or anything else that would prevent you from doing that?
At the moment, could I consider myself moving from Australia to the United Kingdom? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Other than to be honest, no, not really. I've actually considered it recently. Other than the country being overrun, but if anything, that's more of a reason to move back to the United Kingdom, especially where I was born, which is southwest, you know, coastal region of United Kingdom. I could easily see myself and my girlfriend, who does have UK citizenship, moving back there, and you know, maybe establishing a family, and yeah, seeing how that goes.
Well, I mean, how far is that from like London or the major cities? Because I know the major cities have been getting worse and worse, and you know they've had a lot of problems. Yes. Also, if you want to play board games with Breath of Aegis, join his board gaming Discord that has just been posted in the chat. Sorry, continue.
So, as literally as far away from London as you possibly could get, considering.
Nice. Truth Seeker 666. Thank you for the follow. Follower number 596. Thank you so much. Sorry.
That said, I'm an Arsenal supporter for life.
You're gonna have to what? I'm sorry.
I'm an Arsenal supporter for life.
Okay, for someone that thinks soccer is a thing you drop your kids off to and not a professional sport, what's Arsenal?
Arsenal is a professional soccer team in the United Kingdom. They are the second oldest team in the United Kingdom, and one of the best. They have been doing reasonably poorly.
Truth Seeker 666 says, shout out from Wales, UK, and he likes Arsenal.
Except they won the FA Cup.
Sorry. You got a shout out for someone who likes Arsenal as well in the chat.
Yeah. So, yeah. They know what I mean. We had some hard times. They were, we had the German coach, the German, the coach that took Germany to a World Cup victory.
I see.
And the same coach that took them to losing to Korea 3-1 from memory. Yeah. And he refused to learn English while coaching.
Wait, a
English
Korean?
team.
So your coach was from Korea?
No. He was German.
Gotcha,
but he coached the German World Cup team. And they lost to Korea in qualifiers. It was either 3-0 or 3-1. They got so desperate towards the end because they needed to win that game in order to potentially advance, that they pulled their goalie out. And that was not a good idea because Koreans could, just slid in with a goal or two. And yeah.
So that became your coach.
Yeah, when it comes,
World class decision making like that.
yeah, yeah, he was
Did
not
he
a good
think he
coach
was
for the
playing
team.
hockey?
They do have a good coach at the moment. It's one of those games. He's the current coach is one of those people that's looking to build a quality team over time, and winning the
Wait,
FA
isn't
Cup
there
is
a
no small
difference
feat.
between
It's
like
not
the coach
Premiership.
and like the general manager?
Well, the coach is the manager. Sorry, I'm just using terminology that
I didn't know there was a
might
difference because, like in
make
American
sense
sports,
to
right,
more
you have
people.
like a head coach, a manager, and then you have like a general manager that focuses on trading and hiring players.
So the head coach is a manager. He coaches and manages the team, and then you have other coaches who actually coach the team. For their positions.
Huh? Strange. All right. Well.
So the manager is the one who he makes all the key decisions within the team, be it at a player level who gets to play, coaching level. It's just
I'm never gonna escape soccer on this show.
Yeah. It's the world's game for a reason.
I know. I just can't be bothered to care about soccer. It bores me, you know. It's just like 90 minutes and no scoring. If I wanted that, I'd hang out in Vegas all the time. Woo!
But I could say the same about NFL. I mean,
yeah, but I can also watch people get chronic traumatic encephalitis in the NFL.
Yeah. With
I mean, I love baseball. Most people think baseball is slow as
not
fuck.
there's not 5 minutes of stopping time and 2 minutes of game time.
Oh yeah, no, it's very slow at the end of a game.
Yeah. But I'm a fan of majority of sports. I can sit there and watch basically any sport, including NFL.
Yeah, I can co-sign that, Johnny Medieval. Like
anybody,
Madden's a dumb game.
Enjoy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean it's this whole year I haven't been watching
anyway.
sports ball. I've just been watching box scores. I've just been so sickened by all like the protests and nonsense they're pushing that like I don't even want to give them the ratings, you know. You know, I want to punish them. I want to punish them. I haven't bought any jerseys. I haven't bought tickets. I mean, I can't buy tickets to games, but you know, normally I would have probably seen a few baseball games, but I'm not fucking gonna give them money.
Well, in Western Australia, where the state that I live in, we handled COVID so well that currently all of our so Australian Football League is AFL is the our traditional sport. It was basically designed. It was basically created because on off season cricketers had nothing to do, and so they kicked the ball around on the field, and a game was made out of that. But because of all the other states having so many COVID
We call it
issues,
Modelo
all the
virus, to be
games
clear,
currently being
because
held here.
YouTube's algorithm is gay. Yeah.
The Wu flu.
I know. It's just they've deleted my videos, and I use YouTube for archives. That's all.
Okay, so what would you call it?
We'll call it liberalism.
How's that? The virus. So the virus has caused a lot of in Victoria there is dire state of emergency, and all the games are being held in my state, Western Australia. Because we locked down our borders. Australia locked down. We locked down our borders pretty
Sweatpants
quickly.
Boner, thank you for the ice
when it
cream.
came to,
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I mean, you actually have a pretty easy
that's what
time
we
locking
gotta
down
do.
your borders, having you know the oceans on all sides, and a conservative
Yeah,
government.
I actually had a friend. So I had a friend. He was after a divorce with his wife. decided to get a Balinese missus and was, working over here for, a month or two, then living over there for a few months. And he decided when shit got real that he was coming back here. And he was basically in a five-star prison. So he was put up in the Duxton five-star hotel and served government meals each day, welfare check, armed guards on every level of every floor and out the front of the hotel. They basically commandeered the hotel, and for 2 weeks he was quarantined in there. And when he came out, it felt rather bizarre because being locked in a hotel room for 2 weeks and then suddenly you're out in the wide open world. You can imagine the difference. Australia took it very seriously.
I mean,
Right
I took
from
it
the
very
outstart.
seriously back in January. As soon as the information came out, where it's like 2-week gestation period. The WHO constantly lying about it. The videos of people collapsing in the street. It was like, oh, well, shit. There's no way that the politicians won't be able to control this. They won't be willing to. And the Chinese have no reason to control it because if they want to go and if they're going to get kneecapped by this, they're going to kneecap everyone else about it. Because they.
Yeah, I do feel like it was intentionally released.
I don't think it was initially intentionally. I think it was spread
due to the
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Chinese economy wasn't doing so well, and a lot of people are wondering how Ma Jinping would be able to keep the economy growing at the rate that it was, promised.
They just lie about it.
And
I mean, they've done that for decades. They just lie about it. They build, the Chinese build empty skeleton cities to imitate growth. Like they lie about the number of people that are there. Yeah, like I mean, like, why is this any different than what the Chinese normally do?
Well, there's two things I know: chemistry and human biology, and it's rather odd that the first iteration of the virus, it didn't have to mutate in order to specifically target Asians.
That's an excellent.
Because essentially, with the Asian lungs, there's a sac that Caucasians and many other races do not have. That made them more susceptible to the virus. Not only that, it was males that were more susceptible to the virus. And if you don't know this already, China has a
Yes, because of the one-child policy. I think they're like 53-47 or something is their percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's like a 6 or 7% delta there.
Yeah, around those, sort of numbers, yeah.
Which is very abnormal.
Yeah.
It should be reverse, 10% of that almost, because women live longer and are less stressed throughout their lives and have more relaxing lives generally than men.
Yes, yeah. If you look at a lot of Western countries,
It's like
51-49,
52-48, right? Like.
Yeah, but it's there's that generally there's that sort of 2%.
Well, men are more likely to die, or get in trouble and get killed. It's just much more likely, as well.
Men are more likely to die.
So you're. I'm not. I guess I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you saying that the Chinese government developed this virus for the purposes of evening out their population as well as kneecapping their strategic opponents or competitors? One might say enemies.
Maybe not developed, but I almost feel like it was released intentionally in order to cripple the world's economy such that China could not, so that Mao Jinping could not be held accountable for the lack of economic growth within
I see.
this country.
Because with China, because they have such a a strong hold over the economy, they'll get blamed if the small leaps that the middle class and lower class have gained get wiped away, right? The people will just riot and be like burning down cities because they know exactly who's controlling their lives, and if they aren't controlling it in a way that's making their lives better, they can easily overthrow them. Right.
Yeah.
Even with
So,
the information
what
control
better
that
way
they have.
than something? Yeah. So what better way than a virus that seems to be just something from nature that's occurred, and there's nobody to blame.
It was a bat, guys, okay? It was a bat, alright? That's what it was. There was just a bat that kind of got sick, you know? Yeah.
This is just a I can't even call it a theory because it can't be tested. But yeah, just this is just an inkling that I have that has grown.
I mean,
ever more prominent based upon what
I think there's a lot of not circumstantial, but a lot of the information surrounding it leads me to think it was developed in a lab. You know, that on top of, specifically virus samples being stolen from abroad and, facilities, which the fact that our governments don't have like the degree of vetting to be like, dude, this is obviously a Chinese spy. What the fuck's wrong with you? How could you morons let someone who's a Chinese national into your lab? Like, what the fuck are you doing?
So from what I can see, this is a man-made strain of the.
I think like a
COVID
man-made
virus.
strain of the original SARS virus, right?
The degree is yeah. But whether or not it was intentionally released or unintentionally released from the Wuhan
That's
lab
another question. But I think though the picking a corona type Mandela virus, let's say, was very fortuitous because of its resistance to mutation. Right, it makes it easier to control the outcome of it. So it doesn't become you want to like severely hinder your enemies, but you don't want it. You kind of you loose it if it gets loosed on you. You want it to be kind of limited in scope and understood. But I don't understand too much about like the biology of it or the epidemiology of it, but that's kind of my understanding of it. On top of like very specific things that they get targeting.
I've tried not to look into too much of it just because it's depressing.
I mean, it is fucking
well,
depressing
was,
as hell.
But yeah, but there have been several iterations of the virus, several mutations of the virus.
Well, I mean, like, so I don't know if the benign version of the virus necessarily is a mutation, or if it's just kind of like someone's reaction to the virus. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's tough because we're all genetically different, and it's possible that, like, depending on certain things in your genetic code, you may just react to it differently rather than necessarily being a completely different virus, right?
Yes, but at the same time, they can test to. Well, I mean, it depends on the man hours that they have available in each country or in each scenario to test. But they can test for specific strains.
Okay, so you're saying that they've isolated those specific
for each
strains.
and every case.
I mean, my hard part is on that. It's like, they're the experts, finger quotes, and it's always hard, especially something that comes out of a government, because it's like, why did they communicate this? Why are they telling me this? Or are they really just communicating the facts? Like that's always tough for me.
Yeah. I was extremely worried being in Australia, right? Because we have a lot of business with China. China owns a lot of Australian land, and I thought it was going to hit us very hard. Yeah, we've done rather well. So take that what you will, whether that's
Which
I mean, it almost feels like it's once it's upon the world, those other strains could have easily been intentionally released. You know, yeah,
no, I
wouldn't be too hard, yeah, to infect somebody unknowingly and then have them set abroad and infect other people.
You know, Cage brings up an interesting point. He says if the Wu flu were truly done intentionally, we'd know it by now. That I don't
Not
think so.
true.
I'm not
I
arguing
disagree
for the
with that.
competence of government or like a worldwide conspiracy. But on the other hand, like the ability for I guess the levers of power and the our government to kind of label and diminish and destroy dissidents. Like we all kind of underestimate that because it's not the government that's doing that in particular. It's Google, it's Facebook, it's YouTube. All those voices like get silenced to a degree. And with live streaming, you can kind of get around it, but honestly, it's I don't know. I think it's possible to have a conspiracy to that degree, but you are right. There is, of course, it's like incompetent people do run governments. Oh shit, Lord Mizo, thank you for the follow. But I think it's a possibility. I'd say the odds are it's like 50-50. Big thing in Canada is we're constantly engaged in spy games.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
it's like
guessing
50-50.
game. It's one of those things. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying for certain one way or another. It's just a potential scenario. And if you look at the Sochi Olympics in Russia, um, obviously that's independently run to the Russian government. However, Russia was able to dope all of its players, to dope all of its participants in the Olympics. The Winter Olympics.
Didn't they still lose a lot?
And have it go right under the eyes of the Olympic Committee. It was only because there was a person that was willing to speak out about it, somebody that worked in the lab in Russia and explained in great detail how they managed to get around the Olympic Committee and its anti-doping agency. That it was
Didn't they
discovered,
still not win the most
and
medals?
that's why they were unable to participate.
I'm just saying, didn't they not win the most medals even
I'm
with
unsure,
doping?
to be honest. I'm unsure, to be honest. But I know that it was the majority of the players were using, anabolic steroids and other performance.
Right. Things that were banned at that competition level.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course. Yeah. Heavily banned. And so there were ways.
Hold on. DeKimchi Stallion 808 has hosted with 5 viewers. Thank you, DeKimchi Stallion. And I had fun playing Fall Guys with you and Mochi that time. What's up, man? Sorry. Continue.
Oh, yeah. Of course. So the Olympic Committee thought that they had I think it was for blood, but a vessel in which that was untamperable, in which you would be able to notice if it was tampered with in any way, shape, or form. Yet the Russian government was able to create was able to retroactively create a way to get into the vials to put in blood that would not test positive to any performance enhancing drugs, and then put those straight back onto the shelves and have those go in for testing and show negative.
Wow. And that's all for a
during
meaningless
Sochi Olympics.
competition.
Yeah.
Really, like, right?
Yes. So I mean, if a government can do it, do it for that. Just for an Olympic, just for the Olympics and the Winter Olympics at that.
Right, the
Chinese
Winter
government
Olympics, right? And
trying
we're
to do
talking
that
about
to
the world.
just-
We're talking about the
Yeah.
grand chessboard. of the entire world and like realigning the entire, the entire land, the entire fucking world with this outbreak.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is on such a far larger scale. I mean, this Winter Olympics are minimal in comparison
To be fair, though, the
this.
Russian
I mean,
economy is
this
like 1/10 the size of ours, and like they're basically like a Middle Eastern country. They're an energy state, right? They just have a storied history.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're intelligent
Sure.
people, and they're determined, and
They're
as
very
are China.
they're very proud people as well. And I think that
they're looking to
yeah, no, I
dominate.
agree. I think the Chinese are definitely, they have much bigger ambitions. I think I talked with my cousin about this, and do you know about the what was it called? The historical event of the the Kimchi Stallion has. Hold on. The Kimchi Stallion has just subscribed for 1 month. Thank you to Kimchi Stallion for subscribing to the Ghost Gang, the Spectre Squad, the Apparition Alliance, the Phantom Phalanx, the Corporeal Corporation. Welcome, sir, to our gang. And remember, the only way in and out of this gang is in a body bag. Thank you so much for your support to Kimchi Stallion. Thank you so much. But
Only one you missed is the Phantom
the Phantom Family. Fuck. I missed that alliteration. But if you know about, do you know about the Opium Wars when the British first went to China? Well, not first, but when they took Hong Kong.
Oh, yeah,
right.
Of course,
so,
yeah.
thank you so much to Kimchi
Yeah.
Stallion. So, when that period in China is called, I think it's the Great Humiliation or something. But they view it very much like the Chinese. Like from a cultural context, have still not really let that go, right? Just getting humiliated by how we just basically came in their country, forced them open, and fucked with them, basically. And they century of humiliation. That's
yeah, got them all addicted to
Yep,
morphine.
we gave them all. We
took
gave them all
the China.
opium. They had a huge
Yeah.
opium problem. We wrecked their country, and not we. I mean, you because you're British. I mean, we're the better British people.
Oh.
But sorry.
Well, hey, don't blame my fathers. Don't.
I know,
don't
but
put
the century of humiliation sits
the guilt of my forefathers upon me.
right. Right.
But yeah, I
in
understand what
party
you're saying. I
politics
understand
in
what you're
China
saying.
and like
Yeah.
culturally, the century of humiliation kind of rings true for them. And they never want to go through that again. They want to be on top. They want to give the entire world a century of humiliation. And I could see this Modelo virus, as it called, kind of being like a step in this. But you think about fentanyl, right? In the United States, like fentanyl is a huge issue here. Or we have lots of people heavily addicted to opioids, which are everywhere, and then they give them like this extra hard version of like heroin and fentanyl that just happens to be coming through all of our ships from China, right? It's like they're using our playbook against us, and because we're so open and welcoming, they're able to totally take advantage of it.
Prior to COVID, 95% of all methamphetamine was coming from China to Australia.
Yeah, it's like, oh hey,
Yep.
Wingmar741, thank you for the follow, sir. Yeah, no, like it's like they're just shipping out harmful substances to try and like kill our people. It feels like, and it's just like, this is why China is our number one strategic competitor, and one might even say enemy, but like for sure they're our competitor. I would not consider their country to be any way like conducive to any of our countries right now. They're very hostile.
And a lot of China doesn't think in
right.
4-year
That's something that
periods,
Westerners
or 3-year periods like we do. They think in a sort of
right.
50 years,
This is something that
100 years, where
Westerners
will our
do not
country be?
understand. It's about like it's a Confucianist kind of Eastern culture thing that the Japanese share, the Chinese share. Lots of these Eastern countries, they have a very long view of things. They aren't thinking of just what's the next 5 years. They're saying what happens in 50 years, and. We of course you think about our businesses here, right? It's always obsessed about we got to come out, we got to get these quarterly numbers where they need to be. It's got to be just next quarter. We just got to get to the next quarter and we'll be fine. But the Chinese, they're thinking long term, and their government can, by the way, because their government's an authoritarian, state that doesn't have to deal with elections. It doesn't have to satisfy their people.
Yeah.
It can just tread on anyone it wants to, and does consistently.
Somebody once. Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say somebody once said something via super chat. Oh well, via stream chat. That was rather clever. That in Western countries, the media controls the government, but in
Eastern countries, the government.
countries
In
like
China,
China,
the government controls the media.
sure. Yes, exactly.
There
And
is some truth to that
yeah,
because it does seem like a lot of politicians care so much about optics and about pleasing the media and being liked. And why is that? Because they have to be reelected, and the media will try to destroy people that go against their interests at every turn.
oh yeah,
You
of
know, it's
course.
just
Yeah,
absolutely
yeah,
they will
that's
do
it.
that all the time, and it's just like this is why corporate media is cancer. This is why we need to turn off CNN. You need to turn off MSNBC. You need to turn off Fox News. None of these people are conducive to supporting the West. All of them. You know, you got to go to your independent content creators. You know, you got to create a better industry for getting news and spreading it, because the establishment and the mainstream of media has none of your interests at heart. It only has its own personal interests at heart.
Oh, definitely, definitely. We could get into who owns such media, but that's maybe left for
Yeah,
another day.
well, it can be left for another day. Absolutely. You know, but it's just that is a great
Yeah.
quote, that the government, the media controls the government in the West, and in China, the government, of course, controls the media as well as everything.
Yeah, and it's amazing how China has adopted, well, while trying to maintain a communist party, has somehow merged capitalism with
Right.
communism.
Well, I mean, like,
It's out in
China's
this,
not
yeah.
like, it's not that simple, because like China, I mean, like, yes, communism is like the globalist version of, you know, National Socialism. You know, it's like a session with outward projection of power. Hey, smart astronaut, thank you for the follow. You know, it's obsessed with outward projection of its power and expanding its power everywhere. But really, what China has is just like mega authoritarianism, state capitalism. You know, where you know, it's very fascistic in nature. The government owns all the businesses. You know, like if you want to do business in China, you're forced to have a Chinese corporation take a stake in your company, and then by virtue, that means the Chinese government has a stake in your corporation, because all these corporations have, like, you know, heads of their board members or very powerful controlling shares in actual members of the government to get anything done. So I wouldn't call them I mean, they're commies, but like not. They're not like hard C commies. You know? I don't know exactly to put it.
Yeah, like
I can't call them communists,
they'll wear
but
the
they're really
label of
just.
communism.
It's an
Communism, but
authoritarian Orwell
at
nightmare, is what
heart,
it is.
yes. I would not wish to be a Chinese
No.
citizen unless I
China
was a
doesn't have
billionaire.
citizens. China has subjects.
Yeah, I mean, even then, yeah, to become a citizen is well, you know, you just cannot become one. You have to
No,
be
I mean, to
born
be
one.
you don't become
You
a
know,
communist.
you need to have certain
You're
racial.
made a communist against your will. Generally, someone points a gun at you and says, "Hey, man, be a slave for us."
Oh yeah, but I mean, to become a citizen in China is something that you cannot apply for citizenship
Yeah,
in
I mean,
China.
because China is for the I mean, like,
Yeah,
say
no,
what you
yeah.
will about the Chinese government. China is for the Chinese. I mean, specifically, it mainly benefits the Chinese government, but they understand that they have to appease the people with bread and circuses and an improving standard of living. But like,
Yes. Oh yeah, because otherwise they'll have to be overthrown. Well, yeah, he understands to be overthrown. There's
yeah, no,
yeah, they understand that with such a large amount of people, that if they don't please those people, they will be overthrown. They can be overthrown.
well,
Because
I mean,
of the,
it would require a
I mean,
military coup. It would 100% have to
yes,
start in the
but-
military. If it didn't start in the military, no coup would be successful. I think we can both agree on that, right?
Yeah, I mean, but if you have, you know, even 800 million people against 200 million people, the people without the guns are going to be able to find a way
they're gonna
to
make them run
take
out
the
of
guns
ammo
off the people
eventually,
with
right?
them.
Yeah, it's one of those things where
Also,
yeah,
foreign
you know,
powers
I mean,
wouldn't.
what's China going to do? Nuke its own cities?
Foreign
I
powers
mean,
also wouldn't stay
yeah.
uninvolved. You know, they would arm the people to overthrow the Chinese government. I mean, I mean, the Japanese would probably send aid. The Americans would send aid. You know, like we'd
Oh
be like,
yeah,
yeah,
of
fuck
course.
you,
Yeah, of
China.
course. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah. And I'm sure Australia would chip
Well,
in as
now,
we
but
always do
but
too.
Lunas brings up
Uh,
an excellent point. They welded people in their apartments. The Chinese people have no power. He does bring up an excellent point because the one benefit that the Chinese has over any former communist or horrible dictate authoritarian state is that the Chinese government has a near perfect control on information and culturally they have kind of boxed people in. Like culturally they've made people afraid of the government and afraid of associating with too many people, so people's connection have less connections necessarily because they don't necessarily want to be connected to someone. Yeah, the social credit scores is a part of this equation. So they don't necessarily want to be connected to tons of people. So they have a lot smaller number of connections, so it'd be hard to build a network of support, so you could easily isolate and attack these people. Now, Lunas, here's the thing. That's all fine and good while people are still eating. But if people can't eat, if their lives are really being negatively impacted and they can't print their way out of the problem, that's when shit hits the fan. But you're right, just like, inconveniencing a few people because people aren't really as connected to other people and more insular, it'll be easy to put those people down. That's why the Uyghurs or whatever they're called, the Chinese Muslims, don't Uyghurs.
Yeah.
I think it's pronounced Uyghur, but it's
Uyghur.
spelled
Okay.
like
So
Uyghur.
this is why, because the people of
why
China, don't care
the
about the
Uyghurs.
Uyghurs. The Uyghurs, they don't care about them at all because they're not really.
Sorry.
They don't want to connect to those people at all. And I mean, I can understand that. If I was a Confucian traditionalist, I don't want to deal with some Muslims or something. That's. I would see that culture and think it's barbaric and unformed and completely, out of place in China. That makes perfect sense to me. It's just when when people can't eat and, things get really bad, that's when there's worries.
Oh yeah. If you cannot put food on the table, you will do anything to eat.
But it's gonna take.
I mean, you see it in other countries with people eating dirt and bark.
Right.
And,
It's gonna take that kind of world-ending conditions, though, to topple the Chinese government.
Yeah. And China knows that, and thus they like to segregate each person down to an individual. Meanwhile,
The constant Big Brother, they're always watching. You've got the social credit score that's tied to all your internet activity, so you're disincentivized.
Well, they do have a massive flood going on right now because of the Three Gorges
Oh
Dam
no,
broke.
a giant government project didn't work? How could anyone have guessed this would happen? Baffling.
So there's mass flooding, and then there's also a food shortage. So.
Oh, well, don't worry. My state of California will ensure they have rice and soy.
But the government says, oh, everything's fine. Nothing happened. The dam's still there. People don't know what they're talking about.
Yep, and they can say that, and no one will report to the contrary except, the people drowning. The people having their fields destroyed, their homes destroyed, their entire livelihoods destroyed.
They can't speak out. I mean, yeah. That's what I mean. It's all, so China will report. China has a way of speaking to the people as if they're unionized, as if they're one entity. Yet they separate to an individual. So they're controlled by the individual in a unionized form.
Yeah, no, it's actually really terrifying. What the Chinese have achieved. You see it and you're like, what the hell? They unionized abortion, for Christ's sake.
And nowhere that's. I mean, it seems inevitable that that's what will become of all of our countries.
Well, that is what the politicians are pushing.
50...
They're seeing the China model and they're saying to themselves that they want that control over our life. They want us to be sheep like that. Like they want it because it will
Yeah.
allow them to have permanent power, and they won't have to satisfy our needs, and they'll simply be able to, exploit and extract resources from us over and over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can think of one ridiculous thing that just occurred within a few years in Australia, well, within WA. Iron. Iron is one of our greatest, one of our biggest exports. Rather than using Australian-made steel for railways,
Which makes sense to me.
Australia thought, yeah, Australia thought, no, we will, the iron ore that goes out to China, we will allow them to create a steel alloy, and then we will import that back to Australia, and then make our railway lines out of that. And now what that has caused for us is during summer, there is warping of the tracks such that the trains need to go at a slower rate, which causes congestion on the lines. And what can they do other than replace it at billions of dollars? Which
Right,
they're not
because
going to do. They're
they
just going to
decided
slow
to be
down.
cheap, and the lowest bid was from China, and China lied about the quality of their steel. Yep.
Yep.
And guess what? You all have to fit. You all
yep,
have to pay the bill. You're all gonna be. You have worse public transportation that you all wasted money on, and you all paid basically retail price for the steel that you probably could have gotten for a slight bump more. It never ceases to amaze me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, this is maybe 10 years ago that this occurred, and by now the cost would have it, the cost in the steel would have been paid in train fare.
No, it's atrocious. Here in Southern California, we had an ill-fated bullet train project that they wanted to do. You may not know like the topography of California, but the idea was to connect San Francisco to Los Angeles. So kind of one of the northernmost metropolises to the southernmost metropolis.
Yeah, sure.
Now, they raised about, I don't know, like $13 billion or some absurd amount of money, right? Through like bonds. Basically, they taxed us for it, right? We raised all this money. The bill said, okay, no matter what you do, you're going to take this money and you're going to spend it on this fucking train. So they didn't build it all the way up. They built about like between LA. Yeah, press F for the bullet train. Yes, indeed. Matt Zoomer, what's going on, Matt Zoomer? How you doing? Good to see you there in the chat. We are in the after hours of Coast to Ghost. Definitely check out dlive.tv/Matt Zoomer if you want to see funny memes, video games, and maybe some Bible study if you are a religious Christian of some kind. Thanks, Matt Zoomer, for coming by. But this bullet train, we basically got like, I think like less than 100 miles of track. We got like it took you from like LA to the middle of nowhere, like a town no one wanted to go to. And they're like, well, what happened was they passed like later legislation that was like, oh, well, the bullet train's not going anywhere, so we want to be able to raid these funds for other things, and so they did. They raided all the money, and they ended up like spending more than like they had allocated for it. And they're just like, well, we're just gonna build this place no one wants to go to and make it the only stop. But it's fucking hilarious. But when I was living in Japan, I remember talking about this bullet train with like a family I was staying with. And I just remember they were just like, oh, that's a shitty Chinese train you're building. You should have taken, like, the Japanese train, And, like, we ended up having spent extra money because the train was a shitty Chinese design as well.
Yeah, so in Australia, the Labor government, which is the left-leaning government, set out for a national broadband network that was fiber optic.
That would be
to
nice.
The home.
How'd it go?
Yeah, the Conservatives came in and decided, no, what we're going to do is fiber to the node, and then from there it will be the copper that is currently remaining from telephone lines from those nodes to the home. Now, not only did it end up costing more, but it was at 1/10 of the speed
that
you had
would
just done the
have
fiber.
been allowed with
Do they not
yeah,
understand
with
how
fiber
how
directly to
copper
the home.
prices are insanely prone to fluctuation and constantly?
No, well, it was the original idea was to use the original copper that was laid down. Some of it being 40, 50 years old.
I'm assuming it didn't
Which is
last.
absolutely ludicrous. Yeah, yeah, no.
Doom Wave, thank you for the
So
follow.
since then, they've decided to go fiber to the curb, and it's just been a nightmare where yeah, liberal slash conservative government has overblown the national broadband network budget. And if they just stuck to the original plan laid out by Labor, which it was actually a decent plan, would have been far cheaper, and we would have had far better internet.
Yeah, I know the Koreans ended up, and the Japanese have pretty good internet, but that's because like they installed it all at once, and they installed it, not in when there was already good like broadband and fiber technology. There isn't like a mishmash of it, but that sucks that you don't get good internet because of that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a mess over here. So some of it's been somewhat privatized. There's other companies offering network speeds that the national broadband network can't provide. They decided to go with a I can't remember the terminology they use, but basically using anything at their means to provide internet. So in some places you have the cable that's
But
from,
now I'm going to give you some
TV
pushback
cable.
on like, what they
and
actually
they're-
did. Right, you're saying that it cost more with the plan they actually did. Like, obviously, it's comparing to what the estimate was for the original fiber plan, right? Isn't it possible that that same fiber plan would have had just as much, if not more, cost overruns being implemented by the government and union contractors that will abuse and take tons of money from those projects? Like, I understand, we get the result, right, and it obviously went way over budget to that, but you're not taking into account what there are all those problems that they had in the actual project that the conservatives put in place would have probably also afflicted the other project. Like, it's easy to say, well, this plan is so much better, but we never saw how it was executed. Oh, DVS615, thank you for the follow. Fasties, thank you for the follow. We're up to 600. Kick ass.
I can understand.
Well,
where you're coming
Lunas
from.
is in the chat, and he's talking
However,
about how they would have been bankrupt, they were in a recession.
The government that was in power at the time was implementing that network, and to the best of my knowledge, it was about 10% done at the time. So the budget layout, it was from a practical sense. It was easy to see where the costs were going.
Not necessarily at all. I mean, when you're doing a project of that size and scale, like the area, like you could be, the first 10% could have been in very easy areas to just like, pull it up and get it installed. But like the second you get out of that, you could run to like hilly terrain or like really difficult to get to areas. That's what I'm saying. Like, the cost scale isn't just like, oh, 10% of the project's done. It could be that 10% of the project was only 1% of the overall cost. It could very easily be that other 90% was just in way shittier areas, and that like, yeah, it looked good to be.
Oh no, well that's the thing. They made sure they did it in a diverse area, or diverse quantity of regions. So
No, I know, but I'm even within like a single region, like the topology,
it was done in
the geography, it can be completely different. Like I guess I'll give a little away, but I work at a company where we have to look at projects like this all the time, and it's the old, I think it's either a Patton or an Eisenhower, where it's like all battle plans lose effectiveness once you reach actual combat. And it's like, yeah, I've built complex financial models for things all the time, and like the second they put a shovel in the dirt, it's like, oh well, hold on, there's this kind of rock we weren't expecting, we did a soil study or whatever, right? Like, oh shit, Johnny Medieval, thank you for the follow. Like all these things come into play, and you're talking about a nationwide project against like a place as big and varied as Australia. Thank you so much for the follow, Johnny Medieval. You know, like I just think that like saying, oh, 10%'s done. I mean, like I
Okay.
don't necessarily think that the 90%. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. Like the results on 10% was that they were in budget, but there's a lot of other factors.
So after all of this, a lot of the copper wire is going to be pulled out that was originally going to stay, because it is useless, and a lot of people aren't happy with the speeds that they're getting. On top of that,
Sure, but Lunas in the chat makes a point that
essentially a lot of the fiber was laid down, and the fiber to the node is only good for 1 kilometer from that node of copper wire, and even then you're looking at 15 megabits per second. Yeah.
But no,
so
but Lunas brings up a point that
in
you guys
terms of
were $80
cost-
trillion in debt and that it would have bankrupted you. I understand that money is all fake and gay in the current world. But what I'm saying though is like maybe it did make sense to go with that cheaper plan and to wait for the cost of fiber technology to go down over time and then reinstall that later. Like, is that not maybe the more effective?
Yes,
I mean, like, yes, we'd like to have it all good and have it with the current fiber technology. But if you wait, you know, that there'll be advances. Fiber is being used everywhere. People work out, you know, ways to get it cheaper and cheaper as they're producing more and more of it.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, and but there have been a lot of post studies sort of indicated that sticking with the initial plan would have
Well,
worked
yeah,
out
but once again, if
to the same cost, if not lesser. The government that was in power at the time did underestimate, but
well, I
at
mean,
the
of
same
course,
time they did not dramatically
it's a large project. Of course, it was
estimate as
underestimated.
much as yeah. It's one of those things where just anyway, look, it's,
I'm not trying to give you like a hostile reception. It's just, you know, like what my chat's
yeah.
bringing up, you know,
Oh, no, of
these
course not.
disagreements.
No,
And
no,
like
yeah.
I like to be skeptical
Yeah.
about these things, you know. And when a government comes to me with like a
Yeah,
cost
sure.
estimate, like I usually
As
laugh
do
them
I.
out of the room. You know, if like a city tells me, oh, this
Yeah.
is going to be, you know, we'll get this done in 3 weeks. I assume it's 3 months.
Oh yeah. The initial plans were for. I mean, this was meant to be done like a decade or so ago. This was, yeah. At
Yeah.
least. It's it's the national broadband network is a thorn in the Australian government's backside, and it just wants the problem solved. And it has even begun to privatize some of it just to get rid of some of the headache. It's
I mean, I think
yeah,
if you
um,
privatized it in such a way where you came up with like a variable and like here's how I think you would solve a broadband country anywhere, a broadband problem anywhere is you would say, okay, here's the deal. You get a contract, all right? The average speed of your consumers will determine what you get paid, right? If you give them for the entire year an average speed with like X amount of downtime, we will pay you that many cents on the dollar per you know data that you push through, because that would be a way to reward them for effectively administering, like, because right now in the system it's just like you award the contract and you hope the contractor finishes in a timely manner, and whether it's a great system or a terrible system, they're not really incentivized to have a great system. But if you had a private company and the amount of money they made was based on how well the actual throughput was and how good their speeds were, it would be revolutionary, right?
Yeah, and that's why you do have other companies coming in. However, unfortunately, they're not the ones laying the cable. They just have the CVC, and they're the ones working at the exchanges for the backhaul and so on and so forth. And that's why you have companies like Aussie Broadband, excellent company that have decided to put points of intercept at every exchange in Australia, and basically create their own broadband network.
About 11 hours,
that,
Mr. Huntington. How you doing?
Then goes offshore.
Sorry.
And if you
to go with any company, go with them because they can actually give you gigabit up, gigabit down through cable or through fiber if you're lucky to have either. Fortunately, at this house I'm currently living at, we have cable, so we could get gigabit up, gigabit down, but person that owns house.
I'm sitting here with fiber, which is fortunate.
This is a temporary staying, which I'm just living in this house temporarily, so it's one of those things in which I'll look at when I move. But yeah, it's just become a big mess. I mean, yeah, this has been at least good 18 years in the works, and some people still don't even have it. Some people are still on ADSL 2+. Right.
Ludus says you live in the middle of nowhere, dude.
I live in Perth.
Okay. Why would you expect 4K in British Mongolia? He says.
Yeah. I can get. 100 megabits up, 100 megabits down.
That would kill. That would be terrible if I had 100 up and down. Ugh. I think I've got 500 here or something. Or like
yeah,
gigabit.
I know. Yeah, no, exactly, and that's what was expected was a gigabit up and down. That was the initial plan. Then everything went to shit due to politics.
Remember the...
salute to politics. Yeah.
You got to remember, like, everything... it's all about, like, oh, well, that's a great project, but we could be out of office by the time this is done, so who cares, And then, well, we're going to look bad if we spend too much, so therefore, let's get the costs under control so we'll look good in the short term. Yeah, it's...
Yeah, because we had a so there was a person, Malcolm Turnbull, who became Prime Minister. He was a former, telecommunications manager or officer for the Liberal government. Sorry, excuse the whiskey stones. He was the former telecommunications officer for the Liberal government. He also has a lot of money himself in telcos.
Wow, that's surprising.
Worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and he was the one that decided, no, we're going to go fiber to a node, and then from those nodes it will be copper because it will be sufficient enough for everybody for now and for the foreseeable future. However, it turned out it wasn't, and that's why we're seeing fiber now going to the
hold on,
curb.
before we continue, Breath of Aegis, sir. I see you saying you're going to take off. I want to say, have a great night, sir. Anything you want to say before you leave?
No.
All right. Well then, Breath of Aegis.
Sorry.
Sorry. It's been a pleasure being on this show.
And you get what you fucking deserve.
I'm sorry.
Have a good night, sir.
All right, you too.
I somewhat commandeered the conversation
this
here.
This is entertaining conversation that I actually didn't know about. So thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
I like learning about things.
Yeah, I actually may need to. Jump off myself because I'm about a bowl of Woodford through this night since watching the stream. So, I am dying to urinate.
You can go take a piss. You're free to go take a piss.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, there's...
Yeah.
Oh, spicy one, are you serious? This is disgusting. Okay, so this just came across the wire from Spicy One. But Miss Elizabeth Estrada Murillo needs your support to help illegal immigrants with rent. That's right. There's a GoFundMe on the website GoFundMe to raise money for illegal immigrants, criminals, actual felons and criminals who have broken into our country and are not respecting our laws. This is what GoFundMe considers appropriate. when the defense of Kyle, the Chad Kyle, is not okay on their website. But funding money for people who break your... Please report this to whatever the authority is. I don't know who they are. But, that's right, they can raise money for fucking illegal immigrants, people that are abusing our system and stealing from us, robbing our children of better education, robbing our children of resources every day, okay, making everything worse. But that's okay, but Kyle, who defended themselves, is not okay. Yes, Biden was here and he gifted 20 subscriptions, and we are very thankful to the user known as Biden who gifted 20 subscriptions to this channel. Thank you so much.
But not Biden.
Not the creepy old pedophile that like sniffing little
Hopefully not
girls.
president.
He can you know. He can
Yeah. Like I said, there was a reason that Biden was handing
Yeah,
out
I know. Yeah, ice cream
in the chat before to attract
Yep,
those girls.
it was his lure.
Perhaps.
But that lemon party, we will
Yeah.
not have scurvy problems. We will be suitably filled with vitamin C. Yeah, but that's... Yeah, please, if you can report that, please report that GoFundMe. That's disgusting. Not only that, they kicked off Kyle for defending himself, but the guy who attacked Kyle... Yeah, exactly. That fucking criminal. Was that the pedophile that has a GoFundMe? Just absolutely disgusting. Yeah, no, that... Please report that, and please flame... I don't know what you can do to take it down, but anything you could do, because that's just disgusting. I'm not riding with Biden. Screw that guy. I'm a Trump tard all the way through and through. I'm on this train till the very end, okay? That's the unfortunate truth, alright? Look, is he Zion Don? Yes, but I'd rather have that than Zion Joe. Yeah. It literally says everyone in the house over the age of 15 is illegal. Disgusting. Oh, critical damage has left the stream, which is fine. Sorry, critical. Did you intend to leave the stream? Critical? Oh, I gotcha. Jokes on Biden. You had a cat pee in your hair when he sniffed you. Retorted SC fan. Yes, indeed. Duff Guy, are you still here? And Duff Guy is AFK. Alright, folks. It's just me that's left. I'm just going to go through the... Thank you all for coming. I'm going to go through a couple stories left in the night. Just check them out. Also, Spicy, use the suggest stories for that as well in the future. Alright, let's see. D&D. Yeah, we had that gay story about D&D's changes to race, making it traits. We saw Trump's agenda. Let's see... Oh, Ominous, you're back. What's up, man? How's it going? Let's see. Detractors. Wait, what? Who is Crystal Iron? Why did he defend Epstein? Huh. Let's see what we got left, folks. Well, that's good to hear that you're doing well, Spicy One. Continue. I know, it was a very Aussie-heavy stream. Let's see. Does Critical want back in is the question. I don't know. Critical Damage. If you want back on the stream, just send me a message on Discord and I'll bring you back in. Oh shit. Bessot, thank you for the follow. How you doing, sir? You just barely wake up and saw you're still here. Feel bad that we... No, Lunas, I think it was fascinating. Like, I love hearing about foreign countries' politics because it gives me a better understanding of just the world and everything about it. Like, I want to understand as much as possible about the world because, like, I didn't know idea that you... I didn't even know about the NBA. I mean, no, I think it was very cool. I like to become informed on issues like that. Thank you so much. I'm very thankful they were able to share that with me. Ah, Deaf Guy has gone off the air. Excellent. We killed Moot with it. Thank you so much for the follow, Basat. I'm just going through the stories to end the day. A mob tried to assault Rand Paul and his wife as they left the RNC White House event. Hey, Basat, how's it going, sir? Yeah, screw that mob. How dare they attack Rand Paul? Rand Paul is... That was weird. Oh, did you want to come back on the stream? Because you can come back on the stream, Critical. But... No problem. So yeah, I saw this. They did attack Rand Paul and his family as he was leaving an event. And Rand Paul, he just let you know when we need to turn the crikey down. No, it was fine. You guys were plenty of crikey. All right, you were great guests. You just suddenly dropped out? No, head back in the green room if you want to come back on. That's fine, man. Because you can't connect to the on air because only my mods can. So people don't just jump on to my Discord server and yell N in the chat. No, that's just you see him attacking Rand Paul, and Rand Paul is just a great dude. I mean, he's not, he's principled, but like he's a nice dude. Like I don't understand why they just attack him. Let's see. Yes, I did see this story that the Democrat Party's leader, Miss Pelosi, was saying that Biden shouldn't debate Trump. And I mean, we'll go for now. We'll go for now. Take care, Butters plus chat. Thank you so much, Johnny Medieval, for the ice cream. Thanks for coming by. Tomorrow night will be Stellaris with my buddies. Sunday will be board games. Monday through Friday will be video games. Monday through Thursday will be video games. And Friday will be episode 4 of Coast to Ghost, where on the late night cap, we will have Andy fucking Worski as our guest, and perhaps Kyler Subcultured as well. So look forward to Andy fucking Worski next week, because he's going to be here, and I'm fucking hyped for it. Now, let me get back to this article. And thank you for coming by, Johnny Medieval, and for the ice cream. So, Pelosi says Biden shouldn't debate Trump. I mean, that's pretty apparent. Like, I mean, she understands Joe's cognitive decline. She doesn't want him to be seen on a stage with him. It makes perfect fucking sense. Like, why would you want to put them up against each other? Oh, Osbey, no! Wow, that's a depressing story. You have to pretend to not know so many things. Good for Aubrey Huff. Yeah, the 3 guys that attacked that kid, all priors, all felons. That is a weird Ben Shapiro video. Okay, what is this Tennessee story? A Tennessee school district is under fire for asking parents to sign a form agreeing not to eavesdrop on kids' virtual class. You consume so much U.S. content, you can do a northern or southern U.S. accent. Oh, cool. They could overhear the confidential information. Obviously, they are teaching our children propaganda that they should not be teaching, one mother said. They are trying to socialize our children. She added, we had... Oh, shit! Critical! Thank you for the lemon, sir, and thank you for the conversation and being here. Thank you so much. The mother added, we have had a major problem in education, not just here in Tennessee, but across the country, where they are indoctrinating our children with propaganda. James Evans, communication director for Rutherford Schools, said parents can assist their children during virtual group lessons with... Oh, Mr. Huntington, thank you for the lemon, sir. With permission of the instructor, but should refrain from sharing or recording any information about other students in the class. Okay. Was the chest... Oh, no, it'll be up tomorrow night. Ominous, tomorrow at midnight. And the chest is at 496.7 lemons, and it's going out Saturday night. So tell everyone. I know, it's going to be the big night, Lunas. It's going to be at least a 500 lemon chest. I'm hyped to drop this. It's been building up all week, and it's going to be great. Okay. So, this is pretty despicable. It was good talking to mates. Certainly enjoyed it. Oh, you're welcome anytime, Critical. I had a lot of fun with the conversation. You may be just one of my Australian correspondents. I'm sure you and 404 and Lunas would have a lot to chat about. But thank you so much for bringing the conversation. Truth Seeker 666, thank you for the lemon. But this story here, Tennessee telling parents not to eavesdrop on their conversations. I think that's obvious that, the benign way to... Yes, indeed, thank you, Critical. The benign way to look at this is that it's like, there's privacy. Yeah, but fuck you, man. That's their kids, all right? They have a right to see whatever the fuck you're saying to their children. They have a right to push back against whatever nonsense you're going to propagate to their children. Because lots of us here, we know what public school is. We know how left-leaning teachers are. We know how abusive they can be. We know this. We're not dumb, okay? We're not going to... No, fuck them. You can't... You cannot ask parents to sign a waiver to not pay attention to their kids. This is my one day of the week for politics, Mr. Huntington. This notion that, no, you keep your parents out. No, you should be watching what your children are consuming. And this quarantine for Coof is great because parents are seeing what their kids are being taught, and they'll be able to cut through the bullshit, Yeah, exactly. You're not wrong about that, SC fan. Because it's like, okay, like when it's so tragic in this country that public school is just used as like daycare for so many kids because everything is too expensive for single men to support their family, so the mother and the father have to work, and it's like they need the school to be, this is the shitty part, right? Like, I see a lot of parents down here in SoCal, and like they're all like, we need to get our kids back in school, we need to get our kids back in school. So why do you need your kids back in school? Okay, because guess what, everything got too expensive. All right, everything got too fucking expensive, and we all have to work 2 jobs. You don't need to live in this expensive area, okay? And I know there's a lot of people that can't work there. It fucking sucks that they can't fucking work there. But like, it's just tragic what's going on there, what's going on in California in particular. So the fact that school is being used as daycare, but it's being so abusive. What I like seeing, yeah, exactly, Alferis, embrace homeschooling. I want parents to see the shitty job public school teachers are doing. And mind you, I have public school teachers in my family that they themselves are amazing teachers. However, even they admit their coworkers are terrible. You know, tons of their coworkers are terrible. They're propagandizing children. They're just awful teachers. Like, completely awful teachers. And they know it. And so I want these parents to just be absolutely furious at how bad a job these teachers are doing. I want them to see it. And this is why Tennessee teachers that's why they're asking to sign a waiver. Because they know their job will be threatened, because they know they're doing a shitty job. Like, the Tennessee school system isn't that high on the list for a reason, okay? Because morons run it. Teachers need to be allowed to hit kids. No, Lunas. Hitting kids is a shitty thing to do. It's not good. It's not good for supporting education. No, don't bring back the cane. That's a dumb fucking idea. Don't bring back the cane. But no, this is dumb, and this is obviously a push. It's basically teachers trying to protect themselves from their own fucking incompetence, is what it is. No, Lunas. That's actually part of why they do that. Alright, so that's an interesting story. What else do we have? 2 people were killed during the Jacob Blake protest in Kennesaw. Oh shit. Before anyone says you picked its vice on purpose, because they are having a hard time spinning the story. We do need better teachers. And my family thought you might be Australian based on Ghost bringing up counterpoints. Lunas is Australian as far as I know. So, okay, let's see about this. There's 2 people were killed during the riots in Kennesaw. Alright, so it says, videos of shooting show a man with a long gun running down the street, stripping and falling, being attacked. Oh, this was on the 26th, so this was when the story broke. That dude right here just got shot, all of them. Interesting. Oh, Vincent James was banned from YouTube, so in the Daily Reaction. His Twitter was disabled as well. Bring back the Cat O' Tails. Uh-oh. Yeah, we may have to do some Aussie blood sports, Critical and Lunas. Maybe I'll get you guys in 404 and have you just scream at each other. maybe we'll figure out a day to just do blood sports, and I'll just moderate, as the filthy American. Let's see, what's this? Mark Zuckerberg and Trump have struck a deal to help president get reelected. Okay. So it appears that Zuckerberg engaged in mutual assistance with Trump that will help him get reelected. So George Soros is claiming that Mark Zuckerberg, the robot, is working with Orange Man to get Orange Man reelected. George Soros, of course, said, therefore, I repeat my proposal that Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sandberg should be removed from control of Facebook. Unlike Twitter, which last year announced it had made the decision to stop all political advertising on the platform, Facebook continues to run such ads. Too long didn't read. Soros calls to remove Zuckerberg because he won't stop showing political ads on Facebook. Wow. So that's the world we live in. I don't use Facebook because Facebook is just a scam to collect your data. You remember, anytime you have a free project, you are the fucking project. You're the product. God, I said project. Anytime you have a free product, you are the product. Your data is the product. You are what's valuable on the fucking platform. Remember that, okay? Now, so George Soros is making this ridiculous claim that Mark Zuckerberg is working with Trump. That's absolutely, utterly absurd, okay? Why? Like, Mark Zuckerberg hates the idea of Trump being president, okay? Like, he serves the Chinese and the Saudis, okay? Like, this is just George Soros trying to meddle in affairs. Something he's definitely done. Yeah, exactly. Why would anyone listen to anything? I mean, let's remember, George Soros was a Sonderkommando. He sold out his own people to the Nazis to survive. Yeah, exactly. Don't use... No, hold on. Mr. Huntington, hold on. I will not have you disparage Instagram. Do you know how many Insta thoughts I follow on Instagram? I don't post anything, but it's specifically to follow pictures of attractive Asian women, okay? Excuse me. All right. Let's see. They're right. Okay, so that was Chad Kyle. Wow, so Hillary Clinton says Biden should not concede to Trump under any circumstances. Man, she's a sore loser. All right, let's see. What other stories do we have? Check out the documentary We Live in Public sometime. Exactly. Oh, look, smart astronaut. I'm not giving these women money. That doesn't make me a simp. That just makes me horny. Like, I'm not giving these women any money, okay? I don't give women money, dude. Hey, use the happy simp, okay? I just follow them because they post attractive pictures of themselves, and it gives me dopamine. Do I give them money? Absolutely not. I'm not subscribed to any OnlyFans, any Patreon. I just like to see sexy Asian women, okay? And that's a quick way to just be able to log on and see, oh, cool, that's nice. Stop being a simp. You're wholesome and stay wholesome. Look, I love Asian women, okay? I want to get married and have lovely, happy children someday. But that's a ways off, okay? No, not the horny bat! Ominous, no! Alright. Oh my gosh. That Lena Dunham. Oh my. You know what? Lena Dunham is in a swimsuit. I think seeing Lena Dunham in a swimsuit almost turned me gay, okay? That's fucking dumb. Yeah. Dumb. Nope. Not fucking doing that. Just dumb. Alright, let's continue. Yeah, social media has damaged us. You've legit downed a bottle of wood for the past 3 hours. You're going to kick back and watch now? You're a Woodstock guy, huh? Alright, Lena Dunham in a swimsuit. Please don't look that up. It's a war crime. Yeah, the swimsuit is in her. No. Mr. Huntington, I do not show disturbing images like that on stream. So please pretend you never heard that exists, okay? Okay, I don't even know who that is. That's weird. $52 rice. Okay, that's strange. Talk about boulders. Oh, we need to cure yellow fever. Like, no, Alfarius, let me love Asian women. Come on, please just let me do that. Can I not? Former AOA leader takes down all our videos on YouTube channel. Huh. Strange. You miss Faith Goldie. Faith Goldie was a nice gal. It's a shame she got canceled. I'm not doing that, Ominous. No. I am not showing my face. I value my anonymity quite well. I value my position. Yeah, I'm not showing my face, okay? Alright, so says you're racist, you ain't gonna do shit while stealing a 14-year-old's bike. If there's anything for the modern age, you might have even helped her with the fire thing. Uh-oh. Oh, that's funny. If you're not a simp, you're either a wimp or a pimp, or your dick's limp. My dick works fine. Never show face. I agree. Virginia. Okay. Is this from last week? No, this isn't from last week. Shit. All right. So Virginia is planning mandatory Modelo 19 vaccinations for all. Yeah, I'm not showing my feet. I'm not showing my face. All residents. This is fucking bullshit. You know, this is like everyone, you know, always, oh, you're an anti-vaxxer. Oh, geez. Oh, no. You just want to kill old people. And it's like, dude, here was the conclusion they kept warning us. They kept saying, oh, it's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope. Oh, you know, it's never gonna, come on. We're never gonna force you to take a vaccine. Like, come on. It's fucking dumb, okay? Here's the thing about Modelo, all right? And let me tell you, that Modelo, if you're young and healthy and not fat like me, if you're in good shape, guess what happens? You have a shitty couple weeks, and you recover, and you've got antibodies. This whole notion of vaccinating everyone for something that's benign is fucking dumb and retarded, okay? Because they can't even make enough flu vaccines for everyone, and they don't even give that, even though the flu can be more dangerous. You know, what is the average death for Modelo is fucking older than the average death? Like, it's fucking dumb. All right, no, we should not be mandated vaccines. Dr. Oliver says that as long as he is still health commissioner, he intends to mandate the Modelo virus vaccine. It is killing people now. We don't have a treatment for it. Yes, you do. Oh my gosh, fuck this guy. Yes, we do. Hydroxychloroquine is an effective treatment against Modelo virus, okay? It limits death it limits death, okay? Also, bed rest works for fucking young people, okay? For the Kung Flu. Bed rest is what cures it. You just don't fucking exert yourself, stay in good health, and you're gonna be fine. You're absolutely gonna be fucking fine. This is retarded. Oh, there's no treatment. Yes, you have treatment, okay? And when you have people like fucking Boogie going like, oh, you're killing people not wearing masks. Fuck you, man. Lose a couple pounds. For fuck's sake, Boogie. You're the reason you're gonna die of Modelo virus, Boogie, because you didn't take care of yourself, and all you do is just yell, oh, I feel sorry for me. Fuck you, dude. You're the reason you're gonna die of Modelo virus, not someone that didn't get a vaccine that's gonna have terrible consequences and side effects, as they've shown in tests already. Fucking dumb. All right, next story. University. Oh gosh. Meanwhile, in higher. Oh shit. Pew Wall, thank you for the follow. What's going on? Actually, it feels like it. What's up, man? University of Pittsburgh introduces mandatory anti-racism courses. So students starting this fall at UP, University of Pittsburgh, will have a mandatory 1-credit class to churn out anti-racist. Exactly. Diet and exercise, you probably not get it. And not even real. Yeah, exactly. You're fucking right about that. And thank you so much for the follow-up, you all. We're slowly grinding our way towards 1,000. Our goal is to get that white check mark probably by the start of October. We'd like to do that. We've only got to average about, I don't know, what, 30 days in September, about 400, which means I gotta go. Oh, I cannot math to save my life. 12, 13. So we gotta average like 14 or 50. Oh shit! Connor B. Good, thank you for the follow. Fuck yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. All right, so students starting fall at the University of Pittsburgh will have a mandatory 1-credit class designed to churn out anti-racists, so woke losers. The course delves into the development, spread, and forms of anti-black racism in the United States. And the statement was, moving forward, we must tirelessly recognize and address racist attitudes, behaviors, and policies, said Patrick Gallagher, the chancellor of the school. Exactly, smart astronaut. That is definitely what they believe. So, all right, I see this, and it's like, okay, was slavery racist? I mean, yes, I think that's very clear, but, like, it was a economic system to give labor to wealthy people. It's fucking dumb. If you're fit and healthy, you're fine. Yeah, I agree, Critical, with that statement. You know, you see this, and, like, they're all obsessed, but when they go to policy, it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what policy in the United States is racist specifically towards black people? Like, it's utterly absurd, okay? Like, okay, let's talk about affirmative action. Affirmative action is racist towards smart people. Specifically, you know, white people and Asians are specifically underrepresented in higher education because of affirmative action. I would say that is a racist policy that is based not on performance, it's based on their, you know, immutable characteristics. It's fucking wrong. You know, people always argue, oh, the sentencing guidelines are harsher on, you know, different kinds of drugs. And it's like, well, there's, you know, different degree, you know, a kid doing cocaine generally has a different, you know, criminal profile than someone doing crack cocaine. You know, someone with crack cocaine generally has, you know, more priors, might be more violence involved in the situation, has, you know, their longer sentencing might just be not having access to a good attorney. You know, might be they had to get a public defender, while, you know, the rich kid who does cocaine, he's got a very wealthy attorney. And so it's like, well, duh. I mean, of course the kid with the rich parents is going to get a much lighter sentence, you know, than a vagrant on the street. who has a public defender that's, you know, paid by us, the state. Like, it's make Cardi B illegal. So it's like those kind of things they're trying to argue our policy, you know, is like ridiculous. So yes, more African Americans are incarcerated, but more African Americans commit crime. More African Americans come from single parent homes. You know, that's not a policy of the state. That's, I mean, kind of is. The welfare system has made it more, you know, efficient and financially beneficial to be a single parent family. It's not good for the kids. It's not good for the family. It's absolutely terrible. But it leads to higher level of red pills, awoke and woke. Also, fuck big pharma. Agreed. Do fuck big pharma. You know, so like all these things that they're trying to train people against, it's like they're not hitting the symptoms. They're just talking. They're not hitting the root of the disease. They're just addressing the fucking symptoms, and it's kind of ridiculous. All right, so what's next? Right, writers burn a car lot. We saw that. Small growing Russian support for QAnon conspiracies seen online. Okay, well that's just silly. You know, this is just a silly puff piece. As we have already discovered from our earlier chat, China is the bigger geopolitical threat and strategic competitor, not the Russians at all. Like, the Russians are just a they're a micro economy, oil. They're basically like Saudi Arabia or Venezuela, just run by a different group of thugs. That's all. All right, so fake kidnapping. Oh, Creepy Joe says he did not feel pressured to select a black woman as his vice president, even though he did say during the race that his candidate would be a female woman of color. All right, whatever, Joe. All right, so now the New York Times, this is about 5 days ago, I saw this article. They're saying that researchers reported the first confirmed case of coronavirus reinfection, suggesting that immunity in some people might last only a few months. Okay. Let's talk about this. They've been saying reinfection was a conspiracy theory for months, taking down videos and people. Now it's confirmed. Fuck the media. I agree with that. I don't have a comment on that ominous pick. That's between Flam, his god, and his audience. I don't really care. I'm not going to address that. This was always talked about online, that, you know, the reinfection is something that's very possible. Now, how do I read this? I think there's been a lot of fake Modelo virus testing that's been going on. We saw this in Orlando, where we had 100% positive test rates going on. You saw, you know, 100%, 80%, 90%, like ridiculously high test rates in a place where you just don't see a comparable level of deaths. I think this is either one of two things. This is either that a bunch of people that had fake test results come back, or faulty test results come back, and had like a bad flu, or, you know, were asymptomatic, are later reporting it. So it's like they had a fake result and then they got a real result, or they had a real result before and they had a fake result before. I think this is just artificial astroturf to keep the lockdown going until the world gets the results it wants, you know, until the global structures and powers get what they want out of Modelo virus. That's what I think's happening here. All right, so that makes sense. I mean, or it's possible it reinfects, but I don't know enough about the biology of reinfection and how epidemiology works. But just from an outside observer, uneducated on the topic of it, it's probably, I'm guessing, a quirk of the shitty testing. Degenerate is what it is, Mr. Huntington. All right, so okay, we had that. Ivanka Trump getting trademarks from the Chinese. The rolling lockdown, exactly. No, you're absolutely right about that, SC fan. So, new left-wing conspiracy varies in depth from Trump is letting people die so he can sell them coffins, although China owns the Trump family. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that the USMCA would have passed in a pro-Chinese presidency. If you look in the details of the USMCA and the damage it does to China's ability to take outsourced work from global corporations, the USMCA is a very anti-China deal. Yeah, that's it. That's what I say. Trump is not owned by the Chinese. Trump has his flaws, and he's not a perfect president, but he owned by the Chinese is not something that he is. All right, what else do we got? The Alyssa Milano tracks. Okay, I don't care. Alyssa Milano's a nobody. All right, let's see. Kenosha, all right, whatever. What do we got? Portland. I did see that sign, Tango, but I'm not going to discuss that. I'm not watching that, Ominous. It has to be 5 ninjets in one stream, and I have not even seen 1 ninjet. So no, you will not see me watching the gun tape. Rule Britannia could be axed from BBC proms after BLM protests. Okay, that's not really something I understand, Tango. Oh, it's just a song. Okay. Breaking up with a Japanese. Oh, that's funny, Tango. Did not expect that from Flam. No, it's just not. That's not Flam. That's just Ominous being a shit poster, Mr. Huntington. You want to eat Big Macs at Trump and watch Bloodsports with the audio too loud? That would be a blast. That'd be absolutely a blast. Alright, so... Yeah, I saw that. I posted that. Okay. Why is everyone into Bloodsports and eating each other's audiences? I mean, like, I don't really think I eat too many audiences. Let me just check the news sources before I sign off for the night and make sure that Fed's not asleep. Fed, you awake, bro? Have you awoken, Fed? Alright, Fed has not awoken. Let me just... Oh, Fed Zeppelin! What's up, man? How you doing? You sound like shit.
No. At the time.
I mean, you know, it is 11:15 for you. You should be awake by now. What's up, man? You did pass out, though.
I did. I got way further.
You gotta wait.
Fuck. What is going on?
Well, I'm just kind of running through the stories that were suggested to me over the week. Oh no, this story makes me sad, Fed. President Trump said he's looking into the Blake shooting. That's disappointing. I hope he just observes the situation. Yeah, because like that was completely justified, and you know, unfortunately, you know, he is a human being that is emotionally swayed, and we need to stop that with him. We've got to make him more cold and robotic, unfortunately. But Minnesota Democrat mayors endorsed Donald Trump, saying Biden did nothing for the working class. That's pretty base. 6 Democrat mayors saying, fuck you, Mr. Trump, Mr. Biden. They're going with Trump because he let the cities were burning, you know, while he was trying to get them help. That's nice.
I mean, that is fairly based, at least.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Well, Bill Maher, you know, it's funny. He's like a broken clock. You know, he's right every once in a while. Oh, he's more like he's right every once in a while, but not that often. He said that Democrats seem to be hesitant to condemn looting, and he's absolutely right. And I'm glad no one listens to him, because that would be a better strategy to do that. Yeah, I know. I don't. No. Yeah, you're right, Mr.
Yeah.
No one cares. No, it's not going to change any votes. Fortunately, they don't vote in large numbers anyway, so it's not a huge deal. All right. So, Black National Convention ratifies platform seeking black liberation. Oh, good. They could try Liberia again. Okay. Maher called Biden a gaffe machine. That is spot on. Yeah, but the interesting thing about Bill Maher is that he can kind of like, he's smart enough to be able to diagnose what's wrong with his party, but he's not smart enough to leave his party. You know, I think someone said it right. I think it was Stefan Molyneux that said he's trapped on 120 IQ island, you know? Like, and he's smart enough to be smarter than the rabble, but not smart enough, you know, to get out. What do you think about that, Fed?
It's actually really good. Like, I think that's like, if you think about like, when you're not necessarily sure where people are gonna go, like knowing 100% for sure, like this is the next step, like that could be a good place.
I don't think it was
in,
the
so.
atheism at Lunas. I think it was the tons of years of smoking weed, you know, and just being kind of a celebrity showered with money and drugs. Like, I think that's what ruined him more. Because Peter Hitchens was pretty based until the end, I would say. Peter Hitchens was a great mind and a very fun and entertaining individual. And we're all worse off for not having Christopher Hitchens, I think. Even though he's one of the most foremost atheists out there. let's see. Um, does that mean he's not right about everything? But like, I think Hitchens. The one thing I really liked in Hitchens that kind of I really liked the most was when he talked about, he talked about his atheism, but like he saw like the transcendence of art. He saw like the beauty in it and how it like kind of was more than just like our animal brains. It was like something like truly beautiful that we could observe as humans. Like he understood that that was still a thing, as well. He wasn't so far up his own ass that it's like I'm just a cold logical machine. He understood that. Bill Maher fucked everything up when he gave in to Ben Figlik. Ben Affleck. Yeah, that was the one with Sam Harris. Speaking of people that are very disappointing, Sam Harris. He's also kind of like he's smart enough to know, but too dumb and ideological to get off the island. Let's see. Ben Affleck got done by them too. Yep. Twitter locks Ann Coulter's account over Kyle Rittenhouse praise. This Fed, you hear this?
No, I didn't hear that.
Ann Coulter had her account locked. Now look, Ann Coulter, I think she's kind of like, an obnoxious woman on a lot of things. Just like, oh, you didn't give me everything I wanted immediately. But like I think she's pretty based on a lot of subjects. But like locking her account because she praised a young man for defending himself from a bunch of criminals, like that completely should be uncontroversial. But it shows you the mindset of Twitter and these social media moguls. And the mindset is that they have private defense. They are defended by their own thugs that they pay. You cannot be allowed to defend yourself against the mob because they support the mob and they want the mob to put you in fear and they want the mob to try and destroy your life at all ends because they know they're completely unaffected. Oh, they're gonna put Bezos in a guillotine. No, they're not. No, they're fucking not. You're not gonna threaten Bezos at all. What are you fucking talking about, you midwits, you morons, you double-digit IQ idiots? You're not doing anything to him. He's gonna have armed guards with fucking long rifles outside his house before you get anywhere near his place, okay? And they don't care about your fucking optics because they're paid and they know they're gonna be safe. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that's one good thing about paying.
I had Kyle Rittenhouse, his lawyer. This disgusts me. Okay, his lawyer had to say he is no white supremacist. Kyle is not a racist because if he's a racist, he won't have been allowed to defend himself from a bunch of white pedophiles and criminals that attacked him. Oh, what fucking clown world we live in. That the lawyer feels compelled to say, oh, don't worry, my client's not pro-white at all. Nope, definitely not. Please don't lock him up. No, don't do it. What absolute bigotry, right? Oh, the fact that like anyone have to defend themselves after they were attacked with a blunt weapon and someone pulled a gun on them, just utterly ridiculous. Yeah, no go zones for Democrats only. He was racist to his own people. Look, man, he capped those people, but they fucking deserved it, all right? So Twitter's gonna lock my account. All right, let's see. Minneapolis, writer chucks trash can lid into back of officers' heads. I mean, that's what they want. They want officers and people to be attacking each other. That's absolutely the case. Ninth Circuit stays injunction that allowed Portland writers to pose as press. Huh. Interesting. Let's see. First time since Modelo virus, Trump seems likely to win re-election. I think Tucker's right about that. I think that's a good take. I think this is all kind of really coming around, and I think the polling is the people are seeing kind of the fake market recover, because it was never really hurt. Let's see. Hollywood heaps praise on NBA voter push. Turn reads to polling locations. Yeah, I mean, like, yet again, this NBA nonsense. This is just a push to politicize sports, because, sport. The interesting thing is that this year you look at the NBA and you look at their ratings, and they're absolutely tanking. They're getting beat by professional fucking wrestling. Okay, for playoff games. What should be important games. and people just are tuning out. They're sick of it. It's like, no, we don't want your political bullshit. Okay, we go to sports because it's a fucking escape. It's where we go to get away from our daily lives, okay? Because we're all yelling at each other on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook, but I know a lot of my family members that are fucking yelling at each other on Facebook because there are retards on the left that think they can manage people's lives. And there are people on the right that care about them and are trying to save them. And they fucking can't save them! You can't save these people from themselves. You just can't save people from ideas that they've been propagandized into because they've been trained to fear. You cannot reason someone out of something they were not reasoned into. They were scared into believing what they believe, and you can't reason them out of it. The only way is to scare them out of it. And the only way for them to be scared is for these riots to come to their city, burn their houses, and ruin their lives. That's the problem. That's what's going on. Okay? They were scared into thinking racism is the worst thing ever and that people are bad ever. But the reality is, the mob will come for them, and it won't care that they put up their sign. It won't care that they put sheep's blood on their door. The mob will not pass over their house. They will come for them because they won't have armed security. Because the cops will be afraid of treating them, of dealing with them. They don't want this to happen. This is what's fucking going on, and it's fucking disgusting. All right, and it's just disgusting. Stop trying to appease people that hate you, I think, is the moral of the story. If you don't control your setting, then others will. Absolutely. Gosh. Absolutely frustrating. Any takes you have on that, Fed?
It kind of annoys me whenever, like, you have a single person thinking they know, like, what they think they perceive as good for the goose is good for the gander, and it's like, you don't know, though. Why would you take that choice into your own hands? Like, I do get, like, annoyed by that, at least.
I see. I see. Alright, that's fair. If you don't control your settings, then others will. Alright.
Yeah, exactly. Well, so that's the thing. That's I guess that's the notion, but they follow it to the logical end.
Oh, okay. A poll says Trump is leading Biden in Michigan. If that's the case, the election's over. You know, if the case is that Trump has a lead over Biden in Michigan, it's over. He can't win. You know, like that will say too much about where the movement of polls is. And if Biden can't win Michigan, he's lost this election. No matter what, you know, things are. And even though he did give 20 subs to this channel, fuck off, man. Stop sniffing kids. Oh, actually, Fed, while I have you, did you hear that Shinzo Abe has retired?
No, I didn't. No.
Yeah, Shinzo Abe retired due to health conditions because unlike the human scumbag that is Joe Biden, not Joe Biden, sorry, John McCain. It's just they rub together and his dementia is rubbing off on me. Shinzo Abe has a rare cancer condition. At the age of 65, he decided to retire and spend the rest of his days with his family because he didn't want. I mean, and here's the thing that people don't understand about Shinzo Abe. Like, Shinzo Abe's party enjoys like gets 80 to 90% of the vote. It's effectively like a one-party state in Japan. Like, Shinzo Abe could have held on to power all he wanted for the rest of his life. But even then, he felt obligated to, like, hand over power in, like, a stable way. So that his party, it would not hurt his party, it wouldn't hurt his people. Like imagine an American politician doing that. Right? It only happens if they're, like, absolutely destroyed in the media. Kind of like, what was his name? Oh, that Democrat from Michigan, or Minnesota that they destroyed. Al Franken, right? Al Franken, like, Al Franken's only problem was he ran afoul of his own left-wing, you know, cabal that wanted to destroy him. And because of that, they did destroy him because they're dumb and they're, you know, he saw himself as a future presidential candidate. And I think he kind of was of the mind like, well, you know, if I can't win all the marbles, fuck this. I'm not going to go for the marbles at all. Yeah. But good for Abe. Very, very noble thing to do, to give up power when you're worried your body will not hold up. I think that is a responsible thing to do. What do you think about that, Fed Zeppelin?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's the real I think that takes the it really takes like a kind of like what you're saying. It takes like the prescience into like that's where you know somebody who is really accounting for everything is they still say, okay, well, no matter how this thing gets stacked, like I'm in the correct spot, and that's when you know it's all going according to Keikaku. That yeah, I think that's really where you actually find that person.
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I think, very good of him to step down. You discover roaches and your kids jumping on your lap, and you Joe, no! Joe, no!
No, Joe, no, Joe.
Man, I just read this Michelle Malkin tweet, and it's depressing but true. Malkin says, speaking of war, Kyle and his family face serious and ongoing security threats by Antifa and BLM, who are supported by Democrats and elites in power. We need the best people to defeat the worst people. All hands on deck are needed. Fight back. Okay. Nicely done. This is war, waged on many fronts. The times are exposing who the true warriors are and who the role-playing actors are. Linwood is the real deal. Okay. Well, I'll have to give that guy a follow. Thank you, Michelle Malkin. Just observing Twitter for a moment before we sign off, Fed. I'll let you get back to sleep in a sec, all right?
Yeah, it's fine.
Let's see. Every day we step closer toward Demolition Man. We're police officers. We're not trained to handle this kind of violence.
That fucking...
That's fucking hilarious. Oh my gosh. Abe has worse approval numbers than Trump. Yeah, but guess what, Spicy One? He runs in a one-party state. It doesn't matter what he does. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. They're not going to elect him out of power. Yeah, it doesn't matter though, Spicy. His party has like 80 to 90% like of the voters. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. Fed is too red-pilled to be awake. Oh no, Fed, is that true?
Yeah, I'm not awake. It's just
All right, Fed, what's your social security number?
The chair.
No, don't do that. No.
2, 5, 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6, 1, 4.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Da, 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 da.
You're being sarcastic. It's fine. Oh, it's a cool meme. God, Kaho Shibuya Kaho looks just amazing in that Uzaki cosplay. We are blessed. Truly blessed. All right.
I've been awake, but I have not opened my eyes.
I'm awake, but I've never truly been aware.
There you go.
All right, so with that, Fed Zeppelin, would you like to say anything before I give you what you fucking deserve?
Nope. Well, I'll say this, I guess. It was fun. Honestly,
we had a fucking all-star cast tonight. We had Kazeeas. We had Originalities Extinct. We had fucking Mountain Walk. Everyone was showing up. We had Critical Damage. We had Sweatpants Boner. We had Tuesday. We had Geeky Gardner. We had Fed Zeppelin. We had SC. Holy shit. What an all-star fucking cast showed up tonight. Duff Guy even showed up for a little. Who else am I forgetting that showed up? Facts and Logic showed up. Am I forgetting anyone?
Yeah.
Because you are here at the longest fucking late night show that exists in the world. Yes, indeed, cardboard packaging. Box, I see you awake. What's up, Box? Yeah, we had a big show tonight. Oh, we had so many people pop in and pop out. Holy crap, what a fucking show. Yes, thank you, Andy Worski of Subculture, DLive.tv/subcultured for the host. Thank you, Flamenco, for the host. Thank you, Rabbi Shekels, for the host. Thank you, Da Kimchi Stallion, for the host. Thank all of you. I'm going to host Edelwolf when I'm done with this, so go over to his channel and say hi to fucking Edelwolf. He's not red pilled, he's fed pill. Ghost Show is the best show. The Spectre in the Night, that is all true. Now, Fed Zeppelin, before I say goodnight, I want to say you get what you fucking deserved. Good night, Fed Zeppelin. All right, so remember, go over to Edelwolf, check him out, say hi to him, wish him well. He's not been feeling so well. We will be back next Friday with our guest, Andy fucking Warski next Friday will be the guest on Coast to Ghost, the #1, the longest talk show in fucking history. We've been going for 11 and a half hours. I almost decided to go for another. Indeed, Critical, thank you so much for bringing Australian politics into the mix. And thank you for all the fucking lemons. Biden, I don't know who you are. You're better, way better than the former vice president. Thank you for all the subs you give to the channel. Sweatpants Boner, thank you for the Guinea and all the lemons. Duff Guy, Original is Extinct, Spicy One, the Kimchi Stallion, Stringfellow Hog, Subcultured, Andy himself, Facts and Logic, the lovely Mochi, that's Mochi, DLive.tv/that's Mochi. If you're not following her, I don't know what you're doing. You're missing out. Original is Extinct, DLive.tv/Original is Extinct. Check her out. Check out DLive.tv/the Kimchi Stallions 808 as well. He follows the channel. He came by. He got a sub. Thank you so much. Stringfellow Hawk, thank you for the new sub. Subculture, thank you for re-upping the sub. Spicy One, thank you for re-upping the sub as well. Pay, thank you for all the diamonds. Duff Guy, all the lemons. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. Everyone, shut up. I have an erection. With that, I'm going to wish you all a good fucking night. I'll be back tonight with fucking Stellaris, baby. That's what's coming up tonight. Stellaris, we will conquer the galaxy. And after that, we'll probably play some Fall Guys or some other games. Thank you to all the new followers because we are over 600 fucking followers. We have hit the VTuber avatar goal. We're going to be commissioning that very soon. You'll be able to see my facial expressions as I am disgusted by things. That will happen in the next few weeks. Thank you so much, Del freaking Tree, Sweatpants Boner, Biden, for all the support in getting that VTuber avatar. Thank you for getting us over our sub goal. We're going to move that goal up to 100, and we'll figure out something cool to do at 100 subs. When we get the follower goal, we're going to commission a big piece of art. We're going to start doing giveaways once we're a verified partner. We're getting better. This show is going to be even greater. Episode 4, Andy Warski. Be there next week. Do not miss it. I don't know why you would miss it. Come by. See you all